heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you If I heard that you
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it.
How it is to be the electronic of Australia?
What does that mean?
That means you were an in-game leader before, didn't quite work out, you went back to playing, but now you're back with a renewed passion, with more wisdom, back as an IGL?
I don't know, I'm just excited to help the boys and hopefully bring some victories and some happiness back to Australian CS. That's the goal.
Yeah, some jokes aside, but what do you feel like have been the biggest lessons, from the last time you were in IGL to this time around that will maybe help you?
I think just in general, like the CS meta's changed as well. CS2 is a bit more more firepower than CSGO was, and obviously bringing Dexter back from Europe, I learned a lot from him. So I think that's just the main thing. I've also, my mentality's changed a little bit. I think back in the day I was a little bit more focused on my individual stuff, but I've matured a bit in that sense, so that's a big thing.
You guys just came off of qualifying for the major of the MRQ, a bit different than how it was the previous years. So what was your guys' approach, or just the vibes coming into that one?
I think we were confident. Obviously it was online, so it's a little bit different. We're used to playing on LAN and having that LAN environment. So, but we were confident going into it. Obviously Semperfire were in good form, but we hadn't versed them yet, so it was just nice to get the job done and get the nerves out of the way, and now just focus on Melbourne.
All right, so how do you prepare for going up against Vitality in the first game?
I don't know. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I find out. But no, we're just going to do our own thing and just focus on ourselves. Obviously they're a world-class team. We don't really expect to be world beaters right now, but we're just going to do our best and hopefully put on a good show.
What is the one thing that maybe could help you guys sort of exceed expectations for this tournament?
Everyone's jet lagged, so that's a good start. For us, I think we just need to... We had a good boot camp in Serbia before the MRQ, and we just need to pretty much replicate what we did in practice and bring it to the officials without all the nerves and jitter. So that's a good start, and then hopefully just go from there.
How is it going from you're playing on LAN, you're playing against all these good high tier teams, and now you have to go and play online BO1s? That change, how's it feel?
I mean, I think this is the environment we are more comfortable in, obviously. We was kind of caught by surprise, I would say, in this major qualifier. Not fun at all. You can blame the system and whatever, but still, we weren't ready, obviously. But I think this is where we feel mostly at home and where we're most comfortable and where we play our best CS. So we're really happy to still be at these LANs,
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the LANs, all the LANs these days are BO3s. I don't think we've seen many BO1s in MR12. Is that a really big, drastic change for the BO1 system?
For sure. I think anyone would agree as well that MR12 BO1s is probably the most random thing you can do right now with all the pistol and the money economy issues it is in the game. So, I mean, I don't think it's consistent with how Counter-Strike is working right now. Obviously they have to do something. Maybe it's something about the pistols because they're way overvalued right now in best of ones and MR12. So, I mean, I think it should be a change. I'm not sure it will happen, but it is not great as it is right now.
So what you're saying is, now that we're back on LAN, back to the BO3s, you guys are going to be that dominating for... Well, I say dominating, but you know what I mean? You guys had some pretty decent results recently. Are you guys going to be back to that form?
I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but obviously I'm going to say again, this is where we are the most comfortable in the BO3s. When we get your map you want and you can prep and all this, you're for sure what maps you're going to play, and it's just more comfortable in general, and that's where we shine.
Tell me a little bit about the two new guys, Azubu and Seo. Do they remind you, or if you could compare them to one of your past teammates, from the Swedish scene, is there anyone that comes to mind?
Yeah, that's a really good question because Sejot, when I was interviewing him, he had a lot of similarities to Brolan. So I was I could see Brolan in you in some aspects.
So he also has a childhood dream of becoming an IGL one day?
Oh, I don't know, maybe. I actually, he could be an IGL in the future because he speaks a lot. And also... Oscar is a bit harder to pinpoint, but he's just a very stable guy. But I would say more like Lekro, if I had to choose one player.
I think it's only because you have never met a player with so much skill as a player from the United Kingdom. I think it's. Do you feel the same way? That's why it's hard to compare.
No, so Oscar, for example, Azuva is very, yeah, for sure, what you said. I don't want to say that to the kids, but Messi is also really stable. But like Oscar, he is very self-sufficient.
That's kind of how Krims is.
Yeah, you could say that. Yes, very much. Yeah, I was thinking about Krims as well. But Krims makes his personality is a bit different.
Yeah, it's safe to say. All right, going up against Falcons, your opening game, they're coming off a tournament win. Now they get Monesi to, how does preparing for a team like that look like?
I think we know some stuff about what Monesi likes to do. I think those will not change. And I think tactically they'll probably play very similar. So for us to prepare is going to be just maybe focusing on ourselves, but it's going to be a normal prep. Yeah.
I think for me it was always like an upper, not just like Monesi, but a guy who moves around a lot. It is a bit of a nightmare to prepare against because you just end up saying, well, he could open up here or there or there. So just tighten up your default a little bit, use more utility early.
Yes, that for sure. But I think also it could be, you could also use higher pace CS to counter that. But maybe, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
All right, man. Thanks so much. Good luck in your game.
Speaking of south of the equator, some of your, I guess, fellow teams, you guys are made in Brazil, right? MIBR. But now we're seeing other teams, Furia, they're no longer MIBR. What do you guys think about that?
I think some teams are trying to bring new blood, and they are trying to find some solutions. And Furia, they are trying to bring other ideas of CS and other players from another country, and let's see if it's gonna work. They have to call in English now, and yeah, that's it.
If you guys had to call in English, who would be the best player for that, and who would be the worst player for that on the team?
I think we will not probably won't have any problem. Lucanzi doesn't speak English. I think he's the only one that would have some problem, but he probably is gonna learn fast. And I think me, Insani, Safe, and Breno, we have good English, and we won't have any problems.
Give me some of your thoughts on the VRS, because you're one of those teams that you guys did play in some lands, some you qualified for, some you got the invite maybe, but then you also had to play some of the online stuff to maybe try and get points. So how has that been so far this season for you?
Rough, I would say. It's not the easiest, but it is how it is. Everyone needs to go through it, and especially for us, this kind of tournaments where we have the opportunity to show what we can do and to get some points, it's a really huge opportunity for us. Even though maybe we are not going to the playoffs or whatever, beating one of the top tier teams is getting a lot of points, and therefore we will look forward to manage to get a lot of points.
Tell me a little bit about this iteration with Mouse, Hyped and QB being here. What's different about this one compared to maybe some of the previous lineups that you guys have had?
We enjoy ourselves. Like we really do, even though we're not showing the best Counter-Strike, but we do enjoy ourselves, we enjoy everyone here, and this is something we probably lack a little bit before. But also on top, the results needs to be there.
Tell me, you mentioned, beating maybe some of the big teams. You're going up against the second best team in the world, but your old familiar organization, right? Big versus Mouse. So some thoughts about that matchup?
We have nothing to lose. They need to prove themselves. We will play off our shoulders. As I said before, we enjoy ourselves to be here on the big stage. We have the opportunity to do something big, and we will hopefully do so. And after that, we will see what happens. We have 2 games to play, guaranteed. Hopefully even more, but we will see game by game, and we will see.
If you guys were to, maybe surprise people, maybe go all the way into the playoffs, what do you think would be the main reason for that?
People playing individually good. I think our system, our structure is well enough to beat some of the teams, but we need to play individually really good to beat them.
you guys are a regional team, so like all French team, we see like Metasport is qualifying for the major, all Swedes is back. Do you think we're going to see more of that?
I don't know if there's going to be a shift back into national teams again, but I speak for myself when I said I'm really happy to play in the national team again. And overall, I think like some international teams can work in terms of how professional you can be in those teams together. Like if you make it work and you have the right pieces and make them work together and try your best to understand every individuals, it's going to work overall. But the other way around, like if you just pick players to make a super team and just don't know how to use these guys, it's going to be problematic, real problematic.
What do you think your style is as a team that's different from like all the international teams?
Dogs, like we're a pack of dogs. Like,
You're a pack of dogs, okay.
Yeah, we
A wolf pack.
more dogs.
A dog pack, okay. You're more domesticated.
Yeah, exactly. Like we are educated by Maka, and he just sends his dogs whenever he wants, and we love to do that. Yeah, we're just having fun together, and we just just chilling together, honestly.
So I've seen dogs, they fight over toys, they fight over all the food and all sorts of things. Do you guys do those types of fighting like dogs do?
Yeah, no, there's no alpha in this team. Like we just chill dogs, like beta dogs.
You're all beta dogs.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, even Gravity?
Are you an alpha dog, Gravity? No, he's not.
Dog? I am a what? Beta. Are you a beta dog?
He's a Sigma.
He's a Sigma dog.
Sigma dog.
Okay, are you just a chill dog?
Are you just a chill dog? T'es un chien chill ou pas?
I'm barking a lot. I'm barking a lot.
He doesn't bite. He doesn't bite though.
Are you all bark no bite?
I'm barking. I'm barking on the opponent.
You don't feel pressure that now, after the game, the players are going to look at you and point out your mistakes in the review and say, hey man, why did you peek here? Why did you do this?
No, because I always say that I'm not the best guy playing. I'm just the guy who studies the game, and that's it. I know it's difficult for them when I say that they are doing mistakes in the game, but so they need to do this with me also.
You're just gonna take over Biguzero's roles, or are they going to kick you over, to all the boring spots?
Depends on the map. I try to get some positions that I can play with nades and smokes, flashbangs. That's what I usually do in the tactics, but we'll see. It depends on the map.
Tell me a little bit about Demo. He's new to Tier 1 and everything, so how would you evaluate his performance so far?
He's improving a lot. When he first played with us, he was a little bit not rusty, I forgot the word, but he was learning, and now he's much better than when he started with us.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Best of luck.
Mate, how have you been? Now getting some more hours in, and kind of having some more time with the squad. You getting on with everyone? Is there any beef?
Yeah, me and Roland are. It's not looking too good.
It's actually not a Polish team for long, bro. It's actually all gonna.
Actually, the team has not heard us speak Polish once. That's our side goal.
That's you're actually trying to keep it out of the comms, out of the green rooms, or the team rooms. I don't know what you call your room. Mate, when did you land?
When did I land? Yeah. I landed 2 days ago.
Hey, bro, you guys all got okay. So you've had a day to look around.
Yep.
Any jet lag?
No, I think I fixed my jet lag pretty nicely. I've got some experience in that.
Dude, I feel like there's so many I don't want to use the term giga chads per se, but that's the vibe that comes to mind in Europe, because no one thus far has complained about jet lag, whereas if the Aussies were coming to our neck of the woods, or the Americans even, I feel like they'd be complaining about it non-stop. Do you think we're just built different?
Wow, that's a big statement you just made right there. To be honest, no comment.
No comment? Okay, last thing that I've been speaking about the other guys, Keith wants to make it to playoffs. Roland wants to make it to the finals. Where are your ambitions laid?
I think a little bit of both. Just go as far as possible. No expectations though. We're here to also enjoy the moment and yeah, use it as an experience for further tournaments.
I like that, bro. That's a very good answer. I wanted to get one real one out of you before this ended. All right, that's Shui, and this is Polish Team Liquid.
Tell me a little bit about it. It felt like you guys looked better in Lisbon than you did in Bucharest. Do you think that's a fair thing to say?
I don't know. Maybe because in Lisbon we played a lot against, I don't know, top 1, top 2 teams, and we did, I think, a good job. In Bucharest it maybe was, how to say, worse team, but I don't want to say worse, you know, in rating. But it's still, you know, tough opponents. They want to prove everyone, and they're very motivated. So I think, yeah, we need to win these games. We need to step up.
It's basically a third tournament in a row for you guys. How hard is it when you have limited time to practice and have to do all the traveling?
I don't know what to say. It's kind of hard. Yeah, we had like 2 days at home, and we just fly to here. I don't know. It's always not easy, but that's life. We need to play our game.
All right, Liquid first game. Thoughts?
Tough opponents, I think.
Really?
Yeah, we won against them in Bucharest, but I think they just took Suhi, and I think they had some time to practice because they're new lineup, new IGL. So I think on this event they're gonna be new team and they're gonna play better. So it's gonna be a tough game for us.
All right, man. Thanks. Good luck with your game.
Bro, you know, one of the things that's been crazy to me about Complexity is just sort of the kind of renaissance, the turnaround that you guys have had. I know, you know, we're not talking, oh, you're going to every tournament with a chance to lift the trophy yet, but considering this team, like a couple of months ago, felt like it was in a rough spot with getting everyone kind of caught up to speed and figuring out how you want to play. Feels like you're actually seeing a lot of the signs of progress from that, considering we were celebrating first map win not that long ago, and now suddenly it's like you're stringing together some great results. I saw, you know, you made it to the major as well, which is fucking sick. Like, I know, everything's kind of going nice for Complexity.
Yeah, honestly, that was a tough one too, just with our travel schedule, because we basically got home, some of us got home like 8 hours before we had to play the match in MRQ. So yeah, it was a bit of a struggle, but I'm glad we could do it. You know, obviously the games are a little sloppy in MRQ, but that's...
That kind of pump you up a bit, knowing as well, like you had no time in a way, right? Like you kind of just rocked up and did it.
Yeah, because obviously we're expected to beat the teams, but you know, with our circumstances, it makes it a little hard. So yeah, it's definitely nice, and the progress has been great. I mean, going into Bucharest recently, we had no expectations. You know, we were just trying to come in and see where we were in terms of the tier 1 teams, and well, I'd say we're a decent spot for Melbourne, so we're gonna keep it up.
No, man, that was sick. You guys finished what? Was it 4th eventually in Bucharest? So like that's a pretty legit run, I would say, as far as they go. How's it been getting Nix and 60 kind of caught up to speed?
Yeah, honestly, at first it was a bit of a mission. You know, there's a lot to catch them up on. We were losing like basically every EU scrim. Like honestly, we had a day where like if we win one scrim, we're gonna order pizza. But you know, now. And
you didn't win, and there was no pizza, so the day was ruined.
We ended up winning because Danny card carried and he wanted the pizza.
He really wanted that pizza. Respect.
Yeah, but I mean now we're doing good. Like we're winning a lot of scrims comfortably, I'd say, and you know, we're trying to figure out how to. You know, just build on our foundation, because you know a lot of teams are catching on that we're pretty aggro recently and stuff. So you know they're a bit more ready. So we got to figure out like different aggros or that type of stuff. But I mean overall it's been really good, and they've been slotting in pretty good.
I love that, bro. Last thing then. What's where do you want to go in this tournament? You want to get some time in front of the crowd? I feel like that's kind of the vibe.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with how we're playing right now, I think we definitely can. And I'd love to play in front of the Aussie crowd again, because Sydney last time was amazing. So, you know, I'd love to come back and, you know, have a good showing for them.
All right, bro. Right, brother. It was great talking to you. Respect, Grim.
Tell me a little bit about the grind. You guys had some time off since Lisbon. What was the main focus between that and Melbourne?
I mean, believe we had like a 4-week trip when we had Lisbon. Like we had four weeks off out on the road, I mean, and then after that we had a couple days off, just practice till now, and now we're here to play this tournament. We don't have anything after, so after this is gonna be like a small trip to home again to practice, go to Astana, and then like a bigger boot camp. So now just online practice and trying to improve on our weaknesses.
Yeah, everyone's talking about, Vitality has been the team of the year so far. They're one ESL tournament away from winning the Grand Slam too. But tell me why Navi could be the team that's going to get the first deny ever in the Grand Slam if you go up against them in the final.
I mean, just the fact that I feel like we've been doing the work this year to try to be in that scenario where we could reach the grand finals, and if we make it, I think that the whole team will feel the atmosphere being that we can win again, and show our strengths from last year. And I think that obviously Vitality is playing super good, but every team is throughout history sometimes you're gonna lose eventually, right? So yeah, the thing is that we just gotta keep believing.
I feel like I'm not the only one who says we wouldn't mind a replay of that Cologne Grand Final. That was a pretty sick one. Although for you with a different outcome, I'm sure.
That's true.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Alexi. Always a pleasure.
How are you guys feeling? What's the vibe like within the Mouse team right now? Is this going to be a trophy lifting moment, or?
Well, I mean, we are always still working. I feel like practice has been really good for us, but practice is practice. It doesn't really matter too much when it comes to officials. I feel like we are all confident right now. We put in the right work when we were home now, so we are ready for this tournament. Of course, our hope is to win the trophy, but we will take it game by game. Everyone here is hungry to win. And yeah, I mean, I hope that we can get as further as we can, basically.
All right, respect, man. I like this. I might start trying to speak to the rest of your team now, Exertion, because I don't want to use up all of your knowledge day one. I'm going to need to keep coming back to you throughout the event. So, respect, brother. We'll take a walk down here to the rest of the boys. Yeah, I don't want to. Spinks, I heard I can't speak to you. There is no filming sign over there. He's right, dude. Sorry. Play Like Torshi. You doing a season 2? Have you had any more offers for the Play Like Torshi course? People love it.
Yeah, actually I got some offers from Hollywood as well, like my casting and my acting skills were pretty good. Yeah. So I got some offers from Hollywood and yeah.
Okay. Yo, the thing that people don't realize in that Play Like Torshi thing, that was unscripted. You did everything just reacting. That was authentically you. Everyone's like, oh, whoever scripted this is funny. It's like, no, bro, he scripted this in his head, live, on air. That was great, man. Dude, you're bringing a nice smiley vibe today. Are you enjoying Australia?
Yeah, it's my favorite place, Melbourne. Let's go. My favorite place.
Let's go, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Back to the other topic. Actually, I was not acting that. It was it's a real me. Yeah. I'm a little bit toxic. Yeah. I don't like my teammates. They're always making mistakes. I'm the best. Yeah. Sertion is baiting me all the time.
Play like Torshi.
Yeah. Play like Torshi. Play like Torshi.
Do you think you guys have gotten over those hurdles? Is this the event that you guys have figured it all out for?
I think it's too early to say. I think we are doing the right steps, but very small baby steps. I would like the result to come earlier, but I think there is some key element. I think the way we played against Freedom Max in the quarterfinal in Bucharest was pretty nice. I think we gave 5 rounds away on 2 maps.
Yeah.
And then the next day we didn't play good until we came back against Falcons. So we need to make sure our B level is higher. Because I think I have seen our peaks as a team in moments of games where we play really, really good. And it's just trying to look at the positive a little more than the negatives the last few months to come good into the major.
Yeah, you guys got a 13-0 win. That must feel good. That must revitalize you guys for coming into this. How many 13-0s have there been on LAN in CS2 so far? Do you know? And was this anything close? Did you guys get anywhere close to this before?
I think we did one early in CS2, but just a month ago we got 13-0 by VP. So that showcased our level, right? I think most important thing is we just have to trust the process. I've been part of many different teams. The results right now is probably one of the hardest moments I've been in IGL, but I also believe with the players we have, the way we work, the way we see the game, we are getting closer to measure everything, and hopefully we have more 13-0s coming, not the 0-13s.
Do you think there's any I guess, any weight to the superstition, the conspiracy about the bald buff, that if you have one, you have the buff, but if you have two, it kind of cancels out?
Yeah, I thought about making Rain bald, but I'll see how much he wants to sacrifice his haircut for the team. You know, sometimes he had to sacrifice his roles, but we need him to sacrifice his hair as well.
Would you sacrifice? You're the in-game leader.
I can't grow mine out again, so no.
Oh, okay. Well, that does make a change. Okay. Well, you can get frozen.
Frozen not gonna happen. That hair is giving some aura, but
just get him. He's asleep one day. You just take the raise.
Take Reigns. He has to sacrifice for the team again.
All right. Fair. Okay.
You guys had some time off in between this tournament and Lisbon. So what was the focus?
Like you said, take some rest was the main focus for us, and after it was just to focus on our game as well, because we know people will look at us, so we need to bring like good energy into the next tournament. So what we did, so that was the main focus, and obviously the IEM Grand Slam. We talk a lot about this, but we don't put too much pressure on it as well.
Did you play in the arena in Australia before?
I don't think so. I think last time we lost 2-0 against FaZe, against Robs, we lost, and we go back home like the next day. So I don't think we did like playoff this scenario now.
Are you excited to potentially play in front of that Australian crowd? They get pretty rowdy out there.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play in this scenario. I mean now because always been tough to go through this playoff. So looking forward to go inside. Yeah.
Well, you guys have been breaking a lot of those bad streaks recently with this lineup. Is that Rob Sora?
Yeah, I think that's Rob Sora. I think with them we can go into playoff everywhere we go. So feels good.
Your former teammate from the G2 days, the guy that everyone wanted to see you playing alongside. Now you're back in this team together. How are you feeling, bro? Was this nice when you met up coming to this event? Did it feel good meeting up with Ilya again?
Yeah, I mean, it's super nice seeing him again, especially on the same team. Obviously, like when I was seeing him before, and we're not on the same team, it was a bit awkward. But now that like again we're on the same team, it's super nice to have him. Not just because he's the best player or one of the best players in the world, but also as a human being, as my friend. It's just super nice to have him on the team again. So there he is. I'm gonna let you talk to him now, and I'm gonna go and get some makeup.
Yeah. Go. How you doing, Ilya, man? You guys are on the same team again, you and Nico, bro. We spoke back at EPL. You were talking about how it felt weird in a way, like, you guys were still mates, seeing each other in different jerseys. Now you're back on the same team, bro. Is it a good feeling?
Of course, I'm so happy.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. Nothing much to say. Братан, пиздец, jet lag from in Australia.
When did you get in?
Yesterday, I arrived yesterday, and I didn't sleep the whole day yesterday. I mean, we had some practice as well, and I fell asleep in the evening. I don't even remember how.
Dude, the Falcons jersey looks good on you, man. It suits you. This is kind of a vibe. I'm starting to think you should have joined before him. Dude, I don't know. It's super cool to see you guys back on the same team, obviously. But how's it been gelling with everyone else, Because you knew Nico coming in. But what's it been like getting to grips with the rest of the gang?
Everyone's so nice. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I'm so excited, to be honest.
What's the atmosphere like in Falcons now that you're here? I can assume it's pretty good, because I don't know this for a fact, but there was probably a time where the vibe wasn't fantastic in Falcons. Things are a bit more alarm bells, whereas now it's a bit more celebratory with you coming in. You guys feeling quite fired up coming into Melbourne? Is it like a playoffs type tournament?
I don't know how it was before for them, but right now I feel everything is fine, Yeah, so, I mean, the vibe is good, atmosphere is good as well, and ready to rumble.
Yeah, ready to rumble? Yeah. All right, bro. I'm so excited to see you guys playing together. Bro, is there anything you want to say about like being back in this project? I know you've done a bunch. I saw you did a whole podcast with James and everyone already, so you've spoke a lot about this. But anything you're looking to throw out there? Is this going to be a #1 year for Monacy? Like, what's happening?
I don't know. I don't want to say anything. Just going to prove it with action. That's
just going to prove it with your action?
Of course.
Right. Respect, bro. All right, man. Good luck. Oh, this is cool, bro. Okay.
Sometimes I don't want to say anything.
All right, that's Monacy. And he's in Falcons now.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away crown! You're champions!
Become addicted to counter. It will take hold of you, and you will resent its absence.
He's gone off-road into hostile territory.
Why would he do that, Dad? Where are they taking him? Assemble the war boys.
Like it made it.
You will drink eternal, chewy with those. Mediocre.
I die. I push again!
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left. Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
275 kilometres away from the city of Melbourne stand the 12 Apostles. Fun fact, there was never actually 12 of them. Of the original 9, only 7 still remain standing today. They've estimated to have been existing for around 10 million years, or in other words, about as long as we thought it would take Falcons to lift a trophy. But not only have they done exactly that, they've also signed the second best player to come out of 2024, Monesi.
Speaking of Monesi, speaking of Melbourne, we are ready with some action taken down here at IEM Melbourne, and we may as well dive into it straight away, Yanko. Monesi coming into Falcons, Dexter out of the lineup. That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting. A couple of months later, perhaps, than the Falcons would have liked, but Monesi is finally in. For Dexter, a little bit unfortunate. Had his best tournament, was the MVP. Over in Bucharest, they managed to lift the trophy, but it's a nice send-off, and now, you know, you get Nico and Monesi back reunited, and just a very exciting prospect for the Falcons organization.
It's super exciting. I mean, it's everyone was speaking about, and we all thought it was going to happen sooner or later. Are you surprised by the timing, though? You know, just before the major, just after you do well at Bucharest, is the timing right for Monesi, and is the timing right for Falcons?
I think the sooner they could get it done, the better.
Okay.
It is a little bit strange that it's middle of the season, but you still get him before the major. He can play for them at the major, and I think you're going to be very excited about that. You know, I felt like if it wasn't going to get done now, it would only be at the end of the year when his contract expires, right? Like we saw with so many other players coming over on free transfers. So, yeah, I think they're excited that they get him before the major.
I mean, it's always exciting when you get to sign arguably one of the greatest talents the game has to offer. Now, we know Monesi's going to hold up to himself, but I'm more curious to hear your thoughts on the rest of the Falcons lineup. Do you think Monesi is a player that comes into Falcons and then elevate the players around him, or is it just him elevating Falcons by being, the player he is?
I think it's mostly by the guy that he is, right? To be fair, the way Dexter played, especially in the playoffs of Bucharest, it feels like Monesi is the only guy who can replace him. I mean, that's objectively available to the Falcons organization. So I think most importantly for Falcons, more so than Monesi arriving, is they play their best Counter-Strike in Bucharest. They look like a really solid team. They look like a team that can contend for championships. So you add Monesi to that, it on paper should just elevate their game and make them, even more difficult to play against.
Does that also remove any excuses now? Like if you're Sonic, you're the coach of Falcons, you now have Nico available, you have Monesi available. Does he have a team that is, as you said, championship quality now? And does that remove the excuse of them not performing anymore?
Yeah, I think definitely the pieces are there, right? We saw that Kixan can deliver individually and Cole on a good level. We've seen flashes from Tessis and Magus in their respective roles, right? You don't need pop-up games from those guys. You need them to just do their job, execute their role. I think they did that in Bucharest. Also one of the reasons why they were able to lift the trophy.
Now, speaking of roster changes, Monesi is not the only one coming into Falcons. There's been a couple of other roster changes taking place as well coming into the tournament. Demo coming in to play for Pain Gaming. Shuhei obviously joining Team Liquid. We saw them play in Bucharest. Wasn't necessarily the greatest start. Nedic coming in towards FlyQuest as well. I mean, the one that sticks out is obviously Monesi, but Shuhei to Liquid as well. You were in Bucharest. Not too great of a start for them.
Yeah, that's a huge change. Obviously, Twist relinquishing the in-game leader duties, but yeah, didn't look too hot in Bucharest. Granted, only a week of practice and whatnot, but it is going to be a challenge for Team Liquid, to get adjusted to Shui, and they don't have much time to get it done, right, with the major being around the corner. I think also just the rankings, man. When you start dropping in the rankings, I mean, you're gonna have to play the first game against Maus or Vitality? Like, how good is your run in the tournament going to be in that case? So they definitely need at least a couple of wins here in Melbourne.
They do need a couple of wins, and it will be exciting to see if Liquid can bounce back. A couple of teams that need some success here as well, given the fact they didn't make the major. I think there's one team that sticks out right here. Obviously, you have Big Saw not making the major. To me, not the biggest surprise, but Gamer Legion. As a team that in Bucharest they got to the playoff. How big of a disappointment is it to you that they weren't able to make it to the major?
I mean, it's a massive disappointment, and it just tells you there's nothing like the major or anything related to the major. In terms of the pressure, just talking to some of these teams during the media day as well, they're saying, the pressure is huge. Also, not to be forgotten, the fact that the coaches cannot be with the team and cannot be in the room when they play. For a team like Gamer Legion, that's going to be a big factor with Ash. It seemed like for Saw, it was a factor too. So having to play online best of ones, can we just please, it's MR12, for Christ's sakes, can we get rid of the best of ones, guys? Like, we get through these best of threes real quick. We're doing it all these tournaments now, 4 best of threes in a day. Valve, please, it's online. Just give us the best of threes, please.
Please, Janko, you're begging, and I'm with you on that one. Now, from someone who didn't make the major to someone who's arguably the favorite at the upcoming major, Vitality coming into this tournament, super hot. Obviously, they've been winning pretty much everything they've been touching this year so far, on a big win streak as well. And even more so important, if they were to win here at IEM Melbourne, Janko, they could take and clinch the Grand Slam.
Yeah, absolutely. Vitality, that's why they have their sights set on this tournament. I'll come to something else in a minute, but I was joking with Apex saying, do you think there's higher chances of you winning 2 Grand Slams this year or not completing the first one? Because in theory, if they win it here, there's 4 more tournaments with Cologne that they could win 2 Grand Slams. But yeah, the one that people don't think about, because look how dominant Vitality has been, right? It's crazy. And they're going to beat Astralis' record. And some of those are best of 1 for Astralis. I think it's exclusively best of 3s for the side of Vitality. So that makes it even more impressive. Is the fact that the one team that could jeopardize that is Navi, right?
Yeah.
Because Navi has 2. They don't have Cologne or Katowice, but, you know, if Vitality doesn't complete it in Melbourne or in Dallas and Navi ends up winning one of those 2 tournaments, then all of a sudden we could have a scenario where coming into Cologne, Vitality and Navi have 3 each, right? And if one of the 2 teams ends up winning in Cologne, they could complete the Grand Slam there. I know it seems unlikely to people, and everyone thinks, yeah, this is just Vitality's tournament. You know, everyone else is just here to compete for 2nd place, but you know, everyone loses eventually, and I think Navi is in for a good tournament here in Melbourne.
I think that's an excellent point. People sometimes seem to forget that when you're winning everything, there is a point where you start losing, and that could very well be this tournament for Vitality. However, probably not in the first game as they're taking on FlyQuest. Now, we have a lot of action going on both on Stream A and Stream B, so if you have an iPad, you have an extra set of computer at home, you can turn both streams on and follow all the action. The beginning of Stream B will be between struggling FaZe Clan and Pain Gaming, and we had Freya catching up with NQC heading into their first game.
Now, we've had a number of roster changes coming into IEM Melbourne, not least limited to Pain Gaming. I've got NQZ to tell us a little bit about Demo, the new addition to your squad. He's only 17 years old, obviously came from the Pain Academy. How much do you know about the process of getting him on board into the main roster?
I mean, for him, it's got to be an amazing experience playing with us and playing with the size of the tournaments. So it's going to be a great experience for us, and he's learning a lot. And he's a very dedicated person and a very humble kid. And I've been on his spot before, so I know how it feels to be playing for the first time this tournament. So I think he's loving it so far.
In terms of what he offers in-game, what were kind of the things that you guys noticed in order to promote him to the squad? What kind of attributes can we look for?
Of course, he has a lot to learn because he was playing in Brazil in an academy league, so the level there is way different from the level that we play right now. But he brought us a lot of firepower, and he's a very calm person in games, so different from Kawis. Kawis was a very active person, and he doesn't talk a lot. So right now, he brought to us the need to be more active, all of us, and we need to talk more. So yeah.
Obviously, it's an unfortunate situation that Big Zera can't be here with you guys, obviously the in-game leader for your team. What kind of effect do you anticipate that having on you guys this tournament?
Yeah, it's tough. It's a sad situation, but we all talked a lot about Big Zera's situation, and we can do nothing about it. So it's more about having fun here and trying to do our best. We know the odds are not really on our side, but trying to make a good tournament and make fun out of it.
In terms of who's going to be calling in those crucial moments and coming in with the game plans, who's taken on that responsibility on the team now?
I think not a specific person. I think that right now, since Bigu is not with us, of course Rix will talk a lot, but we all want to talk a lot. We all want to see how it goes, see how it flows.
Welcome to the 1x Bet on it. I'm joined by Janko, and your big brain, Janko, because I want to find out what's going on during IEM Melbourne. And we have the games on Group A in front of us, and we may as well start with Mouse versus Big as the opener. How do you see that panel?
If Mouse weren't the second best team in the world, this is exactly the type of a game that Big goes and wins.
Okay.
Right? I mean, they failed to qualify for the major in the MRQ. It was online. You know, you're thinking they're down in the dumps, but they got nothing to lose anymore. And it is the sort of derby of the German organizations in a way, or always a fiery matchup. So, yeah, I think Mouse is too good at the moment to really drop a game. I feel like Big could steal a map, potentially.
Okay. So you're saying 2-1 for Mouse?
I feel like that's fair.
I think that's a ballsy prediction. I think Mouse have been looking great, but you're right, Big are somewhat of a group stage warrior team, and as you said, they're coming with nothing to lose. So 2-1 for Mouse. Gamer Legion versus 3D Max. To me, that's an interesting one because I don't see the clear favorite in that one.
Yeah, true. I mean, Gamer Legion made their first playoffs in Bucharest at PGL, right? Then also failed to qualify for the major. I think that was one of the biggest disappointments of the MRQ. Right, but they've been slowly progressing. 3D Max also very disappointing in Bucharest in that game against FaZe Clan, right, getting 13-0 on the first map. Didn't look too hot, and it feels like both teams are looking for a bounce back here. Very difficult to call. I like Gamer Legion's style a little bit more. 3D Max a little bit too crazy for my liking. I'm gonna say 2-0. Why not?
2-0 for Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
That's a ballsy prediction. FaZe Clan versus Pain Gaming, Janko. I think FaZe Clan they're still not looking as good as we want them to. They have to ramp it up for the major. Are they ready to take on Pain?
I think they're definitely ready for this one, considering Pain's situation with their coach standing in for their IGL. They've also played each other in Bucharest. FaZe managed to come out on top, and they're not looking too hot, but they're good enough to take care of business there. And I think Pain, unfortunately, with the stand-in and also having Demo there probably for not too long either, I think that's a 2-0 for FaZe Clan.
Anything but a 2-0 would be a disappointment for FaZe Clan. Now, Complexity versus the Mongols. I think the most interesting opening game of that group. Tell me why.
Yeah, I think because Complexity and their recent run, right, online leading up to Bucharest, then they make top 4 in that tournament. Beating FaZe Clan along the way, having a couple of good games against G2 as well. And the Mongols failed to make playoffs, in the last 2 tournaments they've attended. So you're wondering, are they struggling? What's going on? Are they regressing? And I think, this is one where you can definitely see Complexity with an upset win.
Okay. Scoreline?
I don't know. It's it's hard to go up again. I think if they are going to beat the Mongols, it's going to have to be a 2-1 game.
Okay, interesting. I'm curious to see that one pan out as well. Now for Group B, we have a couple of cool opening games as well. I think the first one has a clear-cut favorite, Vitality taking on FlyQuest. Now, give me one reason why it's not going to be a 2.
Jet lag. That's the only thing I can. But Taiwo did tell me he slept for like 18 hours somehow. So I guess when you're on a 40-match win streak or whatever they are, you can sleep tight. The hardest task for FlyQuest, Vitality, best team in the world. They came here to complete the Grand Slam. I don't see anything but a 2-0 from them.
That's fair enough. It's hard to imagine anything but that. Vitality will be winning that game. Now for Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid. Liquid not off to a good start at PGL. Can they bounce back here?
Yeah, they played each other in the O2 game, I believe, and VP was able to come out on top. And Liquid didn't have that much time in between the 2 tournaments to practice with Shue, so it's going to be a tough task ahead of them. I do feel like they'll be able to win a map at the very least, but I have to go with Virtus Pro 2-1.
Virtus Pro 2-1, interesting. I think Liquid will look better here. Obviously, it can't get any worse, but for them winning the game, I don't see it either. Now, Falcons versus Saw. I think it's fair to say the Falcons got off to a pretty good run during PGL, now making a roster change coming in with Monesi. Big favorites versus Saw?
Yeah, it went from disaster class to master class for Falcons in that tournament, losing their MVP. After that, bringing in Monesi, obviously a superstar caliber of a player, and they played their best Counter-Strike, Falcons.
The change with Monesi coming in, you think?
At first, might be a little bit rough at first while he gets into the swing of things, but, obviously it's an upgrade for them, and against a team like Saw, you would expect them with this sort of confidence that they get also from lifting the trophy in Bucharest to take care of business, but Falcons aren't that clean in their wins. So I feel like Saw can steal a map away probably, and I'll go with 2-1 Falcons.
You're being very nice today, Janko. You're having a lot of close games in your mind right now. I see that happening as well, actually. Falcons could lose a map. Now, MIBR versus Navi. Navi, again, a team that I haven't really felt have hit their peak just yet. It's been a rough year for them. MIBR, though, is that going to be too big of a task?
I don't think so. It feels primed for a Navi resurgence. A couple of losses to them early on in the year have been to Spirit, against whom they've struggled throughout the iteration of this roster. They also lost to some other teams they're not supposed to, but I feel like against MIBR, they lost to them in a best-of-1 back at the major. It was the Insani game on Inferno where he was lights out. I think they'll definitely be out for blood and looking for revenge. I think we're in for a good tournament for Navi. I'm going to go 2-0 for Navi.
2-0 for Navi in that one, which gives us 4 winners in Group B, 4 winners in Group A. Now, you said it yourself, Vitality did come in with a simple goal in order to win it all. You think they will?
Yeah, I think Vitality is definitely a lock to go out of this group, also with how their bracket looks like. I don't know about the other side. You have Falcons and Navi, right, as the two main ones. And Falcons did come off of a tournament win, but again, I'm just feeling like Navi is going to have a good tournament. So I'll go with Vitality and Navi as the two teams to go through.
And same for Group A, obviously one favorite in Mouse, making it all the way through. You're looking at then FaZe, Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, the Mongols obviously are also a team that can definitely make it out of that group. I feel like that first game between Complexity and the Mongols, I'll take whoever wins that game with Mouse to make it through to the playoffs. So let's say for all the NA fans out there, Mouse and Complexity.
Still not full believe in FaZe Clan.
It's just been, Complexity beat them also when they played in Bucharest. Okay, then lost in the third place decider, but something just feels off with FaZe Clan. I'm not that confident in them. They don't have some of that grit that we've learned to love them for.
Well, we'll have to wait and see about that. Thanks for watching the 1xBet on it.
Now, Rain, obviously last time we were here in Australia for an IEM event at least, with Sydney back in 2023, which for you was a great event. You won it. You also got the MVP, right? So probably some fond memories of that one, yeah?
Yeah, it's always great to be here in Australia. I love the crowd, I love the atmosphere, so I'm excited to play.
In terms of how much FaZe has changed since that point, because just throwing it back to that, first ever CS2 event, you guys came in on such a terror form. How different do you see FaZe from, back in 2023 to this point in 2025?
I mean, of course, it's been a big shift in who's the top, right? And we still have some proving to do to be able to compete again. So I'm just looking forward to play. And even though it's just one lineup change, it's so much has changed since then. So yeah.
And in terms of how much Counter-Strike 2 has changed as a game, I know we still have some demands of things to be tweaked, things to be fixed, but how do you see the whole game having changed in that kind of year and a half period?
I think people just figure out how to play it differently. I think we got a little bit of a head start because we kind of lost focus on CSGO when it finished and just focused on the new game. And we think we got a pretty good head start in the start and people caught up. That's how Counter-Strike is, right? So, yeah.
In terms of saying, you love playing on the Australian crowd or in front of the Australian crowd, rather, how confident are you that you guys are going to be making it to top 6 here in Melbourne?
I go into every tournament trying to win, so I'm very confident, yeah.
I love that attitude. Thank you so much, Ryan, and best of luck in your game.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
We are just about to load up the action here at IEM Melbourne, taking on the first game between Complexity and the Mongols. Janko, had this game been a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, it would have been the most clear-cut favorite ever heading towards the Mongols. But the guys on the screen right here, Complexity, have had a bit of a resurgence and, as you said it, could very well potentially win this game. So what has happened with this lineup the past couple of months?
I think just their confidence is up from winning games.
Yeah.
First it was online in NA against weaker opposition, right? Then they come to Bucharest and they do it online as well. I mean, win a playoff game, right? End up being fourth, losing to G2 and FaZe Clan. I mean, some of the biggest names that we have in our scene. But I think for Complexity first, just the fact that they arrived and their trip here, I felt like they could have made it to the International Space Station sooner than they did to this tournament. I mean, what was this, like 48 hours to arrive to Australia for JT and Halzerk? I mean, there's jet lag, and then there's jet lag.
That is kind of crazy. Absolutely crazy in that sense, a long travel. Now, it's a cheesy question to ask as well, but do you think that's going to play in as a factor here in the first game? They've only been here for a day to recoup. We speak about jet lag. Players speak about jet lag as being an issue. Is that a valid excuse?
It's actually funny enough. I don't know about you, but during media day, when I talked to players, they were all feeling pretty good. But that's the trap card. It's like night 1, it's night 2 that's crucial, right? That's the one you need to sleep through. So we'll see how it goes for the teams. I would expect, after such a long trip, they would have definitely been exhausted and been able to sleep. But you can see, the level of opposition that they face, beating a team like Aurora in the quarterfinals, who was also one of the main favorites to win the tournament. I think for them, having a sort of a not unique style, but you can tell on CT side, they definitely like to fight. They like to be in your face, to disrupt you, not to the same extent 3D Max do, but they have an identity, and that's what I like. They don't just try to play like everyone else. They have their own style, and it's worked great for them in Bucharest.
And if you want to quantify that success that they've had recently, where do we look towards? Is it the individuals? Is it the lack of having a coach? Is it JT and his in-game leading skills? What is your initial take on where they find their success?
Don't hate on my coaches, man. They still are looking for one.
Coaches are overrated, man.
They have. Hey, shut up. They have their GM standing behind them in Graham. Yeah. But I think it was like any team, man. If you're gonna make a deep run, your players need to step up at some point, and your strategies and your team play can only take you so far. And you can see here it was pretty even across the board. Everyone had their moments, but it did feel like the key guys were Grim and Halzerk. I mean, Halzerk with some of the clutches, also with the AWP being very efficient, and then Grim in terms of the opening kills. He was just a stud. He was a machine, and I feel like if Complexity is going to have another good tournament, or if they're going to replicate what we saw in Bucharest, these guys cannot fall off in a significant way.
And that's my big question, because I agree with you. Halzerk had a great tournament in Bucharest. Grim stepped up for the occasion as well, but it has been kind of a story, especially for Grim, that he's a bit inconsistent. So does Complexity rely a bit too much on having their star player in Grim consistently delivering, which he hasn't been able to at pretty much any point in his career? Or where do you see the downfalls potentially lay for Complexity?
I think not more than any other team. I think their main problem, let's say, is they still need to expand their map pool, right? Okay. It's not like they necessarily only depend on Train, but it is very helpful when the map is in the pool for them to pick. Outside of that, it's Anubis, and then it gets a little bit more lost, but that's to be expected. I mean, they have two rookies, so to speak, when it comes to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, so I'm sure with time that's going to get even better for them.
It's gonna get even better for them. You can see it on the Valve global ranking as well, ranked 13th, part of the major. It's been quite the turnaround for a team that started off the season was losing 7 or 8 games in a row, even some of the online games they couldn't win. So heading in against the Mongols, you said it yourself, you had them in the 1xBet prediction as well, being like a team that can potentially take down the Mongols, they can potentially win this game. So how likely is that to happen?
I mean, I think the Mongols are still a slight favorite. The problem is, I don't really know what's going on over there, right? Okay. Like the last 2 tournaments, they don't make the playoffs. You could argue Blast, it's, Tier 1 opposition, no shame in losing to some of those teams. But then you go to Bucharest, you lose to a team like Apogee, 2-0, you don't win a map, right? You lose to 3D Max in the opening game. I'm worried that maybe the Mongols have hit their ceiling. Maybe they're just content with where they're at, getting some of this prize money, getting some of the sticker money, right? They're a very young team, so you wonder if the maturity is there, if the hunger is there, if the motivation is there to really take that next step, right? And we've seen the Mongols make roster changes when things have been improving and when they were trending upwards. Now they're trending downwards. So you wonder if this is another tournament where they don't make the playoffs. Is the roster change imminent?
I think it's fair if the Complexity camp is smelling a bit of blood in the water, and that's why we had Freya catching up with JT heading into this game to figure out whether or not the confidence is still high in the Complexity camp.
JT, great to get to catch up with you once again here in Melbourne. Obviously, you guys come off the back of the MRQ, but also Bucharest, where you guys finished 4th, which I feel like is a pretty decent result for the team. Can you kind of tell me what fell into place at that particular tournament to allow you to bolster that result?
I think the easy answer is we just needed some time. From the beginning of the year, we just needed time to get the team in order, get everyone on the same page, and just show it in Bucharest, and we can just keep it up.
Obviously, another big storyline with the team is your coach, TC, obviously departed. I feel like from the outside, it seemed like you guys had quite a close relationship. Can you tell me the immediate effect that has had on you in terms of that departure?
I think the biggest thing is just having to do more work, just outside of the game, like anti-stratting, preparing for matches and practice and stuff like that. Yeah.
How, in terms of how you're handling that, is there anybody else that's kind of supporting you? Any of the other players kind of stepping up to help you cope with that preparation?
Yeah, I mean, everyone on this team right now is just working really hard. Like, we're all putting in a lot of hours. And so I think for all of us, like, we're all just putting in a lot of work. So it's just, it's more of like a team effort.
Is there anything specifically that you found kind of challenging about having to take on those kind of additional responsibilities? Anything that TC was previously doing for you that you're kind of having to learn as a new thing now?
I mean, I think it's just a combination of everything. I can't put I can't like name something specific. Just a combination of everything.
Well, thank you so much for your insight. And yeah, best of luck in your game.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much, man. See you later.
Well, I think that we have it, Janko. Coaches are severely overrated in this instance for JT. They're seemingly doing fine without one for now. Maybe, most likely, they'll find one at some point. Now, for the Mongols, you said it yourself, they've been stagnating. They haven't really been looking great as of late compared to where we wanted them to go. And that brings up the question, for me at least, when you look at the Mongols, right? You look at the lineup, you look at what they have to work with. Isn't it fair enough that they stagnate at some point? I guess not all teams can continue to improve at all time. You know, if you can stabilize around 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in the world, isn't that good enough for the Mongols?
Well, that's the big question, is it, right? How do they feel about it? And I think you're onto something there. You know, teams experience slumps. That's normal, but that's where you find out who you really are, right? Like when you do regress a little bit, and you're right there if you were the Mongols, right? All that was left was winning arena games and maybe lifting a big trophy or beating, you know, a Mouse or a Vitality on a big stage in a big arena. And now you're not even making those playoffs. So what happens next? That's where we will see who the Mongols really are, and can they become a contender team. And that's why this series is also so important, getting off to a good start. As we get into the map, Veto, I don't think there'll be too many surprises here. I think they could definitely anticipate the Anubis pick from Complexity, with Train being out of the picture. Then for Mongols, it was between Inferno or Ancient. I feel like they go for Ancient here, Complexity picking the T side, and they do get Inferno as the decider. That's a little bit surprising. Complexity with vetoing Dust 2 themselves, that also hasn't been great for the Mongols. So either they just feel confident in their Inferno and the matchup against the Mongols, or they really hate their Dust 2, because I think Mongols would have banned it if it was still in the pool. So maybe you could have gotten away with banning Inferno and getting Nuke. I think that could be slightly better for Complexity.
It potentially could have been. I think it's an interesting map pool for both teams. Anubis, Ancient and Inferno to decide the first game taking on here at IEM Melbourne. A very important game. As you said, Janko, loser will go down to the lower bracket, whereas winner will be closer to the ever-behold playoff. We have two lovely voices ready to take you through the action in Chad and Alex. So take it away, please. Kick off IEM Melbourne.
Well, that would be fun. That would be a pleasure. Looking forward to starting off a tournament, Chad, on home soil for you. How often do we find ourselves in Oz? It's nice to be joined by an actual, authentic, a real-life Australian in Australia.
Prove it.
I have got your birth certificate. I just left it at the hotel.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, we'll get that. We'll send a runner out as Graham Messioso Pitt, the man, the myth, the legend, sits idly by, and so does Mara. The game's not live. We're not ready to get underway just yet, so we'll sort out a few little doohickeys and get things ready and raring to go. The change of music, that's my favorite part.
Oh yeah, that's better.
I need to come up with better terms for this. Is this like pensive?
That's a good word for it.
Because a lot of the time I would use the wrong vernacular for the type of music, and I think this one is
pensive.
A little bit. This one lands a little bit better.
Yeah, no, it works. It works. And I'm also still kind of reeling and processing what the desk has just been discussing as to this upswing in Complexity, new old logo, and of course new results. They've been performing very well. It's kind of like Complexity and Mongols is two sides of a coin. You've got the team that was previously kind of looking like they were set to break into the top 5, and now Complexity are the ones coming into this one as a debatable fave.
Recency bias in Counter-Strike is everyone's favorite breakfast.
Yeah,
so,
I love that.
Look, I think the key with Complexity was it was a baptism by fire at the start of the year. It was a new roster. It was a couple of kids who have never played top-tier Counter-Strike against the Europeans before, thrown into really big events. And then from there, they got knocked down. They were grinding. I think they won 12 maps in a row at some point when they were grinding European tournaments, and then able to get into good form in Bucharest, which admittedly doesn't have all of the best teams. So a really good opportunity to strike in that environment. And that's what they did. One of the factors for them is they were a bit of train merchants. It's a map that they have definitely made their home turf. They're not getting it today. They didn't get it in all of the series over in Bucharest. But in the ones they did, they were able to pick up victories. So if they're able to take on Mongols and then get a matchup where Train can come into play, look at Complexity looking hot on that. The two new boys, Nyx as well as Sixy. Sixy we had seen previously for a smaller stint. The likes of Nyx I'd literally never heard of before.
Yep.
As we can see, headphones are off on the Mongol side of the server, so just want to get that sorted out. And the Mongols, in terms of, they're on a downswing, I would say they're treading water. I think them getting to the playoffs and showing that good form, they have the same issue as Aurora, which was known as Eternal Fire previously before they changed the organization. Their biggest issue is getting reps in stage matches. Now, Mongols not being able to make it to those stage matches, that's where the problem really lies. Now, we were talking about the constant grind for Eternal Fire. We weren't really doing the same thing with the Mongols, but they were attending almost every event, if not every event as well.
So fatigue and all of the other byproducts of committing to a very busy schedule.
And they don't have veterans in the same way. This roster doesn't have a Woxic, doesn't have a Zentaris, doesn't have a Madja.
Yeah, true.
So when
even
you're
if
comparing
Zentaris did look like the guy that was most affected by it.
Yeah, well, apparently it's Blitz. What are you hiding from us? What's going on?
I don't know. Oh,
what's he doing?
I don't know.
Can we get production? Can we get a shot of the row?
Is he okay?
Like the whole row? I know we're playing Silly Buggers right now. Techno's in the middle.
Techno's in the middle. Techno new IGL confirmed.
Well, I know you're joking.
I am.
But maybe you shouldn't be joking. Because I'm not.
I see that JT's in the middle. I know that Snacks sits in the middle.
I'm going to go and look at a picture from the last event they're at.
Okay, I see you.
No, because I'm starting the conspiracies early.
Yeah, I see you. Okay, get cooking, get cooking. Can you find a picture of Mongols in a row prior to Melbourne? It's a race against Chad. He's on his way.
Where's Wally?
Yeah, it's like a fun, not orienteering, cyber orienteering. No, still doesn't work.
This is them not looking happy.
There's a lot of pictures of that. That's from the Bucharest event.
Yes. Okay, this is down the road.
There we go, what we got?
Blitz is in the middle.
Oh dear.
Blitz was in the middle.
Oh my god.
Alex.
Oh my god.
Alex.
Techno IGL confirmed. Everyone make the threads.
Well, okay, it went Mazinho into 910.
Yeah.
Into Blitz.
Yeah.
Then
So Techno and Blitz have swapped, I think. Techno used to be on the end. I remember all those shots. He's like looking down the row, smiling after his little clutch on Ninja Diffuse.
Oh no.
Well, rumor mill aside, okay, cast your conspiracies away because it's time for some Counter-Strike. We're going to be getting into this one. Anubis to start us off. Complexity taking on the Mongols. That's right, we have Mongolian Counter-Strike clashing with North American Counter-Strike. God, 2025 is a lot of fun. Let's see what Nyx can get going on that Canals test. And Mazinho, he was positioned in a dream position to deal with an A main aggress. And a lot of CT aggression across the map. It costs Sixy his life. Techno brings him down and seizes and scoops up all of that mid-control.
All right, we can take a pause for the moment. No rush about this. I know that they've been prodded towards A main. There's been the fights towards Dark. Nyx knowing he needs to try and draw a kill back. If he doesn't find that, he gets info, and more info plays on the way.
Grim's so low, though, it's going to be very hard to get output from his dual Berettas. He still manages, but Halzuk was not an easy find for Techno. One bullet would do it. How is Grim still alive? His movement is hard to track. He does a lot of damage, but Techno gets his 3, and they'll get this round. Bomb goes down in the 1v4. What's Nyx's objective here? I mean, I guess shoot heads.
Die.
Yeah, die is nice, too. Be nice if you took a couple of extra Mongols down. Look at the damage your teammates had done. Grim very close to finding a second on his dual Berettas despite that low HP, but Nyx has got nothing
Still undetected.
Here. Yes. Yep, silver linings and all that. Not dead onto the first bullet. Does get a chance to snap into Mazinho for a little extra damage.
Okay.
The economical variety.
Well, that's a nice little start to things for the Mongols. Complexity of old. This is the one with Elige and Floppy. Where's Floppy now? That's what I've been asking myself day in, day out. Where is Floppy? They were not too shabby on Anubis, so you can understand why that's still towards the tippy top of their map pool along with Train. It is going to be the force buy. So wanting to tussle for the economic control early. Going to start this time 3 towards B. Early harass nade lands. Just going to lick up Nyx. For going middle.
Con Smoke late. They were throwing out that stairs nade that does do some chip damage to Mazinho. Smoke will obfuscate the scout.
Oh, you want to keep moving if you're Hauser for sure. Give yourself an opportunity to find another tag. Well, 60 drops out of smoke. That'll slow proceedings for now, but still plenty of time on the clock.
Interesting late camera nade, just trying to catch someone in transition back towards mid from A or vice versa.
It's going to be how long can they block them? Well, they have one smoke left on Nyx, and then otherwise it's going to come down to a stack.
Booty. Thank you.
He needs to get this molly out.
Mid control util from Blitz. Window smoke, doors molly. Who's going to be taking that space in that time frame? Are they even going to bother? Yeah, it looks like they're starting to walk contact mid now. It's such a gamble from Cole. I suppose that they're essentially hoping that Nyx, if Nyx does anything on A, maybe you talk about a retake, but realistically, it's a gamble B. And there you go.
Round over. Okay, well, should just be the save. They can waltz on in. We can see that the side is open. They don't know that, so still going to be diligent about things are the Mongols. Blitz leading the charge with the MAC-10. But at least this gives you a competitive third round of play. So for Complexity, if they're able to take down a Galil or an AK, carry that through to the next, that'll be a nice little bonus. Mainly, we would not like to give away too many of these upgrades. So a steady start for the Mongols. And we can go a bit more big picture right now. Take a look at where we find ourselves. Group A to kick things off. Running simultaneously with this one, we will have FaZe versus Pain. Unfortunately for Pain, they do have Rick standing in for Big U0, which is very unfortunate.
I mean, you lost your captain, your veteran, your everything. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Not only does he call the shots, he makes massive plays, and he can be a very talismanic player for the team if he's on, right? He can win maps with the maneuvers
Plus,
that he makes.
Plus, you're integrating a new player. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's just, they've been shoveled a sandwich. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it depends on the sandwich if you need a shovel for it.
I don't know. It might be a big sandwich.
You could make a sandwich with a shovel.
To be honest,
you could butter the bread with the shovel.
Melbourne is so hip. They probably serve sandwiches on shovels.
You could cut a sandwich with a shovel.
You could,
but
a sharp shovel.
You couldn't cut a shovel with a sandwich.
Depends if the shovel was made of sandwiches.
Wow, okay, now we're cooking.
Okay.
We've also got Mouse versus Big. That's the second game on the mainstream, and then 3D Max versus Gamer Legion. That rounds out your Group A. One of the key little focal points that we need to keep in mind for everybody playing at home is in the opening stage of Group A and B, you definitely do not want to lose the match. If you drop down to the lower bracket, only one team will be able to make it through from the lower bracket of each group, whereas two teams make it through the upper. So you win this one, and then essentially you're playing for a spot in the arena. Whether that's semis or quarters, that's a question for a later date. Tuesday. Well, no, that'd be Wednesday. Tuesday's the match to get into the arena.
Who you got for 3D Max Gamer Legion?
There's a little bit of a phenomenon that's going to be going on in Melbourne. You have three teams, Big, Gamer Legion, and SAW. They are the only three teams at this event, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, that didn't qualify for the Austin Major. So they have a little bit more lightness about them at the moment. You've kind of been liberated by failure, and you're almost kicking yourself a little bit. So I think looking at the big game, I feel like they could even take a map off of Mouse because of that factor. And then Gamer Legion, 3D Max. I think 3D Max's aggression can work against teams of similar ranking to them, which I would say Gamer Legion are. But when they get up against the mega elites, that's when it struggles. So if it's heads up CS and PR's not jet lag, because I really like what that kid offers in the server, Rez has been looking good too, I'd go with Gamer Legion.
You would? Okay.
I think Gamer Legion are probably more complete as far as on meta Counter-Strike goes. That's not to mean that I don't like what 3D Max do, because I do, but you asked me who I thought would win.
That's fair, and I appreciate your answer. Yeah, well, I also suffer from play-by-play caster bias.
Okay.
Where aggressive CT sides are very entertaining for a play-by-play caster, which is why 3D Max are certainly a team I'm excited to see.
And they're French.
And they're French, of course.
You got a soft spot for the French?
I do like the Frenchies. And as a Brit, that's almost blasphemy.
Yeah, but don't worry. They're all asleep right now.
That's true. What time is it there? I don't know.
In the UK?
Yeah.
I think we have an 8-hour time difference from Europe, so that would be
so call it
9-hour time difference. Yeah. So it's 3:25 a.m. right now in Central Europe.
Okay.
Which would mean it's 2:25 in the UK. I did put out a PSA tweet for everybody about 10 hours ago saying if you go to bed now, you can be on the sleeping schedule for IEM Melbourne.
That's smart. I don't want to say that I'm actually king.
Don't say it.
No.
If you don't say it.
Right.
I will say that I believe it takes 2.5 to 3 days to beat jet lag coming from Europe to Australia.
I'm on day 2.
Okay, so you've had you landed late, and then you had dinner, and then you slept.
Yes.
You had a full day of activities yesterday. You didn't nap.
No nap.
You slept, And you didn't check your phone when you woke up?
Nope. Woke up at 7:30, no alarm.
And then tonight will be the true test.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
Don't get cocky.
I can feel the cockiness growing. I've been trying not to count my chickens, but I can't stop. I'm counting the cocks.
Well, Senzu's arm is apparently 100% now. He did break it. Now he's showing that it's not broken at all. He's actually doing the Beyblade strategy. If you build up enough inertia, you can carry that through the rest of the game.
Did you know that there is a build in Beyblades, competitive Beyblading?
Like IRL?
That's illegal. It's illegal because it's too powerful.
How can you have a too powerful?
So
Wouldn't everybody run it?
Well, that's why it's banned.
So it's a perpetual Beyblade?
Well, no, there was a particular design from a particular year in the Beyblading universe.
Oh, I see.
Where the base, like the weighty plate, was designed in such a way that it just, as soon as it makes contact, it decelerates your opponent, and you don't take any deceleration, so you're just always going to outspin, and it's very boring. They just kind of sit there and you wait 5 minutes for yours to keep spinning and theirs not.
So it's kind of like having a Zywoo.
Yeah, well, you're calling Zywoo boring?
No, I'm calling him all-powerful.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, all-powerful. That's what I was going for. We went to an AFL. Oh, have I spoiled that?
No, that's... Oh, you can say that. You put a thing on your Instagram.
I did, yeah. We went to an AFL game. For those of you that don't know, that's Australian football. You know how the Americans made up their own football and called it football? The Australians have done that too. And it was a lot of fun. It's so very obviously a bunch of Australian guys who've sat in a park at one point and said, all right, so if I bounce it, right, and if I kick it just far enough, you can catch it, and then you can't touch me, mate. You can't touch me. And I can see how it all came together of just a bunch of blokes in a park kicking a ball and saying, no, but new rule, okay? If I hit the post, so it's not as cool as when I didn't hit the post, so it's only one. I can hear it all. I can hear the whole
You'd
combo.
think it's harder to hit the post, wouldn't you?
No, because what happened is he did a long range one, aimed for 6, hit the post. He goes, mate, that's not as cool as the one I did. I didn't touch the post. That's 6 for me. It's 1 for you.
The accent's getting better.
It
is getting better.
I'm marinating.
Normally it starts going South Africa.
South Africa.
And with JT in the server, I'm sure he could clarify, but that was pretty good.
And that is very good. The time is moving again. Counter-Strike might continue, guys.
It's funny how we can stop time in the Counter-Stricken, but...
Counter-Stricken, that sounds cool.
Messioso with a word to maybe one of his minions. I'm not sure. Keep your eyes on Graham Pitt.
He's lived many lives.
He knows the ins and outs of the league operations, now tournament management. All right, back underway. If you missed it, pissed around to Mongols. Clean and easy. Forced by win, just had to take down Nyx as they gamble stacked over towards B, and they get the double dip, same setup, or at least similar. A main control could hustle in very quickly with an A execute. Won't be cancelled. Deep nade from Sixy right down the back boots of Mazinho.
Okay, this is actually shaping up nicely. Really nicely for Cole. Okay, indeed. Nice from the combination of the pistols. He's overcooked it there. Saved by a nice shot. Desert Eagle brings its level, 3 versus 3, and there's more bodies on the site. JT now found out, playing a dangerous game around the flame. Does manage to relocate, swings back in. Missed shot confirmed by the Mac-10. It's the Halzerg Scout. Delivering one, making it interesting. Still a threatening round for the Mongols if they can just bring down JT on those stairs. Grim, however, with the flank combination with JT. Col on the board. That second bite of the cherry, and it is sweet.
So they went to play roulette. You know, first time around the spin landed on black. The next time they went, oh, well, we'll put it on red this time, and it landed. So, yeah, a B gamble stack into an A stack and some nice shooting. I'm curious as well to see if we do get the pesky AUG being invested upon a lot by these cold individuals. That was something for players at home to note when they saw Complexity. I think top 4 over there in, well, actually third place. They went the decider. No, they came 4th.
Grim was very fast on that flank. Did he just go to pivot mid immediately and drop? I don't know how he ended up so quick.
Well, they stalled them in, right? Yeah. So he was. They were so focused fire forward that he was able to get that flank in.
He's re-aiming this boost. Nice try.
Still money for this Mongols buy back. So the AUG that I discussed is out in play immediately.
Oh, there you go.
I think on train when you see them use, you're like, yeah, okay, there's a lot you could do with that. But also if you're anchoring down B and they're going to go for contact fights, something that the Mongols like a lot of.
And you're playing angles like that.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay. Well, Halzerg and Grim are the 2 players who can completely control matches for Cole. Jason Lake's coming down under.
Is he?
Yeah, he was on the Twitter sphere about it. Wanted to know where all the good parties were at and what type of shoe that he needs to use.
Well, we don't wear shoes in Australia. Got to know the rules here. Dogs out.
2-man advantage now. Still looking for this B split.
Kept at bay, 45 and
60
counting.
flank.
Temple smoke, flank does connect. It's good work back from 910. He relieves that pressure. That will force Grim out. He has to move. And he commits to a fight in the flames, losing a lot of health. Finished off by 910. They do need to get into this bomb site. Good work from JT's Galil. It comes down to a 1v1. Nyx is close. Bomb, the pressure on 910. He has to scoop it up, and as he transitions backwards, Nyx just brings the fight to him. Solid work for Cole for a second consecutive.
Yeah, confident counter-strike there. They break the money. Now they should be able to take the lead. It needs to be the eco coming out of the Mongols, even though that did come down to a one-on-one. It is going to be interesting to see what's with the seeding change, because Techno's not... There we go. Now he's talking. I was going to say he didn't look like he was talking. It's going to be hard to diagnose, isn't it?
No, I'm not ready to accept it.
You don't want to talk about the grandmaster. Is he a grandmaster?
He's a master.
He's some type of a master.
He's a master of some description.
The chess man.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's that eco. This one would be tough loss for the Mongols early. Now is just map number 1. We do have Ancient, their map pick, coming up next, and Inferno is the third and decider. So this one does feel like it has legs to it. One of the more competitive opening round matches throughout Groups A and B. And yeah, this is really nice to see. Understandable trade back, but if you're seeing confident swings out of Cole, right, one of the factors from them getting to grind online and winning so many maps in a row, and I discussed at the start of the year, Sixy and Nyx got thrown into, hey, play against the absolute best Counter-Strike players in the world and do good, right? Because you lost to Liege, you're trying to plug a massive gap. Well, it took them a while to acclimatize and understand, what playing in top-level CS is like, and they've been able to do so in Bucharest. If they can carry that form across here, and very positive.
Well, as someone that believes in magic, Chad,
okay,
and vibes.
Yep, magic and vibes.
I believe that you can make up for the gap Liege left by compensating with just better vibes.
Okay.
And right now, I think the vibes are at an all-time high. Yeah, let's have a look. CT's bringing the fight. Grim and Hauser combination. And Mongols, all three committed to B main. They might accelerate. They're going to be feeling that noose tighten around their neck. The potential for CTs to have hoovered up space, potentially flanking all these gaps they no longer cover. And you can see that that's already being tended to. Techno dispatched towards middle as they freeze. Hoping to catch an overextending CT. 9-10 and Blitz. I like this kind of firing range setup. One high, one low.
This is a perfect round, though. You could see Nyx there lining up the aggressive T-Stairs smoke from spawn. They go for a full aggressive maneuver. Everybody makes their kills. Now they drop back into something where they can play off of one another. So Techno is trying to buy them a little bit of room, give them something to work with. The fact he's through mid to doors, he's called Blitz and 9-10 back to join him. Now, if Techno smokes this off, he can get through an isolator 1v1 against JT on A, and his teammates aren't too far behind.
Yeah, there's legs to this. It's a nice pivot. It's exploitable, and as soon as that smoke lands, I want to know what JT's reaction is. Do you just play retake? Do you play for one?
They may as well smoke. I don't know why they wouldn't use it.
He's actually going to peek him. This is what Nyx has been waiting for. Oh, Blitz wins it out. That's an early warning sign for JT. They're very low. Doesn't have that HE, but just going to try and catch a timing. Awkward. Very awkward. Fumbled by JT and Nyx. And now that 3v5 falling into enemy hands. Hauser claws one back. One will be planted.
Sixy's quick on the flank.
Blitz 1 HP. Hauser swings out, being baited by his teammate, but now Grim's position is noted as well. Nice reposition and a headshot from 9-10. Sixy, he has to save them. The HE could and will find Blitz, so it makes it a 1v1. Smoke on the bomb, pressure applied. This is awkward for 9-10. He's done very well so far. He's just going to try and bait him out with the defuse. HE to break, swings on through, can't clean it up. 9-10, impact to save him, and a 3v5 fumbled by Cole.
I'll give you all the preview of what the death segment's going to be. Yanko's going to request that round. He's going to sit down and he's going to say the same problems that used to plague Complexity when Floppy and Leisure on their roster are still persistent. That was a 5v3 number advantage that happened within the first 10 seconds of the round, and then they end up fumbling it.
But who do I point the big finger at?
I think JT should have got a kill there. He did flub his lines, and then at that point it's a 3v3 retake of the A site, which is never easy.
Curiosity here.
Killed the cat.
Yeah, could he have straight up just, if he didn't feel confident in the fight for whatever reason, could he have just like sat storage and just come in late heaven when his teammates were closer?
Yeah, he could have played retake. Yes, he would have had time to pivot, I believe, but that's a classic Complexity fumble right there.
Oopsie doopsie.
Let's see, though, if it sows more seeds of doubt or if they can bounce back. Maybe those vibes.
Yeah, right. I'm counting on them. The vibes, that is. We're going to have an MP9 SMG bonanza here. Mazzinho's Mac 10.
Oh,
and
wow.
Mazzinho's nade does 100 damage to two of them.
Was
Sixy and Nix just get heavily chipped.
Considering the way that was thrown, that couldn't have gone any better.
Oh, Alzerk's very low. An aggressive AWPing maneuver that does not connect. JT, a free frag. Great placement of the crosshair there for Senzu. Didn't have to adjust. Hang on. Grim gets a bit cheeky with it, staying nimble on the MP9. Does swing on out to 910. This is not a fight for you, but he's trying to catch that window. He's coming for you. Senzu's ready and does deliver. Looks good now for another round for Mongols. Damage, but sure, we're seeing a lot of damage, not much conversion of that damage, and Alzerk does finish off what Sixy started, but the round is done.
Yeah, you're not saving that. I don't think they'll allow him to hold on to this. Once the bomb gets planted, I think Senzu, low HP, can just keep the AWP, but Techno's already hunting. Noisy with that as well, so Alzerk going to be tracked down by Techno, going to catch him 3, 2, 1, and that one is done. So Mongols into the lead, 4-3. So they've made good on what happened earlier within the game, losing to the second round 4-spy, well, the double dip of the 4-spy. Now it's going to be what is likely an eco for Cole. They only have 2.5k at the high end. Kills just coming their way quite easily, isn't it? So Mazinho gets one and the stereo frag on the other side of the site. So side 2 get some heat right now. The Mongols. Now T-sided map. They're the ones who are going to have to work a little bit harder for a bigger bag. So nade from JT and swing connector. Yep. There's ideas to it. Nice little spray there from Senzu. It's not just everybody go to a position and hope you get a kill. But JT, after the nade, they will know where he was. He's reposed extremely quickly. Finds himself over towards B, but this one is done.
Yeah, I'm currently in the market for like CT aggression ideas. You know?
Okay.
Because I've fallen into the trap where I realize that CT side where everyone's just like, I play B, I play mid, I play A, and you just sit there and you lose.
Yeah, okay. So it's going very well for you out there.
I much prefer it if it's like, you know, it doesn't matter what it is. Someone presents an idea for early info. Like, oh, let's push B main, or I'm going to contact walk mid on the timing, or I'm going to be flashing out of A, whatever it is, or the AWP goes A and this goes, blah, blah, blah. An idea every round on the CT side just because of the way the map's designed. Well, are we swinging con? Are we double nading stairs? Are we doing just someone presents something? Are we smoking stairs? Are we dropping out the window? Are we doing something Aggie? I'd like to see what those ideas are so I can fill in my shopping list of what a CT side can do, what those ideas can be from the various players.
A suggestion came through from the original map designer about how to change this, about removing rugs, I believe it was. That was a curious one. Well, they've conditioned with that aggressive smoke, but this time not going to push. Well, no, they are. Wow. They are. Just going to stand and bang. 9-10. Dropped down extremely low, but has the AWP, so not the end of the world. Very brittle. Can't sustain any damage to a nade. Techno outside B, Blitz middle, Senzu working up Mazinho outside A. So this is the default setup, and after the initial jaunt, Complexity aren't up to anything aggressive themselves. 3 players around middle, however. Grim, Nix, and Sixy to try and deal with Blitz.
So that flash connected. Sixy's position noted. They'll flash in. Anti-flash, though, was Blitz. Gonna burrow into that smoke and catches Blitz on the clear. Really nice start for the CT side, and JT builds upon it, catches that B-lurk. 3v5, Chad, they can't let this one go.
Wow, this time 9-10 is already starting the round very low. And the gap previously was middle, so it's going to be tough. I said I liked what Complexity did before. They got the opening kills and then they peel back. You need to play for info. You can't be committed to these fights.
Needed that.
And JT does convert. The round should go with it. Maybe a save, right? We're still, I wouldn't say we're early on, but we're at that midpoint. And if you do lose another round in a row, then the finances can be a problem. Then you're having a look for this. He's going to creep in through connector.
See how his placement is versus Halzo. Nice work. So you can see how the CTs are constantly moving.
I think it's just CS2,
isn't it?
Right? Whether it's the game itself or it is Counter-Strike now being like, okay, well, the pre-em of players is so good that you need to constantly be actively on angles to force out readjustments.
Yeah.
It's probably a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B, and then a column C to do with networking that I have no idea about. But yeah, that is the game these days. You can't sit still. Now, you were looking for options, Alex. I've got a bunch of them here at IEM Melbourne. Which one of these do you like the sound of the most? This is the 5th installment of IEM in Australia. Vitality here for the Grand Slam, which does mean the giant killer bonus is available if they make it to the Grand Final.
That would be cool. We've never had that.
Yeah, we've never had that. And the last 2 Grand Slams were won in Malta in smaller studio-style crowd, so it would be cool to do it here in Melbourne where it's sold out. We've got Maus looking for their 4th straight final since their debut with Spinks.
How about this?
Yep.
Falcons make it to the Grand Final. Nico Monesi crying tears of joy.
After not practicing at all.
Yeah, 0 practice.
Okay.
Vitality, they go up 2. Is it a best of 5 final?
It is a best of 5
They
final.
go up 2-0 Vitality.
You want a reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep. Monacy and Nico lifting the trophy, tears in their eyes.
Who are the other 3 players on Falcons again?
Oh, Tessus, Kixon, and another guy.
Magisk.
Yeah, that guy.
So, but really, yeah, they could maybe 2v5.
Yeah. But Nico and Monacy are on the team.
That's true. I have
Not
that
wrong.
here as well.
I've
It
written that
says
down,
Monacy
right?
reunited with Nico
There you
in the
go.
Falcons jersey.
I've called it now.
Well, Mara took a timeout. They had a conversation, and we're back underway. This is direct.
This is scary, JT. JT, dead, deleted. Grim only the 1 claw back. It's 9-10 with the double kill, and already the B site is theirs. Now, these are unfavorable retakes on the best
one way
of
to put
times. Whether or not you even give it a look, and I just don't feel like you should waste all your resources.
I think at this point, we're looking at only 1,900 loss bonus going into the next for complexity.
Right, he's put the rod in the water.
Yeah, the rest of
There's
his
a
team are
bomber.
already saving, so it's safe for Halzerk from here, right? He can take a fight and he should be able to get out unless it's an absolute banger of a shot hit. So just looking to contain and maybe do a bit of financial damage. As mentioned, 1,900 is the loss going into the next, so Cole really need these guns. They can't go for this, they can't risk it, they can't give it away. Good map from 9-10, up to 12 kills. We got Rushley on the 1s to 0s. We got J-Raz giving you all the beautiful context cameras.
There's one.
Rush can't talk to us.
I know, that's a shame.
He'd have a lot to say.
I bet he would.
Road trip Andy over there.
Yeah, you two went on a whole adventure. Like Australian pie.
He had a pie or sausage roll every day bar 1 in a 10-day spree.
Bloody hell.
Isn't that something special?
Oh, his pokey elbow.
Nice shot, though. Beautiful double from 9-10.
I saw a video analyzing that the way because the Ts hold their gun at the hip and the CTs hold it in their shoulder, you actually see more of a CT's model's elbow than you do a T. Which is why those damn defenders have got pointy elbows on corners. That's aggressive. That has gone horribly wrong. Halzerk goes for an aggressive AWP maneuver. Senzu removes him early, now operating at a disadvantage. Hamstrung complexity. Their CT side starting to fall away. 6-6 was a conversation. JT trying to keep it present and possible. 3 versus 4 now. Clawing back. 3v5 could be rectifying their issues. Look at Techno's HP. Trying to stop the AWP from being retrieved, but it's cost him dearly 2 HP. That would have been nice.
Through middle with the bomb. Plenty of options available. They could just apply some pressure and then drop out the window, head towards B. 60 having to drop back to deal with this. Knows it's a gap. Nick's now pushing in towards A main because of the squeeze.
Oh, an opportunity did present itself, but sent too quick on the AWP.
Just go away.
Mazinho contains Nix on main, trying to get away.
I think Techno might even try and play here to remove this gun from JT, who next round 2,400 has that loss bonus. So they're in hot water. There's only going to be 1 round left, right? So they are going to have to buy, and holding onto this gives them something to work with. But 4 rounds, CT side.
Sure.
It's not terrible.
No pistol.
True. They got it done with saving the guns for the 4 spies, so even forcing Mongols down to an eco. So hard work was done in a patch for complexity. Having a look, having a leer, having a gander is Blitz. I wonder how long the flight from Mongolia to Australia is. Like, it's probably still something crazy,
I think
like
it's quite a few hours.
14
That would
hours
be
or
my
something.
guess.
I'm gonna get a look at it right now, because you think, oh yeah, Mongolia is far away from Europe.
Yeah,
it's got to be close to Australia,
Well,
right?
that's just like when I thought, oh, I'm in Australia. I'm close to Japan. I'll just take a quick flight to Japan. It took me 8 hours.
Just a quick one.
Just a quickie.
How long is a flight from Mongolia to Australia? The 3 most popular routes from Mongolia to Australia. From the capital
of Ulaanbaatar.
20 hours.
Get wrecked.
They could come to Perth, though, if they'd like. It'd only take them 16.
Oh.
And we'd welcome you with open arms.
A Perth boy in Melbourne.
Oh, it's not live. Not live. Technical.
NL,
Technical.
Netherlands. Okay.
All right, well. Senzu's smiling. We like that. Mazinho, now he's having a word. He's like, listen, guys.
He's had 3 frags in the first half. Something's wrong.
He's not even saying anything.
Well, that's because he knows.
Oh, his PC crashed? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
News just in. Coming in thick, fast, direct from the men upstairs, or on the same level as us, but somewhere else in the building. It is a full PC swap. I think that's what this meant.
Yeah, well, that's why you just let 910 know that, like, hey, you can take your headphones off and chill, man. I've got to get a whole PC.
But we can't talk.
No. And so you gave me some insight there that I didn't know. League Ops is not League Ops anymore.
Tournament management.
They're tournament
Or is it tournament operations? I think it's tournament management.
Operations sounds pretty good, though.
I think, yeah, but the reason they went away from league operations is it's not a league, it's a tournament.
You're right.
So they've changed name.
Yeah,
but they're still, no one parties like tournament management.
That's true. Once the teardown has been done.
Everyone remember the summer of Dallas 2018?
Yeah.
Was it 2018?
That was when it all started.
That is when it all started. The legends of tournament management really came into their own.
Yeah, they work hard and they party just as hard. Timer starts for this pit stop.
True, we should have got the phones out. Or any timekeeping device.
Yeah, not just a phone.
No, lots of things do it.
Like the sun, actually. If you think about it.
In a way.
That was the first phone. I mean, first time. First clock.
Well, people probably spoke to it.
Sundial.
People probably did talk to the sun.
Yeah. Probably like, yo, big man.
Come up again tomorrow. We need you.
Yeah, I need more of that, please.
You got to fight off. Is that an iPhone, Alex?
I believe he's got a device that could be.
Could be an iPhone.
An iPhone.
All right. What about the pads? Is that one of those satin pads?
That looks like a satin, yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Okay. Not to be confused with the
Mercury pad.
Yeah. Or I was just gonna say like it's not from like the German mega store, Saturn. It's a smaller brand.
Okay. Yeah. I see.
Yeah, it'd be like using a Media Mark pad. Oh.
Let's get this last one. We're good.
Yeah, we're just missing. It's all good.
We're just missing. Does he mean like the players are not playing well, or does he mean like we're missing our shots?
Yeah.
To be fair to them,
they did lose the 3v5.
Yeah, they did. But there's also
I think
there was like 3 rounds where duels were had where it was like AK gets the headshot and they've got 10 HP. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like M4 versus AK, you just didn't hit the head.
And they are all right. 5 rounds at the half CT side Anubis, that's fine. We'll take it.
True.
You're not going to be having any qualms with that whatsoever. Do you think Zinio doom scrolls?
No way.
He doesn't strike you as a doom scroller?
No. If anything, I think he just kind of he watches that content where it's like there's no
It's all educational.
There's no talking, but they're like they'll make something like today we build like I don't know, a cool structure. Like I'm building
what
a
about
hammock
a
in the
toolbox?
woods.
A toolbox.
You could, yeah, like
well, you got to keep your tools to build all the things.
Yeah, like a wood craftsman or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's doom scrolling.
It does look like he's doom scrolling right now. He's just sending a message like, yo, you wouldn't believe it.
Don't show his phone, guys, because if it is his Steam thing, we can't do that. Don't do that.
What's Graham thinking about right now, do you think?
I don't know. Maybe where it all went wrong.
He's just staring at that guy's pocket.
What are you doing, Blitz?
Blitz is having a weird...
Blitz, what's going on?
A weird first...
Your hair's all
do you think he's
floppy.
tired? I think he's tired.
He can't be tired. He only flew 27 hours.
Only 27 hours?
He can't get away. Blitz, you can't get away from
Does he look younger?
For some... What's changed
Doesn't
with Blitz?
he look younger?
Is that Blitz?
Oh. No, now we're getting conspiratorial here.
How do we know it's Blitz?
Do they have to present their birth certificate every tournament?
How do we know it's Blitz? Like, you might not be Alex.
I might not be. You don't know.
Actually, they did have to show passports to get in the country, so maybe.
Okay, yeah.
But what's different? Is it the hair? Because this is Blitz normal hair.
It might be the hair. Or maybe it's his, like, twin brother.
Okay.
Who's been practicing in the shadows of Mongolia.
Okay, not chess, but checkers master.
Yeah. He's actually a master at checkers and Go, actually.
Okay.
Not to be confused with CSGO, the one with the little marbles.
We're losing ours.
Yes. Yes, we are.
So, okay.
What color would you call that mouse? That's not a
matte
blue
black.
What? It looked bluey.
I'm pretty sure.
Didn't it have like a navy quality to it?
I'm coming back over.
Look, that's not
What do
black.
you
He's got
mean?
a black mouse pad.
That's matte black.
It's not matte black. That table is black. That's not the same color as the mouse.
I don't know. I would say it's matte black.
Bro. So yeah, this is what you can grow to expect during tech pauses. We have really enthralling conversations. We like to keep you guys entertained with discussions such as, is that mouse black? And more.
It's one of the favorite segments we do around here.
What color is the mouse? Welcome back. Another entertaining segment brought to you by... Look at that. Come on. Oh, maybe it is. No, but look at the keyboard's black. That's like a light
It's just
charcoal.
a different shade.
That's a charcoal.
A charcoal.
And you say matte. I see gloss. I see light reflecting.
Yeah, no.
Matte.
No, I don't know. Look, here's the problem that we have and the people in chat have.
What's that?
We're going to go back in for one round,
and then we're
but then we're going to throw you to an ad break.
Okay, what
So
can
we're
everyone
going to
do?
give you the most energy possible for this one round, so it feels like an entire half of Counter-Strike.
Wow, that's a big ask, man.
Well,
I'm down. Let's do it.
We do our best. That's all we can do.
Yeah. Have you been having weird PC issues recently where your computer just stops working? You can say no.
Me?
Yeah. Like at home when you're trying to play. Did your PC just randomly stop working?
No.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Why
but-
does it happen as soon as like, an important match is being
No,
played?
because
PC's just...
they're different SSDs and different PCs all the time. Is your PC getting shipped around the world?
No.
Exactly.
Actually, it's not.
There's lots of factors.
Okay, fair.
All right, here we go.
go.
Round number 12. Round number 12.
Big one. This round is basically like a whole half of Counter-Strike if you think about it. Complexity, a 5-7 scoreline would be such a huge recovery, and it's going to have to be compromised. We aren't going to be seeing a Halzak AWP. We've got SMGs in the mix for two of them. Nix and Sixy going to have to be active. Maybe some aggression.
Sixy said now he's going to try.
Yeah, oh, he did?
He's going to try right here, right now.
Okay, let's find out how this one shapes up.
Oh, flash. That is signs of aggression, but nothing to follow through immediately. 9-10 post on the line. Second flash wave.
Oh, and interesting, a combination of the flash and an incendiary towards the stairs. Kept at bay, though, by Imoli in return. He's dead. He is dead. So well cleared by Senzu. Catches that early MP9. Sixy's already paid a heavy price in mid as well from the util. You can see down to just 25 points of health. So shaping up nicely for Mongols. Mid-control util being lined up. Blitz will force Sixy back. Ooh.
Yeah, gotta get out of there. As soon as that initial, so it was a second tempo aggressive play. They feigned the initial one. They went for the second, but the protocols were so good from Mongols that it denied them that, and now they don't have any moves. Now they're down to plan. Now they don't have util. Now you need to hope for a multi-kill.
From whom? Ooh, Sixy's still alive. What a lovely gift. He's maintained mid-control with his low HP SMG. A main control. Oh, he's forced him away. He's got full mid. Fortunately, you're losing A. Halzak only gets one onto Mazinho. You can see knife out from Senzu. He's pushing. The only man that can respond to them is this low HP Sixy. What's he supposed to do?
Oh, team flash.
Yeah, team flash would have been a nice opportunity, but down he goes. Grim in the meantime gets one. His position noted, so they surge forward. They spin the pizza bomb, and they'll get it down. Look at this. Oh, the forward positioning from Techno. Lovely. Masterful. Mongols 8, Cold just 4. Losing a 3v5 has echoed, and Mongols looking dominant on the first map. warm welcome back. Anubis first map, first day IEM Melbourne. We got Mongols and Complexity duking it out, and it is probably the matchup in the opening round that people are most anticipating a close affair. Not so close in that first half, but it is Anubis, and CT's side tends to struggle with no pistol. Complexity muster 4.
Just to keep everybody in the loop, a bit of conversation back and forth before the second half gets underway. Blitz inquiring why you're angry, Sixy. He replies, not enough beer today. Actually, that was Halzerk. Sixy says, had too many actually. He's seeing double. So embracing the crossover between American and Australian culture. I'll let you guys decide what that is. As Mazinho has left the server again.
Oh, Mazinho.
He doesn't want to be here, and I get it. I get it. It's early. It's the first game of the tournament. So he just wants to get out.
Like, Mazinho's acting like Blitz is looking, you know? Like,
so where is Blitz? We've been asking ourselves that all day.
I don't know, because this ain't Blitz. This is some other guy.
He's not sitting in the middle.
He's not in the middle. It's because
the internet can't stop talking about it.
Yeah, it's because
the Reddit
like
threads,
we said,
the
his twin brother is here. And he didn't get the seating plan. He didn't realize that that's where he's supposed to have sat down. Techno just covering up. Pocket barbecue.
I haven't seen that one before.
I have never seen that before. Neither have I seen
the unicorn.
You have?
I have never seen pocket barbecue before, though.
No, that new in the graffiti market. And I'm a graffiti collector, you know, my weekly drop.
I like collecting them as well.
Yeah. I've got too many now.
Yeah, is there such thing?
My storage unit is full.
Tell me what you like out of mine.
Dude, did you see all of my skins I went shopping, man? Oh my god.
You and I went to see some street art the other day.
We did. It was very cool. And I didn't see any like chess pieces. I didn't see any like GGs on the wall.
That's true. No GGs.
No GGs. No chickens. No karambits.
What do you think about that? You don't see that
the kiss is cool.
Yeah, you don't see
the
that very
kiss
often.
is cool. I do think that the L is annoying. Like, I think if you want to upset people after a defuse, you throw a little L on the floor.
Okay.
That's strong.
All right. I wouldn't mind putting, so this is layers, there's layers to this one, but you beat someone in like a brainy clutch and then you put the light bulb on them. Like, you're a bright idea, you idiot.
Yeah, nice.
Right?
That's not bad, actually.
The salt shake is always great.
I have a question while we're on the topic of graffitis.
I thought I had more than
Is there legislation in the tournament operation manual that you can't use a graffiti that looks like a person and put it in like a headshot glitch angle, like temple mid? Like, could I... Is that an actual thing?
We'll get production is on it. They're going to inquire.
Because I've seen it in the Face It realms. People have been doing it.
Yeah.
Like, you can use, you know, the 8-ball.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them right here.
Yeah, those 8-balls.
Have you seen the little zombie man?
Yeah, the zombie.
Zombie's elite.
That is, yeah. That's also very expensive because people can use it to like bait shots. But like, you know, I think is that just part of the game?
Well, there's other things as well where players will go and they'll spray an area where common lineups happen, so that you can't see. Right, they'll overpass, for example, on the sign.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, we're having a look. So I'll let everyone in on a secret. So you've got tournament management, but then that was Tommy from IT. Now, if you're bringing out IT, like tournament management, they know how to turn things on and off again.
Hey, and change monitors quickly and plug in a DisplayPort cable, actually.
And look how tired Mazinho is. We got him out of bed for this.
Body clocks are all messed up.
No, I think it's similar time zone.
Yeah, but you still traveled for 20 hours.
Yeah, but come on now.
Yeah, all right.
Time in Mongolia.
Right now, it is
10 a.m., which is the same time as Perth. GMT plus 8. Shout out to all my homies back in Perth.
Who
I don't have any homies.
They could be watching. They could be watching. All of them. What time is it for you, ladies and gentlemen? Where are you watching from?
Most people, I would say, are still watching from
this hemisphere,
the southern hemisphere. Well, actually, that wouldn't matter, would it?
I've never used the word hemisphere in a sentence.
That wouldn't matter. It's more about the lateral lines.
Like the Terry's chocolate orange slice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got Easter on your brain.
I have. That's more of a Christmas tree.
Easter Monday today.
Happy Easter Monday. Is that when he came back from the dead?
I think he comes back on Sunday. Oh, we have an answer.
There are no rules. But you would be the rat team that was doozy.
Well, hold up. Remember, we're now just talking directly with the producer, which people at home can't hear. So
Go on.
Put a pin in the story about the sprays, the graffiti to be headshots or over different locations for lighting up grenades. There are no rules. There are no rules. You can do what you want.
Okay. Well, Chad, I'm going to make it my mission, my covert secret agent mission.
To plant that seed.
I'm just going to talk to players in
Every
lifts.
time you're in the lift, hey, yo, Rops,
Did you know it's not
actually,
it's not actually illegal? So, and then I'll come up with some good options.
Oh, okay, get a pamphlet.
So I'm thinking Dust 2 back plat. You put a little 8 ball.
Okay.
That's going to, like, that might reveal a contact B. You start shooting at that.
Sure.
And oops, we've revealed it.
Okay.
Temple on Anubis from the, temple entrance. You can have that little half wall. You look like a crouching AWPer on that, holding doors. So they come through the doors, they see you, they shoot.
You've thought about this a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to think of that way to like milk that extra 2% of unforced errors out of your opponent.
Yeah, it's like you're cheesing in StarCraft with the pylons and the Zergs.
Yeah.
I don't know anything
No,
about
but you were kind of close. A proxy.
Okay,
doing like a proxy base or something.
Yeah.
I don't play
Zerg Rush.
Yeah. I did watch the Day 9 dailies back in the day with my morning noodles.
Was it morning or was it like mid-afternoon?
It was university, When I say morning noodles, that just means whenever I'd woken up.
Yeah, it was about 2 p.m.
Yeah. Graham Messi so pit.
Yeah, what a legend of the game, really.
Legend of the game. Back in my day, he gave me a house in a storm.
He gave you a house in a storm?
I got a job offer in Skype from ESL, and I drove to Germany with no plans and no connections, but I knew Messioso from COD 4 LANs, and he let me stay in his basement. Not basement.
In his basement?
What's the opposite?
Loft?
Yeah, attic. That's it. Stayed in his attic for a while. Very hot. Very hot.
Okay.
That's the end of my Messioso
story. At least
story.
you had somewhere to stay.
It was nice, yeah. And I got to work it out. For a while, all I ate was kebab because it was the only thing
you knew how to order.
I knew how to order, and the supermarket scared me.
The Raver shouldn't have scared you.
Well, it's just everything was in a language I didn't speak.
Don't need. You just
just pictures?
Yeah. Well, of course.
You're just looking at a packet of meat, and you're like, that could be any animal.
Well, it normally has the picture of the animal on it.
Yeah, well, maybe they did. Maybe they did.
Who wanted to cook, though? Nobody wanted to cook.
No. Alex would have loved Source with its custom sprays, animated GIFs of
we have that in 1.6 as well.
Animated. That would be a step too far. Even I'm saying, as someone that's promoting cheese, that's too cheesy. That's like a Rob Luchon.
One to 2 minutes is the estimation, not the guarantee. We don't make those around here. But it is just, Zinho's been having a couple of issues. Now, we also have Pain versus FaZe going down on the secondary stream. You guys can go and check that out as well if you would like.
FaZe stomping them?
Options. At half, it wasn't looking good. Now it's all tied up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're even doing a monitor swap.
Okay, just at this point, it's like, let's just give him a fresh everything.
Maybe you should swap seats with Blitz.
Yeah, maybe.
This isn't their fastest work, though, is it?
It's not.
This isn't their fast.
No one said, but that's because
it's also not home turf for them.
Exactly. It's Australian cables. Everything's upside down here.
Actually, they are upside down right now. We've inverted the camera just so it seems normal for you guys playing at home.
Yeah.
But, yeah, not his quickest. I've seen him do this rapid fire before, 15 to 20 seconds max. This is
Regali.
This is labored.
Solid work.
It is interesting that Regali does Moonlight.
Yeah, and no one's talking about it.
No. Everyone's talking about Blitz. No one's talking about Regali.
You're not stopping talking about Blitz being in the wrong seat, man. It's not that big of a deal, I don't think.
If you sit in the same seat for years.
Yeah.
Years.
Like when you randomly start setting up on my side of the casting desk.
Yes.
Every single event.
I don't.
He doesn't know his left from right,
because,
guys.
No, it's not that.
He's all smart. He acts all smart, and he is, about some things.
To me, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
to Blitz, it should.
To Blitz, it should. It really should. Yes, so we appreciate your patience, guys. Obviously, we don't have control over the little mice that run around in the computer. This one is clearly rebelling. But we got at least 12 rounds before this extended pause.
We'll see. There might be another one.
What's that? Under the pause?
All right, I'm going to throw out some words. Tell me if you know what they mean.
Okay, I'm ready. Drongo.
Arvo.
Evening. Afternoon. Yes.
Arvo.
It's Arvo.
Cracker Coldy?
Having a beer. Cold beer.
Yep. Fair dinkum.
That's fair play. Well done. Reasonable.
It's
use it in a sentence.
The jury's probably out.
Use it in a sentence.
I think it's more like true, more like
true.
A confirmation
fair
of a statement.
Okay.
What else we got here? She'll be right.
Everything will be okay.
Yep. Thongs.
Flip flops. Sorry, you can hear the jingling ice of my cold brew coffee. I apologize, guys. I'm just caffeinating.
I was going to come up with a slang name that definitely isn't the name for a nice coffee.
What,
I couldn't think
a cob.
of it.
Just having a cob, mate.
Having a cob?
Yeah, cold brew, cob.
Okay, all
I
right.
was just having a cob down
see what you've done there.
Melbourne.
I can't believe we've gone this long.
Did you? I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Aussie fact. This one blew my mind. I learned this yesterday. If you say ketchup, you're a bad person in Australia.
Yeah, and Rush is a very bad person.
He can't stop saying it, can he?
We're at a fish and chip joint in Albany.
Yeah.
And we're sitting down and he's eating his fish and chips. I ordered a chicken burger. Divine chicken burger, I would say.
At a chip shop, though.
Well, they did a bit of everything.
Yeah, I understand why a UK lad would be a bit concerned about a chicken burger.
So he sits down, and I've already told him at this point, I've told him a few times because he's had pies every day. I said, listen, it's not ketchup, it's tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce.
So when you ask for it, say tomato sauce because they're going to look at you weird if you say ketchup.
Yeah.
So not only did he not say tomato sauce, he didn't even go with ketchup. This poor girl working at the fish and chip shop, she's probably 17 years of age, never seen a guy from the UK before in her life, and he says red sauce.
Red sauce?
She just froze. She got stun locked. She was frozen. I was like, sorry, he meant tomato sauce. Do you have any tomato sauce? Well, we can do that.
That's sad.
Do we want to do that? Because I'm happy to keep going.
I mean, we can keep talking nonsense.
Yeah, that's what we do. We haven't done talking nonsense in a while.
Hello and welcome to our duo. It's Talking Nonsense. We're going to be live.
You can find it on the Talking Counter Network.
To fill them in, because we just once again did that thing where the producer talked to us and assumed everyone else could hear it. He just let us know that we're just seeing some B-sots. That's what you call it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For Rush, who can hear us.
He can.
There's a third Hezza here.
Rushley, would you like to defend your use of the word?
You don't have to defend it. He needs to be careful about his vernacular as well. Rush gets a bit feisty. But it's an open invitation to Rushley Ranger. If you'd like to walk, it's about 50 steps from the observer desk to the caster desk and to join with us until we are ready to go. So you're invited, Rush, to come and have a conversation. If not, that's fine. We will talk with everybody else playing at home. Now, this is where it will be Counter-Strike adjacent, everybody, but likely not to be directly talking about the Mongols versus Complexity.
No, in fact, we probably won't be talking about that for a while, given the fact that computers are rebelling to start off this tournament. I like to get it out of the way day one, you know?
Me too. Iron the kinks out.
Get it all out.
Oh, he's come over. All right.
There he is.
Let him take this
brother.
one.
Good
and then
see
we'll
you.
have to see if we can get... Oh, look at this. Michael's hooking up Rushley here. It's all happening.
Rushley Ranger.
Do you want a seat, Rush?
Testing.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, let me turn this down a little bit.
It's a bit loud.
You're wearing your spectacles.
Yeah, I have glasses, Alex. What do you think?
It's a nice frame for you.
Thank you. That's, yeah.
It frames your
Rush,
face
you've got a
People
seat here. It's
that.
quite low. Michael's hooking you up.
Oh, my Lord.
Look at this.
Can I just stay
VIP
here all day?
treatment,
What's going on?
There, you're all right. Yeah. Well, no, you need to observe at some point.
All right.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very
This is
much.
good enough. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Talking Nonsense.
Talking Nonsense. Nice.
It's probably the only edition of Talking Counter that you'd want to come on.
Sure. Sure.
All right. So, Rush,
Yes.
how do you feel the game's going? Let's start. We'll start pointed and we'll go wide.
I mean, it's okay. I like some of Complexity's aggression that they were doing.
Okay, let's go wide, shall we?
It didn't really work out, though. I mean, there was some nice stuff, some peek and window, which we like to see. It didn't go too well, apart from for 6. He had some good stuff.
Now,
I mean,
you've never been to Australia before?
No.
How are you finding it?
It's very nice. It's kind of like a mix of like a few countries, like Florida, like America, like a lot of stuff like that.
Different countries like America and Florida.
It's very nice, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Very nice.
Are you a Woolworths or a Coles guy?
I haven't really decided. I think Woolworths has the better cookies.
Okay.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But Coles is closer to the hotel, so I think I prefer Coles right now.
Okay.
See, for me, Woolies used to exist in the UK too.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
It did.
But the Woolies here is quite different.
It's not the same thing.
Not the same. Like Woolworths has like it's a full grocery store. I mean, I remember going in Woolworths as a kid, but I don't feel like it was a grocery store.
Woolworths is like where you went for your light bulbs, your sun cream, and your coat hoods.
Okay.
You know?
I only remember the pick and mix. That's literally all I remember.
Let's not talk about the pick and mix at Woolworths. I nearly got criminal charges as a kid.
Oh, you sneaking a little?
No, I was just adding a couple of extra gummy snakes.
Oh, okay.
A couple of extra, and she
in the pocket,
and she
or?
called me out. She said she knows my mum. She knows her from church, and if you keep doing this,
oh
yeah.
dear,
oh yeah,
can't be doing that.
But then Woolworths shut down, so maybe it was me. Maybe I just stole a few too many gummy snakes.
Okay, what about the pies, Rush?
The pies were fantastic. We had a lot of good pies. There was this place. I was going back.
Rush, you gotta get out of here.
Leave. Jake, can you take over for a second?
Rush, you gotta get out of here. Run, Rush, run!
Oh my god. Well, he didn't see this coming.
I'm holding his mute button.
Okay, but eventually...
Yeah, if you move the headset, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, well, that didn't take as long as I anticipated.
All right. We didn't even get to talk about Red Sauce.
And that's because Tommy from IT was there.
Respect to Tommy, man.
Shout out to Tommy one time. All right.
Why do all the worst, most toxic Counter-Strike players have Thomas Shelby as a profile picture? Conversation for another time. Pistols and a headshot from Senzu. 2 as well. Takes down JT. Job done. He's baiting Techno as well. Oh, it's just beautiful. Poetry in motion. Grim left alone in the 1v5. Makes it 4. Shouldn't be any way out of this one. Nice Goosh. He's doing well. He's firing up. Bit of a storm.
Like the storm that you had to take shelter from.
I did.
All right, Grim, come on. Give us a spectacle. Give us a moment. Oh, we're not getting one of those. Both pistols in favor of the Mongols. So they are flying so far on their opponent's map choice. Ancient up next. So quite a fun map pool. Anubis into Ancient into Inferno.
That is a fun map pool. When was the last time
Thomas Shelby?
Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders.
Doesn't Kioske have him as the profile picture?
Who? Semen back in?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I just know that like a lot of the worst human beings in Counter-Strike have them as a profile picture.
You had a bad experience or two by the sound of things.
Yeah, mate. They just, they don't stop.
Okay, well, maybe you should put it on and change that discourse.
Maybe I should.
All right, the game is going to get well out of control here because, Cole, you force sport. You did that in the first half of play, but on the CT side, you were able to save. You're not going to be able to do that on the T side. Exchange of smokes over towards A main. So trying to jostle for this control. Mazinho and 910 peppering through, trying to catch any tags for information. Blitz passive mid, Senzo and Tainer over towards B. So nothing different as far as the CT setup is concerned for the Mongols.
Hey, main presence. Going to be throwing out that smoke to take some early.
He's coming through.
Mazinho. Oh, that was aggressive. He's been very quickly punished, put back down. Flashes to get him in. 910 will lose vision. Closing that gap. 60 needs to clear cake. Still 910 vision. Restore gets 1. Blitz returns to heaven. Senzu holding that mid lurk. Rotates in, so starts to set his focus on camera. Low HP on that pillar player. Halzok's holding on. Grim does arrive in time, removing Techno. Fought now by Senzu. It's just
clutch.
JT in the 1v2. Good luck, have fun. Not going to be easy, not going to be easy whatsoever. Close, but no cigar on the force.
Okay, well, Senzu retains his M4. I think there was another one on the floor, though, right, from 910. Either way, doesn't matter. It will have to be the eco now. And this game has definitely gotten away from Cole. Should be 11 to... Oh, maybe not. Hold up a second. There's a hero AK in the mix.
Yeah.
JT's dropped an AK across, so looks like they're going to double down on all of this.
Okay, maybe we should take a tech pause in case that was a mistake. I think we've had enough of those.
You need to get something out of this,
Yeah,
Cole.
eyes on Grim.
Right, next round's not going to be great either.
Nope. I mean, a bomb plant minimum would really soften the blow, and you can see 60's got that outside of B main, but how do they draw rotations? You can see now that Blitz has departed, so just a 2-man defensive B.
It's going to be the crowbar method.
Yeah. Techno given an extra block smoke for Con. And that will limit Grim's contributions. He's not walking through that. Doesn't fancy his chances. JT searching middle, but not being given too much here by the Mongols. 910 is a cautious aggressor right now. You can see that he's flirting with the idea of advancing further.
Okay, well, that smoke's going to fade at, what, about the 45-second mark? At that point, we should see them try and contact in. Halzok is going back towards middle. So just to show presence while the smoke is up, right? Just to make sure that they're not taking any liberties across the map. Blitz is now cheating back towards middle. So the chess piece is moving across the board, but this will be the B finish. You need the opening kill from Grim if you want to crack this one open.
Grim versus Techno. Oh, he's nailed it as well. Does crack open onto the first. Now starting to advance. That's the next fight he delivers as well. The hero AK living up to the prefix. A double entry into B. And now this is an easy free frag for the Desert Eagle. Nix just takes Mazinho out. Job done. 5th round won. 5 alive. And all these scavenge rifles as well. This is a dream for Cole. Maybe going to be the turning of tide.
Oh, well, this is what happened within the first half as well, right? Pistol, the conversion came in. And then what I said was in the CT half, they were able to go for the double dip. This time they weren't, but they're able to force themselves into a couple of investments. And then Grim delivers.
Nice
you
patience.
need 2 players, Grim and Halzok, to show up in big ways if you want to be competitive. And, well, there's a Grim moment. find some damage as 9-10, but we'll go down with the ship. And there you go, a little spark available for Complexity. It should be the force buy back by the Mongols now. Next round is only going to be the 1900 loss. He's done very well there, and the Deagle shot from Halzok too catches Blitz coming back over. He was just there. So going to be feeling a little bit hard done by. 2 Famises, 257, the Deagle, a little bit of util, and a giggle from Grim. Well, let's go.
They've already kind of thrown one advantage in that first half. This is a round they cannot afford to lose. It's a force sport. Mongols, mostly 5-7s, and a couple of FAMAS. Oh, whoa, 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 wee-wah! What are we doing? Burns down to 20 HP. Blitz takes down the healthy Halzok. Now 60's softened himself up for a 5-7 death as well. 20 HP, 1 bullet would do it. Goes down to the 9-10 FAMAS. No trade. It's falling apart. Boys, that's ugly.
Yeah, exactly what you said. Couldn't afford to happen. Has happened.
Oh, mate.
Mincemeat of this. Nyx just forces his hand in through camera. He's dead, and what was a massive play from Grim in the previous has gone down the gurgler. Call this one done. Call this one dusted. 11-5. Now you're in an even worse spot.
That's awkward, isn't it? Was it flawed in the trying to go mid against a potential force? Was it that
just
simple?
Felt very rushed, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It felt very rushed. When you have so much time on the clock to work with, I'm surprised that we saw that go down so early within the round. Take a look at this. 1:25 is what we have in this exchange.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, why are we forcing our hand so early?
And I mean, I think it's apparent that that was a miscom as simple as looking at 60 getting mollied, right? He was flashed, and they re-molly double doors when Halzok and 60 were making up. Yeah, miscom. Yeah, rough.
That's a really bad round. So you've had the 5v3 loss and that
one. Yeah,
and they're going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Ooh, you're not going to clear jail, are you? Q Senzu. 3v3. This is an important duel for Nyx. He delivers. That has opened up opportunities. The A site undefended. 9-10 goes down. Bomb is scarpering over it as fast as he can.
Yeah, this is looking very good, unless it's so delayed from JT and Halzok, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They're jogging on over now. I think because you have such a lead as the Mongols, you don't need to go for this round, unless you're given an overstep, right? But it's a 3v2 situation. The bomb's now planted on the A site. It's a very difficult retake. There is a kit in play, but the HP is low of one of the two. So just save it. You really don't need to throw everything away right now. And you've already seen them fumble rounds. So at this point, you know that you're in a pretty strong position. And look, 17 kills at the moment for Senzu and 9-10, both of them delivering hugely. There's an AK upgrade being highlighted there by our ops team. So 2 AK-47s carried through. Senzu will be able to drop one. Blitz will be able to buy himself something like an MP9 most likely. So yeah, you're probably going to see around three rifles at a minimum, maybe a FAMAS in the mix as well.
Terrorists win.
Well, this is the problem. We need to see a slew of rounds now from Complexity for there to be any competitive nature about this. It does feel like this one has the writing on the wall, and then we're going to go in one direction. But they had a turning point. They fumbled it. They're back in that same position again now. Right, you win this, you take everything away, you force them into another save, and then you can really start to accrue some T-side rounds. You get to the next gun round, you win that one, they're down to a partial saves again, so you have a good chance. So it is 3 rifles, an MP9, and a Deagle. FAMAS was not opted for. This one looking direct, B split. Heard the singe.
They heard that. Senzu, however, is going to be exploited by these con players. They'll be able to spot that jail fight. Oh, not anymore, they won't. Break on the smoke, good catch from Grim. This is the fight, takes down Senzu. It's just Blitz on the side with an MP9. What can he possibly get done? Despite the first, onto 60. JT is next challenge. 19 takes heavy damage, and there's the flank. JT removes the threat. The bomb site lost in the round 1. Cotton will take 7 to Mongols 11.
Okay. Well, there you go. This is what we're talking about. Consecutive rounds now, the first time that could be said in the second half of play for Complexity. They can start to piece these things together. We just had FaZe walk through the caster booth. I've never had this before.
That's cool.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
They did win, so they're in a good mood.
Oh, they're in a good mood.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's good to check. That would have been weird if they had lost.
It would have, yeah. Rain had a big smile on his
He
face.
did.
And he had a banana.
They won 13-11.
Okay.
Sorry for spoiling, guys, but we literally just had a team walk
Who
through.
cares? No one cares.
They never come and visit us.
No, we never see players mid-cast.
No, never.
That was weird.
That is weird.
Yeah. It was cool.
But we weren't talking about them.
No.
Okay.
That would have been more weird.
They have Inferno up next, and Mirage is the third deciding map if they need to get there.
I mean, respect to Payne for making it close.
Yeah, Rix did end up at the bottom of the scoreboard, but that wasn't the case
How
for all
did
of
New
it.
Kid do? Demo.
He had a tough second half.
Yeah. Well, there's always another day for Demo.
Oh, I get it. It's the launders thing.
Yeah, no, that's a joke.
Sometimes it's better if we explain them.
Yeah,
right? Isn't that what they say about jokes?
No, that's how the saying goes. It's like when you have to explain it, it
The
gets
joke is-
funnier.
yes.
Yeah.
We can actually win this game. These guys are not even playing good. They won both pistols.
He's not wrong.
He isn't wrong.
Did win both pistols.
Yeah, and you did lose a 5v3.
You did.
So, let's go.
Ooh, Dino, are you getting pushy? He was thinking about it. He was having a look. 9-10 will tell him it's safe. Ooh, okay. This could be really disruptive. Your Rugs player's not looking either. No one is holding your flank. You just don't expect... Oh, that's awkward now. No one's reacted. Halzak's still throwing his nades. JT's the one to tend to. It gets 2 kills. Now a stack on A. Don't overcommit here. Grim doesn't care. Takes 2. And a third asking too much of him. Senzu's Deagle just claws back 1. But Cole, they are closing that gap rapidly.
The guns were flanking.
Okay, yeah, that point right there, we just heard in the comms, the guns were flanking. So as soon as those 2 kills come in from JT, that removes the lion's share of the threat over towards the A site, just having to deal with a couple of pistols. So easy work for Cole to bring it back to just a 3-round game now. And this is what I was discussing. Now it's the first... Well, it's not the first rifle round because it feels like we've had a few of them so far, but in the flow of traditional rounds, you've gotten on top of them, you've forced them down to the lighter investment. Now it's a gun round. We're going into this gun round. There is no defuse kit present. It's not possible to buy one. So if they lose a site early, if you go for something a bit more direct on the Cole side and you win out that initial exchange, likely to see a save, and you can start building back into this game quickly. Loss bonus will be 2,900 for the Mongols. So a few saves does mean another buy, but the pressure's starting to get turned up a notch.
Especially if they don't convert this one here for Mongols. Fully invested. Could be looking at a 11-9 score line.
Where's 9-10 headed? Is he going to do something aggressive with this AWP out the gates?
This is the most direct we've seen from Cole.
Well, they've read this well. There's 3 players defending B.
Yeah, they're in the right place, especially if 9-10 set for this like contact. If they don't smoke him on the cross, they throw out a lurk smoke. Interesting, just contact walk through the lurk. Okay. Aggressive, 9-10 needs to go down. Nyx does put him in the dirt. Grim catches Senzu through the smoke. It's quick, it's poppy, it's aggressive, and it's working. Techno position noted on Con from his incendiary. Block smoke arrives. Round looks like it's theirs as well. Zinho is going to investigate.
Oh, nice shot.
Holding the line, nails it. Techno, you're a dead man as well. 60's holding and takes him.
That is absolute best case scenario for Cole. You remove everything. I'm talking about a couple of saves with 2,900 lost into drops and another buy. So right now, this is going to be a partial investment with a couple of Deagles. And this is a great opportunity for it to get double digits for Cole. So again, they put themselves in a driver's seat style position. Oh, look at this. Block there on Senzu coming through the snow. 9-10 does well to find 1, but that's it. That's all the Mongols have to put to their name in this round, and this pace change.
Loved it.
Lurk smoke straight through.
Yeah, just keep our shit clean and we'll win this game.
All right, there's belief in the Cole camp.
That's going to be the quote.
Oh, and it continues to be reinforced. Double kill straight away. This half buy, half investment. Armored pistols falling flat in the middle. Gonna regroup and take their time here. No need to rush things.
See that that little bit of advice there from SEO. So he's a father, so he's well aware. You got to keep the diapers clean.
Keep it clean.
And you win this.
That's it.
Right, well, should be an easy putt in now. They still have a lot of utility for this, so you can group up and look for the finish. 60 noting multiple bodies over towards the B site. Should inform JT to get a hustle on. And they are starting to move over towards A. Mazinho and Techno are both leering over. They'll be here in time to cause a bit of a fuss.
What kind of fuss can you cause with a 5-7 at that kind of range?
Apparently nothing.
Yeah.
Looking for exits now. And another positive sign for Cole down the stretch of this game is there's residual cash in a few of the players. You've got 3 players who have 8k plus, so they're in a strong position for multiple residual buys, and that's going to be important. It's 4 in a row, about to be 5 in a row. That means their loss bonus is at the bottom of the barrel. And this is good. The mental resilience to be in this after losing a couple of really bad rounds. Not down, not out, and capitalizing on a Mongols who are treading water at the moment. This team started off the year looking good within playoffs, not looking great on stages, and then in the last couple have been struggling. Senzu will be able to get his hands onto an AK-47. So a tight little upgrade. And the call was right there from Mongols. They had 3 players in the previous gun round, over towards that B bomb site, and they still were unable to get anything done on the defense. So now we take the save, guns come back out. Still no kit. 910, buy a kit. Someone buy a kit. Mazinho or 910, one of you. Come on, boys. Buy a defuse kit. Or don't.
Oh, well.
All right, well,
Roosters.
we'll see. We'll see if that really has implications.
This is aggressive. Oh, Senzu gets caught. JT owns it, breaks the smoke, could have exposed Techno. Molly, well designed for that dark pillar, forces him back. This is stressful. Highly stressful. Blitz feeling a lot of scrutiny up alongside Techno, but it's only 2 of them, and it's 910, ready in mid, does receive 60. Gets a bit too aggressive onto the AWP line. Halzek's position noted as well. So now Collar on the back foot. Can they resuscitate hope with a pick-off? Halzek smoked for now. Nix and JT going to regroup towards B main.
I don't hate that push from Sixy. It just looks bad because Grim dies at the same time.
Yeah.
Sixy knew that the mid gap was going to be open and there was going to be a rotate from Blitz. He was right.
Oh, this is perfectly timed by the T side. Both of them are worried about mid.
JT's about to flash them in.
Yeah, and no one's home.
And remember, no kit.
Yeah, as you discussed. Techno on the cross. Oh, he timed it quite well. Smoke spam, a little bit of damage onto Nix. Gets away on the reload.
Blitz is going the long way around. He's not even going to drop out the window. So this is going to be a long rotation point.
Okay.
JT and Nix are here.
This would be a big recovery from Cole to make it 11-11. Blitz coming in though. JT and Nix, who's holding this. Nix is ready. Well handled by Blitz. Takes the first. Isolating the first duel. The second not so easy. JT staying nimble.
Oh!
Backs. Double. Why he just hits the collat on the CT players? Halzek gets another one. Cole tie it up each. 11 apiece. Beautiful recovery in the 3v4. Just cut noise, over rotation from Mongols, leaving that B site open for the taking.
It's crazy from Halzek, right? Because the flank comes in from Blitz. There's a lot of pressure. The comms come in of where that player is, and he goes from connector into the site and then catches that perfect timing. So knows that he has to be proactive there. I'm flicking through, doing my own observing. This is the opener. Just as the lurk smoke's landing, catches a whiff. That's a huge opener from JT. But Halzek, that couldn't have worked out better. 910 and Techno forcing into the site, lined up, and Halzek goes berserk to get them the 11th round. That is massive.
Hakon indeed.
That's what you need. You need these individual moments. You've got the Grim with the Hero AK gifted from JT. You've got Halzek pushing in and getting a massive triple kill on a retake. Just denying them any opportunity to get that one done. Now you're staring at all tied up 11-11. They have the better buy. Sure, you get another 9-10 AWP, but here's the thing. You need to make sure that you're not hemorrhaging one of these opening kills, and they're not throwing in the same flavors of CT aggression.
I love that reaction out of Halzek, immediately realizing, okay, the B main players are dying. I need to be out of con doing something. Tends Zorp to be potentially activated. He starts mid with Blitz. Ooh, Mazinho, the A anchor, could be getting tested here. Nix is not alone on his Rug's position.
They have full mid info though, so 9-10 has been able to stay around doors. It just is where do they want to cheat, and there's actually been a lot of harassment towards B. We saw the pace change through the lurk smoke. We saw the previous end over towards the B side with the bomb going down as well. So right now, Blitz is feeling that it is going to be that B-side finish. Oh, they've called not live. Well, but damage was done on 9-10. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how this one comes out. Consider this live still.
Oh, he still gets it while flashed. 9-10 onto Nix. They try and accelerate. Senzu's saying his mouse isn't working.
It's Blitz.
Okay.
It's Blitz whose mouse. Maybe out of batteries?
Yeah, awkward.
But
still have the man advantage. I think you have to play on. There was damage dealt.
I think damage was dealt.
Yeah, and this is a big round as well. Bomb into B. Oh, Halzek gets Techno advancing. Grim comes in from behind, catches Blitz. Falling apart. Attempted retake, 9-10 and Senzu. 9-10 from Temple side. Double up in con. No util for this. This is the fight for Senzu. This is the head-to-head. Spots him out, isolates Jules, anticipates the swing. Grim is alone, he's being isolated, commits to it, and delivers. Light on time, though, trying to close that gap. An Incendiary available. Light on ammo. Senzu only 3 bullets, but it's the AWP that can provide the cover. Incendiary forces the fight, gets the first, isolating Jules! He's missed his AWP shot, and Hauser comes up clutch. Runs him down with the Tech 9 through the flames. That's an awkward way for that round to go down. And what a tilter it must be for Mongols, for powers outside of their control, impacting them in a round like that.
Yeah, if it's battery...
God, that's
on you.
Control, yeah.
Like if it's something else, I don't know. But if it's battery, if it's run out of battery,
Elite would
mate,
never be gaming with mouse skates like that.
Yeah,
battery died.
We're getting confirmation that the battery went out on the wireless, and that right there, what are you even meant to say about that?
If 9-10 just hits that AWP shot, that is their 12th round regardless. Yeah, he knows it. He knows it.
The disrespect on the Incendiary as well. How many times do we have to see that, right? Just run through it. Not just get. Obviously, it's the only way that he can make the play, but. Yeah, okay. That is a miserable way to lose that type of a round.
That's horrible. But you're right. How many times have we seen people running through incendiaries? Now, people see it just as an invitation. Like, oh, there's an incendiary. I can push this. I will push this. I think just to revert one of them.
But either the time or the
spread.
spread. Yeah, it has to be one of the two. Right now, it's uber nerfed. I understand that the price change is in play, but it doesn't really matter.
No.
What are we looking at here? We're looking at does someone need a USB-C? I can run to the hotel. I can get mine.
Is it just not charging?
Well, it's not plugged in.
He was attempting to plug it. Did he bring the wrong cable today?
Oh, I'd be irate. Yo, did anyone bring their cable?
Yo, guys, has anyone got like just a standard G Pro cable, please?
9-10's gone. I got mine. Yeah, but...
Oh, there we go. The ref's got one.
I feel like a bit of a tit, don't you, after that?
Mate, I would feel so much. I would be getting real hot under the collar. So, you know, like if you want to kind of, you know, let's empathize, right? Let's try and feel what they're feeling. You had an 8-4 half, and then you won pistol. At that point, you're sitting there going, "All right, lads, this is a shoo-in."
Yeah, should be able to putt this one in, especially after the force by conversion.
Putt this one in. You know, they were losing 5. Our opponent was losing 5v3s. We were winning 3v5s. Oh, we're doing a
full mouse change.
Full mouse swap.
Bloody hell. They've had it all. PC swaps, monitor swaps, blue screens of death, SSD changes.
Wow.
Did he change his hair?
What, in between rounds?
I don't know. It looks like he zhuzhed it up a bit.
It's got some zhuzhing, yeah.
He's definitely zhuzhed it. It was floppier before. He zhuzhed the front. There's a frontal zhuzh.
Well, you don't need that dongle now, do you? Let's get that dongle off. We don't want a double dongle, do we?
Well, depends on what day of the week it is.
Yeah, I don't like to double dong. Sorry about that. Okay, we're nearly there. We are nearly there. But yeah, I was trying to empathize. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was doing. So yeah, and you've done that, and now you've just lost... What has it been?
What 6 he wrote?
Oh, he's right. That is
he is right,
yeah.
but that would aggravate me.
Did mouse stop working?
Oh,
is that what
you couldn't shoot?
And you can't even fault them for, like, you know, until the admin says not live, it doesn't mean not live.
Exactly.
You have to just play. They're not like doing anything wrong by playing until the admin says stop. So here we go. Last round of regulation, folks. Can Cole really take it in regulation after being down 8-4 in that first half, losing the pistol and coming back with a streak of rounds?
This would be an 8-round run to win their map choice.
Wow. 7 consecutive now, coming in for an 8th. And the CTs, it's compromised. Light on util for a majority, even FAMAS is in the mix. What's the call from JT to pull this across the line? We heard those check-ins with the comms. Cole believed they could bring this back, and they have.
That's a pretty stifling piece of utility out early.
Oh, flash and go. JT, a free sit and done. Hauser can't react, but Nix can. Okay, Cage is the beast. Mazinho down. 60 in middle, spots out 9-10. He's not playing scared at all. Sticks around for more, backs away from the flames. Blitz mantles up towards this fountain, but on MP9, it's not ideal. He's just going to have to throw out some util and get out of their dip. Complexity trying to block out on Temple.
Oh my
Down
God.
goes Blitz.
Look at
Easy
them
as
complete
that.
wrong
Nice
way.
work from Nyx. Oh, and sent to empty-handed. Collar doing it. A 4 versus 2. 9-10 arriving through the flames. He knows he's got to be a hero. That will have been heard. He slips into the smoke, but Grim knows he's throwing the HE right at your face. Down to 50 HP. Exposed, and the Tech-9 brings him down. Cole, on their map pick, they pick Anubis versus Mongols, and they bring it home. Who needs pistols? They get it done regardless in regulation. Cole starting off with a win in the best of 3.
8 consecutive rounds to close their map choice. They kept their mental in it after a couple of fumbles. Complexity should be proud of that and keeping the good form looking strong down under.
One basket.
Two baskets, two baskets.
Two stairs, two stairs. They can pass him in.
I think they're multiple aim in.
I'm going here.
Yeah, I think it's like A.
He just came in. Peeking. Watch the out, Johnny.
Wait, flashing now.
That's the A guy. Two more.
Okay, man.
Actually, I'm blind.
A exec.
Killed one.
I'm blind.
I'm
Hold the swing.
not out yet. Outside one.
Two more A.
I'm deep right now. He's HE me.
But
All of me as well.
hold the
There's two
swing.
peeking.
I'm dead.
Nice.
One more tagged.
I'm flicking him in.
Out pillar.
Hello.
Main fountain.
Found dead.
Nice! They re-smoked him in. They're out of all smokes.
Ready?
Yeah, we're going now, guys.
Yeah.
Dead.
Temple.
I'm gonna peek him.
Keep
Peeking
going.
him.
I'm just holding flick right now.
Emo, I think, right?
Dead in palace.
Ivy box,
Never
Ivy
mind.
box,
That's
Ivy
Palace.
One
Taking
mid.
mid push. I can peek off you, Nick. Peek off you.
Dead.
This was mid or?
There's still a gun in Palace.
Yeah, it was like gotta be Shrek. He's
Totally fine. Yeah, just keep our shit clean and we'll win this game. That's going to be the quote that ends up on the fucking broadcast, isn't it?
Yeah,
Go back. Hawken has palace. Good block on street.
Flank.
This one.
One flank still.
Blinds.
You got two, Hawkon.
B main one still.
One side, B main.
Nice! Dude, Hawken, fuck yeah!
Nice job, Håkon.
Oh my god, Hawkon, you're not
Just like Norwegian,
What a way to kick off IEM Melbourne with a very close affair between Complexity and the Mongols. For the longest time, it was looking like the Mongols were prone to take the victory. But then a lot of technical issues happened, forgetting to charge a mouse happened, and Complexity monstered a massive comeback. Yanko, your initial thoughts on the opening game here at Melbourne?
Might be the most frustrating map that the Mongols have had to play. I mean, you know, you win both pistols. We saw that in the first half. They lose the second anti-eco in a way that gives Complexity 3 rounds. Then they have an 11-5 lead. I mean, sure, on the CT side of Anubis, but not being able to win a single round and falling 13-11 to Complexity is just going to be extremely frustrating for this Mongol squad.
Frustrating to say the least for the Mongols. Obviously a lot of technical issues throughout the game as well, and then some rounds they weren't supposed to lose. I think we should dive into it straight away. Round 22 and round 23 are great examples of how Complexity managed to come back into it. The Mongols are up here, right? I know JT is getting an entry, but the Mongols are fighting their way back into the round and actually getting a quite advantageous situation right here, playing a 4v3, having a lot of map control, and they know where the Complexity players are at. Yanko, what's happening here?
Yeah, here they in the mid round in the 4v3, they actually left B to re-clear mid, and Complexity got a little bit lucky with the timing. They went B at that time, got into the site, and now in a 2v4, Halzer hits a collateral, great third shot here, and they managed to convert the 2v4, right? And sort of this gives them a lifeline. The score is tied. We go right into the next round. Again, it's going to be a man advantage situation for the Mongols. Another 4v3, right? But we see a little bit more of the same, leaving the B bomb site, giving the opening to Complexity to plant the bomb. Blitz has his old mouse situation where he runs out of battery. I mean, come on, man. And in another post plan. Halzerk, I mean, first he got the kill with the Tech 9, and here one more time. I mean, 9-10 has him dead to rights. He just needs to hit the one shot. He misses. Halzerk kills the bomb diffuser and gets match point for Complexity. Just even back-to-back, 2 crazy rounds and impact from Halzerk.
Yeah, I was just about to say, right, his scoreboard, overall for the game as well didn't look that impressive, but the last 2 rounds right here, round 22, round 23, that's when he came alive, that's when he found the impact. Now I want to address the whole mouse thing, because I think people at home are questioning, wondering, you as a former coach, me as a former player, teammate to Blitz as well, how frustrating is it to be in a game, it's 11-11, and you have a player losing power of his wireless mouse? Like, it must be tilting.
I mean, it's crazy, right, that you don't get that sorted the day before, the morning of, right? Like, as you're setting up, just leave it there where you go to have your team talk. It's 10 minutes. Like, you're going to be fine for the whole series. For me, just unacceptable. I did have, actually, at the major, before our 2-2 game to make the playoffs, a player forgot his stick for the wireless mouse. So then had to have someone go back to the hotel, grab it for him. It cut his warm-up time in half. Luckily, he was a veteran player, so didn't really affect them all too much. But I mean, this thing's just like adding to the stress, to an already stressful environment. You want to avoid that. You want as few distractions as possible. So just a very sort of a Twilight Zone type of a game for the Mongols here.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to lose. Definitely not the way you want to conduct yourself on the server. However, one thing is the Mongols struggling, losing rounds they probably should be winning. We got to give credit to Complexity as well for pulling off a great comeback. They even said it when they were down. I think the scoreline was 10-4, 10-5, 10-6 at that point. We lost both pistols. We're playing better than the Mongols. So you got to give them a bit of credit for the resilience they're showing.
I really like the quiet confidence, in a way, from Complexity, right? It seemed like they had belief in themselves still, despite some unfortunate rounds, not just in losing the pistols, but even that anti-eco in the second half that they ended up losing. There was a 5v3 in the first half that they lost, which could have given them even more momentum, right? So being able to overcome all these rounds, I feel for me that's one of the most important things in today's Counter-Strike, right? Because it's MR12, there's not too many rounds to play. And if you do end up losing, some of these rounds, you need to be able to reset immediately, right? Because if you let it linger, then you lose a couple of more rounds because of it. That's too much to recover from, really.
That's true. That's very, very true. It does put Complexity in a very favorable position, hanging to Ancient as well. A map that we know the Mongols play to a high level. We know they picked it into this matchup. Again, you were questioning whether it was going to be Ancient. Inferno was up for the grabs as well.
And they got both.
They got
so
both,
they'll be happy.
So they'll be happy for that. Where does this leave the Mongols? Do you think they're going to come in, in a good mindset? Or could this be the 2-0 that you were kind of anticipating?
I think for me, one of the bigger question marks with this Mongols lineup and one of their weaknesses, I did feel it was their mental game, right? Yeah. Like they're prone to sort of getting frustrated and getting tilted, and then it can affect their game. I mean, also individually for Mzinho, the amount of issues, he didn't have, a great game, and he's been one of their better players recently. So I think here is where maybe they'll play a little bit angry coming into Ancient, which could be a good thing for them potentially. I do believe that Complexity picked T side, so they will have to play on the CT side, which means they'll have to react more than they will be able to dictate the pace of the game themselves, which could prove to be troublesome for the Mongols.
And what's your gut feeling telling you quickly heading into the second map? Do you think we're looking at a 2-0, or do you think the Mongols will bounce back despite having a stressful first map?
I like the confidence from Complexity, and if they just win one of the pistols, give themselves a slightly better start, I'm hanging in with them.
All right, you're hanging in with them. We'll jump on a quick break, but once we are back, it's with the second map between the Mongols and Complexity, which could be the last of the series.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
More.
Well, well, well.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry.
Your mother tells me you've been in here all day. Did you finish your assignments?
Not yet. There's too much.
Don't play with me, boy.
Look.
What in the hell is that? What have I told you? Finish your assignments before moving on to that damn homework. Now lock in. Every day I'll bust my ass to put food on the table. I put electricity in this here machine. When are you gonna step up? Bring in more of that stick of money. I need 10,000 bot kills. I need 100% jump throw accuracy. I need you to review the top 10 20 times over before the week's out. We didn't raise a bottom fragger, now did we? You may not like travel, you may not like the pressure, the new hairstyle I've given you for your brand, but I told your granddaddy you were gonna be the best offer Mississippi's ever seen.
Hey, I just wondered if we could have a quick chat about the piece that we're going to be filming.
No, English not good.
It's fine. We can do it in Mongolian. We can translate it. We can do it in Mongolian. There will be subtitles.
No English.
Well, I just think it would be really good for you guys. Fuck.
Loquacious, 21 points.
Jag måste ha nyp. Hej!
When the smoke bellows in palace, the king rushes to the throne, for it takes guts to obtain glory.
Okay, seriously, guys. I just need one of you.
Sorry, no English.
Fuck.
Hey Future Pros! Ancient can be a great map to play, but taking space on lane can be tough. Let's look at a util set you can throw to help you take control of cave. It's always good practice to have a teammate go mid and molly the jump up, or have them getting info so you know you can't be peeked from heaven. That is pretty much a requirement if you want to go for this play. For this, you will need a molly, smoke, and a flash. First, let's molly into the cave doorway. I won't lie, this is pretty hard to do, so make sure you practice this molly a lot. As you run towards the doorway, try to position yourself a bit wider to the right. Quickly aim in the middle of this brick and running jump throw the molly. You'll have to line this one up very fast to get it off in one motion. Then, if the enemy team knows what they're doing, they will likely molly into lane as you are scaling, so use your smoke to extinguish this. Finally, throw a flash off this section of the wall to land inside the doorway. It will take you a few attempts to get all this in one smooth motion, but at the end of the day, practice makes perfect.
Welcome back. Map 2, Mongols Complexity. An incredible comeback from Complexity, picking it up in regulation. And now we prepare ourselves for Map 2. This is Mongols' home turf. They've opted and elected to take it to Ancient. And it's been somewhat of a, can I call it a crutch? It just feels like this is one of the maps in every Mongols game we see in Ancient. They're always delivering. But is it exploitable by Cole? Is a 2-0 a conversation we can have?
I think it is. Watching this game and seeing how it falls apart for the Mongols and the discussion of them either in freefall or treading water or depending on however you want to define them, I think at the moment with this team it could be a crisis of confidence. When you look at this roster and you think about the players, you're always talking about the individuals and how they're able to turn rounds on their head, but they're dropping the ball. Now, sure, they did win a 5v3, they did win both pistols, but the game ends up going against them. They did have a bit of a tech issue, but that was, I would say, self-inflicted if you didn't charge your mouse.
Yeah.
So a few things going against them in map number 1. I wouldn't rule them out of it just yet, however. See if they can bounce back on map number 2. All smiles for Complexity currently.
Listen.
Second map very far underway between FaZe and Pain at the moment.
Oh, it looks like it's returned to a state of normality.
Yes, maybe just a little bit sleepy, the FaZe boys, to kick off the day. That's going to happen.
And we've been doing boots on the ground research. We've met 4 Counter-Strike fans in the wild.
That's true.
Roaming the streets of Melbourne, and every single one of them is cheering for FaZe Clan.
It's so crazy. It's like, oh, they ask us who we're going for. And
Yeah.
we're like, well, actually, no, they ask who do we think's going to win.
Yes.
Because I don't go for anybody.
No. Apart from FlyQuest, obviously.
Vitality are going to win. And then they're like, oh, yeah, FaZe. They all said FaZe.
They did.
FaZe fans everywhere. Had them all around Melbourne, but here we go. Pistol round number 3 for the series, number 1 for the map. Smoke and a flash for the defense with a pair of dual Berettas and Kevlar. So Techno with a full kit. Smoke double flash for the attack. There's a flash. Oh, 160. Mistiming that. Catches the brunt, but we'll still get the space. Now red smoke. This is layered and late.
Oh, that's really nice flash work. It gets Mazzinho off the line. Spotted another 9-10. Just collecting heads. Racks up the double. Mazzinho chips in for a third. Takes down JT. Bomb lost in the open. 60 doing nothing. He's still on heaven, and Nix is going to pause as he bides time. Position noted.
2 new boys. Having to get back into this one. Okay. Blindside onto Senzu. There was a chance for a moment. Mazzinho will secure this as he'll double up. And there you have it. 3 from 3 in the pistol department. But it's not about how you start. It's about how you go on, Mongols. Have you been able to reset? You know this series is going to get an awful lot longer than it could have been. You had your chances, you squandered them, but you're still looking for the W. Again, you don't want to drop to the lower bracket. You want to make sure that you can go into that next matchup, which will be going down tomorrow to battle for your spot in the arena. Rod Laver Arena, which maybe there are some Aussies tuning in right now watching. I'm sure there's a couple. Even if not, maybe you're a tennis fan. You'll have heard of the Rod Laver Arena.
This red smoke, that's suboptimal. For a quick AXAC, JT fast CT.
The question is, does 910 play ahead of this? He's just transitioned to sight, so he definitely will.
Yeah, he's just going to try and get himself 2. Turns the flashes. Oh, still catches him, but good for the first. And the second, yep, delivers what it was required of him. Blitz will arrive just in time for another contribution as Mazzinho swings out of the donut to get the job done. JT, just an armored P250.
Interesting approach from Complexity.
Yeah.
Smoking off towards the temple position as well as sight as opposed to donut. So I guess they're expecting a player to be a bit more retake setup from temple. But 9-10, as mentioned, very, very well done. And this one should be done and dusted. Any damage that JT can find is great, but I don't think he's even going to get that, as now he has been spotted by Techno. Dinkin dead. All right, well done. So get this right. The capacity of Rod Laver Arena, we're obviously not going to be hitting that. We're going to have a different configuration. But as far as I've been told, we will have more fans in the building than Katowice.
Which is incredible to consider, especially for Australia. I mean,
yeah,
you've always brought such incredible energy with smaller crowds. 9,000 of you? I don't even know what to expect.
It's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. Broken red smoke, looking for them, but not exposed. Still tucked on elbow. Incendiary will force a decision. They opt for a more passive approach. Just respect it. And anticipate the swing from Blitz. Flash in. Multiple bodies spotted. He's done very well there. Mongols set themselves up for success in this anti-eco. Also goes down as well. Just testing Blitz and Mazzinho. And it is a full green tick in that box. 5 alive. Blitz leaves with 3.
Don't know what that means.
Spat on that thing!
I don't know what that means, Mazzinho. I think that this is where we buck the trend from map number 1, right? Mongols were able to get the pistol and the conversion, but then they lost to either a hero AK or the double dip of the force buy. So right now they've gone 3 straight. So looking good as it is a bonus. There's lots of residual cash. MP9's kept for Senzu and Blitz. Oh, that's a miss smoke, isn't it?
Yeah. Two back-to-back missed red smokes.
Yeah,
This one's even worse than the first.
It's not great. Well, it's a B execute.
Oh, that's a lovely little HE and a boosted orb. Oh, it's scary. The flashes are good. He's panicking. He's in the backside. Gets tagged him up. Covered him nicely. That's the MP9 at work. Senzu delivers. Pushing aggressive techno. It's chaos. Pandemonium on the site. Halzuk manages to rack up 2. He's equalized, but Mazinho is out. Halzuk doesn't even know. His bomb's exposed. Grim will push through the smoke, and now we can all take a breath.
That all happened before a minute 22 on the clock.
I really like what he's done with this smoke. That's going to keep
noisy,
you
though.
staring. Oh.
He's been heard.
Has he?
Yeah.
Mazinho heard him leave, but he's already going to pivot round.
Well, heads back over. The question is, did he actually run away? Well,
he could still be in cave. That's what Mazinho's thinking.
And with all the time available, Grim can make this play.
Does he catch a timing without... Yeah. Oh, lovely. Mazinho has no idea. He's only got 9 bullets as well. Didn't elect to reload. Still considers him close. Will Mazinho be caught off by this? I think he might be. Starts to proceed back towards the site on that ramp. Grim concerned about cave. That's the fight! Oh, Grim! It's Grim indeed! That's a horrible way for it to go down. So much time invested on the relocation, and he fumbles it.
Oh, I think Graham, they're leaning over to see how much damage was done in that exchange.
Yeah.
Got the jump on him.
Oops.
And this was just wild, right? So you know there had to be... Well, maybe they didn't because of the pathing that they went with and the flashes were in play. But 910 gets run down. Senzu still able to get 1. It's chaos on the side. The Halzuk double is brilliant. Oh, and just as he's pivoting it away, Grim's going to be frustrated with that one.
I can hear that idiot shouting about it.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Bloody casters. Wish they'd keep it to themselves.
Yeah, stop talk. Start getting... yeah, he did just hit that. Yeah,
well, they started 3B, so it might lure them into thinking the side is a little bit more under-fortified than it actually is. 910's AWP is
chill
different
your
game.
beans, Senzu. Wow, I mean, I respect it, but you're going to have to reload. Oh, no, you're not. Ah. Oh.
And Blitz is up here as well.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Grim doesn't take that Tech 9 rush to punish the reload.
Smoke's going to start fading in a second.
It will. Ooh, this feels like it's set up for a nice multi-kill for the Mongols here. Keep the wins going.
It's all on JT in middle.
Clean. Clean as it can be. Blitz activates onto JT. Senzu comfortable. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Oh, he'd have loved that one. Would have given them a real opportunity to win out in that 2v2.
If JT can extend the duel with Blitz, then that round does become possible. But the fact that Blitz wins that fight immediately, at that point, he can now focus fire with his teammates. So what damage can the young Norwegian do? Actually, I don't know how young Halzuk is anymore. He's been on our screens for a while.
He has.
Remember when Fifi was like, yeah, he's the next Zywoo? When he joined Dignitas, you remember that?
Did he say that?
Yeah, at the retirement home, when they picked him up, he was meant to be the way out. How old, if you had to guess? Let's play a game. It's called Guess Halzuk's Age.
I could do this. I'm quite good at that.
All right.
I reckon he is 27.
24.
Oh.
So maybe, yeah, young Halzuk. I stand corrected. It's all right, Grim. Don't let the Elige aura from the room. I know that he's in the same space as you, but he's not in the server with you.
We all know that feeling, you know, where like chair's not the right height, desk feels wrong, everything's just feeling a little too complicated and difficult. JT.
Good flash.
Yeah, really isolated, nice late take, catches his push through the elbow smoke. They are accelerating into a rather undefended site. It's just going to be Senzu. Gets one, though. Gets one ahead of the smoke. Techno activates as well for one. It's too easy. It's way too easy right now. Too many bodies. Everywhere it feels like Complexity go, there is like 4 or 3 players ready to receive them. Brutal.
All right, well, this is a sprint to start off map number 2. 6-0 will be another partial investment. They could even force buy, right? You could get out 2 AKs and the rest with Galils, and you would have utility to work with. So I wouldn't say it's out of the realms of possibility. It's a well-handled little pieces there from the Mongols. All right, well, this time they will be using a tactical timeout, a conversation to be had.
It's quite a sobering scoreline, isn't it? After winning an incredible comeback on Anubis, you find yourself...
What is a streak of 8?
Yeah.
And now they have a streak of 6. So you've forgotten what winning feels like.
Yeah, at this point.
Not an A1S in the server right now, and that really makes me happy.
A4 supremacy.
Same price.
Same price, more bullets, higher rate of fire.
Nix is not looking confident in his red smoke right now. So, mate, let's get that down. You've moved. Did he land it?
Yeah, it looks good. Surely.
Wow. Don't speak too soon.
Surely.
Hey, there we go.
There they go. Fight mid. They are. They're asking questions of middle. It cost them a great deal of health from that HE. Molotov forces Techno back cave. Mid space. Reaction is immediate. Blitz and 910 partner up to play the fade. They'll break ahead of it. Ahead of schedule. JT a free frag. Ooh, Grim couldn't quite finish off the job. Tries to transfer into 910, gets him low. Activating towards A main's not a bad shout, but they are 2 Mongols here to receive him. It is the fight. Yeah, takes a chance through the smoke, does lose out to Techno. Despite that low HP as well. So yeah, things could have changed. There was options. There was a potential for them to find their first gun round. Oh, sorry, our first round, not guns. Guns are out now.
Mongols read that like a book, right? The clear, the kill. Even though there was a trade in there, 910 immediately rotates to A, lets Mazinho take over any of the leaks if there is later pieces coming across. From Donut, the Orb gets a kill. 60 has to make a play in that scenario. Techno's ready, waiting on the smoke. And final kill onto Halzerk. So here we go again. How long will they go roundless complexity? Default opener. Halzerk ready with flashes to send these two. JT and Grim out mid with 60 up from heaven.
Yep. Mid pincer.
It's a flash.
No one visible on the break. The smoke from Blitz. Donut smoked as well, so yeah, they are going to have the boots planted of that Red Room player. Mazinho is playing a forward position in A main as the canary in the coal mine.
I do like this as well, right? So you can essentially leave Mazinho here at any point,
right?
And you can give up the site because it becomes so many different angles if they do come in through Donut. We can see it does look like it's going to be a B finish. So Blitz is worried about red quite passively. It means he can assist Techno and Senzu. But with the type of harassment that they've done, Complexity don't look like they want to put their toe in the water. So right now, 60 in cave is going to have a fight to take.
Especially tough because Techno's going to like shoulder maybe be spotted, bait him in. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Wow. Senzu does win out the duel. Good angle for him up close. Takes down 60. Halzerk just faking out that bomb. JT returns fire through the boards, and Mazinho's late A main push catches Grim unawares. Bomb goes down. Can they win this one? Can they rectify a 2v3? Oh. Never mind. Senzu's got the wall bang down. Takes down Halzerk, and JT, nice clean tap onto the second as well. My God, an attempt at the 1v3 on low HP, but it's still Mongols reigning supreme, 8-0.
Mazinho yet to die, 11-0. We haven't had a JT clutch just yet.
It was close.
He's the man that Complexity, I don't think they turn to him, but he's the one to stand up and be countered. And there's that activation of the A main push. JT, knowing he has to stay calm with this, but just sweeping through, Mazinho will take him, and Grim's frustrations leaking over now.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He was playing Lurk, right? And he gets caught. He does nothing in the round. You just feel helpless at that point. But the bomb did go down. There is another buy. Max loss bonus in play, and his aggression. They don't want to give Mazinho that space. Immediately go for the challenge. It's Senzu here. Like, been a few different looks on CT setups right now. Mongols are flowing.
I guess they've got so many options where it was 910 just says, I'll do this, and then they know a variety of different approaches. This time it is just going to be him spotting the long with Techno forward in cave. It does mean that Colt could exec B quite comfortably, though.
I think like Blitz may as well give this up now. I don't think there's any real point him hanging around because Mazinho has the cross from Donut.
Right, he's just trying to puff up his chest and act bigger than he is.
So they could give them the site and still play retake anyway. There are kits in play and it's a 5v5.
This is going to be horrible for JT though. It's a free frag. Oh, no it's not! 910! Oh, both of them crumble at the hands of JT's AK. Massive to bring Colt into the round. And take their first. Will they give Mazinho his first death as well? That's the next conversation.
I think right now with the residual cash that's available, these guys could look for some damage on the way out. They don't, definitely not going to go for it. Shouldn't overextend, but if they can find a little bit of damage on a few of these complexity players and keep them in a tough spot with their finances down the stretch, can limit the amount of rounds they can accrue on the T side. But there you go, JT. Didn't win the clutch, but broke their way in. Secures the first for Cole. And they've clearly got the mental to come back into games, but this one is going to be a whole lot harder than the previous.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the kills. All of complexity kept humble. Did you hear Furia there?
Furia?
What did he say? Like, let's just Furia, but that would make no sense. Unless that's also a call they have. I don't know. That's what I heard.
Oh, timeout taken from Mara. Okay. So he really wants to slather on the rounds here. Unfortunately, it does mean a lot more silenced M4s in the mix after losing all those bodies. So, guys, sorry to report. I'm sure he's saying that. He's like, guys, sell those back. I don't want those. Get the good ones. All right, Nix is going to do the red smoke again. I'm staying on board with him. I want to see if he's pulling it off. What else are we looking at here? Furia could be 60s heading towards B. Grim's going to head towards middle. JT's going towards middle. Halzok's probably going to throw the flashes. So this is just standard. This is just the default round. Nothing crazy about this one. It's 2 sets of flashes. So Nix and Halzok, they're going to contest middle here on a second timing.
No elbow smoke. 60 does catch Techno and all blitz. Yeah, overcommits to it. Caught crouching. Grim trades into mid. An advantage for Carl. Trying to change it with some smoke spams. Mazinho still undefeated. Nice catch over the smoke from Senzu. Grim has the bomb on his back, so losing his life is awful.
I just had a death slam. They're just ahead of us. So Grim's frustrations continue.
Oh, and Halzok made a step. This is another one for Senzu. Never mind. Caster Curse is real. 9-10's getting flanked.
Oh,
yeah, eye to the scope. Nix was already in his blind spot. Okay, Mazinho, what have you got for us? A 1 versus 2 demanded of the young gun.
Winnable. That smoke's spilt forward.
Yeah, he's walking through it. It's covered by Nix, but Mazinho! He can do this! Finds the headshot on the man covering. It's an AWP, low HP. Mazinho gonna try and tap through the smoke. Jumps through his shot! Mazinho! Untouchable, undefeatable, unkillable. Mazinho clutches up the 1v2. 13-0, and that's bad luck, but for Cole, as they've only got 1 round on this T side.
He's come straight through the grey screen, instantaneously ripped Nix's head off, and then from here, he's just able to dance with how. Look at that, just bang dead. Halzok's just finished planning, leg shot.
Oh, he actually leg shots him on the jump. Yeah, that's the slam. Can't catch a break. Can't catch a break on Ancient.
Well, 2 rounds left. Again, bomb goes down. Lost bonus helps with the buy. Oh,
dead now, of course. Oh, it's brutal for complexity. They can't get anything going.
How many opening kills have they even been able to manage so far? Let me take a look, because it doesn't feel like many.
Any? Certainly not many.
Oh, no, 4.
4, okay.
It doesn't feel like it, though, with just how bleak a lot of these situations have been. So either well traded.
Oh, Cave is just so dangerous against them. Whoa! Mongols! Great catch from 60. That's pure reactions. Pure instinct. Kicks in. Adjusts nicely. However, Blitz on long side. Stays stubborn, removing Halzok, and you're not getting that bomb down, Nix. You're dreaming. Tries walking in with it. 9-10 quick to the scope. Turns the flash into a 1 versus 3. 9-10 unlikely to miss this shot, especially when you're in the mud from that HG. Mongols, they are cooking up trouble. A 10-1 half.
Mazinho may finish this half without dying.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't want to jinx him. After all the blue screen trouble that he had within the first half, he's come come back with a vengeance here on Ancient. But just really taking care of business, aren't they? Going to be 10-2 at worst, 11-1 at best, as the bubbling over of those frustrations continues on our screens.
That is the second time as well we've seen complexity players dying, like pushing ahead of their smokes. Like, we could perhaps wait an extra 5 seconds and have long and short fully smoked and then go.
Oh, spammed.
And 2 openers from Nix back to back into last round of this half.
Mazinho died, I did jinx him.
Oh! Double trouble! 9-10 hits a collateral.
Senzu's here.
Frag, you'd think. Nix, He adjusts just in time with that AK-47 advantage, just takes his head off. Trying to recover this one is 9-10.
Oh, he has to go for it. Final round.
Pick up an AK-47. He's got a full belt of util and is on his way back. Halzerk in cave. Is he going to keep pushing this? Is he going to try and catch that timing on the ramp player? I think his window of opportunity is just going to miss it. Yeah, rounding the corner now, 9-10.
Smoke on the bomb.
As Smoke has kit. Could get awkward.
Just get it down.
Halzerk's going to have heard him. A fake as well. Looks like 9-10's got no chance in this one. Halzerk bides his time, confirms he's off the bomb. Takes a crouch peek, and the job is done. The round is won. Cole with just 2. But they end it with a win. End it with a bang. Looking good for 3 here, Mongols. They just need 3 rounds to take us to a 3rd map. An NT indeed. Just 2 rounds is all Cole have to show for it on Mongols map pick in the second of our first game here at IEM Melbourne 2025. Chat Sponge Birchall, and my name is Machine. Mazzinho, he had to die, didn't he?
It's the way of the Counter-Strike world.
It's just how it had to work. It's just how it
You're unable to be immortal for an entire match of CS. But he did try his absolute best as the frustrations.
They're getting lucky as well. Fucking collapse and shit, like running through smokes and just fucking not like. Just gotta be prepared for everything. Just take a breath, try and get the frustration out, stay positive. We can back this back.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Graham.
Get the frustrations out.
Collapse, run through smokes.
couple of expletives in there, Graham.
Yeah. Wash your mouth out with soap.
Yeah, imagine if your mum heard that.
Bang. Ooh, nice try from Nyx. He's under a lot of scrutiny on this B-bomb site. He's trying to stay active, as in the sense he wants to try and take as many pot shots as he can, but while simultaneously not giving away this 3v3, breaking into that B-bomb site. Mongols have got Blitz throwing out a long smoke. All this control already. Going looking on short side. Halzak takes a little lick. A couple of body shots. Techno brought low as well. That's a big one back from Senzu. Yeah, finds Halzak. Trades immediately. Techno. Oh, he's trying to get across, but the taps from JT do find the head. Goosh as well now from the Glock of Senzu. A 1 versus 2 for the taking. This is scary times for Nyx and JT. Will they let him plant? Is that going to be their next objective?
They might have to.
Oh, the bomb's still there. Oh no! Oh no! Senzu's gotten the most healthy of the two down. Nyx has given it up. Can JT save? And this is a compulsory pistol to have a conversation about Ancient. And the bad mood would only get worse. Senzu tries to peace out, fakes the steps away. He's got JT. Oh no, he's made a meal of that. Senzu's low. 1 bullet on either side would do it. JT, can you hit it? Senzu saves him. He got a big smile on his face.
He knows he gooshed him earlier as well.
Bloody
like, why
hell.
won't he just die?
Just made that look really, really difficult.
That's 4 from 4 in the pistol department.
True.
Bloody hell, Senzu.
Oh, we got it done.
I'm glad you could laugh about that. What a great trade. That, yeah, like, you're wondering where JT is. It's not together.
2, 3.
He's got. I'm not going for headshots anymore. Yeah. Even Mara having a giggle about things. So they get the clutch, they get the round, and they just need 2 more as a force ban for complexity. Donut smoke. And they play ahead of it, so there's an opener. Might just force the hand of the Mongols into a faster B play. They might need to accelerate into this.
He's only going to try. Techno with a Mac-10 on the warpath. Flash him from 6C, sets himself up. Beautiful. From the 5-7, it connects. 5 versus 3. Can they convert? It certainly looks good with 6C's 5-7. Racking him up. And now Mazinho left alone, overwhelmed. Cole, convert. 6C very happy with that one.
Yeah, see, he's spent some time in Europe. He's picking up some of
He's picking up the lingo.
Some of the vernacular. All right, well, that's one that's going to have a real feel-good moment to it, but you need an awful lot more of that. 5-7.
Self-flash, love that.
In my mind, and I don't know what the pros, maybe we, next Pro League when we've got him a bit more...
Harosh!
Harosh?
You had to say it like
oh, that's
American,
the... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well...
Harosh.
Harosh, guys.
Seriously, Harosh, dudes.
The 5-7, though.
Yeah, right.
Isn't it strong? For $500.
But it's not as cool as the Deagle, we all agree.
That's true. Oh, Grim. I think you're a bit low to be hanging around.
Oh, it's making me uncomfortable. He's timed it perfectly as well. 6C should be fine. Like, he's going to... No, he's not! He's completely not, actually. Mazinho slipped through. Grim gets away with a lucky one. Just Mazinho walking into his spray.
Hey, there we go, JT. That one's a crispy. Now for the finish. As Blitz and Senzu should be getting burnt here in a moment's time, and then down to just the eco. So with 1 casualty, it's likely not to become 2. JT makes light work of proceedings, and there you have it. 11-4. Now Mongols, don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again, Mongols. Because if it happens again, you're in the lower bracket. And what happens in the lower bracket, Alex?
You only have to win every single game, and only 1 team goes through. It's like, you know, the gauntlet, as it were.
It's tough.
It's not fun. And that's why winning is better. I've always said it.
Winning is better than losing.
Winning is better than losing.
Nothing feels as bad as losing. Well, in a competitive environment.
Yeah. Loved that. Halzak approach. An early HE, then just sits back. Lovely headshot. Angle racks himself up. A lovely quad kill. JT steals away his ace. But he's just happy to have converted that round cleanly and convincingly. Mara immediately hits that big red button for his second tactical timeout. Map 2, game 1.
Could we get a big red button for coaches implemented?
I think we should, and I think that we need to put together a PDF.
Actually, there might be a problem with it, because the in-game leader would need to acknowledge the timeout. The in-game leader could
Can they deny?
Of course.
So if like someone does the T with their hands.
I'm pretty sure you could just ignore him. You could wave him off.
No, I'm good. Damn, I've never seen that.
Because you have to type in game, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
So, MC took away our in-game text.
Yeah.
Now we can't see what they're saying without console.
Got to keep the teams happy, Chad.
No, but we just look at the demo.
Everybody ask me.
Why you bullying me?
What they type in game. Starting with a an open A bomb site, and Mongols starting with a fast A.
That's a fast donutty. Guys, it's very quiet. I think they're just trying to pull the rotation and then walk out middle. Yeah, they are. They're trying to pull the rotation and waltz out middle.
So they're trying to like these steps and util, and they're all smoked off, and they don't see anything. They
So
are
now they
coming
just
out
go
there.
A. Okay. Interesting.
Simple. They're boosted up. It's already looking very good. How do you get back into this, though? You're going to be rotated through.
Well, look how light the util is for Mongols. They have to win duels.
Oh, that MP9 can finish off the job. Grim does it already with the Org. Blitz ducks on 60. Another attempt through the donut. Senzu comfortable. Just hits the headshot adjustment immediately onto Nyx. It's another one back from Halzak in that donut. Both of them trapped in donut. The smoke won't last forever, but Mongols now with a man advantage and that bomb down. Still paranoid about a potential lurker.
All right.
Yeah. Choose your own position. I was here first.
Oh, the bait and switch. There's the bait. Here's the switch.
Comes down to
it's
what
time
we
for
want.
the JT clutch. We haven't had one
It's
yet.
about time, and it's about time. And all he has to do is wait for that smoke, touch the bomb, get ready for Techno's walk, and can't do it. 12 is the magic number. Mongols take it. Comfortable now to wrap this one up and take us the distance.
It looked like a complexity gave Mongols exactly what they wanted on the A side. So they used the smokes. It wasn't an all-in. It was like, what are we doing? And then they came through late. But before the bomb goes down, think about all the jewels that were taken.
Yeah.
Right? The donut smoke, I think there was an extra replenish available or it was down. But either way, they just took a lot of fights. Felt unnecessary. Mongols are great when it's heads up. Oh, missed red smoke. All right, well, they do get the mid control, at least for the interim. Oh, saw him. Grim definitely saw him.
Finishes off the job now. Turns tail. Techno boosted up quick onto 60. Grim, this is an audacious position to find yourself in. Can you catch a glimpse of Techno just on that oscillating smoke? Yes, he can. Does remove another. 4 versus 3, 9-10 in pursuit of this frag though. Grim spots him out on the jiggle, in trouble from the Galil. Advancing down the ramp is Nyx, but nice reposition from 9-10. Tucks on the bucket, does isolate the duel, but Mazinho an immediate trade. It's up to Halzak in a 1 versus 2, and he gets his AWP into position early. Ready for cave, ready for ramp, knows where they're coming from. Jiggle out, headshot, body shot collects. And that's awkward. Halzak gets caught pulling the pin on that HE. Blitz just... Blitz?
Oh,
what?
no!
He didn't finish him! Oh! Okay. Okay.
After the leg shot against Mazinho, if he hit that one
What's the
and
logic
then
on
died,
Blitz planting like that? What does he think he's not going to come for him?
I guess he thought a bit more respect was going to be... It could because it's a fake. Maybe it's a fake, but Blitz is just sticking it. Halzak wants to take a page out of the Mongols book and just play heads-up CS. Tags him through the wall, finishes off with the USP, and his heart probably stops for a moment there as it's a tag and not a kill. Mongols have plenty of rounds to work with, so how close can this game get? That's now the new question. And was a similar question that we had on Anubis, and it got damn close. It got so close, Complexity ended up winning it. So what can they do with 4 Glocks and a Deagle in the hands of 9-10, who has been on point today? Kill in favor of 60. He's had a tough map. He had some big moments in the second half, right? Obviously that 5-7 round to win out of 4 spy. Not too shabby. What do we got coming up next? Because this one will just be the Eco Bash. We've got Mouse versus Big and 3D Max versus Gamer Legion. FaZe versus Pain is also still running simultaneous with this one. That one's close again on map number 2. So respect to Pain for bringing a little bit of that. Without Big Uzera here in the server. Had a medical condition. I think the Pain even said it was something to do with his ear.
Yeah, something about the flying at altitude was not going to be conducive with keeping his hearing.
I think it's... In sports, if players are injured and they can't play, it's obviously different because they tend to be in the country or close enough.
Yeah, right. You hop on the bus or something.
Right. But you would hear what the injury is. Like, oh, they've torn their ACL or they've done this or they've done that. Obviously, in Counter-Strike, we do hear about like wrist injuries or RSI and stuff. But for Payne to come out and say, oh, yeah, it's an ear thing, that's why he can't fly, respect, because it takes away
the mystique.
Yeah, people would go, oh, is Big Zero leaving? Is he going to Furia now? It's like, no, he's got a medical condition and he actually can't fly. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Respect it.
Ooh, JT jumps up. Grim gets a double in mid before being shut down. Senzu finally put to rest. It's 6E again, successful. Constantly having to operate with a lesser weapon, and he makes it work.
If 910 had the bomb, I'd say he could be in for this. But with the bomb down over towards elbow and middle, he's on the B side. He'll get a kill for free, but is it just one?
That's the question.
Oh.
6E, the timing on that was perfect.
Damn.
And he'll get himself a rifle upgrade as well. So in 12-8, how close are they going to get to overtime?
Take this, right? We'll try this one on for size. Sorry, I keep hitting my mic on my collar. That's my bad, everybody. Try this one on for size, right? They came back on map number 1.
They did.
And
I was there. I saw it.
You did. Mongols know they have the mentality that they can lose a game like this. They just did.
Yeah,
Complexity know they can win a game like this. They just did.
I thought 11 was where like...
No,
Mongols
nothing's
messed it up.
impossible. It's Counter-Strike. It's like Disneyland, but in a video game.
Yeah. Out mid with Tech 9s. And a HE to break. Or is it ready and poised? Doesn't hit his... Oh, he does hit his shot. Excuse me. Wow. Quick flick onto Techno.
Oh.
Ah. You've lost Grim on A. Will you lose the bomb site? Halzok doesn't think so. Still sticking around. Burns out Mazinho. Misses his shot on the donut. Deeg. They're doubled up and covered by Halzok.
Oh.
Yeah, nice shots from Blitz.
He's going to win
Gets
this.
two quick
He's going to win
taps.
this.
Think so?
It's the new table position. He's 100% winning it. It's the clutch from downtown.
Back. Smoked off. 6E and Nix partnered up on it. That fading CT smoke.
And he's away. Has plenty of time. He could be anywhere, right? The fact that he's been able to dip out of there, he's just hightailing it over towards B. 6E and Nix, these are the two least experienced members of this Complexity roster. Paired up, partners in crime, trying to clear him out and chase him down. But he could have gone through red. He could have dipped all the way back through A. Well, he's now planting on B. They're both going to be coming in from the back line. They should stay together. The question is, do they go cave or do they go ramp? Blitz has been able to push forward, back of the Death Cube, scoped up, down towards red. They don't have a smoke. They do have kits. Blitz can win this.
Yeah, no, but it's not planted for him. He's planted default.
Doesn't matter now.
He has to fight this cave early. Here we go. This is the angle. Isolating Jules. 6E spins around to save him. Bit of a messy spray from Blitz. A real opportunity presenting itself to isolate the 2 Jules he needed in the 1 versus 2. But another round for Colt, and 6E unloading the remainder of his mag into the corpse of Blitz just to let him know that he probably could have done more.
I should have done more there, right? That first kill, definitely getting traded, I would say. But the first kill felt like it should have been his. Did 6E call him an org noob? We might
like
catch it in the replay.
Nice shot, noob!
Nice shot, noob.
Okay, if he said org noob, would have been better. Because they don't really use that gun.
That's an unironic noob. I haven't heard one of them since 2008.
And it sounded about as good as his Hirosh, so...
Hirosh! Hirosh, noob!
Okay,
Sorry,
well...
we love you, 6E.
We do.
Yeah, we're not mocking
It's all
you.
for entertainment.
It's just entertaining.
There's 3 rounds left, though, and we have overtime.
Yeah, but watch this.
Okay.
JT removed that. No.
You're not believing.
I need to start.
Yeah,
don't I?
you should have started about 2 rounds ago.
You're right. 910's already slipped into donut undetected. They know it's a gap. JT might even get a little bit of info. Spots it. What? Okay, that was 1 jump too many, JT. And it has resulted in 910 revealing the bomb's position. Oh, Halzok asleep at the wheel. Bro, did not expect 910 to be so active so quickly. Needed that from Grim. Oh, my lord.
What do you do as 910? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place now.
You've run through the incendiary in 1 tap, Grim.
Wait, he's on his own still. The rotation hasn't joined him through Donut just yet. Oof. Good work from Grim. Okay. Well, now to 10 rounds. The Mongols, they are in hot water. We've got 5K on 910. Everybody else hovering around the 4K mark. So as far as a buy is concerned, it is there. The loss bonus has been in play because last map, it was a streak of 8 rounds to win the map. This time, it's going to have to be a streak of, what, 8 again? 7.
Yeah, on the CT
7 to
side.
take you into overtime. Yeah, so Mara definitely sweating right now. This is the 3rd tactical timeout being burnt. They will get an extra timeout for every set of overtime. So Just wanting them to get the job done now before things get a whole lot more pressure filled into the next round. But yeah, JT had some very important moments, up to 17 kills. An impactful double to say the absolute least. Complexity showing some poise under pressure. I don't think that's something that you could have said about the Complexity of last year.
I'm still adjusting to the fact the Org is being unironically purchased and utilized.
This is the thing, they were using it so much in Bucharest. Like, Grim was using it. He's on train. You see all of them starting to wield it.
As long as it's not like the full Org Krieg meta of old, that's fine.
I think it just levels the playing field with the AK at close range.
Yep. And JT again in middle. He's making it his own. The nade looks like it's destined for damage. Boom! 150 damage into the elbow. Awkward for Mongols, limping now, hamstrung by the explosive. And they are still going to contact out mid. Zinho parked in A main and smoked. Incendiary behind the box confirms that no one's pushed out. He can focus his attention forward. Smoke will block him. Flash for nothing. Is JT doing anything with that? No, it's just hoping to delay. JT in this forward position, this little off angle, it's cheeky. Oh, damn. Oh, another from JT! He is delivering time after time. That AK put to great use. Triple kill from JT, and this is the Org in action. Holding a sliver gap. Oh, fumbled util. Awkward now for Grim. They lost the bomb site. The bomb will go down. Spoke too soon. 60 gets there just in time, just in the nicks of time.
They really needed that plant, right? That plant was the difference between AKs or Galils going into this next round to play. The fact the bomb doesn't go down there, that stings. That leaves a mark. And JT continues to have some of these stunning multi-kill pieces. This is the opener right here that he grabs. 9-10 goes down. But this double is beautiful. Like, it just bang. It wasn't even aiming at him.
Wasn't on him, ref.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Maybe it was like a moving inaccuracy. It looked like he was just touching his strafe key.
You'll take it though, won't you? Okay, final round, regulation, overtime up next.
No way.
Jason Lake has just touched down in Melbourne. He might be witnessing a brilliant little comeback from his boys.
7 consecutive CT rounds. That's unheard of.
Here comes the fight.
60, he's not playing scared. He's not playing scared. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Neither does 60. The smoke. He kind of blocked his vision. He had grey screen on the jiggle. Not for Mazinho. Spotted his legs. Now pressure onto B. Halzuk needs help. Nix needs to hit some shots. Halzuk hasn't hit his. Pressure applied. Ramp is going to be a big finish here. Mongols congregating and cancelling. Falling back loud in the lane. Pressure applied and then completely released. They all knife out and peace out.
And the problem is their rotation, it's going to take longer than that of Complexities. They'll be able to pivot back. The question is, do they really believe this? Do they think that they've dropped back completely? Well, Halzuk does. He's going to take the AWP over towards A. Does he focus Donut or does he focus main? What type of setup are Grim and Halzuk going to piece together? Grim's starting to push main. This could be massive.
It's ballsy. 3 players to perceive him. Forward position.
Oh, he's going to tuck in.
Oh, he's in the open. Needed a second. Oh, Grim. Crikey. 2.5. And now Halzuk's all poised. Receives Mazinho comfortably. Just 2 remaining. Senzu's got no help. Techno is a mile away. 30 seconds. Trying to pivot. Techno through mid. Uncontested. Halzuk has occupied Donut, but he's not looking at middle.
Senzu faked it. All those steps were heard. They're going to still worry about B.
Halzuk. Oh, can't hit the quick scope. 2v2.
Penny drops now. That has to be A. Time.
Nix and JT. Catching Senzu on the cross, puts the bomb on the floor. It looks like overtime secure. Techno has to pick up the bomb. He's only got 9 seconds. He has to get back across. 6, 5. It has to read 4. It's over. It's over. We're going to overtime. Complexity have done it. Incredible, impeccable, 7 consecutive CT rounds.
And they carried that mentality through, right? You look at the first half of play. We came back from the break. Every cam of Complexity was pure frustration. We had death punches. They were getting absolutely nothing done within the first half whatsoever. And now they have brought back another map of Counter-Strike. Sure, this one is only for overtime. But from where they were to where they are, this is massive. This is a huge step in the right direction. Grim using that Org to perfection. Close range against the AKs.
And he was showing mad frustrations in that first half. The fact he's sitting at 22 shows he's overcome that. Deep elbow, they've missed the smoke.
Trying to run with the momentum. JT's been good in mid, but not good enough this time round. Blitz will find the opener. Nix forward. He does stick the landing, but needs to get out of there.
Especially with knowing that mid is occupied. He's fumbled the movement there. 9-10, the perfect weapon to punish. And so a man advantage into our first round of overtime. Halzerg shows the orb's presence, fires off a shot through that smoke. Techno sees that as an invitation to advance into it. And so we'll cut rotations.
Techno's had a really rough map.
Grim. My God.
Okay, well.
Double take. Proper.
What's Halzerg meant to do here?
What's anyone supposed to do? 60's also
Halzerg's pushing.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, completely boxed in.
What's he supposed to do?
60 now. He's just going to get hunted. Techno's already pushed all the way through spawn. Blitz is still over towards B.
Why is this how Counter-Strike works?
Why did 60 start with an MP9?
Because he likes it.
Okay.
But why, after losing 7 rounds consecutively, do Mongols win the first round of overtime?
Because Counter-Strike, as much as people don't want to admit it, is a massively mental game. And one of the things that they were feeling, because they fumbled map number 1 and they haven't been playing their best Counter-Strike in recent history, is pressure. And what does pressure do? It adds stress. And then you're not going to make the normal decisions that you'd normally make. You get flustered in the server, and the game gets away from you. Instead of playing to win, you're playing not to lose. And well, maybe you're not playing like the player that you're meant to be. Wow, that nade.
That's 2 elbow smokes missed in 2 rounds.
For a truckload of damage there. That was 41 damage on that nade.
Yeah, solid.
Or maybe it was 2 HEs, but either way.
Really limits JT's defensive options. He actually goes all the way back through Donut, pass back to Red with Halzerg, partners up with him. Ooh. They're parting forward. That's the fight. That's the fight. JT wins it out versus Techno. Halzerg shows his AWP as well.
I think that's Techno's 10th opening death. He's had a really tough time in that category, and he's having the roughest map on his team so far, and maybe in the server. So now with the number disadvantage, where do they look to finish? Mazinho leering out A, seeing if there is any signs of aggression. That's not the case just yet. Senzu Noisy will be heard by 60, who's just going to swing into the fight.
Yeah, he's welcoming this exchange, and wow, they win it both.
Okay.
2 North Americans delivering headshots, and spotting out another, removing 9-10. Convincing work from 60 this time on the rifle.
Very tough for Mazinho to win this one, not only because he's down to 11 points of health, but they would have known roughly where he was anyway. Right, he defaults over towards A. So left in a unwinnable scenario. A tough clear initially against that of 60, who's burrowed all the way into elbow, but looks like we're going to go 13-13 in a moment's time. Oh, good clear, Mazinho. Ready for everything. Really need to get a wriggle on right now. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock,
yeah,
so
what are you doing?
Yeah, at this point, just looking for kills. Looking to add something to the tally, because this one is over. And he'll be found by Halzerg. So there you go, removing everybody. An AK for Nix to work with.
Well, judging by how dominant their CT side was, Cole will be very much in pursuit of a 2-1 scoreline. Now that'll be their expectation for a good half, quote unquote.
If they win this series against Mongols, and they've done so without Train, which is one of their key maps in a lot of their series wins in Bucharest, and they've come back in both of them, this is this complexity roster turning a corner from the old one. The old one's mental fragile. A bit like my ego.
Boosted AWP for 9-10, and Nix is already early long, so he's got past that sight line. Doesn't need to overcommit, but a little jiggle for info could cost him his life. Pressure applied up the ramp. Halzerg quick to release it. Nix gets overlooked completely by Mazinho. Halzerg down to his rival Orpa. Nix is going to get jiggled out by Blitz. Makes it a 3 versus 3. The Molly Speedway will force JT back. 60 doesn't go for a spam. Smoked off on Cave, leaping through JT. That's ballsy. He nearly finished it off onto Techno. Puts him on 7 points of health. They're looking for Grim, but 9-10. Oh, 9-10. Not ready for it. Grim from the doors. This round is still on. In a very big way. Smoke and kit available for Grim. Incendiary buys time. Blitz needs to win this duel with 60. Perfect on the crosshair. Takes down the head of 60. Flash is good. Grim blinded. Needs to get onto that bomb site fast. Throws out the flash. Smoke not on the bomb, so really no chance for this one. and Techno finishes it. Solid work. 2-1, the scoreline in favor of Mongols in our first half of overtime.
Okay, well, I think that's very important for the Mongols, right? You were talking about how tough it was for both of these teams on their T sides, so we will get to see the Mongols now go back over to where they were so dominant. The pistol, they were just running away with things. At one point, Mazinho, I think, was 13-0, and the CT side was very dynamic, a lot of different setups coming out from them. So we'll see if they remember they can pick up where they left off, or if in that time JT has been able to find a solution to the woes. In the early stages of the rounds that Complexity were losing, there were missed red smokes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all just down to losing gun rounds.
He's out. Blitz is looking like he wants to try and fight. Yeah, they're pushing through. Tucked behind the box, a team flash exchange. It's Techno that activates out Cave. JT's not aware of it. So a nice double, make it a triple to start off proceedings for the Mongols defense. Looking strong, staying vigilant. Nyx claws one back. Senzu down. 9-10 meets a similar fate at the hands of Halzerk.
This is winnable right now for
It
Cole.
is, especially because they're planting and he's got his knife out. Oh dear, it's a 2v2 now. Nyx has caught out Techno in the cave. Halzerk gets that bomb planted and an interesting T-smoke. Blitz quick to the ramp though. That ramp flank is going to be very crucial. Nyx tucked on Cave, and he's aware of Long. He's missed his chance. He's missed his shots. Oh! And now exposed on the bolt. And 1 versus 2 for Nyx. What's he got? Well, it already connects on the wall. Bang! Mazinho collects indeed. It's 15. Mongols just 1 away from taking us to a 3rd map now.
And that was the first opening kill this map for Techno. And it's come deep into the series for sure. So, look, as mentioned, he was 0-10 in that department. I guess his first one to kick this round off. I think Techno's sitting here going, why hasn't he just gone up ramp with his teammate? Right? Like, why has Hauser gone in to be on his own? Nyx gets the spam kill, sure, we know he's lane. Can't believe that he's coming through Cave like that. So Techno gets caught out.
Yeah, Hauser knows he could have hit and should have hit that one on.
Yeah, he even got the second bite of the cherry there. Yeah. So, tough. Well, the timeout taken. A big swig of water being had. Mongols know they've still got the series ahead of them. They convert this. We have Inferno. And that's just best of 3, number 1 of the day on the A stream. 4 best of 3s a day on the A and B streams. They'll be coming your way all week long. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we get into the IEM Melbourne 2025 playoffs in the Rod Laver Arena.
I'm hyped. It's going to be a very good week for Counter-Strike. And for Aussie Counter-Strike fans this weekend. Actually, no, never mind. Not just this weekend, because it's at a good time for them every day.
True. They can watch everything.
Yeah. It's not like the classic 3 a.m. trying to catch the last one before bed. I don't know how time zones work. Bang! 66 to work with. 60 successfully chips. Boosted on Long. Dismount quickly. Bombs outside doors, but they are starting to probe middle. And no one's home. No resistance being felt. No presence on the fade, though. 9-10 catches 60 searching. Block smoke on the ramp, looking very good for a Mongols finish now. This Complexity tasked with overcoming a man disadvantage. They send JT through red. Mazinho starting to activate on A main with Blitz. Is there a way back in for Cole? How do they do this?
I think the time's going to be their biggest issue. Like Nyx, if he goes through T-spawn, we'll run into Mazinho.
Yeah, he'd lose
unless
the
Mazinho
bomb.
goes elbow, which he is. So he might hit Nyx in the water.
Oh, it's all very, very close. Nyx is being loud. He's hugging the wall, though. I don't know if Mazinho has reacted to it. Yeah, he has. He's heard. He's checking. And that's the bomb. That's the bomb. That's the round. That's the game. We're going to a 3rd. There's nothing for the 3 of them. They have
How
to
do you
fight
get
for
into
this
this?
bomb.
You're boxed in middle.
Here comes Halzerk. Combat AWPing through the smoke. Great screen. Mazinho puts him to rest. And we will see 3. Well recovered from Mongols after a solid comeback from Complexity. 7 consecutive CT rounds to take it to OT, but in OT, Mongols remember who they are and what they're capable of. A chance perhaps to plant. 9 seconds. It's going to have to fight with Senzu and immediately deletes him. Blitz will secure the round. And we go a 3rd. Solid work. Mongols, they recover it. Showing they're not going to go out and down to the lower bracket immediately to Complexity despite their good form. Don't leave him hanging, 60. We'll be back with the 3rd.
cave or something. Yeah, pillar, dead.
Nice.
Long. He's in cave.
dead.
One more cave.
Here, I can flank cave. I'm in.
I'm waiting.
I'm just tapped in. I'm gonna need a lot of time.
I'm blind. He didn't run out.
I'm flanking cave now.
Hey, still.
Flanking cave.
Just get him they're long.
Elbow. God.
Short and cave.
I'm blind as fuck.
I'm staying Fang.
My God.
Let's see, bro. Yeah. Sounds like they ran.
I think he might push A.
There's so in cave one. And one rotated.
Oh, snuked. Bro.
One house, one cave.
I'm walking up ramp. Was it an open house? Do we know? Up cave. I'll kill him.
I'll wait for you.
Yep.
Dead. Was that A player? He flanked out around. Be careful with Swan soon.
Yep. Playing in cubby now. Could be walked up ramp. And C, bro.
That's right.
Flash.
I'm going mid with you guys. Is push elbow.
Okay.
That's him from my man.
I try to help you get the bomb. 30 seconds.
Fuck you. One more house.
And C.
Nice try.
The Mongols said game on heading into Ancient, having to struggle a little bit to clinch the win, but getting the job done in overtime, forcing this game into a third deciding map. Now, Janko, it wasn't the most pretty way of doing it, but a win is a win.
The Mongols are such a tease, really. I mean, a 10-2 first half, you win the pistol, 11-2 up, and still you're unable to close the game out in overtime. Then, of course, in the first overtime, just get it done, 16-13 win and take us into a third map. Yeah, not really sure what to think after a game like that. You look so dominant, everything is going well, and then you sour the taste with that second half.
Can't help to think that if the Mongols were actually playing the A game, they would have won this game 2-0 and we would have been moving on, by quite some stretch right now. Is it the Mongols throwing? Is it them losing focus? Is it Complexity coming back into it by playing good Counter-Strike? Where do you put most of the effort into it?
I mean, Complexity did play good Counter-Strike. They had bad starts. They were a bit unfortunate. First gun round, the Grim flank, that he makes the correct play, just doesn't really get the kill in the end. Yeah. And the have sort of spirals out of control. But you could tell that they are never really out of a game, like managing to come back like that on the CT side of Ancient. I mean, it's no easy feat. So it's tricky, right? Because you're right, Mongols could have easily been 2-0, could have already won the series 2-0, but they didn't, right? And the reason for that is they've been playing sloppy Counter-Strike. I mean, giving up some rounds with advantages in certain situations. Okay, maybe being a little bit unfortunate too, but these last couple of tournaments, they just haven't been as sharp as we're used to seeing from them. And then on top of that, you have, they just changed seats, did they? Right? I'm not buying that. It seems like they changed some roles. Maybe Techno is IGLing now, right, from the looks of things. I mean, if you're 110 in opening duels, you probably just say that you're the IGL, help yourself in that case, I guess.
Yeah, speaking of that conversation, I mean, charging your mouse is one way to come back into a game, and seemingly Blitz did that for the second map. Now, perhaps no longer having to be the in-game lead as well is freeing him up a little bit in terms of the fracking department. Had a great start to the game, had a great showing here in Ancient. Big part of the reason as to why the Mongols were so dominant in the first half. You see the difference from Anubis to Ancient as well. Do you think that there's something to that? The whole in-game leading discussion that is surrounding Mongols right now. Do you think the Blitz have been alleviated from the pressure?
We'll see. I don't know why the mysteriousness from them in that regard. No? I mean, even if you say that's the case, what is it going to change for anyone, right? But let's just wait and see how it goes. I think moving on to Inferno, right? This is where I was a little bit surprised that Complexity were the one that vetoed out Dust2, leaving Inferno open for Mongols to sort of pick, quote unquote. And yeah, I think probably for Complexity would have been better off if they vetoed it and I think in that case they would have gotten Nuke as the decider.
Nuke could have been the decider. It was meant to be Inferno. You're right on that. Messinho as well, having a great individual showing right here. Two of the players that were a little bit lackluster on the first map. So we look at Messinho playing well on Ancient. We look at some of the individuals from the Mongols showing up here on Ancient now. Can you take that momentum and use on Inferno? Do you think that's a map that is suiting for Messinho, suiting for Blitz, and suiting overall for the playstyle of the Mongols? Or are you afraid that some of this inconsistency that we've seen from them so far is going to carry over to Inferno?
It's scary because, all the pistols that Complexity has been losing, like, sure, they win the second round in the second half, but you wonder how one of these maps would look like if they just get off to a good start and are able to convert, because when it gets to the actual gun rounds, like that's where they did some of their best work, and they could have even won this game, in overtime a little bit, and then some of the rounds, Halzerk, he'll win you some rounds, a couple you felt like he was just able to connect on one of the shots, could have changed the outcome of the game potentially. So you're hoping that there's also enough left in the tank for these Complexity players who had some crazy travel just to get here, JT and Halzerk most notably. So we'll see what the energy levels are like coming into this decider.
Speaking of energy levels, speaking of Halzerk as well, speaking of Grim, two of the players that we mentioned coming into the series that had to step up for Complexity. Grim had a great showing on Ancient as well. Looking at Inferno specifically, do you also value them as being the two biggest win conditions for Complexity on Inferno, or is it more so the team aspect of it and perhaps the synergy all the members between?
I mean, you need the team, but you also need guys to step up. And, Grim is the B anchor, right? The banana player, obviously a focal point. On Inferno, you have Halzerk as the opper and being able to move around, right? I think Sexy as well can find good impact here. But we saw a moment from all of the players really at different times, right? They've been stepping up, again, believing in themselves, being able to mount that comeback on the CT side. So I think if you're Complexity, you're just I think if they get a good start and, win a pistol, be able to convert, I think that will give them a lot of confidence, right? And some momentum, which they struggled to get until the very end of the game, right?
What kind of game can we expect on Inferno then in terms of pacing? Because I feel like it's almost guaranteed that we know the Mongols like to play fast-paced Counter-Strike, explosive Counter-Strike, maybe sometimes a bit unorthodox, whereas for Complexity and with JT as a leader, I feel they do a bit of both. They can slow the game down, they can play it fast. What kind of Complexity do you think is turning up on Inferno?
I think they can also be aggressive, especially on the CT side. They really like to go for some of those early aggressive plays, sometimes towards even A, second mid, apps, right? Different kinds of things. They really want to make you uncomfortable, so that's what I would expect from Complexity still. Also, the Mongols, I just remembered, they have 12 rounds, right? And they end up buying 3 or 4 times in a row, even without the bomb plant. And this is something they've been doing forever. It's like, I get it, you feel like you maybe have the correct call, just take the damn eco, right? And make sure you have the Oppo 910, you have all the utility, you have AKs and not Galils or Tech 9s. I know you want to call a B-pop, but still, AKs can still do good work even in rounds like that. So sometimes maybe being a little bit impatient. And again, we talked about potential frustration or tilt or whatnot affecting them. So luckily they were able to still win Ancient and stay in the series. But I am a little bit scared for them if they don't win the pistol and convert, right? If they actually have to play from behind, because even playing from ahead, they can barely close out games.
That's a fair point. There's only one way to summarize it. Can Complexity win, convert pistol rounds? Can the Mongols win games without having to throw the lead? We'll find out. Map number 3, the deciding one between the Mongols and Complexity, is coming up after the break.
I swear loyalty and service to Jito.
I do not think we should so lightly abandon our defenses. Defenses that others have long held intact.
What would you have me do?
I will not yield the opening best of 3 unfought. Our pride must be retaken.
My lord, the bracket is overrun.
Much must be risked in war. Is there a captain here who has a strats to face spirit?
You wish now that our places had been exchanged? That I was taken by falcons and Nikomir was not?
Yes, I wish that.
Since you are robbed of Nikomir, I will do what I can in his stead. If I should return, think better of me.
That will depend on the scoreline of your return. Can you sing, Master Mongol?
Well, yes, in my own language. But we have no songs for great long hauls and evil times.
And why should your song be unfit for my halls? Come, sing me a song.
Get undressed ready. You want to film this?
What?
Now, there's been a lot of mystery surrounding the order in which the Mongols are sitting. I've done a little bit of digging, haven't managed to uncover too much. Apparently, Blitz is still the in-game leader. Techno just wanted a little bit of change of scenery to be sitting in the middle. But I can offer you some insight on exactly what they are sitting on, because this is Anthros. It's designed for high performance and precision posture, allowing you to lean back, relax, and stay fully engaged whilst you are gaming. With the average gamer spending 28% of their life sitting down, it's time to fix your sit with Anthros.
Mongols sat down complexity in map 2.
That makes me want to stand up.
Yeah, 28%
Like, it's not
of your
that I
life.
don't want to sit in the beautiful chair. It's just that 28% of my life sitting down seems like a lot of percent.
You're sleeping for like 25% of your life as well. So combined.
So I'm only standing for 50.
Yeah. Well,
wow.
Probably not even. Maybe what else can you be doing? Like jumping jacks, cartwheels,
running.
Nah. Walking.
Talking.
Well, we do some of that. We're going to have to do some more of that. In fact, for map 3, we are going into the deciding map between Colt and Mongols. Lower bracket sucks. Upper bracket, better. That's my analysis of the situation. We're into Inferno as our third and deciding map, and Nyx has got a bullet in his head already. No helmets in the pistol. Nyx brought down to 44 through the wall. 6C is going to get cut down by a boosted Glock.
Well, that hasn't gone well. Is it going to be 5 from 5 in the pistola department?
It can't be. It's statistically improbable, Chad.
It's improbable, but not impossible. looking more and more possible.
It is, isn't it?
Okay, well, there's
Nice.
a kill.
Yeah.
Might need 2.
Well, it's 1v4 on A, so Halzerk versus the Wild. There's toy pistols.
He could be a good Scott Pilgrim.
He could, couldn't he? I think Cole would make a good band.
It'd be like, this is where he goes, it's like, Wazam!
Like, Sixie's the front man. He just sits there and goes, Hirosh, Melbourne!
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
JT on the drums. He doesn't look like he would be, but he is.
He is definitely a drummer. Got that rhythm. Halzerk he stayed active, which is admirable, but
It's bad info, though. They're still here.
Yeah, exactly.
You might think it's clear. He thinks they're banana.
Whoa, okay,
yeah, they're
never
not in
mind.
banana.
They're
They're top
all
middle.
there.
They're now in A. And JT...
5 pistols, bro? 5 out of 5?
5 out of 5.
Kind of crazy.
We've gone 2 and a bit maps without saying... What's your name?
Oh. Well, you just said it, didn't you?
Yeah, but we made it 2 and a bit maps. I was just proud of us.
Yeah, that is. The temptation has been real from the start.
Lee, mate, will be in the building. Not this building,
but A building.
The arena building.
He's in A building.
He
right
will.
now.
Well,
you don't know
not
that.
be.
You don't know that.
He might not be, unless it's like the Truman Show, which then he would be inside a building regardless of being inside or outside.
So even if the building is the size of a city, does it count as a building because it's got a roof on it?
Of course. Anything with a roof is inside.
But there was trees and like air.
Doesn't matter. There can be trees and air inside. You ever been in a green room before? Actually, it's greenhouse. You've been in a green room.
I have been in
plenty
a
of times.
greenhouse, yeah. So this little cheeky boost did...
Wow. Yeah. Even had time just to go, oh, there you are. Great shooting. Very well done from the Mongols. So this is going to start with the Mongols taking a big lead, then Complexity clawing it back, and then after that, Mongols fumbling, and then Cole either winning or losing. Very specific.
Do you think in proper English, in modern English, you're actually supposed to pronounce the H in like words? You're like, what, or
well,
where?
We could start.
Where?
What if we just put H's in every word?
Because I was listening to an audiobook on the plane, and that dude was hitting every H.
Okay, maybe we should try.
Yeah. What a shot! From 6, he gets 2 on the 5-7, but Senzu wraps it up, puts a bow on it, job done, forced by 1. Well, not 1 by the people that force bought, but they win against the force buy, was what I was trying to say. Third round's going to be a free one.
It should be the economical. Grim is going to treat himself to a 5-7 and even a smoke. So, whoa.
What?
The 60 just bought a Negev.
Oh.
But he sold it back.
That's the one gun we haven't seen.
And we hopefully never will.
Yeah. One can only hope. I do think the buy 5 Negevs, throw 5 decoys, refund the Negev is a strat that's not been utilized enough, like the graffitis.
Your pamphlet is going to be getting...
I'm telling you, I'm going to start handing it out.
Juicier and juicier.
Underutilized Counter-Strike strategies, the Rat King Guide.
The Rat King Guide.
Not to be confused with Mr. Smooya.
Well, he might have a guide.
Yeah, but I'm the new Rat King.
Oh.
When it comes to Negev decoys and
these are 5-7s. There's one more of these.
People, Chad, it's not happening.
It's another 5-7.
It's not happening.
It was another 5-7.
It was.
Zinnia, come on over. Get yourself a little upgrade, would you? Get yourself a little upgrade, would you? There's an AK down the bottom of banana for you. A little treat. Now, rotated over towards the B-bomb site is Halzerk. 21 points of health, Deagle in hand. Oh. And roasted chook at his doorstep.
Delicious.
And there's another pizza, then bed for Halzerk. All right, well. Will be the buy coming out from Complexity.
Halzerk has just raided the chat.
How did he do that?
I don't know how he's done that.
Someone check him PC. He shouldn't be online.
Shout out to Halzerk, man of many skills.
And mysteries.
Multitasker.
And
yeah.
once upon a time, a mullet.
He did used to rock a mullet. He was doing mullets before they were mulleting, you know? Before they were too cool.
This is unusual. We have AWPs out first gun round for both teams. Normally, you know, you'd see the CTs unable to afford because they will have overspent, but Halzerk's been a good boy.
Yeah. And Nyx has been boosted. Quad side 3-2 division of defensive labor. JT just going to be jiggling for his block. Smoke will be able to hold on to it. Oh my god. A headshot through the wall puts him down low. 32, all he has to work with, as that wallbang's not far off of Niggs. It's a very audible dismount from Blitz as they start to run it up.
Just a lot of banana space early to harass with, right? Because they were going for the car molly as part of the defense, and Senzu was ahead of it, and then they didn't brave the fight, they didn't flash, didn't swing into it. He's been able to hold on to this for quite a while, and you might just want to park up and go for an execute, because right now this defense on the B side of Grim and JT are feeling an awful lot of pressure. Your A rotators can't come over because Mazinho is still here kicking up a fuss, and hard clear.
Oh my god, he nearly won it. Now they are starting to maneuver back. They haven't started to rotate anyone though. Oh. Block smoke.
You don't have a HE.
Okay, yeah, but that is the last of the CT smokes.
They're just running through.
Here they come. Grim thought he finished it. Trying to turn anti. JT spams through.
Oh,
JT connects and collects. Triple kill for Cole. Job's a good and job done. 9-10 just trying to maneuver back with the AWP and bring that through to the next.
Didn't even get to wield it, did he?
Didn't even pull the trigger.
So hopefully we get to hold on to this. 60's already starting to look a bit liberated on A. He's walked all the way down middle, so the hunt is on. About 12 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be just does he let go of the shift key or not, because unless he starts Wing, I don't think he's going to be able to take this one away. But some AKs have been picked up, 4 of which, so that's pretty damn good for Complexity moving into the next round. And looking at the Mongols cash money situation, well, we've got 4.9 on Senzu. There's enough for Techno. It's going to be all good. They're going to have no dramas in the buy department whatsoever, and that's because of a lack of casualties that they sustained in back-to-back rounds. Mazinho will be kicking himself with that. Feels like he probably should have had that. They were so prepared for the boost. They spammed for it. He's come out negating all other options, looking straight at it. Just fluffs his lines.
Bro, JT. It's his turn for a bit of luck. He had very few bullets after that first flashbang exchange. Still gets a double kill through the smoke. Oh, Halzerg. That's a great catch onto 9-10. All that hard work saving your AWP, and it was all for naught. Goes down to a nice opening from the aggressive Norwegian sniper. Starting with a 3-2 division of labor. For Complexity starting heavier on B. Will they try and take this space away from Techno? Yeah, he's so low. HE even puts him lower. 19 points of health, and Senzu staying active, starting to bring the fight to them.
I know at least 2 were in the mouth of Banana there. An AK and an AWP both ring off, and 2 smokes land. So comms, very messy there for Cole. That's all their smokes removed. In a very good position now, the Mongols. They're going to try and knock on the B door again. Halzerg tucks into dark. Grim here to help him.
Oh, he was just holding for the walkout. God flash cocked. Nice collateral. Senzu's put low as well. Now he gets active. Grim pushes through, removes another, and 5 versus 2. Halzerg's getting nades thrown in his face, but Grim brings the fight to them. AWP can be recovered from the Molotov spread that removed Halzerg. Grim does grab it just in time.
Okay. Good stuff. They've dealt with the hard part. Now it's going to be right now a Mongols eco, so should be tying things up 3-3. And I think one of the problems when you look at the last map for Complexity is you did such a good job from being 10-2 down to bringing it all the way back into a winnable position in overtime. But you expend a lot of energy. Now, you're only playing 1 best of 3 a day, but I'll bring in the jet lag conversation. I think it's reasonable when you're coming to Australia to have that as an excuse. And I wouldn't say an excuse to be like, oh, we lost the game because we were jet lagged. Look away. Oh. Look away. Protect women and children.
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, the round's over.
And Blitz is thinking, thank God.
Yeah.
Hopefully nobody saw that.
Yeah, it's not like anyone was watching, right? Oh, dear. Rushley.
Are you going to start Organ?
Everything.
You going to start Organ?
No, I don't like it.
You're not going to Org?
No, dude, I just lost 300 ELO trying to play the M4A4. I will be stubborn about it.
What about the Org, though?
Yeah, because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be an Org noob, as some people would call him. Not that I'm calling Grim an Org noob, obviously. He's very good.
I think the Org's a good gun.
Yeah.
I think it
Why aren't you using it?
That was a funny round.
Yeah.
That was a funny round.
That was a silly one.
That was a funny one. Harosh.
Don't try and change the subject, Chad.
I haven't had access to a computer for 10 days.
Oh, look at that little lag. Yeah.
She beautiful. Shadow advantage. Bang, even on the tag.
Take notes, Blitz.
Bosh. All right, well, that was an eco. That means this will be the buy. There's Galil's in the mix for Tecto and Blitz. 910 could AWP. With the timeout and the conversation had, what will 910's decision look like? I haven't even really felt like, with these 2 gun rounds back-to-back for Mongols, it was both heavy banana. One, I feel like they were forced into it maybe because of that early AWP pick. The other was because of the early space that Senzu took. So let's see if there's a little bit more diversity within the game plan.
Good job. Holy fucking clown fiesta, dude.
I like this. Confident from Halzerk.
Yeah, he's sticking around. Techno does take down JT early. Halzerk stays on this line, trying to catch the patience of 910. Zinho naded down. Nick getting active in the apps. Yeah, in a 5v4. This is cheeky.
Halzerk might have this covered off. He does.
Okay. I like the setup. Ooh.
Oh, that's heard. Nick's heard that.
Yeah, he knows one was there. Can I call that T-boiler? What do you call that?
I can't believe he's not ready for this.
It was definitely heard, but 910 was unprepared for Nick's forward position. Now Mazinho returns the favor. That's rough.
A's open.
6C, dead to the boosted Senzu. It's all lining up nicely. Mongols will be able to waltz into an unguarded A site, and they'll be able to make it a 3-4 scoreline.
That helps when you get the opening kill. That was the difference than the previous 2 gun rounds, right? Is the fact that they get the opening kill top banana. So they're one man to the good. Feels a little bit more risky. What are you talking about, T-boiler?
What do you call these stairs? The T entrance stairs.
T-abs?
T-abs. T-abs? Okay.
Coming up the stairs?
Stairs. Yeah, no, I know. It's just like there's boiler, and then there's the other side. I just need a better word to communicate that spot. T-boiler just sounds stupid. And there's no boiler.
There's no boiler anymore
There's no boiler in anywhere. And there's no car in car.
Do you know in Source there used to be a gate?
Didn't know that.
That would open. You'd audibly have to run through it to open it.
No.
In 1.6, you used to boost up into window because there was no other way to get in there unless you went through apps, but then you'd have to crawl through a vent.
Crikey.
Yeah. History lessons.
So there's no logs at logs. There's no car at car.
There is a coffin at coffins.
There is a coffin at coffins.
You could call car barrels.
This is the graffiti.
Yeah, but it's a graffiti of a coffin.
Yeah, okay.
It used to be called, we used to call it coils or spools if you're American.
Yeah.
Oh. It was another exotic spray.
Yeah, and it did look kind of like a person, so.
All right, well.
The rules? There are no rules about graffitis, guys.
We did learn from the street artists that the rule around Melbourne is you're allowed to draw over someone else's stuff if your art's better.
Yeah, except, of course, that is all a matter of opinion, which I'm sure leads to some friction. Halzerk, what do you got for us? Gets himself across. He's going to go for a timing peek, and it's flashed by Nix. Nice opening. 910, that's twice now he's succumbed to an opening from his rival Orpa. Techno tucks on logs. Win this head-to-head with JT again. JT and Grim gonna try and strike this balance between aggression and defense. He actually does bring down Techno, extends their advantage. Halzerk, he does spot out Mazinho's apps cross.
I don't know how you get into this round. You don't even have any space. Mazinho, if he can get the room top mid and maybe get a lurk going on, which would mean he'd have to potentially get past long side. 60's playing this on the jiggle defense, so he'd have to hit a banger.
Yeah, spots him out.
Well, he's through, so this will cause some issue in the comms. We have seen Complexity lose a 3v5 before.
Bomb on the map. They've seen it. Blitz. Spotted B side.
But you have to rotate through CT.
Which Mazinho is going to be not allowing.
Oh.
Okay. He's dead now. Blitz! Whoa, Liel looking the wrong way into the 1v5. Technically a 1v4.
Oh, you take the plant. That'll give you something. I don't see him winning this round.
Maneuvers back ruins, at least an audible reload. They're just going to partner up and make sure they can trade. 6C, good for it.
Nice, well done. Okay. As far as the gun rounds are concerned, Complexity have been getting the better of the Mongols. Remember, it's 5 for 5 in the pistol round department in favor of the Mongols so far this series. We still have one more to play. And if they only just get through in, let's say, 2-1 fashion, and you've won all the pistols, that's a very damning stat. So that means that as far as the gun rounds are concerned, Complexity have been much better.
Yeah, you've won 5 out of 5 pistols. And yet still complexity are in this third map and competitive.
Okay, so 9-10 into the AWP again. You just highlighted the head-to-head between him and Hauser. Let's see if he can better him this time around, because Hauser's showing some real confidence. Oh, okay, maybe a bit too much confidence.
maybe that time.
Maybe he wasn't expecting an AWP to be possible.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would be logical, because crouch peeking in after being spotted is crazy.
That is insane.
That's crazy work. That's certainly one of the choices you can make. Oh my God, Senzu. You see that smoke as an invitation, and Grim will profit. He pulls him straight back into a 4-on-4.
Yuto for the finish. We've got smokes, we've got flashes. There's a HE for a break and a molly to work with. So if they can just push JT back off the line, who's still announcing his presence by peppering through with that A1S from top banana. It's the CTs who are in a little bit more of a problem with the Yuto. Not a whole lot left to block with, if anything, so they're going to have to play for info. Pairing up one another. Grim does have the buddy system right now, so him and Nyx clear top middle. 60 starting to investigate as well. It does free up the rotation, but it's all about the timing. JT playing towards CT means a retake is potential. Oh, that flash for Grim scooped up could come in clutch.
Yeah, it certainly could. It'd have to be pretty quick, though. JT's going to be calling for it soon. There it is, and no one's home. Delayed by Mongols. 30 seconds.
Three players here for Cole, though.
Oh, yeah, Nyx has got one more flash. JT not going to go and profit on it, just start to spam. Grim pushes through, successful for the first. Can't build off another. Bomb gets across. Blitz needs to plant. Techno and 9-10 surge into the site.
Fast banana flank from 60.
Nyx! Oh, Nyx pushes through the coffin smoke and a team kill from 9-10. This is hectic. This is chaotic. And JT even tags up 9-10 down to 25. Dangerous game. JT's playing a dangerous game. And 9-10 connects and collects. It will be Mongols' 5th round, but my goodness, it was 5 kills between Blitz and 9-10 getting the job done.
Had some hard stuffers, haven't they? Yeah. That one right there with the TK coming, you think, oh my God, okay. Mongols looking like they're about to unravel on our screens. But, okay, they do just get across the line. They're actually going to buy back in with Mac 10, so might be quite pacey right now. You've just won a labored round. You know the CT buy is not going to be great. There's that push. Oh, just as the fate of the smoke as well. Gets off the... Wow.
Nyx really could have and should have got 2 there when he got the first so clean.
That's massive from Blitz.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he?
Could be an apps pop.
Oh, and there's the apps setup. They've got to make sure they stagger it so they don't just line up.
Do the Mac 10s go wide? That's the question. Do you jump across?
Probably. Oh, no, it's just a standard peak. And it's still only 1, so that's
still 2 more at 8. Grim's long, 60 moto.
Okay. 60. Dead. Mazinho clean with it. Nice with it on that quick frag.
This opens the floodgates to the half now. So 6 confirmed. And with the lost winners, it's only going to be 1900 into the next. The Mongols can put up a bag of T-side rounds. They can have another extremely strong first half of play. I think it was 8-4 on Anubis. It was 10-2 on Ancient. And now, well, another 8-4 is looking like it's a possibility. I know it's still going to take a while before we get there, but still, the money's going to be in a miserable position for Cole in the final 2 rounds of this half. Oh, okay. He was able to get an AK. That would have been nice.
And, well, buts and ifs were candy and nuts, Chad. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, that sucks. They lost everything. They lost absolutely everything.
Yeah. So what can you treat yourself to?
Eco this.
Grim's going to save for the Hauser AWP.
He could do. That is possible. Or he might 5-7. He's 5-7.
Didn't work out well for them, did it? Double app setup into an app crunch.
JT trying to set Grim up. Need those flashes.
Kablamo. Oh my God, yeah, burnt down. HGs, everything. The kitchen sink brings down Grim.
They just put him under so much pressure quickly. You can tell that they weren't ready for that type of a tempo. So clearing out top banana and what should be the round now. Senzu's taking absolutely no resistance top B. Nobody's peeking, no one's jiggling. There's no smoke to block. But the worst case right now is you round this corner and there's a stack.
Yeah.
Right? That's the worst case scenario. But they're being diligent with their util, clearing out as many corners and cubbies as possible. You can see that the remnants with the scorched earth of That's how diligent they have been. And Mazinho, he'll get to farm with the Mac 10, so in towards the boiler. 60 goes down, and where will the next offering come from? Looking apartments. Bang, he's gone too. Mazinho's ready for all of this. He might get it the final 2.
Yeah. Had the
Come on,
stats.
boys.
He's earned it.
Whoa. He's in. He's out. He's shaking it all about, and there you have it. 7 rounds for the Mongols. Final round coming up. Yeah, we know.
No hope for Halzek then. Let's get this final round underway. 5-7 would be a little bit of a recovery for complexity.
Well, it was looking good, wasn't it?
It was. It was flying.
It's that round that they lost to Blitz in 9-10.
That was it.
That's essentially the turning point in this half.
All right, an opportunity to avoid a rather condemning 8-round haul from your opponent. Complexity need this one. They're starting heavy B. They want to fight for Banana. Mazinho bringing that Mac 10. Look at the nade damage. Senzu and Techno's ears are ringing. It's 3 kills in the feed early. 60 and Grim shut down the aggressions. 9-10 Zorp trying to claw back into this one, and 60's kind of given that one for free. JT under scrutiny, has to play forward because of the flames. 9-10's holding you. Don't you dare peek in. He spotted his shoulder. Hauser can peek through. Good work. They make it work. 5 for complexity. Can they win a pistol in this best of 3? Will it happen? Find out after the break. Warm welcome back. Third map, final half. It is the opening game for Complexity and Mongols, two teams that have Well, they've certainly been clashing in an entertaining way. At one point, in the words of Grim, a clown fiesta. But it's been fun, for sure, as most circuses are.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know who the ringleader is.
No, neither do I.
Boys, just keep it up.
I mean, we lost a pistol again, bro.
Yeah, let's win this pistol, then it's easy peasy, boys.
That's a good point, too.
It is true.
5 out of 5 for Mongols so far. Will they leave this series with all 6 pistol rounds under their belt, or can Cole buck the trend in a must-win Inferno? Let's find out. Heavy util.
Heading towards A. Right now we have Mazinho over towards apartments.
Oh, I've seen this Cole pistol before. JT does like a moto smoke from mid. Nope, never mind. He's moving.
We still could.
Yeah,
Still
moto
could do a
smoke,
moto
and then he
smoke.
flashes mid, and then they burst out abs.
It's all still possible.
I've seen it all before.
Oh, it's a short smoke.
Run away. Mazinho dips pit. Interesting, a different flavor then.
Well,
JT,
it makes it feel like it's a wrap.
yeah, and
but
then you
they're going to
focus
come out
long,
abs.
and then they come out abs. And Mazinho's got to deal with too many bodies. Nice handling of business so far. He tucks, gets cleared. Nix will equalize, but 2 on the site still. Blitz brought down by Halzuk. They're hunting another. They find it as well. Site is theirs. Retake on for Senzu and Techno.
Bomb needs to get planted. We'll go down.
Oh, long range Goosh already and converted. Grim removes Techno from the pack, and now just a 1 versus 3 handed to Senzu.
Feels like they've done it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Finally. They've won their first pistol of the series.
This would have to be sublime from Senzu. Every shot would have to be a one-tap.
Yeah, but he'd have to be getting the kills now. 10-second defuse ahead of him. Time is ticking and against him. And he hasn't really hurried up. It's already half gone. Senzu taking his sweet old time about this one, and Halzuk quick to the trade. We did it.
Nice, we won a pistol. Well, 5 out of 6 pistols, that's still a really good stat line for the Mongols. So let's see if they opt for the force buy. We've seen Complexity throughout constantly trying to force buy in and fight for these situations. Inferno, always a good map to do so, and the Mongols will oblige. Started well, Mazinho gets the opener. Blitz even grabs one back, but just swarmed upon 9-10, not able to get anything for his troubles, and then Grim at range takes down Techno. We're seeing 3 MP9s, a 5-7.
No, Nick, I wanted to jump out.
And we've also got a Deagle with some util on Blitz. Starting 3 towards B, 2 towards A. Senzu and Mazinho are going to get a fight in halls.
Oh, this is where the MP9 does its best work as well. Oh no, you've lost it all. 60 saves them an important combination kill to accelerate into A. Now, sure, the Mongols have an extra player. Blitz has already arrived just ahead of the util, an opportunity for the 1D. Halzuk, AK. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here as 60 gets the bomb planted for him. Blitz, obfuscation.
Oh.
Nice shot from 60. Yeah, Blitz ahead of the play. Actually gets off the bomb. And now we've got 2 SMGs trying to claw their way through apps. 60 gets the bomb down, spotted out. Halzuk commits to a spray, and another one. He can't finish the job. 9-10, an impossible one here. 60's got a rifle. Little burst to the head. 60's getting nervous. Little burst and now piecing out. He's not interested in that kind of fight, despite it favoring him heavily. 9-10, 16 HP.
60's doing a bit of talking there as well, and he's run around the world. So once this bomb goes down, the clutch begins. 9-10's quick to this.
I still don't see how on earth he's supposed to win this. 60 just needs to... Oh, actually, I was going to say if he holds for this. But instead, 9-10's going to be able to walk up on him. Oh, he elects to molly. Ruins. Smoke on the bomb. 60's going to get nervous. Spots him out. And converts. That was... What a psycho, he says.
Blitz is wild, though, for pushing through the smoke in that fashion.
On his own.
Hey, I don't... He got a kill top banana through a smoke that was maybe just pluming, so he's able to get a kill at the same time as this apps fight goes down. Then I feel like he's trying to do too much. Like, I don't... He's not playing with his team, right? They're not playing the number advantage. He's trying to stay on top of the chaos, knowing that if one player's planting, then... Yeah, I don't know. I don't love that. All tied up, though, 7 apiece. It's going to be a scout for Senzu. So a couple of tags would go a long way.
Yeah, soften him up for those 2 Desert Eagles. Let's Mazinho have equipped. That's enough for that. Mazinho backs away. Confirms Amp's presence. Senzu's scout, we discussed. Body shots would be huge, but Mazinho's dead.
So dead.
Eagles go fighting.
Wait.
How is this happening? How are there 3 kills in favor of the Mongols? Techno's even got one with a USP, gets out onto Nix. 60's got the bomb. Nearly lost that. Okay, can we recover a 2v4? Complexity under scrutiny. Every angle, apps, long. It's all happening at the same time. Senzu even tags him through the wall on pit. That scout connects. Pushing forward is Techno. Covered by the smoke. 60's now got the Mac 10. Needs to get multiple kills and has done so. Overlooking Blitz. It's down to a 1v1. How has it got this close? Bloody hell. Good grief.
Oh my dude, we are something else.
They're making it entertaining. They'll definitely make it entertaining. I can't believe
That was
it.
hilarious.
Oh my god.
Like a real belly chuckle into Mike, we are something else. Oh, that's too good.
Bloody hell. How did this happen?
Oh my god.
Wow. Techno hit some double dink long range USP magic.
Nice! Fucking go. Oh my dude.
Oh, just a couple of American dudes.
Just dudes
playing
being
some
bros,
Counter-Strike.
having some fun.
Not
Losing out in
anymore.
an opening duel. That's a shame for them. Senzu gets a nice one onto JT and wants to go swinging. Halzug 24 HP after the nades have seen to him, and Nick's caught by 910 Zorb trying to get aggressive in the apartments.
Well, they're here early.
2 versus 5, and 910 should be good for this one, but loses his head to 60 all the same. Azinho's position is noted and just staying active, peeking him out, dinking him down. 6C does win it out. Nope, nope. Whoa! It always takes an extra second than you think, doesn't it?
Okay. Well, back and forth we go again, all tied up. So this is one where it doesn't feel like either team is going to need a crazy comeback to secure the game. It looks like we're going to be going tit for tat all the way to the final hurdle.
It's my favorite.
There is going to be... which part?
Tit for tat.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, which part of the...
Oh, more tit than tat.
Yeah, no, I figured.
Yeah.
It's going to be the force for Cole. We've seen Grim with a hero AK before.
Is he through it? Referee, he threw it.
Smoke flash. That's all they have to work with on the T side. Techno mantles up. Gets himself half wall elevation. 910 AWP on long. Mazinho pit. Blitz the rotating rifler. And just going through the paces right now. So Mongols would have to really slip up to give this one away. Forcing out the util.
Oof. Don't fancy your chances, do you?
It just has to be an explosion where you win out the trade.
How do you explode with 4 deagles?
Banana.
With deagles?
Yeah, it's fine. Your first player has to make space.
Like that. Like that.
That's good.
That's cracked.
That's great.
Oh, and that's not good. Senzu can't control the spray. He's got 20 HP. He's just going to get run at. And now B site is theirs. Can they smoke CT? I think they had one. Yep, there it is. That single smoke utilized. 910 does catch Halzuk pre-plume. Bomb planted. 910 posted on ruins. Grim gets to new box, but being held by the AWP and so stays restrained.
Look at the radar.
Flank cooking. Oh, you're right. Nix is on his way.
Round-winning play from Nix.
It is if he can play Joker correctly. Just has to one bang him. Oh, Blitz actually considered it. Back turn, just have to hit the shot. Oh, it's covered by Grim. Wow, Grim! Him and these hero AKs. That's the second time he has struck. They put their trust into him. It's Grim with 4 on the AK.
That shot, that first shot he hit, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like the pre-aim on the half wall. He was pre-aiming half wall,
Dude, he's
wasn't
cracked. He's just cracked.
He just obliterates Techno.
There
then
it is.
Senzu overcooks the pooch.
Pre-aim? No, adjustment.
Wow.
Really smooth.
Lightning fast on that. Blitz looking the wrong way because of the Knicks flank. Mazinho thought he was covered.
Oh.
Guess not. Grim mauls him.
Grim gets the job done. Well, you're definitely not pushing Banana with that amount of utility thrown up. Oh, Zinho gets spotted out. 6, gets that info. Apps occupied. It's unarmored for the majority, and for the most part, Mazinho caught out by Halzuk, just looking for answers mid, and it's a bullet between the eyes instead.
So unless something goes crazy wrong, like all of their computers disconnect or they all decide to get up and go to the bathroom for some reason, this should be 10. Guns will come back out for Mongols into the next 2,900 lost. They'll have everything, AWP, rifles, full util. They had Banana control against the Eco. or against the Force, and they drop the ball. So I don't know. Maybe they start the AWP, but that's the thing. You're not even in a flow of rounds just yet. You only have one CT round to your name so far.
Oh, that's a shame from JT. It's an M4 for the CTs to pick up.
Just trying to think of what comes next for the CT defense. Because you lost pistol, then you lost Force, then you lost Eco, then you won first rifle. Now you're on Eco because you didn't save anything. You're going to rifle again. So the game feels not out of reach, but you only have a handful of opportunities left with these rifle rounds. So do you want to do something more risky? You had a chance to really put yourself into a strong position.
Looks like eventually 910's just going to back into him, but he brings the fight to him down the stairs. Nice work. Rifle removed. Techno might be able to get his grubby mitts on it, but how's that? Good diligence there. Spots him out.
And Senzu just holds on to the USP, so that's rubbish. Well, I'd say first half was par for the course at the moment with Inferno, right? 7-5 either way.
No saving in my house.
He's a funny lad, isn't he?
Yeah, you can see, that's what I'm saying about vibes, bro. Vibes. Complexity have fixed their vibe issue.
Or it fixed itself for them.
I'd like to give them credit.
Okay.
Complexity have fixed their vibe issue.
Outwit, outlast, outplay. I think that's the Survivor slogan.
I still haven't seen a single episode of Survivor, but it's got a big following.
You're joking.
No, I'm not.
You are taking the piss.
I know it's like it's
you
popular. People like it.
You are joking. Whoa.
You have to find like scrolls on an island.
Big name.
Senzu half health. Oh wow, Techno braving it. He actually loses 50 of his health just to pursue the Molotov. Doesn't swing off of it, but Banana is conceded. Complexity will let them have that for now. Deep Banana smoke facilitates.
This might be quick onto A. There's 3 in apps already with 1:20 on the clock. This is a direct call. Mazinho's going to get flooded.
Yeah, Halzak's popping a flash for Mazinho. Flash the pit player, and then, oh, Senzu gets down to 60. Now there's a molly coming as well. Oh, Mazinho, you're in so much trouble. Good work from Blitz, though. Finds 2 Americans walking out apps. And Mazinho's still alive. Another from Blitz. The multi-kill mayhem continues. Mazinho puts the cherry on top. The job is done. 3 kills out of Blitz. Mazinho finishes off the job. And you can see the idea, great. The execution, not so much. No smoke moto, and he just has a field day. Everyone's looking at Mazinho.
Yeah, if you go back to Anubis, you know when they did like the lurk smoke B play and they just like ran straight through it?
Yeah.
I think they were going for something, you know, a little bit more gimmicky with this, right? They're trying to catch a timing, and they did. They got Senzu for free, but not ready for another player over towards that Moto side.
Boom, he threw that completely blind.
Important round for Blitz, and didn't have to do anything too crazy with their hold. It was very vanilla.
Now look at 6C. Shadow of his former self at 12 HP. Grim, JT, all worse for wear after the initial utility barrage on Banana. Blitz will rotate through. Extra utility for the belt loops of Techno. It does look like they're just going to be kind of flash and go. God flash from Senzu. Techno's incendiary will delay them. They might just push straight through this. Yeah, Grim's just accelerating straight into the smoke. Smoke on coffins. Grim pushing smoke, so they go past each other like ships in the night. Techno into pool. 60 down to the SMG. Grim, just the one on the rotating AWPer. Nick's going to be segregated here. Oh, Techno dangerous. Holding that smoke push. Knows Nix is coming from that side. Grim as well, trying to pincer in from that fading smoke on coffins. Oh, he's made the step. Techno in the pool, exposed, back turn, Techno distracted, nice work from Nix! Hang on, in combination with Grim, they're doing it! Can he get the bomb down uncontested? I don't know, that smoke is going to fade, you can't afford to plant. Mazinho goes hunting and finds Grim. Now up to Nix in the clutch, 4 bullets left, and he's made it a 1v1. Fakes it out, Blitz in the clutch, healthier than the 2 of them. Headshot available, can't find it. Blitz makes it a dead even game at 10-10. Nearly the team ace as well. It's just Senzu with the double kill, but nice attempt from Grim.
There's a big decision that needs to be made from Complexity, and probably one that is worth a timeout just to have the conversation, because that came down to a 1v1 where your money's at. It's not great. It's not a brilliant position. You get 2,400 as the loss bonus into the next, but only one of them survived, right? It was Blitz in this clutch right here. We're going to catch it again in the replay. Senzu does well on this double, but really need to draw a lot of attention to the financial decision that Complexity are about to make. You could just go for the eco, right? Take a partial buy. You know with the 2400 you can buy into the next, but you know only one survived. If you force, which they have done, and you win this round, loss bonus is only going to be 1900 for Mongols going into the next. That means that late within this piece, map number 3, deep in a series that has gone back and forth throughout, you can take control of the economy and run this one home.
It has to be a good call, though. You better hope every single player in that complexity jersey is singing from the same hymn sheet in this round.
This is the moment of where you have a set piece, right? Designed like a little gimmicky strat, something that is going to be just rip it out of the strat book, and you're going to run with this. Doesn't have to be straight out of spawn, but you will have to know what the finish is meant to be, what the goal is going to be. You're not defaulting and playing off of info. You're looking for a set finish.
Molly top mid.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it is a set piece. You run up on the mid molly. Flash gets you, you extinguish, you get spotted by the 910 AWP. That's cheeky. He's sticking around for more. Combat AWP from 910. Oh, he decimates them. The no-scope third is just extra salt in the wound, and he's not done yet. Racks up a fourth, and JT left wondering where his team have gone. This force buy completely collapses under the hand of 910 sniper rifle.
Crazy call. Just 5 straight at the guts of middle there, expecting a 3-player B start, wanting to hammer down on this A defense, and 910 just lights him up.
I can't get over the fact he goes for more. You'd think, oh, I've just gotten an absolutely perfect cheeky one. I can back away into the site and play the round out. No, he said, okay, I'll just take them all. Super confident AWPing from 910 and impressive sequence.
But this is where the threat of going for a buy like that now really just plays against complexity. You could have taken the lighter investment. You could have the rifles out into the next. You would have given over 11, and you still have a chance to fight back for that yourself. Now you lose 11 with the force. You still get the 2400, but you're not going to force again. You're only going to go light pistol upgrades. So you're essentially have just, by losing this round, have given Mongols 12, and then you have to play for overtime.
Oof. I mean, the reason you're seeing JT as well, doing everything he can, is... God, you'd have loved to see a little bit, couple of extra kills, bit of extra cash, a bomb plant. He can't get any of that. And so now they're, as you said, kind of condemned to a guaranteed 12 for your opponent. This is a great start, and I think I'd have understood if he pieced out, but he goes forward, he wants more, hits one through the smoke onto Nyx. That's a little bit of luck. That's a crazy no scope, and a fourth as well. The little shadow jiggling out. He's ready for Halzerk. Brutal.
So lucky, man.
He did. I mean, he did miss a shot and kill Nyx accidentally.
Yes, he did.
That is true. That did happen.
But you were running all through middle, so you don't need it again.
Double nades, 910, you can't get another one of these, can you? Tech9's overrun him, he does miss a shot, he's human after all. And Grim.
Mazinho's in a lot of trouble, he's on his own.
Yeah, he's picked up the bomb, picked up the AWP. Pressure applied. Got to clear out Mazinho, tucked on the box. No one's looking, no one's looking. Grim completely overlooks the position. Halzerk needs this trade, needs it now, gets it done. From behind, Techno strikes. Halzerk recovers his signature weapon. 910's AWP, put to good use. Can he get the second? He misses the shot, whistles past the shoulder of Techno.
Could reset.
He certainly could. Throws out the incendiary, buys time for the plant. This would be a crazy round to win. This would save Complexity's bacon after the failed force in the previous. Techno in the open spot. Halzerk, you're dead! He hits the dink on the way down. Techno saves the Mongols. Oh, it was so perfect. Halzerk gets the AWP, the 1v2. He gets the bomb down, but Techno fakes him out and catches him in transition.
Oh, and you can see Halzerk understandably frustrated.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's a leg-punching moment.
Yeah.
I'd give him the green light on that one.
Signature weapon, signature move. It's just, he had some impactful moments throughout this series. Go back to Anubis. Remember that collateral he had on that V retake defense? It's just dueling with him. This is what the Mongols love to do. They want to take the fights.
Fucking inbred cunt, man. Oh.
He's been hanging around some of the other boys a bit, I think.
Bloody
Australia's rubbing off on him already.
Holy moly! Halzerk should start using a Peaky Blinders profile pic.
All right, well, it's soured, Alex. This is the 13th for the Mongols, and JT is dead.
He is.
Like a doorknob.
Yeah, those dead doorknobs. You got to watch out for them.
He's jumping into this.
Wow, off the flash. Dink.
Wow.
Sexy hits it. If they can kill Blitz, it's all open. The floodgates will open. They're advancing from short. Sixy can't go down to the flames. He's actually forced forward by it, and he wins out the duel. Now the 9-10 AWP. Hectic combat AWPing. Bolts for another, but Hauser creeps in. Makes it a 2v2. This battle for survival. A hard, long series between the two of them. They're double pushing. He misses his shot, and they're out of there. Complexity 4. Mongols throw the knockout blow to the lower bracket. Complexity, after all of that, can't make it work. Inferno goes the way of the Mongolians.
Long series. Anubis 13-11. Complexity's pick. Ancient, it was looking like it was going to go one way fast, but that one went 16-13 overtime victory. And then Inferno, well, that one had it all. We've got Pim, we've got Yanko. They're going to break this one down.
This game surely had it all. It was a big fight for the Mongols to finally get it over the finish line. Credit to Complexity for remaining competitive throughout the series, but dare I say it, Yanko, it wasn't the most beautiful Counter-Strike coming out from either teams.
It wasn't. It was a bit messy, and it turns out that winning a pistol isn't the only thing that Complexity was missing. But yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate, and I think we said at the beginning, and we talked about Complexity in Bucharest and said, you know, Grim and Halzerk need to keep up that sort of performance in order for them to have continued success.
Yeah.
And it did feel like Grim was able to do that, but Halzerk wasn't. And it was a bit unfortunate because it's a couple of rounds on Ancient, couple of rounds on Inferno where it's just one extra kill, you know, this 1v1 that we just saw on a Nico for Complexity, right? If he's just able to find those kills, find those frags, I feel like Complexity would have come out on top in this series.
Yeah, I agree. It was a game that could have gone either way, to be completely honest. And I also do think that if you zoom out and you look at this game a month ago, you'd be like, if Complexity can push the Mongols all the way to a third map, even us making the case they could have won the map, that in itself is a huge step of progression. So are we disappointed in Complexity, or are we more so, you know, this is probably where they're at and this is where they should be at when you think of the competition that the Mongols are normally putting up?
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed in themselves, right? Obviously felt like they could have won the series, but we need to see now, right? Like, they still have a chance in the lower bracket, right? I mean, you have Mongols versus FaZe in the game for a playoff spot, so, you know, if FaZe beats Mongols, you might get a rematch against them if you're Complexity for that playoff spot, but not to get too ahead of ourselves, right? Still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. I think they'll definitely be disappointed that they couldn't get a good start here in the tournament, because now you need to win 3 best-of-3s in that lower bracket just to get to the playoffs.
And that's going to be tough no matter what. Now, if you zoom in on the Mongols and you look at their performance today, are you satisfied with that? I know the Mongols camp are probably happy they win the game, and they can probably tell themselves that, listen, we played our B game, C game, we still won it, so that in itself is a good thing. But from an outside perspective, are you happy with the level the Mongols were showing today?
I'm not happy. I can't say that I'm happy.
You really are, are you?
I mean, I'm happy outside of that. You know, I'm feeling good. No, but you know, it wasn't dominant, but you can be content, right?
Okay.
Like, it's important to win, even if it's not pretty. It's important to win. You know, you'd rather win ugly than lose pretty. And I think very telling, the next game is going to be very telling for them, right? They're going up against FaZe Clan, who isn't looking too hot either at the moment. I mean, only managed to beat Pain 13-11 on both maps, who have an academy player and their coach standing in for their IGL, right? So not convincing in any way, and I think that game will be very important for both teams, right? Whoever wins that goes into the playoffs, and perhaps, you know, for some guys on those teams, saves their roster spot.
That's interesting, right? We even talked about it during this game as well. We're not quite sure what's going on with the in-game leading situation within the Mongols as well. So looking ahead of that game just a little bit versus FaZe Clan, you said it yourself, they were struggling against Pain, fielding a coach, fielding a new player as well. Do you have an initial favorite in that one, or do you think that's a game that is very much up for the taking for both?
Yeah, it feels like it's a bit of a coin flip considering the state in which both of the rosters are, but I think, you know, if Mongols, if it weren't for some of these good starts, they would have lost here. So I'm going to lean towards FaZe, right? Every extra day you get to sort of adjust to the jet lag as well is going to help them. And yeah, I think FaZe is the favorite in that one.
Does conclude the first round of playing here at IEM Melbourne for this group. We had FaZe winning against Pain Gaming. We had Complexity taking a huge L, so to speak, against the Mongols. And we had Freya catching up with the losing side after the game.
After what was an absolute marathon of a serious complexity, unfortunately falling short versus the Mongols, I've got Grim here to kind of be breaking down the situation. I know you guys won Anubis, probably feels like a lifetime ago for you. Then we go over to Ancient. You go on such a tear on that CT side to push it to overtime. What do you feel like went wrong when it got to that OT?
Honestly, I think we lost a bunch of clutches that should have went our way. I mean, it was impressive to bring it back, but yeah, we just needed to close it out at the end. And then, they had some good reads, and I think 9-10 was hitting a bunch of crazy shots. But honestly, yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to just staying composed in those moments.
I feel like for the pistol rounds as well, you guys, it took you quite a while to be winning that one. I believe it was the only one you won was on the second half of Inferno, the final map. Where do you feel like that was, becoming an issue for you guys?
I don't know. On Inferno, winning one pistol in the whole series kind of sucks. I mean, obviously, you're not getting on a good foot, but honestly, we were up like 10-8, and then I think we came down a lot of clutch situations. Like, I think everyone was like a 1v1 or 2v2 or something on the CT side, so I honestly felt like a brawl, and I think a lot of rounds could have went our way, and it definitely could have been a better game, but I think we just need to focus up a little more in the clutch. I think we will be good.
Just final question about Inferno, because obviously you had an amazing Hero AK moment, I believe it was round number 17, to kind of put you guys in the lead. In terms of capitalizing on that, obviously didn't go in your favor. Was there any particular reason, even when you're up in those situations, you get a bit more motivation? Anything you feel like went wrong in the tail end of that Inferno?
It's just when the rounds break down and it gets really chaotic, we just gotta keep talking to each other. And I think if we do a better job of that, like the comms into chaos type of thing, and I think that will help a lot in those types of rounds, especially in games like this that are like down to the wire. So I just say staying focused and staying composed as well, like not rushing stuff just because you get like a quick 2 entries. Someone could be hiding on the side and equalizing the 3v3. So you just need to stay composed and focus up in those moments.
Final question, obviously, because there was another game going down simultaneously, which decides your next opponent. That was FaZe versus Pain. Pain, they lost out in that one, so you'll be playing against them tomorrow. Any thoughts initially? Obviously, they don't have Big Uzera with them here in Melbourne.
Obviously, even though they don't have Big Uzera, who's a big piece of their team, we still should not underestimate them, because sometimes the teams that have nothing to lose are the scariest, because they play a little more carefree, with more confidence. So we just need to do what we did today, and I think if we do what we did today, we'll come out on top of that game and just try to focus up for the rest of the ones.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We will be seeing that game going down tomorrow, but plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards for us today. Up next, it's Mouse versus Big.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here.
Give me some of your thoughts on the VRS, because you're one of those teams that you guys did play in some lands, some you qualified for, some you got the invite maybe, but then you also had to play some of the online stuff to maybe try and get points. So how has that been so far this season for you?
Rough, I would say. It's not the easiest, but it is how it is. Everyone needs to go through it, and especially for us, this kind of tournaments where we have the opportunity to show what we can do and to get some points, it's a really huge opportunity for us. Even though maybe we are not going to the playoffs or whatever, beating one of the top tier teams is getting a lot of points, and therefore we will look forward to manage to get a lot of points.
Tell me a little bit about this iteration with Mouse, Hyped and QB being here. What's different about this one compared to maybe some of the previous lineups that you guys have had?
We enjoy ourselves. Like we really do, even though we're not showing the best Counter-Strike, but we do enjoy ourselves, we enjoy everyone here, and this is something we probably lack a little bit before. But also on top, the results needs to be there.
Tell me, you mentioned, beating maybe some of the big teams. You're going up against the second best team in the world, but your old familiar organization, right? Big versus Mouse. So some thoughts about that matchup?
We have nothing to lose. They need to prove themselves. We will play off our shoulders. As I said before, we enjoy ourselves to be here on the big stage. We have the opportunity to do something big, and we will hopefully do so. And after that, we will see what happens. We have 2 games to play, guaranteed. Hopefully even more, but we will see game by game, and we will see.
If you guys were to, maybe surprise people, maybe go all the way into the playoffs, what do you think would be the main reason for that?
People playing individually good. I think our system, our structure is well enough to beat some of the teams, but we need to play individually really good to beat them.
I'm here with Coach Zen ahead of Big's matchup versus Mao's. Obviously, first kind of topic I want to discuss is the MRQ. You guys, unfortunately, not qualifying for the major. Looking back at that event, and particularly the game versus Astralis, where do you think the main issues were for the guys?
Yeah, basically, I would say the pressure was a big part of it. Obviously, it's going to hurt us a lot. We have a lot of tournaments upcoming. Here with Melbourne, for example, also the Mesa tournament and the Mongols. And afterwards, we're gonna travel towards Astana. And basically, let's say they are like kinda the same as the major. But yeah, in the end, it hurts a lot, disappointed a lot, but yeah.
How do you, not let those emotions and not let the, maybe, a lack of motivation, knowing that there's no major on the horizon for you guys. How do you as a coach kind of have to handle that with some of the players?
Basically, we talked about the major, obviously. We talked about the issues we had, improvements we should do, also for the next tournaments. And basically, we're just going to look forward to it. That's all we can do. Not looking back is not the solution, obviously. And yeah, basically, we have a lot of tournaments coming up and we can perform there and see how it goes.
Yeah, very practical solution by the sounds of things. Just looking at you as a coach, obviously you were head coach of Alternate Attacks before moving over to the side of Big Clan. How much do you want to change in terms of Big's identity? What's your kind of vision for the overall team?
Basically I cannot change that much because the changes we did was kind of, let's say, small changes, basically. Some kind of adaptations. I think we had good plans in the past, and basically I just jumped in. So I had 2 weeks of practice probably, or 3 maybe, and yeah, you cannot change that much, but we improved a lot in practice, and we're just gonna prove it on the official games and see how it goes and perform there.
Obviously mentioning your first official here, you've got quite the mountain to be summiting in terms of the second best team according to the VRS rankings in terms of Maus. Any thoughts on them as opponents? Obviously we've seen a lot of tape on them from the past few events. Anything you've noticed from them?
Yeah, basically Maus is a pretty good team. Obviously, they have the pressure, they have to perform, so that's kind of advantage for us, I would say. And in the end, we are going to play our best maps probably against them, which is also pretty nice. And also we had a game against them in Cluj. The game was, I would say, pretty close. But yeah, in the end, it's just like a game we have to perform in order to win the game. So
very much looking forward to that rematch. Thank you so much for your time, Zen. Good luck.
Alrighty, nice to hear from the new coach of Big, who's speaking an awful lot about pressure. Janko, I can't help to feel that from your conversation with Tapson, from Freya's conversation with Sen, is not necessarily a team right now that is oozing of confidence. They're speaking about pressure, they're speaking of taking one game at a time, improvements, etc., etc. Are they even ready to take on a team like Mouse right now?
I don't think so, because I mean Tapson was also talking about individuals needing to step up. Well, I feel like there's a big gap between them and Mouse at this moment in time, but something they have going for them. You know, we talked about how big Gamer Legion and SAR, the 3 teams at this tournament, that are not going to be at the major. This is their major, right? Like Melbourne, Astana, Dallas, all these upcoming tournaments. This is their Super Bowl. So in a sense, right, that's over now, right? Like you didn't make the major, it's done, it's over. So that pressure is off your shoulders in a way, and now you can just try and do your best, right? And it is going to take Big's best if they're going to have a chance against Mouse, who is undoubtedly the second best team in the world this year behind Vitality.
Yeah, and I would even argue they're close to Vitality. We've seen them come into grand finals, you know, time after time. Close is a relative word, you know, maybe not that close, but it's a team that is definitely, as you said, the second best in the world. And I think they've shown us that they can, on a good day, beat Vitality, especially in Copenhagen during Blast. They probably should have. So again, I'm just looking at this big lineup and I'm thinking to myself, they used to be known, you know, that their identity was heavy prep, you know, always a lot of confidence. They would always come in with a pocket pick as well in terms of the map pool. We just saw the Veto run over. They're not picking Dust 2 anymore. It's Inferno coming into it. Crazy times. It just feels like a team that's lost its identity. Even Tapson, you know, a couple of years ago, you'd speak about him being a great asset still. Is he even a great asset to this day for Big? I feel like he's lost a lot of level as well. So I'm struggling to find any positive to say, to be completely honest.
Well, he's the last remnant, right, of the original Big clan. So we'll see. I'm sure if he doesn't really perform, right, like I mean that's another change that they could make potentially. But I was surprised a little bit by the Veto, you know, the Inferno pick coming from the side of Big. That's one of their, you know, worst maps statistically. So potentially throwing a curveball in the Veto, trying to surprise Mouse, which I like. And that's, you know, you have to do something like that if you're Big clan, right? If you just go for the standard kind of obvious picks and you let Mouse prepare heavily, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Now, Janko, it's easy to say the Mouse are the heavy favorites. They probably should be winning 2-0, but give me a win condition here for Big to at least make the game competitive and maybe even steal away a map.
I think, unfortunately, it's one of those standard underdog win conditions, right? It's get off to a good start, win the key rounds, right? Like, it could be the pistol, but it could be the early gun rounds, the reset rounds that you have, right? And sort of minimize the number of gun rounds that Mouse will be able to play, right? Keep the constant pressure on the economy. If you get into a sort of fair battle with them, in an even battle, I think that's where Mouse comes out on top. But if you make it messy, if you make it dirty, right? If you make them fight in the mud, so to speak, I feel like that's where your chance lies.
Let's see if Big can make it into a mud fight. There's no doubt that Mouse currently are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. There's no doubt that Big are one of the favorites to exit the tournament as one of the first teams. Speaking of my favorites, we have 2 lovely voices ready for you to take you through this game. Harry and Hugo, please enlighten us. Do you think we have a game on our hand?
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's say we do. Let's say this is the game of the day. It's that big Mouse game that everyone's been talking about, and it's Inferno as our first map. Yeah, a bit of a curveball from Big. They had this one show up a lot at the PGL Cluj-Napoca just recently. They've played a hell of a lot of Inferno, never their pick, but they've looked to bring it out here over Mouse. As mentioned in that pre-game interview, there was a fairly close map played between these 2 teams back at Cluj.
It's also worth noting the last time that we saw Mouse on this map, they got 13-0'd in a grand final.
True that.
So Big coming in with an idea, but this is not Vitality, this is Big. It's time to see what these guys have been doing. They've been in the lab all week, Harry, getting ready for Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne. And trying to come in with a surprise pocket pick on Inferno against one of the favorites. We'll have to see if Big are up for the job. A slow pistol round. They are going to group towards this B-bomb site. Plenty of util for an execute. Mouse with a preemptive block. That is well timed. Mouse have a lot of nades. A resmoke and a Molotov left at B. Zershan holding a flash.
And I like the Brolins drop that smoke out straight away. He hears their util coming over. He knows that Mouse have got more util than maybe Big are expecting here. So he tries to get that in early, but the nades will find Brolin.
I mean, it's so patient for Big. The fact that they let those 2 smokes and the molly come down before they even commit, they have faith in their execute, and it nails it. It lands perfectly.
Oh, that one over there from Mouse did not, but that's fine. Exertion trying to hide in it, hoping that that could be the way to propel them back in for a retake, but does not pan out. Can Spinks change the tune? No, he can't. It's just one. So this is looking to be well handled from Big in the post plant. And they're going to hit the ground running with a pistol here.
Yeah, that was Big Smoke, a coffin. That was a deep coffin smoke. Typically, you see it, land a bit more shallow, but they're not scared of the headshot angle. They come in, they take a lot of space, and they shut down the pistol round. So nicely done for Big. Great molly on boost as well. Torshi will live playing the long game for his AWP later on, but Big with a pistol in their pocket, a team that we've always said for decades now, for millennia, Harry, that they come in well prepped, they have some good ideas. But I also like how, Yanko and Pink brought up the fact that this is not the old Big, right? This is only Tabson remains from that former glory of the Big Clan team. New coach, young players. I think Hyped was someone who we enjoyed seeing break out into this team at the start of the year, right? We saw him at Bounty in Copenhagen. Yep. He popped off. He had a couple of really good maps. He almost beat G2 with like a 20-plus kill game, but he's been streaky ever since. He's had some highs. He's certainly had some lows.
Well, sadly, he kind of failed that test that a lot of AWPers go through, which is, if you are a hot prospect AWPer, it's not necessarily hard to start strong. It's keeping it going, right?
Yeah,
and
look at Ultimate.
That's what made folks, like Monacy so impressive when you first saw him at the top level. It was like, damn, okay, he looks like the real deal. Everyone was playing like they were terrified of him. And then as time went on, you expect it to, encounter challenges, and they're going to learn how you play. People are going to get used to going up against you, and that's what made someone like his, continue domination so impressive. But for Hyped, it was like, he exploded onto your screen. You were like, damn, okay, this could be it. This is what Big have been waiting for. And then I felt like you've kind of seen as time's gone on, people have figured him out a bit more. And the games have gotten, more inconsistent.
I mean, it's just like the highs and the lows.
Yeah.
If you look at his numbers, like he's getting these 25 kill games, and the next map he gets 4. And it's just, it's very hard to stay consistent as an AWPer, especially in this game, especially right now. Very few who can do it, and even some of the best are hybrid riflers at the same time. So, little tech here early in the day. Get it out of the way early, Harry. But we're back in. In that 13-0, where Mouse played Vitality in the final of Lisbon, they were on the CT side. They got 0 rounds. So Big trying to just Big have copied again. No, Big have just copied Vitality's entire playbook. They're going to run the same game. But the danger of that, of course, is Mouse will have learned from that match. They will have gone back and presumably improved things. So let's see what that looks like here.
I spoke to Mouse yesterday.
Yeah.
And they seem to be in very, very good spirits. There's this group of dudes.
It's a vibe team.
They are a vibe team.
Yeah.
I like it. I think Brolin gets to be a little troll. And I think that's his true
calling.
Yeah. And
he wanted to be an in-game leader
the
day he was born.
The day he was born. And now he's achieved that dream. What have you done with your life, Hugo?
Damn. When you put it like that.
Not as much as Brolin.
Damn right.
Want a reality TV show to get his place in Counter-Strike?
I did pretty well on Love Island Season 4, but... Flashback. I love that setup for Mouse. They go delayed. They break their way in. 2 kills from Xertion. Leaves things even, but patience pays off for Hyped.
Oh, QB's found a great timing out here over towards Long to come in on this backstab. There's even a arch smoke lobbed in. You're really not going to expect this if you're Mouse. And so only Torshi on this side of the map.
This could still go wrong. They've got to get to him. Torshi's very far off. Oh no. Lucky for Big. Kill delivered to him. And even then it was close. Don't know what made Torshi run there.
Yeah, it makes sense. You wouldn't know how to play like Torshi.
No, true.
You didn't watch the course.
A lot of blaming in that one. Oh, no, sorry, that was the other one.
Bruh, he kept bringing that up yesterday.
Yeah,
to
what
play
was he
like
saying?
Torshi. He talks about it a lot. I think he really likes that.
He did so well. Like, that skit wasn't even scripted. It was just Torshi
he just
trolling
nailed
on
it.
air, yeah.
We go over that in the
oh, yeah.
in the lobby. Come on, Jimmy. Hold on to the Famis, Jimmy. You got this. Yeah, big no. You don't mess with Jimmy P. And so he'll get out, but Big, stick the landing on this conversion up against the Force. It is only that Famis held forward at 4 Maus. Ooh. That was a big question.
I heard
Do you
that.
want to buy again?
Yeah, it's one of the better listenings we've had today. Had some worse ones. Is Snap Tap on,
no.
Torshi? The Snap Tap better not be on.
Oh, no.
It better not be on, Torshi.
Is this how you play like Torshi?
Oh, no, I'm presuming, by the way. I just, the ref's looking pretty...
Oh, what's he
it's not
done?
looking
What's
good.
he done?
It's
He's
not
having to
looking
explain.
good. Please, please. It was 2 rounds. We lost the rounds. Let me play. Don't ban me.
Sorry, man. You got a license for that keyboard, do you?
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see what's happened. What's going on? Either that or he's had like a mental break and completely forgotten what a keyboard is.
Yeah,
and he's relearning it all over again.
Oh, he's holding... Oh,
It doesn't
not
respond
looking
with
good.
confidence,
All right,
but it's
not
all
looking
good. Hang on. Maybe the LEDs were the wrong color?
Oh, no. Yeah, Mihal's like, no, sorry, blues only. Blue only. No green, no purple. This is great. It's very intense, actually. I like this.
Okay, wait, hang on. He smiled.
Oh, God, it's
come
going
on.
everywhere.
Do not gum. Headsets back on. Snap tap
off.
disabled. Okay.
It's been a smooth start. Round 3. You wouldn't believe it. We are live.
Gum on your face, Hugo. There's no snap tap. That's gum, by the way. G-U-M.
Yeah, G-U-M.
Like the coach. So here we are. Big. 2-0 up with the Famis saved forward.
Yeah, but get ready. Torshi's about to go bloody wild this round. I've got a feeling. He's done. He's pressed the right keys, Harry. He's done something.
If he's suddenly really good, that is suspicious.
Yeah.
We all saw it. Ooh. Get away from the banana. JDC does not often do warning shots, and so you're lucky to still be alive there. But you do trade out the position. Top banana taken. Control over the apartments as well. It's just this one Famis and a couple of pistols. 4 Maus. Famis finds itself down in the pit, and with Big setting their sights on the contact play out through B, they might just get to move in to a near empty site here. It's just a USP and a P250 to worry about. Bit of a clash in the meantime from these two players that were lurking over on A. Brolin, does that complicate matters? It's a clean trade back out of Hyped at least. If that had kind of slowed the play down too much, maybe things get weird. But now I think they do just walk into this B site. They're going to get it for free.
Very cautious on these hits, aren't they? Warning shot, but no finish. And Big again using that deep coffin smoke. I think part of it is like you want them to fight on the coffins, on that box, because what?
No, nothing. It's all good.
Not me?
No.
Okay. You want them to fight coffins because that position sucks in CS2, man. You just get wall-banged out of it. You do such high damage with rifles, so they're like, yeah, go ahead, play that headshot angle that doesn't actually exist because you'll just get body shot. Clean for Big right now, but the guns have yet to appear. Miles are pulling them out.
All right, let's keep a close eye on Torshi.
Because of the AWP, right?
Yeah, he does have the big green. But also, I just want to see if he starts spinning. Not expecting him to, but it could happen.
Got a Prince Stream AWP parry. Straight ball in. B-rush. Lots of grenades and Big take the top of Banana, but it's all a bit of a fake out, isn't it?
And I like this. It's, you know, this is a call out of spawn here from Big. They throw a lot of util into top Banana. This is a really good reaction out of Mouse, though, right? As cool an idea this is from Big, Mouse have already gone and got the info that no one's here. They are one step ahead on this play, starting to bring players back from that B site. Spinks over at long. Here's the footsteps. He knows they're up close, and so hoping that Torshi can take them off the line. That AWP gets involved. Tabson dead first. And Big just starts to grind to a bit of an awkward halt with no presence gained over towards short. They got to get past Jimmy. Gets out with a lot of damage. Torshi's the next one in line, and that AWP continues to lock it down. 4 Mouse, another from the Torshi AWP.
Oh, really would have loved to see Big scaling faster there, right? Up on long side. They had double smokes in. They weren't moving forward. They went wide left. Torshi gets a pick, but no one else is scaling when this kill comes in. Look at how they get stuck there. They both pull back. They both hold, and then the split just comes in super delayed. They reset short. Just fell a bit all over the place. The setup was really nice for Big, but the execution fumbled. And Torshi, what have you done now? The wristband's on. We're going to have to get our best men on the job here. Go on, open Synapse. What's it say? I mean, he had a sick round, so fair enough. I want to, just check it out.
Just in case,
just in case.
Just the cautionary rather than check.
Like,
just make sure
he just
he's
waved
legit.
him off. Like, yeah.
Does he have that power?
Come
Can
back
he
later.
wave the oven away? Like,
kind of defeats the purpose, no? Sorry, not now.
No. Let me finish cheating, and then, we can talk after. Okay.
He's like, I promise I'm not. Oh, well. Fair enough. Big call a tactical timeout. That's what that tense music means.
I mean, Mao's just got their first round on the board, right? And it was a pretty decisive round from Mao's. As mentioned, the pause has given us good time to talk about this. The reaction from Mao's in that last round was sick over towards top Banana. Big's whole game plan was, let's show a lot of nades. We want them to know that there's a lot of players on Banana. So they made sure to throw the 3HE nade stack into the sandbags, flashes over the wall, double Molotovs in at the car and top Banana. They made a lot of noise over at B. Brolin was actually super smart in calling a fast, reactionary take of top Banana. And what that meant was the whole fake for Big, the whole idea in the round of kind of misdirecting Mao's fell apart because of the timing of them retaking top Banana. That round fell cleanly in Mao's favor as a result, helped out a bit by Torshi going huge on the AWP.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Big want to keep that pressure on. They've had a couple of these tech timeouts now, so they wanted to take that timeout a chance to talk things over, and this time it's a far more rip-roaring pace in to this top of middle. AWP opens, Hype finds that first kill, but it's swiftly traded. Jimmy, swinging wide from short, keeps this one even for Maus.
I don't know how that flash doesn't blind Hyped there, or maybe it just expired. The swing could have been a little bit late. Nade on the smoke, misses, and Hyped follows up. 2 kills on this AWP might be enough. Torshi's fighting forward. There's no moto smoke, and there may be a lot of problems for Big. They're getting swung on. Tapson holds the line. It's all Torshi or it's bust.
Now's the time, bro. Hit that key.
Oh, no. And look at JDC. You're not crossing mid. You're saving.
Calling it now. No one checking Torshi PC after this one.
Explosive call for Big. Not afraid in this T side. That's what I'm liking. Playing very confident CS, letting their AWPer just stroll up middle, double entry. Mal's even forced the fight with a flash.
I think it's cool as well because it's almost like a bit of an early mind game between the different like teams and leaders, right? Like in that last round, it was the speed at which Brolin countered the call from Big.
Yeah.
That helped Mouse out. So this time Big are like, okay, well, what if we make it look like then we're like really heavy posturing in towards top mid, and hopefully Mouse are expecting another one of those slowdowns. You know, we're playing for the space. In reality, they fully followed through on that A play once they clashed in the top of middle. And so Mouse couldn't react fast enough, even though their reactions in that previous round were really, really quick, and they played it perfectly. This time, it was played at like the fastest possible tempo from the Big squad. This is also going to make Mouse a bit more paranoid in the early round, right? They're going to have to start burning some of this util, and that's as the money's approaching a bit of a weird spot. They go into this 3-2 between A and B. 3-man stack inside of the B site. 2 flung further forward in the apartments for that early warning system over at A.
Spix is just chilling at dark. He's just fine. The nade stacks come in at B, and as Brolin retakes with that util you're talking about, he gets blown to pieces. Big with a 5-on-4. Don't want to waste this opportunity, and if they don't clear apps, they might walk past this entirely. Crimbo's about to find out the hard way. It's Torshi who walks back.
Oh, bro, he ain't cheating. Look at this. Leaving the angle. Torshi gets out. Right as Crimbo and the rest of Big move in.
Because this is the difference, right? When you don't have that top banana, Mauser in the dark, they've got to block smoke down. They have no idea. For all they know, Big could be 4 guys at B setting up an execute. Instead, they've hit the perfect timing to pop this empty site.
They never spotted Jimmy over here in Boiler. That right now is the only thing that could turn this one around for Mouse. But anything less than 2 is not enough for Jimmy. And that 1 in a dink, it's a damn good try. Does 180 damage in the round, but it won't be enough to win this or even give Mouse a chance to look at it. They've got to run away and save on these remaining 3.
That's such a great example of why your point on Brolin retaking Banana is so important. Info is power on Inferno, right? If the whole map is quiet and you don't have mid info and you don't have Banana info, it's about to be 5 players running at you and you don't know which side it is. Mouse feel like they have to gamble. No one's cleared apartments at 40 seconds.
Yeah.
And so you're thinking there's no way they're walking up these stairs at 40 seconds. They're definitely be executing. And Big, perfect call. They get past the AWP, unbeknownst to them, but they read it really well.
No, I mean, the early game of this match hasn't been like a battle of individuals, who's more switched online. It's not like it's coming out of these clutches. This is a battle of brains right now in this game. And thus far, Big are the ones controlling that. They've called a variety of different paces. Outside of the one quick reaction from Mouse, Big have now kind of stifled that confidence even, right? In that round, Mouse actually wanted the play to end B. They were triple there from the start. Spinks was playing super late. That was why they threw in the banana retake with the other 2. They were hoping that like you would go 1 for 1 and entice Big into a B play, but the nade stack was too good. And so yeah, Big are kind of taking the edge right now in terms of the calls, and that is what the early stages of this game have been about. It's another one of these rounds where Mouse are flying a little blind, and they try to make up for that by retaking this B control. Torshi just moves into the angle, but I don't think these reinforcements are going to get there in time. Exertion only just arriving, won't have a part to play. It's going to come down to Brolin and Jimmy between this pit site crossfire to hold on. It's another round where multi-kills have to come through for Mouse, and they don't. Clean trades out of Big. They storm the board, and it's another one that Mouse are left sitting on the outside of. They've got to save on Torshi and Exertion.
This is beautiful Counter-Strike right now for Big. I don't think Mouse are even going to look at this one. Torshi needs to get out with the AWP. The trading is so nice. The way they clear positions together. 2 players on truck, 1 high, 1 low. The long players just tandem, strapped to each other side by side. It's really well paced by Big. They slow it down when they have motor control. They wait till the short players are ready. And you said it, Mouse need multi-kills. This is one of the harder maps to get those multi-kills. If the T's are playing tight, 1 is all you get.
Yeah, I think the thing for Mouse right now is in the start of this game, it's felt like they've waited to react to the plays that Big make. I think we're going to have to see a bit of a turning point where it's Mouse, the team, making the play, right? Instead of them being reactionary, you need to see them get proactive. And maybe that's going to come in the form of like 3 players over towards B, taking away that B control. You could instead, opt for the one-man B hole with double early util, extra utility dropped for him in the spawn. You immediately start 4 leaning A, try to come through with some apartments control. Maybe deep mid-smoke as an option. Yeah, all right. So this is Mao's attempting to be a bit more proactive in the early stages of this round.
Ooh. Tickled by a top mid molly though. Good grenade. Mals have saved their HEs. They're making great use of them super late. Putting Hyped on 7 points of health. Hyped hit some important shots in this game, but this round not built for him. And they still have more HEs to boot. It's so unclear where this is ending. Banana control coming in. Hyped just avoids that Molotov. And Mals just keep blocking, not letting anyone in for free. Brolin takes the 5v4. And Mals rotate out.
I like that it was Brolin who rotated away. Even though Torshi only just arrives, he's playing mobile on this AWP.
Boost. Does he hit it?
He's going to have to flake. Torshi, they don't boost up. Instead, they just run past him. Shot sails past. They know the AWP is inside of this B site now. When they next see Exertion in this kill feed, they might find themselves trying to check for a Brolin that isn't here. Torshi hits that one. Tabson dead, and a double up from the Torshi AWP. As this B play crumbles around Big, the proactive stance from Maus off the top of this round puts them back on course. But they have to start chaining together some rounds on the back of it.
Oh, I wish we got to hear what Torshi was calling for there, right? Coming up with some ideas. Some very good assistive utility on the rotate there. Those are the rounds we love to see from Maus. Torshi, the anchor, the rock, rather, with the AWP. Backside hitting every shot he can.
Torshi the Rock Johnson.
Exactly. He's cooking. I can smell it. More value from these HEs.
It's another proactive round starter for Maus, this time 2 in the apartments. You see Torshi and Jimmy playing this. That's going to have like a knock-on effect in the mid-round. Spinks is going to have a bigger degree of movement to start to make his way over to B at the first sign of trouble. Leaning back now. But he just repositions after that long smoke. There is still this duel for Banana. And at present, Maus don't feel like they've seen or heard enough to justify anything too crazy. You're going to have Spinks start to move over now as the whole map is still quiet. No one in apartments has seen anything. And because that position's further forward, they don't fall for this fake pressure that Big have thrown in.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is the round Maus are dreaming of right now. They have every right to win it. 3 players in position. Still more blocking util. It comes down now. Roland holding the flash. Big about to explode.
Pretty strong here. Spinks barrels through, and this is the moment Spinks was waiting for. 3 kills on the mowdown. Exertion still alive and in this, but dead at the hands of the Hyped AWP. Exertion at the round in the palm of his hands, but unable to find anything. That AWP continues for Big. It's another from Hyped as he claws this round back. Oh, Tabson's been in the round alongside him the entire time, but that nade, it just falls short. Tabson's allowed to keep kicking, finally dealt with. And it was Hyped who got this whole ball rolling. It's him who's got to finish it now. 2 kills deep on the AWP. He's looking for the hat trick. Jimmy moves in. But Hyped just that much quicker, teed up in the post plant. Hyped is delivering on his AWP.
Dude, how do you lose that, Maus? 3 kills from Spinks out of absolutely nowhere, flying through the smoke, but Hyped nailing Exertion backside. And I think you realize, right, when Spinks is a guy playing first there, you don't fall for the triple B because you realize, hey, we've killed an A player. There's definitely going to be a guy at the back of the bomb site. They're very aware. Big's communication must be spot on this game, just from the rounds they're piecing together, and Hyped continues to hit all the important shots. I thought Tabson had thrown it away there. I don't know why he's playing so active on headshot in the post plant on 10 health, just as we're talking about all the wall bangs, but Hyped is reliable. This is a big with nothing to lose and everything to gain. No expectations, no major.
I'd be calling the admin back over saying, can we look at Hyped's computer?
Oh my god, he's doing it again. Just walking up.
Oh,
barrel!
With the big barrel.
Peace.
You can see how the CT side has changed, though, as the game's gone on, right? Like, Maus are doing a lot more of these early plays. They're no longer kind of waiting for the big util to come in before they make their move. They kind of have to be the ones starting the play more often than not on this CT side. And at least now it's netted them this early man advantage. A 5v4 leaves them in a good position in the round. For the time being, it's fine that Exertion is alone at this B site. But he's just used up his last bit of util, and so Maus felt like they had to make a move. That's at least a keen trade out of Jimmy. They know he's over here in the boiler. Kyubi tries to clear it, but the AWP, not the gun for the job. It takes Tabson. Gonna need to see even more from Tabson before this round is over. JDC still a ways away, and he won't clear the close corner. Brolin gets away with one for free. Still, that kill has opened up a route for JDC in this 1v3 clutch. B-play is now on the cards. He's gonna get there with seconds to spare, and Brolin only just beginning this rotate now. Will he get to CT in time? It's a race against the clock here for Brolin, and JDC gets over him. Plant found with just enough time. He's barely locked in a plant here, but it gives him a fighting chance in this 1v1, and he missed that timing. Torshi didn't see him get here. JDC has hit every window, every timing. That nade too short. And now JDC knows. He knows that AWP is bound from the spawn. JDC collects 1 versus 3 to keep big with a huge lead over Maus.
Literally could not be closer if he tried. The climb over the box for the kill is audacious, but it's the jump that seals it. That whole time, Torshi is 100% certain in his head he has JDC trapped in oranges. He doesn't even consider he could be out at quad, and I barely blame him. Smooth moves for JDC against his former team. Put an 8th on this T side. Miraculous half right now for Big. They are earning it. Don't let Maus back in now. They don't plan to. Spinks burnt out top banana. Brolin takes a chance, and it's Exertion's grenade that will break back. 4v2. Big jumped the gun a little bit, and it backfires. Good cover. And simply done. Maus are trying to get those scraps at the end of the half.
And I think, you know, this is starting to, even though Maus come through with a round win there and now they've broken Big, it's still, you know, it felt a little bit concerning here because it's felt like Big have had the edge in terms of the calls thus far, with Maus taking a while to kind of piece together how they have to start these rounds. But now, over the last few, it has come down to individuals, right? You had the big clutch for Hyped, you had JDC offer up a 1v3 all of a sudden for Big. And even in a round like this, where Big have got a lot of util left to play with, and they've handed you a real variety of plays, this still doesn't feel super comfortable for Maus, not by a long shot. It's a passive hold over towards A. Info only just coming through now. The B side of the map is clear. Brolin's rotate is beginning, but that motor smoke is going to land before he gets there. And so Torshi has to play through this. Has to be in the site to help his team. Brolin takes long, but it's the apps pop that Maus have to contest with here. Jimmy is open. Here's the cover. These crossfires get set up in time for Maus. Now you're a little less worried about what the Tech-9s could look to do here. tabseN has threaded the needle a bit with this timing. And that adds some intrigue here, but I don't know if he's ready for a man up close. Exertion really needed that. Must-win fight secured, and now Mao's looking safe to get onto a fourth here. There's Spinks with a stylish close. Mao's scrape by with 4 rounds, 2 coming in right at the close. Is that going to be enough? Or is the pocket pick of Inferno for Big enough to see them through this opening map? In the battle of Big Maos, it's tabseN playing the Pied Piper right now. Big commanding lead as they step up 8-4, 2 rounds down the stretch. For the Maos team have given them a tiny bit of room to maneuver here as they now take to their T side. But what impressed me from Big is this hasn't been a game dominated by individuals. It was some nice cooling that got them off to this cruise of a lead, then some clutches to really drive it home.
tabseN might be blowing that horn, but will he blow this lead is the question. Mao's T side, Roland calling the shots. Undeniable firepower on this Mao's team, yet to really show up. This is a Mao's, keep in mind, in their last 17 games, Harry, they've lost only 4. And those 4, all to Vitality. Mao's have had a near unblemished record since Cluj. 3 finals in a row. a win over Spirit. And if not for Vitality, just a dominant last couple of months. So this is a great start for Big, but it's about how you end.
Oh, that's free. And they don't clear Crimbo. This double setup could destroy the round for Maus. Crimbo tears through the back line, leaves it just on Torshi. Bomb dropped over here on short. It's been picked up, but a 1v3 begins now, and they are fast on this wrap round. 3 players in middle. JDC takes that one over the line for Big.
Impact round for Crimbo. Nice to see it. Been very quiet this game, right? This has been dominated by Hyped and some of the entries from Tapson and JDC. Crimbo was meant to be the next big thing. But it's been a while since we've seen Big at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. Welcome back. Grim Bob. Full eco now for Maus, and this will disappear quick, this game. Gonna have a couple of gun rounds to stop this from really getting out of control.
That's fun.
I was waiting for you to
There's
break.
a new button we have. We can talk to each other.
You can't hear it.
Without you guys hearing us.
Yeah. Not fun for everyone at home, really.
It's great for us, though.
I'm enjoying it.
That's really what this is all about.
It's how I feed Harry lines. He just flamed me. You can't. He's making noises down the mic now, Harry. You know, I really hope that does go out to stream. And
I don't think it does, but
oh, it doesn't. I hope it breaks, and everyone gets to hear what you really like. They definitely heard. They definitely.
Did you hear that
heard
one?
That, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
10-4 mid
So there
rush.
is a limit.
Mid rush.
Fast play in through middle. Big coming swinging into this bonus round up against the first buy back in for Maus. And look where they've got QB. That's a QB corner.
Nice.
You go in Green Goblin mode, like Bobby Bluetooth. It's 4-on-3. Maus wounded. Exertion and Spinks both hurting. Jimmy and Torshi feeling some pressure to try and get a ball rolling on a round that feels gone already. Time is the only thing they have left to play with here, so they're going to start fanning back out, see if they can find some of these more aggressive, big players. QB first on the chopping block. He would be the tantalizing prospect to try and bring you back into this round, but he will go uncleared here. No one's even considering it. And eventually he decides enough is enough, tries to get involved. But it's only good for one.
The patience, man. I would have jumped the gun. Oh my God. He doesn't know where he's getting shot from. It's a silencer, top middle. Maus are just trying to survive. They ain't thriving. They're barely living. 3-on-4, low health on Spinks. But this is still winnable. Crimbo and Tabson are tagged up. There's no more grenades for Big to stop this and making it rotate. It's a round where Hyped has got to hold the line with an SMG tucked in. Go, go, go.
Oh, it's a good flash. Crimbo is so dead. Hyped has to hold on here, but he's doing a great job. 2 kills from him buys just enough time for JDC to pull up and lend that helping hand. Well handled for Big. The aggression, that was a bonus round, remember, as well, right? They had SMGs in play coming into it. They get out fairly cleanly. 11-4 lead. This is well and truly spiraling out of control for Maus. And they've not really shown anything that's going to give you faith in them closing this gap thus far. They've been outcooled in the first half. The individual shining bright for Big. And seemingly no standout player in sight for the Mouse ranks.
No, Torshi started strong. He had a couple of nice rounds early. Jimmy was reliable, actually, on A. It was a lot of B abuse for Big on their T side, but yeah, no one's really like taking the cake here. It's been a team game. It hasn't necessarily been a map of, oh, which individual is stronger, who has the bigger fragger. It's the calls, and Big absolutely ice Mouse out there, pulling all the way back and really just like selling QB, but it wasted so much time on Mouse's clock. They are looking very uncomfortable right now. 11-4. They have one smoke. I mean, you can't do anything here. And Big have held on to almost everything. Mal's just going to charge on this A site, but Big are playing super passive. Got a nice crossfire, got the AWP on long. It's a lane take for Mal's, Molly at the ready.
Just going to explode up through short. Contact on this hit. But it's still getting cleaned up nicely from Big. That's potentially awkward. Hyped, caught out in the open. Crimbo still able to capitalize, buys enough time and even takes it one step further. Big are getting hyped up, and fair enough. He's top of the board right now, 15-9. The rest of the gang finding their footing in behind him as well. And so this map looking to fall very dominantly in Big's favor. As mentioned, this is not a map that's been particularly kind to Big. Playing it a hell of a lot recently and mainly fielding L's.
I think it's coming in with no pressure against a team that have been on the grind as of late. Oh, hyped! That's so egregious. He eats that Molotov for the kill. We'll pay the price, but we'll also take down Spinks.
I mean, this call from Big in this round was wild. Like, that's the play Hyped makes. He was the solo A player with a quad B start.
That's pretty crazy.
I just feel like, firstly, Mouse would never expect that. Secondly, they don't have the kind of scoreline to go for a fast round after finding a kill in top mid.
Hey, Mouse want to feel like they're they can play their style, they can play a slow round, they can be the better team, but haven't really seen anything from Mouse in this map. B fake blocked well. Mouse go back to middle. They've got a 4v2 here. You would fancy their odds. You would definitely fancy their odds.
The other thing that was just awkward about this two-man hold is it was assembled really hastily, right? With Hyped dying first in top middle. There wasn't a crossfire set up between the two of them. So that free opener on a Crimbo has propelled them in, but QB still puts on a case for this round out for the Big squad. They hear that nade tag JDC. They know he's already here, and that's some good spam damage on him back in the library. Still, I think Big are interested.
I think
this was a
12-4.
A round that felt real safe for Mouse, and QB gave them a reason to give it a look in. That smoke at Moto has taken the wind out of the retake somewhat, but I still think you lend some time to Tabson on this walk around.
Is he trying to ninja? You're no longer going for this quickly. It's a very late play. Tabson trying to get some damage at the end and maybe sneak in with that kit. They're both in the site. Takes one, but they're just trying to do some damage on the way out. Big reminding them what they're up against. Mouse win a round. Finally. Round by round. Look, we've seen Mouse win these games. We've seen them. It was wasn't it Cluj? They beat Astralis.
Yeah, I just think
just like this.
Playing to contain there was really smart from Big. Like, you win that round, but the buy you have here is worse than any buy you've had so far on the way to this kind of rough T side. You come through with Galils, Mac 10s, that's to try and get something in the way of utility in this round.
Mouse won this game on the T side of Inferno from 12-4 down against Astralis. They won 8 rounds in a row. They dragged us to overtime. They won that game. They closed the series 2-1. So they've literally done this before.
Yeah, they have to survive the night on this, though. This cobbled together investment Deep play for Brolin as he leads the charge on this MAC-10. Backs a turn, he gets out with kills for free. JDC plays the trigger discipline. They finally turn and clear him, and Spinks does not let him get away with a multi-kill there. That's what was required. Okay, this is the building blocks of a comeback for Maus. They handle this really well, considering the limitations they're working with. Brolin does a great job of finding that timing, playing through the Moto smoke. And so now you won't have those money troubles again if you're Maus. Now it's just a question of longevity and keeping this comeback coming through. Oh, maybe that's why they're playing so roughly. That's how the mics sound?
Keyboard wasn't the problem.
Sorry, Toshi, can you say that cool one more time, bro?
I do like, yeah, they don't ever seem like they're tilting properly. I've seen Exertion tilt a little bit, but like they're very calm for the situation they're in. I like, because they're on a low money round, like you said, that damage, they just play loose, running through smokes with MAC-10s, keeping the pressure on. If you're Maus, give it a go. Like we always say, Harry, these MR12 games can tie up very, very quickly. Hyped almost made this one easy with a 5v4. But millimeters off, Maus survive.
Guys, we did this fucking comeback already versus Astralis, okay?
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, you did say that.
That is true.
And now Torshi's saying that, but this is not Astralis. This is not that same game, and this might all come unraveled here and now. You might have done this one once before, but Big, a different beast, showing up in good form here in Melbourne. Trying to hit the ground running in an upset win to open up. Inferno looking to go the way of Big, as only Brolin remains in the dying lights of this game. Hyped will send him out of it, and Big show up convincingly on their map pick. It was never even close. Maus blowing out the water to open this. They're going to have to try and bounce back across the rest of this series.
Coming in. I'm in from triple. I'm blind. In. Pull in.
I will flash above in 2 seconds.
One pull, Dory.
Flashing above.
One more pull.
Pull
low. Nice. Two pull.
Nice,
boys.
Nice, Adam. Nice, Adam. On B. He is B. He probably got first. He's planting first. Planting first still.
Yeah.
Minus 80. He should be first, maybe. Yeah, he's stuck left side, I think. He's low HP. Yeah.
He's low?
Yeah. Oh, I got it. More bullets. Maybe. Nice try. Anti. It's a good round today.
Guys, we are fucking insane T side. Luda, let's call us to the victory.
Yeah, let's get to the victory.
Let's go, boys! Mazvika. Long.
Anti.
Alright, riddle me this. You have the second best team in the world. A team that's only ever lost almost to Vitality. And you have a team that didn't manage to make it to the major, going toe-to-toe in the opening game. And if I don't know any better, Janko, I'd say that Big are by far the better team of the two right now. So what on earth did just happen?
I think
Mouse was not expecting Inferno, right? I mean, it's their weakest map statistically, but I mean, they're playing Vitality, they're playing some of the best teams in the world, and for Big, it's down in the dumps alongside Dust 2, right? So I think they were expecting something else, didn't prepare much for this map, and then the same thing that we talked about in the pre-game, right? The win conditions for the underdog. Big won both pistols, they got 2 resets in the first half that propelled them to a very strong 8-4 T-side half, right? Win the second pistol, convert, and at that point, even for a team like Mouse, even though they were saying we made this comeback already, it was a little bit too much to overcome.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we show the viewers at home what exactly went wrong, because you said it yourself, both pistols going the way of Big, and then round 9 and round 10 in constellation to that as well. Round 9, we have it in front of you right here. Again, Mouse already trailing by now, down 2-6. They actually get a good opening. They get a good grasp of what they want to do. You were not too satisfied with the banana control coming in here as well, losing a lot of damage. But you think to yourself, with this setup where you have Spinks coming in, doing this nasty work, getting a triple kill, you have 2 more players on the bomb side, it should be non-losable. But they somehow, some way find a way to throw it away.
Yeah, it's a bit of a miscommunication as well, in the sense of, if Brolan is going to fight with Spinks, Exertion should too, because Spinks is the rotator. Once they kill him and Brolan, they expect Exertion to be there as well. So that was a little bit strange, and then Hype really delivers in the end, in the clutch with the AWP. And this was the reset round, right? So they get it, but Mao still has enough money for a buy. Right, Torj is going to get the entry kill. Another man advantage situation for them, and here Crimbo just lucky to get a kill before he dies. And in the 2v4 now, it's Tabson and JDC in this sort of a scenario, right, where it gets a little bit awkward. Tabson picking up the AWP, now JDC in a 1v3. Again, breakdown in communication, you know, Exertion unaware that he could be there. Getting the kill with an aggressive jump up on first box, is getting the bomb down, and then the final kill onto Torji. It's like these 2 rounds felt crucial for Big in the first half.
I mean, credit to JDC for pulling off a great clutch, but I can't help to feel that Exertion is playing a little bit carelessly by rushing up middle, giving up his position. Brolan probably not too sure in CT spawn whether he crossed or not, which is why he's putting himself in the open with 6 seconds left. But do you think that was part of the factor as well? The Mouse didn't give Big the respect that they probably deserved, and they were maybe playing a little bit too loose and careless?
Maybe a little bit complacent.
Yeah.
Sure, at the back of your head, you know, you're playing a team that hasn't had much success this year, really, and you're playing really well in all these tournaments, and you're just losing to Vitality, right? It's the reason why you're number 2 and they're number 1. But yeah, I think there was a little bit of that, and then not being able to get anything going in the second half to have a chance to come back. And props to Big, you know, you could tell what we talked about. There's no pressure on them. They're not overthinking it, right? Bonus round, let's go down mid, let's go for an aggressive play, right? And it works out. Pistol round as well. I mean, QB with that aggressive peek out of window gets the first kill. So, you know, for Mouse, you just need to be able to stop that. You need to punish those aggressive plays, make them sort of play a little bit more default Counter-Strike, and that's where you can outplay them.
That's where you can outplay them. And weren't able to in this instance. I also do agree with your sentiment of giving a lot of credit towards Big, because I think some of the individuals that we highlighted coming into the game as well played well. Tabson, we said himself, he's not the same player he was a couple of years ago, where he was sought after, where he could probably join better teams. He decided to stay in Big. This time around, he had a great individual showing. Together with Hype, they were putting up good numbers. So I mean, it's just one map. It's Big picking it. Maybe it's a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a punish pick, but a bit of a surprise pick. So how much stock do we put into this one map victory? Does this change the fact that now Big are on even terms in terms of winning this series? Or do you still have Mouse as the favorite to still come back into the game and potentially win it?
I still have Mouse as the favorite. I think for Big, probably their chances lie on Ancient, more so on Mirage, right? It hasn't been too hot for them recently, and for Mouse, they're very well drilled on that map. So yeah, but now they are even one map up for Big, you know, playing from ahead. So still nothing to lose in that sense. And I think I really like the approach. We talked about it. You shouldn't really try to play default. You need to make it a little bit more messy, a little bit more brawly, and they did that and came out on top. So I think the recipe, the blueprint doesn't change for Big, right? It's just after a map is done, and on a map like Mirage, it will be a little bit more difficult for them to execute the same game plan.
I know it's been a while since you were last time coaching, but when you were in FaZe as a coach as well, there's been many games where you were the heavy favorites. You come in, you maybe lose the first map. Do you often see a reaction from the players, you know, knowing that there was a bit of complacency, maybe we didn't take it seriously enough? Is it easy to turn around, you know, that mentality, come into the second map and then reinstall the same, I guess, fear in the opponents that you were supposed to do from the get-go?
I think it happens, absolutely, right? And the players are aware of it themselves, and of course you have talks in between maps, and maybe you just talk with the IGL to change some things up a little bit. If you see that the players don't have good energy, aren't communicating as much, aren't taking enough initiative individually, you switch things up a little bit. You know, on a map like Mirage, maybe you do a more heavy mid default to make sure you have more bodies there. They're fighting for mid for you to get the trades. Maybe you do, you know, some just fake defaults and explode onto bomb sites to make sure you get the bomb down and give your players an opportunity to clutch, because, you know, you put someone like Spinks and Torji in a even 2v4, but the 2v3 with the bomb down, you know, there's a good chance of them being able to clutch that round for you. So yeah, it's just getting into the right headspace and you know, not losing faith, which I think definitely is not what's going to happen to Mouse here.
I mean, you said it yourself, Mouse is a formidable team on Mirage. Big, you know, looking at the stats, looking at who they're playing, looking at the level of opposition, there's nothing that really suggests that Big should be able to take away Mirage. So again, give me a win condition here for Big heading into Mirage.
Just a little bit, you know, also Big vetoing Nuke. Like, both teams don't play Anubis, but Big vetoing Nuke. I thought they were going to veto Train potentially, but then Train is open, Mouse doesn't pick it. So I don't know if there was maybe something that threw Mouse off in that sense as well. Were they going to pick Nuke? Maybe Big bans it because, you know, they practiced against them on Nuke and it went awful. So I think Big got away with one here, and for them, for the win condition, as I said, more of the same. I think when they lost, I think they lost to Nemiga on this one in the MRQ, and Tapson had like 3-4 kills or something as hideous as that, and he had a really good first map, so hopefully he can keep that up, right? And Big gotta take some chances, right? And try to convert in that sense, and we'll see if they can do it 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I want to see if there's a bounce back coming out of the Mouse camp. Obviously, we have a lot of focus on towards players like Sertian, Spinks as well. They need to show up or put up. It would be a massive loss for Mouse if they weren't able to clinch Mirage and push it into a third. However, for Big, it would be a massive upset if they somehow, some way manage to close out this game 2-0. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it is with the second map between Mouse and Big Clan.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k ELO.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay and you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our elo, but they'll never take our freedom?
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
You're used to seeing some Colex unboxings, and of course today will be no different, but not yet. I'm here with my friend from Colex. His name is?
Adam.
Adam, of course, Adam. Today, right out of the gate, I want to talk about what is Colex.
First of all, it's important to know the backstory, right? Most of us collected sports cards as kids, and you'd be on the playground, you'd be trading with friends, and we wanted to bring this to esports, but really bring that nostalgia kind of back. We started in 2018. We then launched our first hybrid set in 2020, but today we have more than 500,000 collectors with more than 250 million collectibles in collectors' hands, and every single one of them is uniquely tracked.
So one thing, as collecting baseball cards growing up, you're looking for like the signature cards, you're looking for the rare cards, as is seemingly the case now in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit it spot on. Like, we look at the dead ball era of baseball. Not many people would really talk about that or remember that nowadays, but that $7 million sale of the Honus Wagner card kind of revived that era of the sport. And that's what we're trying to do, is capture those moments now in esports that 20 years from now, you're going to find that in the back of your wardrobe or something, but that brings back those memories that you're living now.
Yeah, because you guys are at every event.
But it's not just that. We have more than just what people see on the surface level, which is why, you have to really deep dive into Colex to see just how much there is.
After a shocking win for Big to open this up, taking Inferno away, now we see DRMAU's all bark, no bite. They have to turn things around on their pick of Mirage. There is some history between these squads here, facing off not too long ago at Bucharest. This was a dominant, handy win for MOUZ on this map. Let's see if times have changed, MOUZ is sleepy, or if Big can keep up a strong start from this series.
It does set us up for an exciting series, right, if MOUZ do that, because then we end on Ancient, which was very close last time, and I think Big are coming back in refreshed, rejuvenated, and with a lot to prove here in Australia as they take on MOUZ in Map 2. Comfortable win on Inferno. This is where I want to see MOUZ wake up. I want to see them showcase this strong CS they've been playing for the last couple of months. Almost no one is taking them down, only Vitality. So can MOUZ show us what they're made of? Slow and presumably steady T-side, pistols and lots of grenades. Roland with a nice combo to get Spinks out under. No one can stop him here.
I think it's helpful to MOUZ as well that they have been given the T-side start here, right, with Big starting over on the CT half. I felt like on Inferno, they were having to play at the mercy of Big a lot, and so at least now they're the ones kind of teeing up how these rounds are going to take shape. That's about as disastrous as the opener could have gone, but these are great clears out of Brolin. And that will get MOUZ into the A site.
I mean, that first kill's impressive. I can't believe he checks the second. The whole hope for Big is he's never going to clear that position, even if he finds QB. Great shots for Brolin. Maybe an in-game leader, but we know this guy can frag. Nothing new there. Big coming in together fast. And they'll be furious after this pistol. No one gets a kill. They get run down.
Nice go! Nice boys!
Trying to re-inject some energy, much needed after that Inferno. MOUZ are back, baby.
I think it's good. Celebrate hard, right? Because this is a very different start to you've had thus far in this matchup. You open up with a pistol round, and a convincing one at that. It's not like, you know, it all crumbled after that first kill went the way of Big. You actually kept it very, very tidy, and you made sure that Exertion was the only death you felt in that round. So yeah, this is them trying to bring back that heat and kind of get to the level you were expecting from Maus in this series, because I don't think we've seen that yet. Started a little slow, trying to play reactively around Big, maybe doubting they had the tape to really push you at the start of that last map. And so now you have to pay them some respect. You're trying to get back to your winning ways. Let's see, Brolin, will it be another good check? Oh, yes, dude, it will. Brolin.
He's locked in. He's hella locked in, Harry. He's clearing angles that aren't real angles. Top of the ladder. Brolin on the ball right now, clearing everything. Look at him. Maybe on Maus, but he's looking like a bit of a rat right now. In all the cubbies, all the little holes, under the furniture. Scout on the B site, almost hit the double tag, does hit the double tag. Maybe that's a way in. Tabson's got a Galil. He's putting it to use. Spinks refragging and bomb planted with a post-plant position in kitchen. This is going to get hard for Big all of a sudden.
Just don't die. Just die. Tuck in, bruh. Oh, they are through that, though. Spinks has to reposition. He's been forced to. They made him uncomfortable.
Easy.
But he'll collect.
Let's go!
Well handled for Spinks. They didn't want to make it easy for him. And likewise, he didn't want to make it too easy for himself. Now still able to get out of that round with the heads held high. 2-0, locked in. You stuck the landing on the conversion. You got past the weird force buy that actually was hanging in the balance. Now you get a nice free round. No/minimal casualties.
I like the slash. Get the lower mid molly as well. Not getting run at, but they are going to get run at. Keep that in mind. There's the run. Spinks.
No casualties, baby.
Right place, right time.
Everyone lives for Maus. 5 alive.
How exciting. They're back, Harry.
They are back. Maus are back.
In a big way. We need the Germans to do something here on this full buy round. Upgrades for Maus. They don't even want to play bonus. They dropped Mac 10s in Spawn. They're here to win. Palace pop in a full buy. This is the last thing Big are ready for.
Oh, Hyped getting stuck in. It's a lovely double, but Torshi will get round him. Exertion suddenly left as the last man standing. This fast play out of Maus gets broken apart. It's got to come from Exertion. First kill through. Tabson now dead, and Crimbo on this reroute in through the spawn. These are 1v1s offered up. JDC going to catch him on the smoke fade.
Got a chance.
So put a stop to that 1v3 attempt out of Exertion. You breathe a little easier if you're Big. You win that first rifle round. I think Exertion has certainly had opportunities in this series so far that have done a lot more. And so I think it's good that you're keeping him slow, right? You don't want him, if he wins this 1v3 and suddenly gets all activated on the back of it, is playing with some real confidence again, that is a huge problem. And so the fact that you shut him down in that 3v1 doesn't feel insignificant for Big. You know what Exertion is capable of when he's switched on.
Big control for Maus here. Hyped naded himself.
The worst window break.
He tried to break it. He failed.
That's where you just say they needed window.
Ah, I'm really low. Well, Maus have the mid control, and Big are allowing it. They know they have to take space elsewhere. Flash on the ramp. Tabson very loud about it. But this is being held. He'll just play jiggle with the Molotov. Rolling out under. Everyone lucky to be alive right now.
This game of cat and mouse between JDC and Exertion has been fun, though.
Oh, sniped.
Ooh, that's ugly for Kyubi, and it's going to give a freebie over to Maus. He was also kind of the A anchor. I know you have Tabson aggressive push down ramp, but he's still going to struggle to be super involved in any meaningful way here in that bomb getting in for the Maus squad.
Being very methodical. And with spawn clear like that, oh, the boost could it catch the legs here? Torshi gets out of dodge anyway. They know about Tabson. Just need to get that plant in. Pick your position.
I mean, you just plant for Palace, right? You're not worried about this fight from short. It won't ever get to pressure you in any meaningful way. And then Exertion collects on the extremities. There is still that looming threat of Tabson in at the ramp. But I think it's going to struggle to come to much, especially as he's left as the last man standing. They know where he is as well. And so Tabson has no choice but to get out with this AK. And what an AK it is.
I didn't see.
Case Harden with the Titan stickers.
Those are just Titans, though, right? Those aren't hollows.
Still.
What are they worth?
A tidy bit of money, I reckon.
I thought it was just a few hundred for the Titans.
Let's see.
Maybe I'm crazy. He's dead anyway, so forget about it.
Yeah, just a cool nearly 3K.
Okay, sorry, that is quite a lot.
So that's
some good money right there.
It's nearly 12 grand worth of stickers on the AK.
Whew, I thought it was just the hollows.
Nope.
Fair play. Maus are ballers. We know that.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice, boys. Fucking see.
And that's a reset as well. Big win their first gun round. Maus immediately respond, and we're back to pistols for Big. Maus very comfortable.
Everyone likes that you don't know anything about the sticker values.
I don't care about stickers, you know. Skins, though. Oh, Harry, very different story. Oh.
I felt like you got it backwards.
Yeah, a little bit, but...
Stickers are the GOAT.
No, I've never applied a sticker, actually.
You aren't the one to have takes on this, then,
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. That's my point. I don't know what I'm talking about, clearly. I'm admitting that. My hands are in the air. I actually play this game. I don't play the gambling simulator bit like you do.
What do you mean, then? That is the game.
Love of the game. B hit, 3 here.
Maus, I think they've struck gold, but...
3 blues on
it's
this
looking more like Mac 10 Neon Rider type territory. Oh, Crimbo, 5-7. Could have been everything, but in the end, it's for naught. Well handled, well dealt with.
Nice, Lotan.
Good calling.
That was...
Went into the stack.
The energy went up insane at the start of that sentence for Cyclone. He really lent into
good
the
calling.
Yeah. Good.
It's very Danish.
You like realized one syllable in. All right, calm down.
No, it's that Danish O with a line through it. You know.
It's like the one in Nufe.
Nufe.
Good. Cool.
Good.
Good.
Maus just looking solid right now. They go into the stack. They make an easy round out of it. Do we really have this Mac 10 on Exertion? If we do, it's against helmetless players, Harry. Fleshy skulls.
Yeah. Fury's surprise signing.
That's good.
Oh, height. Oh, it is the Mac 10 Neon Rider. Let's go. Good damage out of Exertion. Still, the glory belongs to Big as they brawl for this mid control. Kyubi has had a couple of rough goes at it in this A site, but this time he holds on for one. He's done his part in the round. Anything else is nice. The rest of Big make their way over. Kyubi brushed aside, but here's Crimbo. Unwrapping his free present. Jimmy caught out in the open. And Torshi, you ain't saving, bruh. Look at this. You ain't getting away from Tabson.
Schöne Runde, Boys. Genau so. Geiler Slapshot, Digga. Sehr sick.
I love hearing German. It's good fun.
What's your favorite German word?
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar is your favorite.
That's wonderful.
Wunderbar ist supergeil.
Chill.
I don't know any German other than that and auf geht's.
Auf geht's.
Auf geht's, Jungs.
Well, these boys are going.
They
found
are.
their second round.
These Jungs are auf in their gets. That much is for sure. Alf. I'm dead first. Spinks. Any more on the follow through? This guy's 10-2, having a great showing on Mirage. And clawing away at this mid control now, and Mouse.
They're going to boost, perhaps? Yeah, re-smoke in and...
Ooh.
They
Crimbo and Tabson duo?
Yeah, change the boost. They're not going for the hedge.
Crabson. Here they are. He all about that money. Over the top. Crimbo collects one for free out of middle.
They got to go back.
They do have to go back and grab that. But still, it's not the Pearl that they thought it was, as Crimbo left as the only one standing. 1v3. Gonna get their jewels for this. It's Mouse collecting a SIG.
Yeah, haven't had as much of an explosive game from Hyped here on Mirage CT side. I think we're going to need him to win big another round. Once he can get that AWP back out, this is as good as it's going to get, I think, in this series as far as an AWP goes. Currently 2-7. He did get those 2 kills on the A hits, the big one. Otherwise, a very silent game, and he was the carry last map. He was the guy who came in confident, T-side AWPing up middle, forcing rounds, winning post plants.
1 M4 saved, and like that's it basically.
He's completely right. They got nothing. Hyped can buy next round with AWP. And even though Mouse forget the bomb, or not forget, they lose the bomb to that boost from Crimbo, they don't panic. They still go in and they clear out the A site, get 2 kills before they even have to go back for the bomb. It's an afterthought. Staying very calm in these mid-rounds of Mouse. Big are looking very lost. They don't have mid-control, but at the same time, their only solution seems to be boosting on short. When Tabson's taken ramp, okay, sure, he got it 1 round, and his team fell apart around him.
Nah, jokes aside, can easily see they're way comfier on this map. Hugo?
I don't know what you're saying. I know you're doing a bit, but unfortunately, Harry,
I'm trying to cast using the chat only.
Don't do that. Pro League's over.
You're right. 1 more glorp and I'm out.
Well, he's out. And Mal's are back in.
Six is all they get.
The Eagles. 5-7s. And most importantly, Harry, a dream. Gotta have the dream. Big try and manifest their reality here with this short stack. It's a nice move. Scout trying to bait him in, push back by the Molotov. And even if Tabson dies with nothing, are they really ready for one more man? Tabson dodges it, doesn't matter. Crimbo's still here. Xerxes just walks into B right now. Crimbo's going to feel like he has to hunt this kill down. Scout trying to cover on this B bomb site. Oh, he swings before Crimbo. Weird miscom here for Big. QB is holding on to A. He is alone. Oh, he doesn't need help. This is a crazy reposition, but it might just work.
12 grand on the AK. QB making money moves. Looks for a little bit more. Gets out with murder.
Sharp.
Torshi got no chance of putting him away. For now, that Molly trying to buy time was all he could have done, but it's missed. He's missed the Molotov, bruh. Oh, God. Not an award-winning Molly out of Torshi.
Oh dear, sick round. It takes away the hype from the QB round. He just popped off on A. 4 kills, clinical AK work. That frag against Spinks was so important. And then Torshi just kind of trolls the round away. A very winnable 1v2, but we've seen a lot of missed nades. Really in both maps for Mouse. It's weird because on one hand they had some super high damage, HEs and Banana, but they also missed so many nades, just like clipping on walls or ceilings or whatever. Torshi, Jimmy, both doing it. And that's one that literally cost Mouse the round in a very winnable 1v2. Awkward moment. And one that Big will be very happy about. They've been gifted an opportunity.
Yeah, Big, they've never looked a horse in the mouth, gift or otherwise.
Yeah.
And so, you know, giving them a way in like that could be problematic for Mouse. They still have money. There's time to, you know, make amends for their failures. But that's going to happen here and now. A loss in this one, and suddenly Big are actually right back in Mirage.
Hit that nade this time. Oh my god, he got dinked through the wall.
I think peek and mid just isn't for you.
I think mid control isn't for Big. They haven't won it once. When they've tried to fight, they've just been blown out. JDC poking his head in. But
look at Tabson in the apartments. It's a good aggro line for him to have. It frees up the short player to roam around, right? You can see that Mao's, or Big rather, are now playing 4 strong over towards A. And they're ready to react in middle. They're anticipating that this is what Mao's are looking for, is some of this mid control. And so they are ready to strike back on the extremities. Brolin finds that out the hard way. You've just seen a double con setup, so now these ramp players try and take the space. That's an awkward miss, but QB's looking to make up for it.
Goat.
This late game activation from QB is doing a hell of a lot for Big on this CT half. That's now 7 kills in the last 2 rounds for QB, and he's teed up the rest of Big to run away with this. Stick the landing on this very important economy-breaking round. Big are back. This CT side has found its second win.
Yeah, off the back of a monstrous multi from QB. He does it again in this round as well, and saves us after an ugly whiff from Hype. Big looking for that 6, and Mouse don't have money to stop him on this road to redemption. Glocks our ramp.
QB posted in that restraining order though. Oh, never mind. Glocks out and they're winning. Hyped on the cross. Oh, it's all good. He's still kept them contained. They know the bomb's made it in, but the nade finds him. Mao's very, very content with the bomb plant. And Big are happy with a 5th round. In a way, everyone wins.
Last round of the half, and this is a difference maker. More just for Mouse to brush off these last couple of rounds by going, hey, we got 7. We got the last round of the half before the break. We recovered. We didn't choke this. 7's great on T side. But if Big pick it up, that's 4 in a row. 5 out of the last 6. And belief in this comeback to close this 2-0. This would be a crazy game to 2-0 against Mouse. Sure, call it a slow start for Mouse here in this tournament. But in the way that Big won that first map, very impressive. All ifs, ands, and buts right now. Let's see if Big can prove it. JDC, timing it under is very quick. It seemed like that was communicated. He was ready. Crimbo with a second orb. Gets rumbled on this B bomb site. Mouse do want to B split. That is the aim of the game right now. And it's only Crimbo here. Occupied in middle is the other AWP. Hype looking for this entry. Blinded off. Got to fall back. It's a double or B hold against the world. Crimbo at least thins the herd. Oh, this is chalked, man. 3 CTs here. This has not gone to plan for Mouse. Brolin needs to find an entry just to stem the bleeding, alleviate some pressure, but even the lurk is dead.
Exertion's been rumbled as well. They know about him. Pushed up all the way into the ladder room. No freebies going to be offered up to Exertion. Even the cross now feels tenuous, getting him out onto short to actually help in this B play. Exertion needs to pick his moment perfectly. Any sort of mistiming, and the whole round falls apart with it. QB won't get that spot either, and so Exertion has been able to get up through short, just barely alive. Still the rotates now, pouring in for big. This could get wild. This could get weird. Crimbo left is the only man in the site. Can't battle back. Nades will find him. Jimmy up close, and it's just QB left. 1v2. Big thought they had an even scoreline in the bag, and now it's left hanging in the balance. QB might have looked great on that A side, but no business for him at B. Mouse win out on the T half.
Nice!
Mao's holding a lead on Mirage, their pick, trying to get back to form after a slow start in this series. But I think it's very much worth mentioning here how Big have been able to grind away back into this game after all, right? There was a point in time where this was very dominant for Mao's. They were sitting 6-2 up. They could have run away with that first half, and it wouldn't have had to have felt close at all. Instead, they're left scavenging in that final round, clawing back a 3v5, and narrowly winning out that first half. Big finding 3 consecutively in the tail end of their CT side, and they've got to hope that that has given them enough breathing room here. Fake exec lobbed in at the A side of the map. Crimbo the one pulling the strings on that, while the rest of the gang get out into this B site. Spinks, it's a little ugly there. Been able to get close to Jimmy as a result, who now feels very boxed in. He does well to get out with 1. And that was the bomb dropped back in the apartments. That's slowing this whole thing down for Big. They have to wait for Crimbo to be the one to retrieve it. These smokes are going to start fading. 1 kill, very, very valuable. It stops Mao's just barreling out through the market.
It feels unwinnable for Mao's. I don't know how they're even meant to get back in. They're locked and Big aren't peeking. You need Big to overstep and make a mistake here. They don't look willing to do so. Mao's still seem interested with that Molotov coming in, but it's not going to spread to QB's position. They just throw themselves in last second with nothing to lose, but the round is already gone. Big get it done. Nice triple for Crimbo. Big looking to pull this game back. I really thought they were in trouble there. The spacing looks super off for Big. Hyped got very far in that as that first player jumping out window, but no one else joined him. He had to clear backside almost alone until his team made their way in. And that slowdown, dropping the bomb, looked like it was going to be a disaster. I feel like it also helped Big. It let them lock down post-plant positions early, and they didn't overstep and give Mao's the kills they needed.
I mean, now I'm worried for Mao's in the grand scheme of the series, right? If they win that pistol, I think they're in a real cushy spot to pick up the win on Mirage. Suddenly, you know, now they don't even get to hold on to the lead. They come through with this force buy. They need it to find results, or else Big going to find themselves 8-7 up in the lead on this T-half.
Huge opportunity. Exactly how you're putting it right now.
It's just the fact this game was 6-2, and it could have. It felt like it could have very easily been like a 10-2 half with how dominant the rounds were. For sure. 4 Maos in there.
And then again, they're doing this 1-4 fake, similar to last round. It's just Crimbo trying to sell this A attack. There's not really much going on at B. Big are about to waltz in. Crimbo's even thinned the herd on the other side. Jimpat needs to hit Deeg of Life right now. Not going to happen. Good clear for Big. And clear is their conscience on this anti-eco. Brolin's going to be saving.
Exertion thinks he has a great timing, but remember, there's always a bigger rat here. Tabson in the back line holding on. And so he's just going to snipe him out for free.
Yeah, AK looks good to keep on. It gives Mal something in a full eco otherwise, but this is now an even game and one where Big are pulling the strings, and they had a really nice T-side tactically back on Inferno. They got 8 rounds off of it. Absolutely could be looking at a world where Big 2-0 Maos to kick off the tournament. I want to remind people of the stat I said last map. The last 17 games officials Maos have played, they've lost 4, all to Vitality. No team has beat Maos since Falcons at Cluj group stage.
Something I've been liking about Big, and this is kept up now in these games, but I think has been a bit of a trend for this team, even over like the last few months, is I think Big, for the longest time, had a tendency to like overcook and spread themselves too thin, and they looked for like really convoluted, cool pocket strats. Actually, perfect way of thinking about it is they were like the German fast food, where like the fast food restaurants in Germany do everything. Right? If you're on Lieferando, they do every meal, Chinese, Indian, kebab, you name it, it's all there under one roof. And as a result, it's all kind of mid. Oh. But Big now, playing fast, playing direct.
They're specializing, Harry. Oh my god!
But it doesn't pan out. They get destroyed.
Nice story. Fucking sick, boys. Nice round.
I was liking your metaphor, just got kind of ruined by the full eco win.
Back to the takeaway shop, Big.
Yeah.
Put the fries in the bag, Mouse.
You are right, though. They really do just do everything.
Oh, yeah,
Every shop. It's like, you can't make
German
pizza.
fast food is wild.
You can't
Greg.
make pizza
You
and
can't be an
Chinese.
Italian and an Indian restaurant merged into one with an option to also get, like...
ice cream.
Yeah, you can't do
Freshly
it.
made.
What are the odds you're good at all of them?
Probably pretty low. But yeah, I agree with you. As a concept, these few rounds we've seen on the T side have been 4-1, just pack playing, big kind of trade out. Last game was a lot of pack playing as well. Really late apps takes. Just good trading, good spacing for Big on those A hits of Inferno. Wow, that nade went flying. Crazy round for Mouse. I mean, let's not forget that. They've just saved their bacon, Harry. Add that to the menu. Oh, don't see that boost every day. Tabson's going to walk right into it. So 5v4, the pistol gone. AK's got to bail him out. Oh my god, dry swing middle, no flash, and he got blocked.
Yeah,
but
that nearly went horribly for Exertion.
not going to get punished.
What is a more simple strat, Hugo, than going B every round? There isn't one. And that's what Big are looking to do here with the short split, but Spinks and Exertion have got their eyes on it. And so tiptoeing away, cowering back in the apartments for QB and Crimbo. Mauer's back in pole position here, and firmly so. As that money breaks down for Big, this save is all they're going to bring with them into the next round. And saving on 2, you might even feel some pressure to have to put money in now.
Nice 2 AKs hit and 2K.
Told she's actually overestimating them.
Yeah, because it's a little. But no, he's right though. Like his calls. Little details like that we always hear at the end of the round. He just jumps straight on it. What they've saved. He's called their money and what they've saved.
Yeah.
It's just good info to remind your team what you're up against. Okay, it's 3 Glocks, it's 2 rifles. Lock in.
It's really good as well. It's one less thing for someone like Brolin to have to worry about, right? Like, he doesn't have to ever think about that. You always hear Torshi rally off the money.
The stakes. I mean, this round should be an impossibility. Although blocking the smoke, not going to be enough. Torshi pushed back by the util. Big. There's no one in the site. They don't know that. They're going to find out. Bomb plant could be huge. This is... I don't know why I'm a little scared right now. It's 3 Glocks. I shouldn't be, and I'm not.
Okay.
Bomb drop through the smoke. The rifles come to feast. Solid work for Mouse.
Good call, Saddle. Nice, boys. Nice story. Okay.
And this is where that double save early and now no bomb plant in that round starts to have some real big consequences. You have 3 players that can afford to buy. Crimbo and Kyubi both very limited in terms of their money in this round. And Big put themselves in this position. They really needed that bomb plant in the round prior. So the spam kill from Mouse is massive. Stop that bomb plant, to stop Big having everything they need. And at this type of scoreline, 10-7, you know, this is thin margins on this game. It could be map defining.
A sigh of relief, I think, for Mouse after winning that near full eco with the saved AK. Propelling back into this game. 3 rounds straight. And this buy really not ideal for Big. They kind of have to play a little bit faster here by nature of what they've got. Execute again, popping out of Palace. Brolin saw something, but he's going to get flashed off. Just going to play the HE on the smoke. He's got a teammate by his side. Cross into spawn already happened. very deep. Tabson has cleared everything out. If they can buy a few seconds, Tabson could backstab. He's waiting for them to regroup CT.
I love how he's
What a
playing
read
it.
for Tabson. I don't think they're going to clear this. I think Tabson's about to kill them all. Unless...
no one's like...
Whoa,
yeah,
what a
that's
check.
a wild clear.
What a check.
Exertion, ready for it.
I'd be pissed.
I mean, no one had been watching the spawn for Maus, right? So you have to consider everything there. And no one from Big was challenging, so it's not like they were preoccupied. They get a free clear on Tabson. Can the rest of Big hold on? Doing a lot of damage. Trades back and forth. See Maus move in and overwhelm Big. Stripping that one away.
I don't know why Hyped is looking into the wall like he's about to re-swing. Like I guess the fear is they're all CT, but it was 4 CT, 1 jungle, and he turns away from jungle to set himself up for a re-swing, and that's when he dies to like stairs peak. Oh, that's so awkward. No one else could have covered it. It had to be Hyped. And Zershan almost didn't check that. Exploding out spawn. Maus do it. Just playing off each other very well on this CT side. No one has been in A at all. They've just been breaking the smokes and retaking as a team. And Big, as a result of saving those 2 AKs earlier, I think are still feeling the burnout from that. Like, look at this buy. They got a plant, they got kills, they buy again, they got 3 Galils.
Yeah, I think, Big signed up early to the potential wild ride of having no money on this T side, and they did that as what they were hoping was like a calculated risk, and we saw how close they were to having that bomb plant in that round, right? The one that we talk about where they have the 2 saved guns. And I think that would have completely changed how this second half had played if that plant had come through. Because you're dead on Big, and now, multiple rounds over, still feeling the ripples of that money. That is the easiest lineup for Brolin and Exertion they've ever had on a lower tunnels peak. Jimmy, you have just missed that timing, but it shouldn't matter. Yeah, you're going to die. It sucks for him.
Nice dodge.
But the rest of Maus more than safe to take this round over the line. Kibi's been playing great. But I think at best, he could get one more kill and that's it. Maus had no reason to face him.
I love that combo. They molly to block Big when they're deep in under, and then they nade, and he just swings with a nade, and it just ruins your vision, doesn't it? The smoke kicked up from an HE. It's worse when you're close to it. We have 2 players turn from the nade like it's a flash. One guy eats it, and then they just get sprayed down. Okay, I was a little worried for Maus in this game, but they have absolutely avoided any disaster. 5 rounds in a row on
Something
CT
else
side.
that feels pretty big for Maus here is just this reactivation of Exertion. We talked about it early on in this second map, how it felt like he'd had more chances to find impact in the series, and that hadn't necessarily been realized yet. I think ever since this Mirage started, you felt him finding his form, figuring it out, and now creeping up to top of the board for the Maus team. That's going to be worth its weight in gold as this series continues. Big's final buy is not one to remember. They throw this fake in over towards A.
Yeah, they've done this same round 4 times.
So hoping they can get through this B hole. Jimmy goes unchecked, uncleared. But only gets out with 1. The rotate's now arriving. Torshi hoping to make that first decision.
Okay.
Brolin plays through the Molotov, and
they just keep running back there. All right, Crimbo, throw 2 smokes A. We're going to run out B. And I can't really say it's eliciting some huge reaction from Maus in any of these rounds. They're never panicking on rotate.
Yeah.
But Big are just nailing the entries on the B.
I think the thing that is annoying for Big is they actually did the hard part of setting the precedent for these A fakes. If you remember how the T side started, and I know it feels like it was a while ago now, but they did it in the pistol, they did it in that second and eco, and they even threw it in the third.
Yeah.
And obviously they lost that third round to the B play, right? And from that point on, Maus haven't really cared whether or not they're throwing in these A smokes. They're not panicking, they're not overreacting. If they hadn't have flubbed their lines in round 3, I think Maus are more paranoid about those A smokes.
Yeah. Maus are also not playing in A. right, to build off your point. Like they've rarely got a guy in the site. It's either Torchy spawn or they're just sitting by connector and they're ready to fight middle or break the smokes on A. So it's not like, Mouse even feel the rush to, oh no, they're A smoking, let's all leave our positions now. And I mean, with a game of Big are playing, they know they're throwing fakes in. So it does feel like a matter of time here for Mouse. They've got the shooters, Exertion and Spinks. Looking very sharp. He spotted him con there. Exertion pulls back. Big trying to collapse upon A. This could be a way in. Oh, Brolin ducking under the shot. The Palace player will still catch him by surprise. And down under. Crimbo checks for V2. Big may have bought one more round. Did he get one tapped in spawn? I think he did. Crimbo's here.
I mean, this is the coolest way this map could have ended, because I see what Big have been trying to do with these B players and the A lurks. You've seen them, try to get something going on this T side, and it's felt like money has hamstrung them a hell of a lot. Now you at least get to see Big's vision play out in this T half. And if that was going to be enough to close this game, well, they've got to show it now. Mao's come through with a timeout. They know that this one has the potential to close up. If they don't stick the landing in this rifle round, we are playing all the way to the end of regulation with the potential for OT. Mao's will be broke if they give this one over.
What is the long game on this T side? Both AWPers struggling on Mirage when they were both the standout players on Inferno. Surprisingly enough, Spinks, huge opening kill, finds that AWPer through the mid-smoke, and they got a flash play to boot. Brolin goes 1 for 1. Mouse will take it. 3 kills away from map 3. Make that 2. Ancient is calling, and they're going to make it so big. Some nice ideas in this T side, but Mouse's defense holds strong, holds stellar, and we split this series all the way to a 3-mapper.
Perfect timing on that timeout as well from Cyclone and the rest of Maus, right? Knowing the stakes, knowing what's on the line in this round, and it was a great time to get proactive and be the ones making a play. Maus, they put a stop to Big here. What could have been a very one-sided game did tighten up. Maus lock in the win on Mirage, and now this series goes the distance. The score will be settled on Ancient as our decider.
I'm chilling, guys. Can be anywhere. Can be in ramp. He's short dome, Dodgy? Maybe. Short dead, maybe one more.
Ramp, get.
I sit down there.
I don't see them. I have jungle.
Short top dead. Nice.
One more ramp. Left ramp.
Can be top middle?
Could be top mid.
Okay, I have middle. But he should be there. He should be not on B now. I don't think so.
Could be TV.
Nice, boys! Let's go!
I'm dropping down.
Should be correct.
Kitchen.
Right side. I have him.
Kitchen one. I'm front against us.
Let's work short, I think.
I'm up. I have him. I have him dog.
You have a flash in me.
You have a flash? I have it.
Nice, Jimmy!
Boys.
Let's go.
Big run, Jimmy. Sandwich one.
Apex.
Default.
Apex. One summer. Out.
Defuse for that.
Nice. We have it. Nice.
Nice, boy.
Adam, what the fuck was that flash?
Back to us.
It's nice round, Adam.
Nice kills, Adam.
Okay. Get ultimate, get ultimate.
Ultimate.
Nice. I read the flags, yeah? Flashing down.
I'm only dead.
I'm taking the line, boys, on mid.
One more slope.
Nobody up touches. Nice, that's it.
I'm on the girls.
I have that opponent short, boys.
Should but not.
Yeah, just
I don't think I lost.
Ramp. Let's go.
Nice! Fine.
Pull it back, and they extend the series to a third deciding map versus Big. They had to fight for it, though. It wasn't an easy victory, and once again, we see Big actually playing some, at least to me, surprisingly good Counter-Strike. They're able to put up a fight, Janko, even on a map like Mirage. Are you satisfied with what we got here in the game?
Yeah, I am. I think they had their opportunities, right? They lose that anti-eco in the second half. If it weren't for that, they might have had a chance to close it out here, but I think you could tell from the beginning of this game that MOUZ made a conceited effort really to bring more energy, right? Yeah. I mean, they were trying to hype themselves up after every round win. Everyone's probably feeling a little bit tired. It's only day 2 or 3 in Australia, right? Dealing still with the jet lag. And we know Torji is the guy really to help out in that department, one of the more energetic players on that team and just louder guys. Some of them have just a quieter personality. So I think they managed to pinpoint where the issues were when it came to the first map and sort of fix that coming into Mirage.
Seemingly a better performance from MOUZ, but as I said, they had to fight for it, and I think round 15 is a great example of where this game was at, because I felt like Big were getting it into 7-7, they win the pistol, they convert, and at this point, Janko, you're thinking to yourself, if Big can take the lead right here, there's a world where they 2-0 MOUZ, so they avoided a disaster by winning a force bar right here, a nice stack with USPs, pistols, etc. Is this Big messing up a potential 2-0?
This is the problem with calling set rounds in anti-ecos. Yeah. Right? I mean, it's an anti-eco, one saved AK. The call from the start was we're going to go into a B split no matter what, and then the AK is there, right? Gets, I think, 2 kills was what Brolan got, and you keep going. They over-rotate because they have pistols, and they sort of are not worried about any lurkers or any type of a Fake and Exertion, who had a great map, hits a couple of good shots as well. So that's why, even though it's an anti-eco, sometimes you see teams play defaults, right? Try to feel out where the gun is, if there's any sort of a stack, if there's any sort of an aggressive push early on, and try to gather up some information. And it comes back to punish Big in this round.
You spoke about the energy. You spoke about them trying to hype themselves up. We have a package running right here where you can clearly see that the mood, the energy, the vibe in the MOUZ camp is at a higher level. Do you think that was one of the big talking points in the break between map 1 and 2, that they had to bring more energy to the table? Absolutely,
and I think we even heard that in the retake that they had in the second half. You can tell how much everyone is communicating, loudly as well, keeping that intensity up too, right? I mean, it was a pretty straightforward retake, all things considered, but they are really, making sure that everyone is engaged, that no one is being complacent. They're not taking these rounds for granted, because it is true in today's Counter-Strike, if you do that, especially in MR12, and you end up losing the pistols, game can get out of hand very, very quickly.
Very quickly. Another player that didn't have a great game on map number 1, but really came alive in map 2 was Exertion. I think it's fair that we highlight him a little bit and give him his praises. I've said before on various of their segments that I feel like when he's playing well, MOUZ is always doing well. I think he's such a vital part of the lineup, especially being in that entry fragger role. Did you see that impact transpire on the server as well? Together with Spinks obviously having a great game, but do you agree that when Exertion is playing a game where he gets to dictate the pace and gets to dictate how the game is turning out, that's also when MOUZ are at their best?
Absolutely. I mean, he's their main space taker, really, right? So if he's able to, on top of that space, find opening kills as well, that usually results in round wins for MOUZ, and he's absolutely one of their most focal players, has all the important roles pretty much every map, and I think his performance in the grand final back in Cluj when MOUZ did manage to lift the trophy is one of the main reasons why they came out on top in that grand final. So definitely a good sign for MOUZ. You want to see more of that, not just on the decider here, but throughout the tournament, because you look at MOUZ and that's not necessarily a question mark, but that's sort of the last 5-10% that they need to figure out and find when they go up against the Team Vitality, because there it's clear. There's Iowa and then there's Rops, right? You look at some of these other teams, Spirit, there's Donk and then there's Shiro. Falcons now have Nico, have Monesi, and so forth. And for Maus, it's like, who are your main guys in these big games that are going to show up time and time again, that are going to make the difference? You know, for the most part, you would say Torji is that guy who's like shows up on a consistent basis. But I think everyone is sort of waiting for and expecting exertion to find some consistency, right, and take that next step, because he is without a doubt a very good player.
Speaking of Torji, he's had a rough game so far, hasn't had the best showing, the best series. I would argue that Maus right now are playing the B level, maybe even C level, yet they're still in contention to win this series. How important is it for Torji to show up an Ancient in particular in order for Maus to get this over the finish line?
I don't think it's hugely important, you know, not to say that he can go missing, but I think Maus is just very, very good on Ancients. They won their last 8 Ancients, really. One of the reasons being it's Fatality's permaban, so they don't have to play it against them. But yeah, they're a solid Ancient team. They're I think this is where Brolin also has some very good mid-rounds on the T side, right? And I think that's a little bit underappreciated. You know, this whole him picking up the IGL duties and how well he's done the job. People talk a lot about the structure from Cyclone and the staff, and yeah, that's true. But I mean, the mid-rounding comes from the player, you know. Obviously, the coach can't help you with that during the game, and I think it showcases how Brolin was brought up in Counter-Strike, right? Playing with Fnatic and playing with guys who, that's their bread and butter, you know, the mid-rounding, just using your game sense, individually outplaying the other team. So I think maybe he hasn't gotten enough praise for that particular part of it, and Ancient is one of the maps where he does it really, really well.
It's an interesting point you bring up, because to me that begs the question, if I were watching at home thinking to myself, okay, Maus, you won 8 times in a row on Ancient. I know it's a map that you played as a third deciding map against a lot of different opponents outside of Vitality, obviously. Why are they not picking the map? Why are they not forcing it more into their map pool? I know they've done it a couple of times, but they often go with Mirage or even somewhere else. Do you think it's just them, you know, having that safety as having Ancient as a third deciding map, or do you think they should consider picking it more often?
I think maybe I think a lot of it depends on the opponent for them, right? Like you don't want to be in a position where you pick it against a team which is their best or second best map, right? And that's why it's left as a decider sometimes, where people pick it against you because they think they match up well, and that's the strength of Maus as well, is the deep map pool. And this is where you look at Big, it's also their most played map, so I guess you know that tells you why it's in the pool and why are they playing it against Maus, even though they're on a 8 map win streak. But it's also a consequence of sort of not banning Train, because they ban Nuke in the first phase, maybe expecting Maus to pick it. Maus doesn't, then they get rid of it in the second phase, they have to. But let's say if they got rid of Train in the first phase, Maus still picks Mirage, well then you can ban Ancient and maybe have something else as the decider. But I guess for Big, it had to be this way, right? It's your most played map. If that's not going to be the decider, then you're really struggling with the map pool. So let's see what they have cooked up for Ancient.
There's only one way to find out what Big have cooked up for Ancient. They're taking on Maus on that very specific map in the third deciding game between the two teams. Winner will progress into the upper bracket. Loser will find themselves in the lower bracket. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it's with the conclusion of the series between Maus and Big Clan.
I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good. And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course, they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting. And I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously, it's not my fault giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2. And yeah, it's like 2 versus 3. And I was pretty tilted here on Surgeon because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know. And I was like, I will just kill him and try to clutch this 1-on-3 because why is he trash talking to me, you know? Like, I wanted to show him that I am the doggy in the house, you know. But basically, Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play. Like, this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lever, and actually if you put a gravity here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates, like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Surgeon. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Shuir obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
Now, I don't know whether there is something in the water here down under, but the eagle-eyed of you might have noticed a lot of chair switching going around. Most recently, as you can see behind me, Hyped is now in the middle, Tabson has moved to the left. Now, I know there's been a lot of rumours circulating. Does that mean Hyped is the in-game leader? I did pose that exact question to Zen, the coach. No, Tabson is still in-game leading, but he requested just to move a seat to the left. He felt like there was a little bit of too much pressure sometimes when you are sitting in the middle, so Hyped has taken up the mantle, and so far, it's sounding so good. He feels pretty comfortable in this position. So that is the update as we head on into map number 3 of Ancient.
Yes, map 3, Ancient, the decider, the map that between these two squads last time did end up going the distance. And this is also a map that very, very recently, Hugo, Big have some war wounds on. This was the map that decided whether or not they made it to the Major as well. And they ended up losing to Astralis there. Ooh, there's some bad memories on Ancient for Big. Very fresh in their minds. Let's see if they can replace them with some good ones. Heavy underdogs heading into this series. They've taken us the distance. Now we see if they can stick the landing.
Look at this charge, man. Straight through the red smoke. It does get re-blocked by Brolin, but you're not going to stop a whole bunch of Glocks running into your spawn. Torchi tries to hunt them down, but he won't get much done. And this is locked out by Big in a 4v2. Shut the door. Ooh, a little tentative on the plant, but the cover is there. Ouch. Love that call for Big. Just, they've done some interesting T rounds today. Running it up. Lots of grouped pushes.
Terrorists win.
Sehr geil, Leute. Sehr geil, Digga. Ja, wir spielen einfach.
Oh, Mouths of the Force. I like it. They save some Kevlar. They actually can drop over a FAMAS or buy a FAMAS even. This is a pretty decent force, and Torshi looking like he wants to still save some for the AWP.
Now keep your eye on JDC in middle. Oh! Exertion shoulda. Dead straight away. I love how JDC plays mid. He is one of these guys who likes to be very active there, likes to play through the util, be very involved. Kind of like how, you know, for some one-to-one comparisons, almost like how a Donk likes to do, or a Nerds. But I'm talking like old Nerds.
Like we're playing right now against VP on the B stream. With Mouse as former in-game leader and Nerds.
Yeah, this is just a save for Maus, a chance to run back this force buy again. And Big aren't feeling like they want to push and prod too much here. Kind of have more to give away than you do to gain from this hunt.
Terrorists win.
It's one thing coming in and surprising on map 1, catching Mouse off guard on a map they have had trouble on lately, and winning out off the back of a strong T side where you start on Inferno. But it'd be a whole different beast to win this series in 3 on a comfort map for Mouse. So let's see if Big can really dig deep in this opening matchup, or if it was just a slow start for Mouse in Melbourne.
I mean, Big have always looked to play this map. They have a lot of reps in here, so they will have a lot of ideas, right? I think that's something that's going to go a long way in helping them. Both squads in that position. It's both teams most played. JDC collects a couple of freebies. Yeah, it's always the heaven swing. Everyone wants the kills in middle, but only a few of them will get them. Ooh. Nice. It's well handled. I've said that too much.
Well handled indeed, Harry.
All these rounds have been very well handled at the end of the day.
Unarguably, really. Handled well by Big. 3-0 up. AWP on Torshi had a very quiet last map, as did Hyped. No time to play like Torshi. No time, but now.
I think a big part of disrupting this T side for Mowers is either going to be dealing with JDC in middle, as in you make him a problem and you make him a constant source of these opening fights, or you kind of have to ignore him and focus instead on the extremities. Already in this first rifle round, JDC threw the gauntlet down in mid, and Mao's elected not to fight him here, holding on instead to Donut and the Red Room. They know that this is a good fight. They know it's a fight they're going to get given very reliably, and so they're hoping that this can be their route to the opening, but it won't come through. JDC gets past the AWP. Hears them blow the smoke open as well. Didn't feel the pressure to re-swing. The rest of Big have grouped up over on lane, and slowly but surely they've been taking this control. They've got Jaguar now, control over towards the ramp, and that kill out of Tabson, well, that feels like a red carpet rolled out, but 5v4, they're still down to explore here.
They'll hear that. They'll know for sure that JDC is up to no good in middle, so Jimmy's going to try and cover it. Exertion's missed the timing, but they've got the info off audio, and this is no longer a B play. Big slinking back at 30 seconds to go for a donut split. The round rests in the hands of Exertion. That's a huge smoke, but they just spam him through. They don't seem to care. Lurker cut down. Maybe Jimpak can keep this round alive, but Big seem to have the plant. They've got the cover, committed to the site. Tabson hits a second spectacular shot. And a 4v2 where Mao's about to find out the hard way. It's already done. Every single kill coming in. And that's a nice mid-round out of Big. 2 blinded kills through the wall on B, through the smoke and donut. It's a very frustrating round to lose for Mao's. Out of their hands. And I actually felt like Mao's had the right rotates. They had nice positions. Going triple B after losing the mid control. And Exertion's position was good. They just heard him drop the smoke close. P9 up danger close in red. JDC's got to be cautious here. Yeah, slow peak. Exertion gets the upgrade. I think we're onto something here for Mao's. Grouped in middle. They get the info, it's clear. They need to reset right now.
Oh, that's awkward though, trying to hastily construct a crossfire with players attempting to get into the site. Lends some damage to Big. Still Exertion turning heads. Second kill found in the round. More damage on the spam, but no kills yet for Big. Eventually something's going to give, and Crimbo will be the one to collect. 4 for Crimbo. QB finishes, but it's Crimbo styling on them and capitalizing on all that damage.
Cleaner in the server rather than out, but he gets it done. 4 massive spray kills from Crimbo. My God. 2 low players first in, and that just fuels his bloodlust. Mao's got to be kicking themselves to lose like that.
There goes Crimbobulus killing again.
Nice. I get that. It's a reach. Oh, that hurts for Mao's because you get why they do it, but if they don't do it, they probably win that on a slow retake. They just feel like they need the long control. It's the best position to retake B from. Crimbo doesn't give it up for free.
Oh, what? Just an interesting take leveled in chat. Big always good in the summer. / hot weather.
Okay, it's not really hot here. Sorry. It's not summer or hot.
You already Australian, bro?
It's not hot here. Let's be real. It's not hot. It's warm.
They all love saying, oh, it's bloody freezing outside. It's like 30 degrees. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Melbourne.
Queensland. JDC.
It's 17 degrees, Harry. I'm calling it off. It's not hot.
Straight royalty in Victoria. JDC walks out through middle. Looking for Exertion, who's had his number in that last round. Let's see if JDC can get one back. It's been a fun head-to-head to keep track of between these former teammates. JDC hears them rotating past.
Now, this is the Nerds position. This is the one we're talking about, Harry. He'll sit here all day, getting info, hoping for a repush. Oh, on the map maybe, but Exertion doesn't see. He turns around. He's aware of the possibility. I think the map gave him that info there. 5v3. Big trying to creep out into a 5-man hold, and Jimpat sends his regards.
Yeah, awkward, super close spacing on the push out as they're trying to creep up. Call him Jimmy Cheree, the way he pairs with these mistakes out of Big. Hyped. Nails 2 trying to save this AWP. And he will get out with it at least, but still, that's Mao's on the board. An important double up from Jimmy.
Yeah, nice that Maus don't hunt that kill too much. They need their own money, right? If they're going to pull this game back, it's already a great start for Big. Nothing worse than just losing your economy straight away. So sure, 2 casualties, then they let him go is the right move. Dirty wallbang. QB was asking for it. He started it. Oh. A hastily assembled boost. It came in too late. They saw him jumping up. Took too long to get in that position. And Maus are flexing on middle right now. They're up on Heaven from Cave. Spinks is playing retake B, and he'll need to. Bigger creeping in.
Spinks will be tested here, and he doesn't look to crumble. Gets out with 2, does his part in the round, and then some. Even though Hyped is here, it's going to be hard to get anything going. Missed shot, and that seals his fate. It's just Crimbo left. A 1v4 begins now if he wants to go for it. Look at how he's hunched over, bro. Crimbo's going for this. It's the face of someone who's locked in right there. Oh, God. Jimmy's even more locked in.
He's going to pop a vein in his forehead, Crimbo.
Looks like that meme of the guy in the classroom.
Yeah, fully straining.
And it's all to get shot in the back as well.
Blood vessels burst, and so is this 5-0 lead for Big. Maus find back-to-back. They build money. We got a game. And you can tell because the music is tense. Ooh. It's really tense, Harry.
Yeah.
They could be saying anything right now.
This is like a camping party, the way the music's intense. Maus chaining together 2 in a row.
So bad.
I'm a dad now. Hugo, I get the pass.
True, you get
I
to
get
do
the pass.
dad jokes. Oh.
The dad joke pass, that is. Here we are, Maus. Util getting lobbed over middle.
What the hell? Woo!
Big set their sights on more of this lane control, and once again there's JDC making his way out through elbow.
Yes.
No contest on the mid control. Once again, it's another one of these rounds where they just hold the extremities on JDC in mid.
Oh, a lot of wallbang damage. It's sent back the other way, but it's going to slow down this hits. Oh, they love it. Big really want to force a kill here, and it's honestly it's such a nice move. Like, catching players moving between positions, or players just thinking, hey, they stopped spamming, they won't do it again, and then doing it again 20 seconds later. Crazy kill for Spinks, though. Straight through the smoke onto Crimbo. And Crimbo, on that extremity, do they immediately think, hey, watch out on this A site? They do already at B players starting to rotate out, thinking Crimbo's maybe alone. Big walk red again. They've got that split smoke, but 2 CTs in position. The orb fires off. Big are not making it through that red room. Torshi is that dog in the house.
Nice, Adam.
Can we play Hobbit on Tico now? We have no money, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's play Hobbit on Tico.
Do you think Adam suits him?
Doesn't look like an Adam.
No.
I'll allow it.
I think his name should just be Chief.
Chief?
Yeah. What up, Chief?
Chief Torses.
There he is again. Chief's in charge. Spinks, follow-up nade. And a clean shutdown of these pistols. The German Deegs might be famed. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Hold on a second. The German Deegs, baby! Here they are! German Deegs. 2 kills found from them. Makes this round interesting after all. Turns it into a 2-on-3. Maus, do not let this one slip through your fingers. Gun juggled back.
German Deeg. Oh. I love how Maus said at the start of the round, can we play anti-eco? Oh my God! And they proceed to run at them. It was all fine in a 5v2, but a couple of well-placed shots has made this one weird. Luckily enough, it should just be the attempted save for Tabson, and Maus at this point might want to stop him from getting away with that orb. I mean, there's so many gaps now. Jimmy can't push, really, because then he could give away the A plant. So I think Tabson will get away with this orb. Great shots, but it's a Maus round, as it was always meant to be.
Oh,
saved.
Caught that from the other POV. Seeing it from Exertions was mad. This lead that Big were once holding, though, has disappeared right before their very eyes. You know, 5-0 off the back of the pistols. Now on a 4-round hiatus as Maus attempt to do it back. One better. Looking for their 5th here and now. That AWP saved out of the round finds its way back into the arms of Hyped. As the rest of Big buy up, they call in attack timeout. They can feel that this game has started slipping away from them. Maus showing not just a good understanding of, you know, what they came here to do and how they like to play, but also what Big are a fan of on this T side. The fact that JDC has been so hamstrung with the impact he can find on these mid takes feels, you know, like it's by design from the Maus squad. It is such a consistency of this Big T side, and they've not fed into it at all.
Yeah, giving no kills away, just playing info jiggling on Donut. Players in red. Big have tried to abuse it by running through the red smoke.
It's really good as well because it feels like it's forced Big into just a lot of these set piece calls, right? Like you don't really get to mid round when your mid player is finding no kills and then the util's gone in middle. You feel rough trying to go back to it. And so now Maus actually bring the heat to mid. They take the fight here. Exertion gets up close in middle on the back of a run boost.
We love the run boost because we see a lot of teams throw that close mid Molotov, not necessarily the heaven one, which stops you getting close middle.
Well, JDC in particular has a bounty of util for taking close mid, including that molly. He also has a close dribble smoke that he lobs in. It's a great way of nullifying all of his util that is used on that close corner in middle.
And now Big just need a pick to entice him back in. This could be it. Oh, Torshi saw it. And when you see a boost, you're expecting it to be the AWP. So Torshi won't just re-swing dry. Oh, Brolin gets a backstab. 5v3 rather, as Maus seem to hold strong. They're giving away nothing. Exertion ready to stop him from leaving. And nobody's getting out of here alive. QB 1v5. Double kill. Wallbang available, but Jimmy swoops him in. Solid recovery. 5 in a row for Maus. This was a 5-0 lead for Big. Completely dissipated. Who will save them now? Because as you've been saying, it doesn't feel like it's going to be JDC. Yeah. Maus have got the answer.
I think I was already a big fan of how Maus, oh my god. I was a big fan of how Maus are playing this CT side already. But I love what they did in that one with just shutting down mid. It's like JDC all game long has been looking for these fights. Well, he finally got them, didn't he? And it was on the back of that run boost, the close play, locked him out of mid right as he was kind of getting a bit used to the ebb and flow of how mid was playing. Now Big's money is broken as well. They're left with a Hail Mary A play. Jimmy's here. Been unwavering in the A defense, getting out with one full blind as he's run out by the Tech 9s.
This orb just being here is so powerful to stop them from getting any real control. They can't cross into Temple. They're stuck on the site. They're stuck in Donut. Exertion will not play early. He's going to let his team get control back from CT first.
Flash through, that's awkward. Crimbo takes a couple of bullets from his mate, but still in this. Clean shot for JDC as well, and Torshi knows there's no win in this one now. He's running for the hills. He's out of there with pistols. Big have broken through, ending the 5-round streak of Maus. And collecting a 6th round, still in with a chance to win this out on the T side. There is still, you know, some teething issues. The synergy isn't quite there for Big between them and their coach with the new high fives that they're bringing in, but
a few misses.
The game plan's been fine.
Great recovery. It's a shame he couldn't capitalize off the flash there, Spinks.
Oh, I thought we were still talking about the high five.
Yeah, true.
Well recovered high five there.
Going for the high five, some fist bumps in play. So it's okay, guys. It's okay to high five the fist. It's okay to punch the flat hand, right? It's all allowed. It's all approved.
Don't bite the flat hand that feeds you, though.
And don't bump a fist in the mouth. It's actually good advice. No violence, guys.
Sebastian's still getting the grips with the fist or the hand.
You know him like that?
I know him like that.
You don't know him like that.
Seb, as we call him.
Old Sebo. Ooh, very blind in the middle. They're still going for it. Boost over. Jimpat might be dead, but they can't see through the boost. They cannot see through the boost. And look at them absolutely ruin this round. Poor Big. I feel like that round was meant to be theirs. The boost was the right idea. But Maus's insta-smoke blooms high enough. And they get crunched on B lane. Now it's just trying to patch this round back together. Can Big make anything from this?
Oh, JDC, that's a convincing way to open. Exertion's in here as well. These two have been playing a game of cat and mouse.
Oh no, Team Flash!
God! It's not defining. Not yet, anyhow. Exertion still gets found. And they know that Spinks is back here as well. It's the speed at which they blasted through Temple that will offset Big. Maus tie us up 6-all in the final map of this series. It's neck and neck. It's anyone's game.
It's that big mouse game that everyone's talking about, and it's gone the distance, hasn't it, Just? It's delivered in all fronts. 3 maps and 6-6 at the half. We go to the last chance on Ancient. Now starting a little bit slow, and Big came hot off the trot. But have they run out of steam right to finish this series? We're about to find out.
Guys, I'll be honest. The score is lying. We're playing much better than them. Yeah. Seriously.
I mean, recency bias, yes. It was a 5-0 start for Big. Mel's definitely picked it up. But Harry, it's not how you start.
No, it's about how you finish, Hugo.
Damn right.
A guy like Spinks intends to finish strong. Now say the scoreline is lying and that they're the team playing far better. Well, they could stake their claim to that right now in the pistol, and they're certainly not off to a bad start. 5v3. And all the control in the world. They're going to set themselves up to play into this A site grouped with 4. Spinks just left lurking over at B. At bare minimum, he's going to keep 1 player there. And it could be even sweeter than that for Spinks. He will check for QB and gets rid of him up close on the ramp. That's going to trigger a rotate out of Tapson, who actually decides against it. Spinks now confirms that B is empty.
It's fine. They're 4 in main. They're not going to pull back and reset the whole round. They're just going to let Spinks play and get close enough that he can have impact on this A hit when it comes in. That's a good molly, presumably.
Oh, it's a bad molly.
It's a horrible molly, actually.
It's left a hyped-shaped hole. And wouldn't you know it, within that hole, hyped exists. Oh my God. He's here. He's in there with them. 2 kills from hype, but it won't matter. Torshi brushes that aside.
Like NT, anything but NT is wrong. You can't. It's so hard, those moments. Like, you may have 4 dudes with their back turned and they don't know about you, but to actually get enough value from that play is so hard. You have to kill the planter. I like that he doesn't kill the planter first. He gets a free kill. He gets the plant, but then he just gets turned. Really nice try. It's the close player that does it. And he, yeah. I don't think he even knew Torshi was there because of 4x3. Because he was checking the temple guy. That's really unlucky. Mal's ready to go.
Oh my God.
They don't know what's coming, but they're about to find out. Sure, B's clear, but what about 5 spawn?
To flock together.
Torshi! Yeah, back 10. Get him. Get him through your molly. Oh, I hate how they cut us off.
I know. Torshi does so much.
Bro, why did Brolin start in-game leading? Torshi could do it. Torshi wanted to be
every IGL needs a second man, a right-hand man, and Torshi is very much that to Brolin, it feels like.
True.
The hunter to his snacks.
Yeah. The Nico to his hunter.
Is empty.
Nobody home.
And Big are dead.
And it was Mouse who killed them.
Oh my God.
It's been some sharp shots.
That looked really good.
It did.
I think when you get a kill like that, you're actually going, okay, guys, let's just see if they give us a reason to go for
we get
this.
an exit, or maybe... But no. Blocked.
Gamer brain part of JDC is telling him, like, go for it.
This is you. Like, when I play with you, you don't know how to save.
No.
You
don't want to
know how
save.
to. You never want to save.
Yeah.
You'll go for the 1v3 that you can't win just for 1 kill and a death. And I'm like, was it worth it, Harry? You could win next round with that AK.
But no, win the current round and next round.
You can't. You can't win that round. Like, you can't win that round.
You can win any round, Hugo. That's what you always say.
You can win any round, but not from every position. Some positions you can't win the round. Like retaking.
How did Stewie 2K win the round? How did Snacks win the round?
Which round?
His, the round, bro.
Oh, they all peeked him. Why did Flamey peek? That's my question. Flamey peeked. He didn't need to in that 1v1. All his team just got one tapped. You're going to reswing when you have bomb down. Bruh, you just wanted him to get the clip. Let's be real. Bruh.
So mighty pressed over something that happened that long ago.
Yeah, dude, because it's bad call, wasn't it? Okay, JDC back in middle with a bit of business, but Mouse just speed up on that B side. QB, what a turn. Reacts well, didn't know Brolin was up close, but he still takes one with him. Orb shot does not connect. Hype needs this one, and it will land. Bomb going down now. Hype flanked, doesn't matter. The wall bang stops the planter, and Big just like that are back in business.
Well, there's one back in for Big. Short sigh of relief. Time to take a breath after winning that one, but they still have more work to do, don't they, on this CT side? It's not a bad debut from the Hyped AWP making its appearance here and now for Big. Nice way to make its presence known, especially after how this series started for Hype. I feel like after map 2, you wanted to see more mileage from him. Flash play in mid for JDC. Has some support in the form of Crimbo.
So scary, though. The Heaven.
Yeah, the Heaven wraparound is a very real threat. Even with this smoke deployed, Mouse do the boost over the top of it.
Crazy grenade from Crimbo. Just wrecked him in elbow. They're trying to get off the boost silent, but just have to take the L on that one. Crimbo rejumps. He sees a lot more the second time around. Bomb, orb, 3 players middle. That tells Big a lot. They lose control of B in an instant. Oh, the timing. Big just all got 1v1'd and lost every single one in this round. Careful, don't lose this. Okay. You won't. But Big might lose everything.
Yeah, and, it's not going to have any, ramifications in the short term. Big only getting out of one of these guns, but it's in the longevity of this CT side that starts to become a bit of a problem, right? They got enough money to buy now. It's the economy, catching up with them here. And happening very, very late in the game is a big problem. Now, you can alleviate a lot of that by just winning this round.
Just win.
Exactly. If you don't, that's where the issues crop up. That's where you've got limitations right at the tail end of this series.
Don't have rounds to play with.
So, a lot of pressure on this round. These are great nades to bully exertion.
Not one player has seen anyone yet, and look at Mouse's health. They've lost almost 150 damage. From just utility. Still no one has seen a player on the other team. 120. Where are Mouse? Full spread on this default. Crimbo didn't hear them leaving, so we can't get aggressive yet. But if Big feel like it's a B hit, they might have a point. That's a bomb spotted. No way. No way.
Be ready. Elbow seen, and that's all Hype needs. Push out of Crimbo nets them that kill onto Exertion as well. Wounded right at the top of the round. Finally finished off. And that attempt to reroute from Brolin finds him in mid with a knife out. This one crumbles for Maus in a must-win round.
Yeah, I'd say
for the big squad.
Save.
Comes through with 4 players still standing. That at least, you know, gets your mind away from the money for now if you're big.
True. Kind of keeps them in this game. Without that round, talking of the money that you're mentioning, it'd be 11-7, and they would have to have eco. Like, you're giving up that point. Series point. So Maus get away with 2 guns. They can buy full around it. But Big are within touching distance. I think, you know, whatever happens here, Big have had a great series.
Yeah.
But it's still winnable.
100%. You know, Big coming into this, they were kind of supposed to get blown out of the water. This is a Maus that are in great form that, unless, you know, you're called Vitality, you haven't been a problem for Maus. We didn't catch like the first few seconds of this round, but Big just nearly lost everything to a failed run boost. So they're very fortunate here that it's all panned out and that mid wasn't punished. Still, it has thrown off the timings for that jump up, and Brolin was allowed to get very deep as a result. JDC dead, climbing up, and now Tabson tasked with hunting down this trade. QB moves in to join and baiting footsteps.
Yeah.
Gets Brolin's attention and tees Tabson up for a keen trade out through middle. Now he's also responsible for this mid control. Going back to fight for this. Flash will wreck him. And so Tabson's 2 has to be enough for Big.
It's just such a great little detail for Big to have the ramp player running so Tabson can walk in, and you just know that there's no way they're holding Tabson over the guaranteed information. So he just shoots Brolin in the back. 5-on-4, now down to a 3-on-3, and Crimbo can win or lose this round on his own. He falls to Spinks. It's not dead yet. Hyped up in position. They might not be ready for it this close. Boost up is nice, though. Might offset his aim. Oh, it certainly does, but even the spin in the air for Spinks isn't enough. As Hyped holds the line with 2 more, it's up to a clutch.
Torshi in the post plant with an AWP play around is a scary prospect, but backing up in a QB at the spawn, it's all going to come down to this smoke fade. Oh, and they both play through it. Ships in the night. They've crossed by each other. QB, will he check behind him? No, but Torshi will. Torshi checks and now moves in. Collects his free 1v1 on that smoke push. Torshi with the clutch to move Maus into a terrifying position. And those money problems for Big that were prophesized rounds ago now rear their head again. They've got enough cash to buy on 3 players. But it's a rough call to have to make. It's a matter of picking your poison here. Neither option more right for Big. They'll throw the gauntlet down now with the investment. Hype's AWP makes an appearance. Tabson in there alongside him with the other gun. JDC on a FAMAS, but other than that, it's pistols, it's SMGs. This is what they have to fight for in this series.
Yeah, if this happened 2 rounds ago, they would have fully ecoed almost certainly and just played for the OT. Now they have to buy because of the rounds going back and forth. It's right there for the taking. Another 1v1 coming down, and Big make the right call, but it might be out of their hands. A clutch up from Torshi. Because he's, yeah, okay, I'm glad they confused as well. He's scoped in the smoke. And QB didn't turn. Here we go. This is what it's all for Big. Staying in this series or losing at the final hour. Break on the smoke. Spinks, oh my god, it's going through. They walk down the ramp. The MAC-10 can't save you now. Torshi with a bit of cover, and it's a decent grenade, but there's still more. 3 CTs.
Should be cooked.
Yeah, that molly.
He's gotten out. He's gotten past it, and now saved by the smoke. Glock spam will find him.
Torshi's just trying to win this game on his own right now.
what's awkward as well, like bounty of weapons, including Tabson's M4 drop down a ramp, but no chance to upgrade if you're big. Now let's keep the pressure on for this lane control.
I'm glad Hyped is in position to fight for this B bomb site. He's not just left to the randomness on A, getting split. He can save this round right now on his own.
Hype started this series off so strong, and one of our things talking about it coming in was kind of the swings and misses you've had with Hyped, how he can have these games where he steps up, he takes control, but sometimes he just falls too quiet. And
Whoa,
with the big green, his weapon of choice, you can't have that, and so this has to be Hyped. Kind of crowning moment in this series. They are all around him, he'll get boxed in. Exertion on the entries, even hounding down JDC, that AWP. Barely gets to fire shots for Hyped. And the few chances he's had just sails on past.
Oh, you got to feel bad for him there. That was so well played from Torshi and Xerxon between each other. Torshi just jiggling and baiting Hype to really commit to that angle. He was even shifting in to get the kill, and Xerxon just walks out cave. Great tandem play for Mouse. They've really come alive in these final few rounds. And it's been back and forth. But now it looks like it's back to their winning ways. Mouse. 1 round, 4 chances to end this series.
SMGs run it out through middle, and it's quick to their demise. Big, it's all over. This series might have had a surprising start. The Inferno pick from Big was not to be expected. A map they've had real rough results on as of late, but they stormed the board to open, taking away Inferno. Had a fairly close showing on Mirage, but by the time Ancient rolled around, too much distance between them and Mouse here, and that gap never closed. Mouse keep the pressure on. A Torshi clutch in there down the stretch, only serving to strengthen their position in this series. It might have been a slow start for Mouse, but they finish strong.
They do indeed finish strong. Mouse is claiming a victory, progressing into the upper bracket of this group, whereas Big will have to find himself in the lower bracket. Yanko, it's been a back and forth throughout the entire series. At the end of the day, Mouse get the job done, but they really had to fight for it.
Yeah, I think they show class, right? And they show why they are the second best team in the world and why they're so good on Ancient, extending their win streak to 9 maps in a row. Despite the 0-5 start, right, they managed to bounce back, and I think it was Exertion who said during halftime, I know the score is close, but we're playing much better. And that was the feeling, after that 0-5 start. They definitely stepped up. They were winning rounds cleanly as well, and just a dominant ending after, not so great Inferno.
Were you at any point worried on Ancient? You said it yourself when Big were up in the first half and heading into halftime. Did you at any point think, okay, that there may be a world where they're going to take this?
I was worried when it was 5-0 because it looked like there's a chance of Big just snowballing the map. Potentially they're playing with a lot of confidence, but Mouse being able to not just win consecutive rounds from that point, but again win them convincingly, completely shut down Big, tells you that, okay, they have this under control despite the score. They're going to be able to come back into this game.
I don't think a lot of people had any expectations, to be completely honest, with Big coming into this matchup and in particular coming into the tournament as well. I think a lot of people are having them as one of the clear-cut favorites to maybe exit the group stage first. Has that changed for you after having watched him play now for almost 3.5 hours? Do you think that Big are coming in here to play and could potentially make a bit of a run in the lower bracket?
I think they have a chance to win a game or two at least, right? I believe they're going up against 3D Max now in the lower bracket. I don't think that's an unbeatable squad for them, right? We've seen them with some trickery in the map Veto potentially and winning one of their worst maps in Inferno. So yeah, unfortunately in the end it was just a little bit lacking from the individuals at some moments. Hyped a couple of times, could have hit some extra shots, right? QB a little bit unfortunate that 1v1 against Torji. Perhaps Mouse has to go for a half buy if they lose that round, and then the game becomes even more close. But yeah, Big did better, I think, than a lot of people expected them to, and they're still not out, so still have their chances and their opportunities.
They do find themselves in the lower bracket, as you so aptly said, that taking on a 3D Max in a game that will eliminate one of the two teams, so will Pain and Complexity, a game that I think is also fair to say that is, I don't want to call it a 50-50 given the circumstances with Pain, but they did put up a great fight against FaZe Clan in that first game where, yes, it does look like a 2-0 Yanko, but FaZe won 13-11, 13-11, and really had to fight for that.
Yeah, and that's surprising because, one more time, the coach for Pain Gaming is standing in for their in-game leader, and they have an academy player there for now. I think he's a placeholder in that team, so kind of impressive from Pain. They were able to really take it all the way against FaZe Clan, and we'll see if they can, shock us one more time tomorrow against Complexity.
It's going to be interesting. At the very least, we have a lot at stake. We are only halfway through the day. It's been a long day already, but luckily for us, there's still plenty of Counter-Strike to go down from IEM Melbourne. We're taking a short break, and once we're back, it's with game number 3 with some fresh faces in the chairs.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Tell me how it is to be the electronic of Australia.
What does that mean?
That means you were an in-game leader before, Tell me how it is to be the electronic of Australia.
What does that mean?
That means you were an in-game leader before, didn't quite work out, you went back to playing, but now you're back with a renewed passion, with more wisdom, back as an IGL.
I don't know, I'm just excited to help the boys and hopefully bring some victories and some happiness back to Australian CS. That's the goal.
Yeah, some jokes aside, but what do you feel like have been the biggest lessons, from the last time you were in IGL to this time around that will maybe help you?
I think just in general, like the CS meta's changed as well. CS2 is a bit more more firepower than CSGO was, and obviously bringing Dexter back from Europe, I learned a lot from him. So I think that's just the main thing. I've also, my mentality's changed a little bit. I think back in the day I was a little bit more focused on my individual stuff, but I've matured a bit in that sense. So that's a big thing.
You guys just came off of qualifying for the major of the MRQ, a bit different than how it was the previous years. So what was your guys' approach, or just the vibes coming into that one?
I think we were confident. Obviously it was online, so it's a little bit different. We're used to playing on LAN and having that LAN environment. So, but we were confident going into it. Obviously, Semperfi were in good form, but we hadn't versed them yet, so it was just nice to get the job done and get the nerves out of the way, and now just focus on Melbourne.
All right, so how do you prepare for going up against Vitality in the first game?
I don't know. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I find out. But no, we're just going to do our own thing and just focus on ourselves. Obviously, they're a world-class team. We don't really expect to be world beaters right now, but we're just going to do our best and hopefully put on a good show.
What is the one thing that maybe could help you guys sort of exceed expectations for this tournament?
Everyone's jet lagged, so that's a good start. For us, I think we just need to... We had a good boot camp in Serbia before the MRQ, and we just need to pretty much replicate what we did in practice and bring it to the officials without all the nerves and jitter. So that's a good start, and then hopefully just go from there.
All right. Thank you for your time. You guys had some time off in between this tournament and Lisbon, so what was the focus?
Like you said, take some rest was the main focus for us, and after it was just to focus on our game as well, because we know people will look at us, so we need to bring like good energy into the next tournament. So what we did, so that was the main focus, and obviously the IEM Grand Slam. We talk a lot about this, but we don't put too much pressure on it as well.
Did you play in the arena in Australia before?
I don't think so. I think last time we lost 2-0 against FaZe, against Robs, we lost, and we go back home like the next day. So I don't think we did like playoff this scenario.
Are you excited to potentially play in front of that Australian crowd? They get pretty rowdy out there.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play in this scenario. I mean now because always been tough to go through this playoff. So looking forward to go inside. Yeah.
Well, you guys have been breaking a lot of those bad streaks recently with this lineup. Is that Rob Sora?
Yeah, I think that's Rob Sora. I think with them we can go into playoff everywhere we go. So feels good.
You are indeed correct in thinking that you're at the Intel Extreme Masters in Melbourne in the year being 2025. Vitality taken to the server. FlyQuest going to take to the server, attempt to regain some, I guess, dare I say, dignity down under. And we welcome you back. My name is Trey Saranthus, picking up the reins here from Jacob. We've got Josh Steele Nissan. Josh of a multitude of fames. Which one would you like to claim, Josh?
The obvious one, just top talent NA player, because that's all NA's known for is top talent.
Yeah, and I can't even refute that. I couldn't even go against that if I tried. Now, you might be wondering why I have these gloves on, and in fact, it might also be because these gold bars over here, I guess I can take these off now that we've got them situated on the table. Vitality on the cusp of doing something incredible, what we call winning a Grand Slam, the ESL Grand Slam itself. That's a big chunk of change, but also very defining in a lot of different ways. And we're going to get into that sooner rather than later. I think, though, this is probably the best chance they've got, Josh.
Yeah, we can see they have a lot of chances remaining to be able to pick this in the bag, but a strong start to the year. They started off not too well at the Blast Bounty. They lost in the quarterfinals, but since then, since Katowice, since Rops was on the team at the beginning of January, they've won basically 3 events in a row, one of them including Katowice, and that's going to really just put them on the spot for winning that Grand Slam. And I don't know if it's record time, but it's going to be pretty quick.
It's got to be up there. I'm sure Liquid still probably holds that record by a long shot.
That was a quick one. They have to change the rules, right?
Yeah, I think Liquid probably did it a little too damn good. But for the side of Vitality, it is kind of primed almost in a way. You talk about having to win one of those Masters levels events, and that being one of the Katos or the clones in the yearly time schedule, and they did both.
They did both. And now they have this event to do it. They have Dallas. If they fail this, they have 5 chances remaining. And just to get that one more thing, Na'Vi kind of trailing just behind them, but Vitality primed to do it here.
Well, it's funny you should say Na'Vi, because at a 16 series win streak over there on the side of Vitality, they're currently batting 1,000 when it comes to ROPS, and that's been going on since Katowice, start of the year. So now they find themselves certainly in the driver's seat. Talk to me about ROPS over here and what it looks like to win 16 series in a row.
Yeah, they look so good when they're playing in those mid to late round situations, the post plants especially. You've got these clutch players. You've got Zywoo and Rops now on the team. Apex is also pretty good at the clutch situations. And when they're able to get into these situations, they just basically win. And they've taken out all the top teams basically. The only team they really haven't faced off against is Na'Vi, and Na'Vi is present at this event. So that could be an interesting thing to see how it plays out later on in the event. But I mean, they've taken out pretty much everyone else that we can see. FaZe, Mongols, Maus, everyone.
How are they avoiding Na'Vi? It's just the cards haven't aligned. Is that fair?
The cards haven't aligned, and Na'Vi had a kind of a slower start to the year, so they haven't been putting up the numbers that they put up last year. The major winners at one point and best team in the world at one point, but seemingly they've fallen off a little bit.
Well, I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit here in some of what you're saying when it comes to late and all around. I mean, yes, all around this lineup looks great for Vitality. What is it about their late round gameplay that keeps them lethal?
I think it's just being able to play in some of these situations, the composure that they have, being able to have the same teamwork where they get to play off of each other and really just use the time as a resource on the clock. And I've seen them do these set plays out of spawn where they don't give themselves a chance to play, but when they do get into these situations, you just see the most ridiculous, absurd play where you're seeing timings, people running past each other, getting, I remember a round where Flamesy went down the vent, came back up and one-tapped Torzy in the Vitality versus Mao's Grand Finals. And I don't understand how it's possible to so consistently get themselves in these wacky positions and come out on top, but they do it. And that's basically their bread and butter.
And it used to be, here's ZywOo and he can do it all. And like if they're in a pinch, it is ZywOo they look at for the answers. And it doesn't feel like that has to be the case anymore, and it's perhaps not even.
Yeah, right now, with the addition of Rops, they have 2 of those players that can close it out, but also this past year, I guess, in part of that 16 series streak, Apex has been winning a lot of 1v1s and 1v2s, and then he stands up and gives it to the other team as well.
Yeah, some of that privilege of luxury of going straight to the major in stage 3 in Austin, that's something that Vitality can keep in their back pocket, and it'll always kind of beg the question, is downtime a blessing or a curse? But that's neither the here nor the now. That is the next major coming up. For this matchup in particular, for a team like FlyQuest, I would say it's been mostly down.
Well, that's an interesting thing that you bring up because, teams like Aurora, formerly known as Eternal Fire, they actually pulled out of this event, probably because of burnout. Vitality get to just choose, hey, we're going to play whatever events we want to go to. We're at the best team. We're, stage 3 of the major. And now the only reason why FlyQuest is really here is because not only did Aurora pull out, but 3 other teams declined the invites here, and now FlyQuest is like, oh, we're next on the list, cool. Yeah, we'll go.
And for a team like FlyQuest, this is going to come with some trials and tribulations as well. We do know that Dexter out of the picture over there. They brought in Netic. Inns has moved over to the IGL side. So what about any of this kind of brings you to any fluid point where in which you might believe that FlyQuest can find themselves in an arena here in Melbourne?
One of the biggest issues I think that FlyQuest had was Dexter was the in-game leader and also kind of like the playmaker entry type guy. Now what they've done is they've moved the in-game leader role to INS, and he's going to be kind of under the vision of Urcast, I guess, calling things, making that system. Regali's been looking great since they replaced Alistair with him. And now with Neta coming in, when we look at opening kills, when we look at these situations to open up the rounds for the team, he's been doing such a phenomenal job of that on his previous teams that coming in here, I mean, Dexter wasn't really doing much as that role, but he was also the in-game leader. And if you're not doing much on either, it's like you're lacking in 2 categories. Now they get to kind of patch that up.
Almost has a half-life, if you will. I know it's not like the best work, Josh, but you see where I'm going with it, right? Like there is a shelf life, perhaps even on your career or within that time frame of what you're doing in that role.
Yeah, man. You got to workshop that a little bit more.
Okay, well, how about we just workshop the vetoes instead? I think that's a little bit more pressing. Again, best of 3s, so we do see Train right out of the way, Ancient as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because normally we see FlyQuest banning out Mirage, and then we see that Train and... actually, I don't know. Sorry, that is the wrong team I was thinking about. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good for Vitality picking Nuke as well. That's probably one of their bread and butters. I was probably thinking of Falcons because, yeah, that's something that Falcons does, and we're going to see them later.
Well, yeah, we're not seeing them right now. Josh, are you okay, man? Are you
I am great.
What are the odds?
Because I get to see an Aussie team playing on Aussie land against the best team in the world.
Okay, well, I was going to pick your brain a little bit, but I think I'm about done picking your brain with you. We'll get back into that later. We are ready to jump into the game, though, and it is a little bit of FlyQuest, a little bit of Vitality, and what is sure to be a grueling opener for the Aussie side. Here, Hugo, grab that thing.
I'm grabbing it, and I'm about ready to spat on it too, right? Because this, Hugo, this is actually a pretty hype game. Vitality coming into this terrifying form up against the new look FlyQuest. I want to get my ballsy prediction out the way before even a single kill has happened. FlyQuest are about to win on Anubis. You can thank me later.
Harry, we're in Australia. That's not where the pandas are. Put the pandering away. But it's okay. Someone's got to believe. You've got to believe. That's the first step. It's a hard game. No denying that. But a new look FlyQuest with Netic. Firepower Edition. Swapped in-game leader. There's a lot going on in this FlyQuest squad. We're going to see if it pays off. Netic, the first to be challenged. Down in con. Ebox, Dark, dead. Gets at least 1 kill, but Rops follows up. And that's a B site crumbling. Of course, FlyQuest, they try to punish pick a little bit, but it's a T side start for Vitality. They go for what is the best half in CS right now. T side Anubis. It's going to be easy in this pistol. It may be a comfortable map for FlyQuest, but it is a very comfortable map for the stars of the show. Rops and Zaiwu, 2 apiece.
I have missed Apex.
True, yeah, he's going to be...
kind of ruined CS for me, in a way.
You can't watch
Because whenever it's other teams playing, I'm like, God, they're all just so boring. Give me Apex. Where's Dan?
Dan the man.
And he is the man.
True.
For any avoidance of doubt,
if you were wondering,
that is Dan the man.
It's only one of them. Josh wants Vitality to win their anti-ecos today. That's what I heard. So let's see if they can. Not a great start, but the molly burns out Netig. And this B split is coming. He has hit a deke.
Yeah.
There's a flank.
Real fast flank out of Regali as well, and Rops might miss this timing. However, Flames is holding it, but he'll probably look away. No, never mind. On the money. Good stuff from Flames.
Now that makes his Rops' position even more valuable, as Vitality aren't moving into complete darkness. Rops has cleared mid for them. FlyQuest know they need to stay active. Down they go to the lower. But Vitality are just grouping mid.
You wouldn't look behind you right now.
Ooh.
Inns did.
Did he see them? Or?
I think he did.
It's on the wrong side though, so... Too late.
Keep walking. Come on, boys. Oh. Smoke in their way. They're going to flash through it.
It's unlucky it doesn't do anything to Mezzi.
Makes him a merry man. 3 kills in the round. From Mezzi. A British player, no less. And a British player in with a chance of a Grand Slam, Hugo.
That is incredible, isn't it?
And obviously the rest of Vitality.
Yeah, but
just for any avoidance of doubt.
You're avoiding a lot of doubt.
I am avoiding
today.
a lot of doubt today.
There's very positive guy.
Well handled, I would say, from,
That's a good
from
callback.
Vitality.
Good callback there. 2-0, 3 alive. Doing the bare minimum, shall we say, Harry. Winning. Expect nothing less from this Vitality team. Sure, we all want to see FlyQuest on the stage in front of a home crowd, but dare I say, it may have to be through the lower bracket. What was your prediction? Sorry, they're going to win?
They're going to win
get a map?
just this map.
Oh, this map. Okay. Starting CT side of Noobs. Okay, sorry.
Just the one map, actually.
Yeah, just checking exactly where we are.
I do love the way Inns wears his mustache on his face.
Yeah?
Obviously, it is where you would wear one.
On your face?
Like, you got Apex on the other side, another great stash. I would say it's not even comparable. Inns is
yeah,
the one. Oh my god, the stashes are about to face off in mid. Oh my god. Who wins? Winner gets the better stash. And it's Flames! Congratulations!
He's growing it out right now.
He is trying to grow one if you look at his picture. Which is cute.
I respect the attempt, but of course I do. 4v2. And the re-push on middle is nice, but of course Apex is ratting it right now. Look at his angle. Ugh. I hope he looks away as soon as they get here. Oh, there he is, looking away as soon as they get there. Oh dear, not looking at his crosshair though. Just going to avoid this. You actually don't want to give them an AK. That's kind of the goal right now. So he is a little bit boxed in. And meanwhile, Vitality just keep crawling into empty bomb sites. That's how they've won all these rounds. Luckily for FlyQuest, there's no point in this first half where you're going to like hit the panic button, because you could go 10-0 down. If you just get those last two, you give yourself arguably room, right? Like, you need the pistol, of course, but you can afford to start quite slow and view it as a warm-up into the series. You're on the worst place to be. CT Anubis against the best team in the world. Anything you get in this first half is great.
Yeah, on top of that, you know, if you are FlyQuest here, which they are, you know, when you picked into Anubis, you knew it was going to be this type of ebb and flow, right? Like, you knew exactly what you were signing up for with this as your map pick. And so I don't think you beat yourself too much up early in the game. You wait till later on.
Yeah.
Start beating yourself up.
I'm excited by the prospect of Netic, though. When we saw him a few times in Europe under Rooster, he showcased a lot of skill as a player. And it's obviously why FlyQuest have picked him up. Let's see if he can show us what he's got. Another addition, recent, Regali, on this AWP. He's going to get mollied out of position, flash, and then nade on the smoke. What a combo for Vitality. They just come swinging into this site. Vexite gets a double, but it's not a worry yet. 2v2 bomb getting planted. Netic, what you got? That's so annoying.
Yeah, no, you hate that. 2 nades, you can blow this open. You can even blow it open twice.
Let's go.
Instead, they're just going to play through with the flashbang. And ZywOo! Well, you do hate to see it.
That was crisp, that first one. Turned around, 180. Off the flash, just first bullet. Yeah, I think that's the right play for FlyQuest to go with the nades. I think if you HE the smoke, it doesn't do anything, right? They're not playing open for you. You have to run through it. So nice try in a 2v2. But ZywOo is sharp.
Nice!
Just Vexite with a gun now. Ooh.
I got in a bit of a rut at home of watching a lot of like Apex BM compilations.
Yeah.
To the point where he was on the TV so much, it was like having, you know, like a family friend around, like, oh, Dan's on, you know, like he was just on every day.
Yeah.
And so just then hearing him yell a game, like immediately I got that
like
feeling
you're
of,
at home.
there you go, my guy.
Don't know what to add to
I have
that.
like brain rotted myself
Yeah.
out of being at all a regular Joe.
Good cover, man. Feels like there's just no... Like, I'm coming at this game pretty doomer for FlyQuest, but the flip side, maybe I should be more happy because it's like, it feels like
We're going to get back on schedule.
Vitality are perfect when you watch them play, right?
The perfect team.
They just feel like the perfect team in a way. Everything is accounted for.
And like, I also think you understand why they would just suck to play against, because even when you have like wilder moves made by some of the guys in this team, you know, your Flameses, your Apexes trying to get stuck in and make a bit of a play. Well, then you have someone like Rops, who's just the ultimate fail-safe on these rounds.
And Mezzy, you have two super aggressive players, and then you have two, what we often call safe pairs of hands in Rops and Mezzy. There's 4 hands. It's very safe.
2 safe pairs.
Yeah, well, yeah. And then you have the best player in the world right now, in this year, of ZywOo and top 3 last year and top 2 every other year. Like, I don't need to set up ZywOo for you. You already know.
Yeah, it is insane. Like, when you're trying to talk about ZywOo getting fired up, it's like he ranked number 3 in the world, which is the worst he's ever ranked. And for anyone else, that would be your best year.
Yeah, and I think he wants to get right back up top, and I think this is the time to do it. Right now, no debate. 5v4 for Vitality. Vexite shut down at A main, and they're just going to waltz in. What's so funny, buddy?
Apex, the hyped captain. ZywOo, the superstar. Rops, the computing machine. Flames, the mad entry. And Mezzy.
Wow.
I know, they're really going to do him like that, bro. He's topping the chart. Well, he's second on the board, third. Joint
Why
second.
are you? It's 5-0. You don't need to talk about his numbers, Harry.
Joint second, man. He's doing all he can.
Have some respect for the British GOAT. And save.
He's a British dad now. The temptation to just put down the mouse and keyboard, crack open a cold one,
I was gonna say,
put the football on.
Start drinking. It's there every day. Oh, they can win this. Kill Robs quick. Flash. They team flash.
Oh,
Robs, they can't win this. They cannot win
scary.
this. Unstoppable.
Oh my God.
Oh God. Survival is his only goal. No, he's still here. He has no AWP ammo. Oh. Was that Apex? What's that noise?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, this sequence. I could watch this all day.
Dude, yeah, that's really awkward that Netting's blind there. I don't know how. And then Rob's just 3-piece.
Get that one more time. Was it Apex?
Yeah, well, it's got to be Apex.
Yeah, I thought so too, but I was watching his mouth.
Heard.
It was, but ZywOo's in this team, and he sometimes makes funny noises.
True, he does.
What was his one from EPL? He went like, "Ho!" That was it.
Yeah, ZywOo did drop a ho.
Hey, Apex with his very own ho. You got to collect the haws from Team Vitality.
6-0. So about
intensifies. It's all happening.
Yeah, they keep playing mid-stack, but double molly's very powerful. The swing through the molly is very strong. FlyQuest find a 5v4. I feel like this may be their first untraded 5v4. Will Vitality react quickly? They're looking for the B entry. They know there are many middle. Take the space while you've got it. That rotation point cut off, but still scared of players in the site. Vitality clearing cautiously. Bomb plant and no kit. This is going to get messy, Harry.
Oh, ZywOo trying to clean house. But it ain't getting messy. It's getting messy. Come on, dude. You could have got the kill, couldn't you?
I almost took an MP9.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
He almost took an MP9.
Oh, okay. Honestly,
like even a regular comm from Apex just sounds good. Like when have you ever done prayer hands playing a game of CS? He just threw them in like it's casual, like he ain't even thinking about it. Bless up. Team Vitality 7-0. For FlyQuest, we said to anticipate a slow start. What with them being on the CT side?
Yeah, in fairness, they are jet lagged. What, you don't like that one? That's too far?
I think it's too far.
Yeah, how dare I?
You're in their homeland,
It's a bit of
bro, and
banter,
you're gonna throw. These guys are salaried professionals chasing the dream.
Yeah,
from an underrepresented region on the world stage, and you're gonna punch down on.
Oh, okay, I'm punching down. Okay. 5v4. You're a funny little guy, Harry. Netic is saving this round. You might put the first one on the board, but Mezzi, there it is, just a round little later, Harry.
It's not Messi, it's Mezzi!
Oh, sick line. Where'd you come up with that one? Bomb going to get planted, but it does need to cross out of main. Robs scared behind the smoke. Ooh. He's going to go for it. That smoke's fading, and they break it open. Good timing. Now it's gone for good. Robs needs the kills. He's up for the job.
Oh, they do find him, and they backside. My God, that's lovely.
Yeah.
FlyQuest are on the board. It's about bloody time. Welcome. They find their first on this CT side. That's good enough for you, Hugo.
No.
8 rounds in, they'll find theirs.
You can't do this.
Let's see if Vitality can cook up a reply.
Very well played for FlyQuest. Let's see if they can build off of it, right? You're not going to break this money anytime soon. But back-to-back rounds while you have an AWP or you have rifles would go a long way. Apex catching Netic in no man's land. FlyQuest making little moves, getting info where they can, leaving B pretty open to play the backline again. Nice block. Here's the execute. Vitality just been going for it time after time. It's going to have to be a retake yet again.
I think that's enough. That'll be the save for FlyQuest. Not a save they go into feeling good either. It's a reluctant 4-man save, but they knew those were the cards when they leant over towards A. They played that retake setup in B. I'd honestly, yeah, sure, you're reluctant to do it, and I understand why the scoreline's 8-1, but I think this is the correct way to play it. If you're FlyQuest now, you don't have like a bounty of rounds available to you. You have to be very careful picking and choosing your moments of when you're going to find the impact. When's it worth, you know, potentially throwing away all the money in the game. And so having a bit of time now to build up some cash in spite of the loss, maxed out loss bonus, 4 players still alive. And this is good to try and tee themselves up down the stretch. It's just they're running out of stretch. And so they need the rounds now.
And just talk about setup, though. We see a lot more teams do this recently, like playing a back lane on B and just trying to spot the cross. Because if you don't have that dark control, you're going to get split so easily. Executes are so powerful, it's really hard to get multi-kills. Donk still does it from Plat, but most players can't. So we actually, a lot of teams play just that CT cave line. That's how they won their only round as well. Crazy kill for Rops. Looked like Vexai had that in the bag, but Rops just taps him out. 12-2 right now. Flash, Rops dodges it. I guess he heard the pin pull. This guy's built different. Because also, again, insane glow up for Rops in this team. Like, not to, you know, the last 6 months of FaZe weren't very good for him. And he's immediately back to the Rops we knew for years upon joining this roster. It's very exciting. Easy entry, another smoke break sends Vitality storming into this site. Good grenade from Liaz, but it's not going to change the outcome. Netic has to come through the smoke. He's been stalled by a flashbang. He's going to try and play off his team here. Is he trying to force his kill? Bloody hell.
Back and forth they go. In the end, though, it's left to Regali. He has that 1 kill right there, but can't reach out and grab it. And now going any further would leave you in the prying eyes of that ZywOo AWP. Regali decides not to face off against ZywOo. Still trying to get a beat on Flames, but he just can't.
Just run. I don't get that. I don't get that. The third repeat, like, you have a chance to leave with your AWP. I think you take it. Sure, they can buy him one. But There's 2 more rounds left of the half. It was unwinnable. Whatever. 9-1. Pretty brutal game. The amount of times Vitality have just broken a smoke and there's a player right in front of it as well. It's been slow and it's been steady. And also, it's not been Vitality abusing middle, which is what a lot of the best teams do on this map, right? Double mid-molly. Sure, Vitality done it 2 anti-ecos. They've double mid-mollied into stacks once they actually lost mid and gave it up once they took it. But they've actually just been walking around in the water, doing BXX and doing AXX. They haven't really even lurked in middle in this T-half, which is kind of interesting, just because it's so abusable.
Yeah, you talk about ROPS and kind of the like last 6 months on FaZe. I think it's interesting though because it gives you a bit of insight into like character in a way, right? Like, yeah, it's clear that ROPS was, you know, loyal to his boys, and he never felt like all the interviews he would give talking about it. It was like he was the one having the crisis of confidence. But I think his time in Vitality, if anything, showed is that ROPS was always right here. Just the team around him weren't finding their success, and that feels like it's even been strengthened by FaZe, you know.
I think
having some of that. Sure, no.
Half
his
yes, half
confidence
no.
was
Because
gone.
I think also he was playing some really passive T sides that he's not doing now. He had to reinvent himself in a new team, and I'm sure Apex told him what he wanted, right? But like when not to say FaZe were doing great in that time, but ROPS also wasn't doing great. His T sides are really poor. He was playing really passive. He was saving a lot of winnable rounds. It was just weird to watch. But yeah, you know. Not just him. But this is like, when you rejoin a top team with these players, you reinvent yourself.
I mean, his style of play as well is one where if you're winning, you will win really hard with ROPS in your team.
Sure. It looks worse when you're losing, for sure. But he's also been a lot more aggressive. He's been involved with a lot of opening fights in this team. Been super successful in them. And this is very hard retake right now, all from the same position again. Sidewall on the line, blind. And something, there's trades are good. Flames just swings out and finishes the job.
Retake B every round! Is that the Australian meta or what?
Retake B. Retake B every round, Australian meta.
The other thing I
mean, I wouldn't be able to hold B against Vitality either.
The thing I love about the Apex BM is
they're already dead, man. Stop.
He's also like, I love how he just calls out his opponent's strats so blatantly. Like he ties it to how they play in the game when he matched up against Spinks and Mouse, constantly calling Spinks a beta. Now he's calling it, you know, oh, you're always retake on B. Like he's letting them know, I know what you're doing. I'm reading you. Yeah. And it's failing horribly. And now it's like, oh, do FlyQuest want to feel like they're playing into his hands by not playing retake B? Aren't you kind of listening to the opponent at that point? Like, what do you even do now?
Giving great
Look
advice.
at the horrible position he's put them in mentally. They have to make up their minds on what they want to do here.
Luckily, there's only one more round of defense here for FlyQuest. See if they can squeeze something out with these MP9s. Ooh. ROPS getting flashed in again. They just pulled back from A main. Oh. A little dance of death. No one commits.
Yeah, bro, this is sadly for FlyQuest. They're looking like St. Kilda. Vitality looking like the Bulldogs.
Brutal showing last night.
It was a brutal showing.
Yeah. This is their season for real.
Bont is back on Easter Sunday, no less. Flames gets out in the middle. Oh! And we'll get wrecked. Good flashbangs to tee up these mid-fights. Still 1-for-1 is the best they could manage. And it's that all across the board till eventually only Zywoo was left. Vexite able to deal with him. FlyQuest scraped by with just 2 rounds. Team Vitality storming the board on Anubis to open up. 2 rounds for FlyQuest is all they can muster. But Hugo, I got my ears to the streets on this one.
Oh, yeah?
And everyone's saying 10 is all they get.
Hey, we said 2 is enough. Frankly, it is in any game of Anubis. And I will say, FlyQuest don't look too bothered in a good way. They don't look upset. They don't look stressed. Maybe they expected something like this. Question is, can they make something of it? T-side Anubis, a pistol round, a hope, a dream. But a flash setup in mid. Oh, the T-flash was even better. Flame Z fighting onward. 2 kills, even gets a mag in, and Rops provides the cover. Inns has got to do it all. He's crushed by Flames. 3 off the USP. Vexite may have control, but he doesn't have the bomb. They may be here, but they ain't living. Oh no, the boys. Now they're aware of every timing. Kind of nothing Vexite can do to surprise them with this setup. How about 4 for Flames? No, as he steals it away, but...
Collaborate and listen.
I don't know what they're saying there.
I swear he was saying stop, collaborate, and listen.
Vitality looking for the Grand Slam here in Melbourne. And they got to take down the hometown heroes to get there.
I swear he was just doing ice, baby. Maybe.
Stop. Collaborate and listen. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's exactly what that was. Oh, they're all here. Oh god, the team flash, but it still works. It still works.
It's the same round.
Yeah. To better results. Just
they've gotten past Rops. That failsafe failed. And now Apex. It's got to be a really good nade.
Oh, he felt so stressed there. All right, 2v2, going quick. And quick enough to find that easy kill. No kit right now. Can Vexite thin the herd? Can he steal a frag to make this weird? They're sticking. 10 seconds behind the site. I got bad news, buddy. You ain't getting him off that defuse. Unless... So close! Entertaining game. Oh, that hurts, man. Millisecond. That's what it would have been. Oh, yeah, that's really way too close. And this is it, FlyQuest. Your one proper buy round. As good as it's going to get, unless you can win it. Harassing a lot on A, and look at Vitality have fallen for it. They've fully rotated. It's only Mezzy here. He needs to do something miraculous. 2 with the bomb dropped is certainly something. Zywoo sees a shadow coming. Apex is back in spawn to keep the pressure on. Vitality are just going to run down this bomb plant. Nothing allowed in this map. FlyQuest get absolutely mopped up. 1v3 for ends, goes no further, and Vitality starts what could be a legendary event. A legendary year for this Dream Team Strong. 13-2 map 1 in the BO3. FlyQuest have got to reset for the second.
The vibes are very high down in the Vitality camp, and for good reason, because you guys have been on quite a tear, and now you have the opportunity to be getting the Grand Slam. How much on your mind is that right now?
I mean, we just take it a game at a time. Of course, we know how much pressure can build if you don't close out. But I think for us, we take a game at a time, just focus on what we've been doing previously that's got us to this point, and stay confident. Like I say, the vibes are good, so we just want to continue that as well.
16 series in a row, 3 trophies in that time as well. Can you give us any insight into why the Vitality system is just so efficient and looking so perfect at the moment?
And of course, like I said, outside the game, everyone's like feeling good, and the communication outside the game and being open with each other is good. And I think inside as well, we've got a really good balance at the moment between the roles. Obviously, bringing Rops in has helped a lot, and I think at the moment, of course, you never know when it's going to stop, but I think for us, we're trying to just keep the confidence high, keep riding the wave at the moment, and I think for us, the outside and inside is going really well.
And just outside the server as well, obviously you had some well-deserved time off. You chose to be skipping Bucharest as well. What did you get up to there? Obviously, I imagine you had some time with your family at home, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had a week off, I think, between, and then we had about 10 or 8 days of practice, I'm not sure, before this event. So I think, it was really important for us to have some break, because we came off a stretch of events, which was like with Pro League and then to Lisbon as well. So it was a long time away from home. But for us, I think it's good to have a break and then get back to the grind. And we know how important is this event as well. Of course, we want to continue our success as well.
Very much looking forward to seeing Vitality in the server once again. Good luck, Messi.
Thank you.
FlyQuest leaving a lot to be desired. I think that goes without saying. But yeah, an absolute stomping here. Vitality dishing it out early on in this debut of what is the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025. Believe it or not, I'm here with Josh Nassan, and he has some things he'd like to say, surely, about that wash.
Look, man, when you're picking Anubis, yeah, Vitality looked rough on it at the start of the year, but they started rebounding on that. Now you have to start CT side of Anubis with your debut with Netic. And it's like, look, man, I understand that he's looking really good online, but like when you go and you play against a top, not even top 5 team, a top 1 team, it's going to look really shaky. And I think that we got to see a little bit of those nerves coming out of FlyQuest on, I guess, the debut with the new roster.
Yeah, and it brings a lot of questions, right? We kind of poised some of them prior to the map starting itself about this new lineup within FlyQuest. Yes, it is a gargantuan task to take on Vitality right now, but for the side like FlyQuest, it does beg the question, where has Oceanic Counter-Strike been?
It's not been doing too well, too hot. You know, you have
not looking good.
When you have the team that's kind of just winning the ECL events. They go to ECL Atlanta, they're going to win that. They're going to win through their ESL Challenger League and get to Pro League. But when you go to the play-ins and you're not making it through, and you're just kind of like on the top of your little pile, it's like you're a little in and out house. And
yeah, I like this. Josh did sort of describe this.
I didn't have a great analogy,
but I do think that it is almost appropriate to just kind of lay that out there. Let's call a spade, and by that I mean this is Josh Nassan's take on what this looks like for FlyQuest.
It's okay. The TLDR is they're like the turd at the top of the turd hill.
So it is like fresh. It's like new.
It's it's got some distinct smells and everything. But listen, it's just a tough thing. You're going to see them over and over again coming to these events. And, green jersey, I might have mixed them up with Saw a little bit. But, I mean, just going to say that these teams are severely outclassed and outmatched. And, when you see these teams that are trying to do their aggressive stuff against Vitality and they're getting shut down with it, that they start playing so passive and so scared, giving so much respect, that they're playing like retake half the rounds. It's like, oh, Vitality, they'll punish you if you go aggressive, they'll put you down. Okay, these aggressive pushes aren't working, let's sit back. And Vitality just, okay, we're going to walk up, we're going to exec, we're going to take the site, cool. And that's basically what happened to all of Anubis. So, we're going to see a nuke coming up soon, and hopefully things change. They get to play CT side at the very least here, because they didn't really get a chance. They lost pistol and had to force buy out. But I mean, you're just severely outclassed. What can you do?
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Like at a certain point, it is just an uphill battle that it doesn't look like you're going to be making the journey for.
Well, I listened to this Mezzi interview that we just came out of, right? And he's talking about how the vibes are good in the team and out of the team, and practice is going well. All these things are going well. I think back to a vlog that FlyQuest had after one of the latest events. I don't know if it was a Pro League or a Cato.
They were painting the walls?
Yeah, I think that was from Cato. But, Urkos is there in a couple of different situations where, one of the situations, they're in the hotel room and he's like, everything's different. Every day there's something different. This person's quiet one day, the next person, someone else is quiet. Like, you can't have it. There's always some sort of factor that's not, there's no consistency in the game, out of the game, with the team. And we're seeing that in real time when they play the game, that they just don't look well oiled or anything like that. And, you know, another scene that Urkos was there is like, it's on the paper, look at it, read it. Like, how do you not know what's going on? How do you know what's happening? And you're hoping that, you know, with the IGL change from Dexter to INS, and you're hoping with Neta coming in, maybe opening up some rounds, things will turn around, but right now it's not looking like that.
Yeah, let's talk a little about Netic. And in doing so, what kind of history do we know on the gentleman that now finds himself on this squad? Yes, Corey Brown, as they call him IRL, and we can call him Netic. Now, what did his history look like? What does this player look like when you look at him?
Look, he's obviously brought in for his firepower, his star power. He's a young player, but, you know, a few years ago, caught up in a little bit of a...
What happened, Doc?
You know, they call it a... betting offense, but we could probably call it an Australian MDL match-fixing scandal if we wanted to call it that. Look, I don't know if...
Tomato, potato, right?
You know, you can call it many things, but look, he was brought in because he's young, he's got that firepower, but you look at, you know, his stats versus like top 50 teams, and it's all the way up here, and then once you start kind of like looking at the top 20, top 5, top 10 teams, you see a significant drop-off. And part of that is because, you know, the whole team is getting completely crushed. But another part of it is, look, until your team's good enough, until you're individually good enough, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it's more than a struggle. I mean, we always kind of joke about David versus Goliath, blah, blah, blah.
He's not Donk.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, he's not Donk, but proverbially, perhaps Vitality is the Donk sort of archetype, if you will.
Vitality is definitely the donk right now, and I mean, we got Zaiwu on the screen right now. Probably good favor to go for, you know, depending on how Vitality plays out the rest of the year, because I don't want to say anything super early. You know, Grand Slam's on the table, Major's coming up soon. We could be talking about an era, but like, I don't want to drop that E word. I think I dropped it.
What E word, man?
Era.
Oh, okay, era, yeah.
Yeah,
just make sure.
I dropped this at the Pro League, and it might have been a little bit too early or premature, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to jump the gun.
Well, tell me a little bit about an era, right? I know you have an era, but yours is like a significantly different era than everyone else's. Like a 10-year era is a 10-year era. But in this regard, when it comes to staying on top when you're the side of Vitality, right?
Yeah.
There's something about staying ahead of that curve. Like, because everyone's studying you day in and day out. Like, people are looking at what you're doing and making work in the server. And then they try to go and pick that apart, right? So how do you stay ahead? And not even just meta, but obviously teams have a shelf life as well.
I think part of it has to be about, well, internally what the long-term goals are, right? If you just say like, oh, our goal is to win the next major, and then you win the major, it's like, okay, what do you have after that? So making sure that you have that long-term plan about staying hungry, having those long-term goals, that is important, but you're going to have a target on your back. Teams are going to be after you. They're going to be studying you. They're going to see what's working for you, try to replicate that, but also be studying you so that they can take you down. And so Vitality, it's a couple things. One, they need to stay ahead and keep innovating so that they don't get anti-stratted. And the second thing is they need to stay hungry and keep that same atmosphere and vibe and everything so that when they win potentially the Grand Slam and the major, they have more things to go for. They want to win 2 majors in a year is like the next goal. And, you know, they're thinking beyond just what's happening in one season. They're thinking of, and then the next season, and then the next season after that.
It's a little bit of a forecasting, right? Like, plans are everything. Plans are nothing. Planning is everything. There's a little bit of something
Measure
there.
twice, cut once, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a carpenter, but if I were, yeah, I don't think that helps us here in any way, shape, or form. Oh, look, we're back. Yeah, so we got coming up what is going to be Nuke. It's not really a series designed currently at its current iteration for FlyQuest to be doing anything miraculous at this point. However, on Nuke,
look, if it's possible to do anything, Nuke is maybe CT side. You get to do it if Vitality kind of troll some calls and you know, think that the series is over before it actually is. Look, you just come off a 13-2 win on your opponent's map pick. You're going into your map pick, your best map, and you know, you could get ahead of yourself. You run into a force by stack, and then you kind of grief your economy a little bit, but you know, that's it.
Yeah, and really and truly, if you win more than 2 rounds in that first half, you are immediately set up for more success in the second half, which obviously leads to you potentially winning the game, which we'll find out after this break. It's FlyQuest, it's Vitality, and we're down under in Melbourne. We'll see you on the other side.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Team Vitality come through with a dominant win on Anubis. We head to Nuke, we head to Map 2, and we head to a chance for FlyQuest to bounce back. It surely can't get worse. 13-2 for the hometown heroes, just trying to make it to playoffs. Vitality say do it through the lower bracket as they look to extend their streak to 17 Series 1. If they do so, they'll be matching up with Astralis back in 2018.
No, I mean, here's the thing. There's kind of no surprises in this game thus far. Vitality looking really good, as you would expect. Everyone knows they're the squad to beat right now. They're the team to beat. You can see it in the rafters, up in the nosebleeds. Everyone knows. But this Vitality squad are the top dogs, eyeing up a grand slam here in Melbourne. And so FlyQuest are just another obstacle that they have to move past for that big goal at the end of it.
They're shoving them out of the way. Oh my god, ZywOo and Rops, terrifying twosome back on this T-side pistol. They got 4 between them last time. They're looking to do the same.
He has flashed through. Last second retake attempt out of FlyQuest. Inzam Regali making it happen, but there is that annoying fella, ZywOo, left to get past, and his dualies stick the landing. You've always got faith in those ZywOo dual Berettas.
Yeah, I even thought for a second maybe he dropped back sight, looked the wrong way, and recovers with no issue. The fastest clicker in Oceania, it's ZywOo. Three kills, easily done. That was a nice try for FlyQuest, considering they lost the sight, played retake with a flash. Time was always going to be the issue. And you're always going to take the option to force in a spot like this. Oh my god.
Okay.
That's not cool.
Oh. Finally, about time. FlyQuest now, you're saying, all right, cheater's dead. We can do this.
Wait, they've got another one.
Oh,
Are they queued
these
together?
boys mate along.
Walking out upper is the perfect move here for Vitality. In's getting back in position. Ooh. Oh, that had to be a kill, really. It still could be winnable in a 3v3. Regali sends him packing. 2 beautiful scout headshots. Puts Apex in an impossible 1v3.
1 HP, 1v3.
Oh. It's actually a good save.
From the world's oldest gamer. He's not going to attempt it.
That's a massive round for FlyQuest, right? We always say winning round 2 is better than winning round 1, especially if you lose round 1, but not always. Just getting... Not only getting guns picked up, which they don't really do, they get 1 Galil out of that, but breaking the money, putting Vitality back down to $1,400 on the loss. It's like nightmare scenario right now for Vitality. And those are really clean shots for Regali as well. So that complicates this game a little bit. Apex sets up ZywOo, he's giving him the AK. It's a true leader. Knowing what a star can do. He goes solo outside. Only downside of this is if ZywOo does die, no one picks up his gun, but he makes it to secret without a single bit of information. Sure, the call will come in. They could be downstairs, but do you really believe that call ins? Doesn't look like he does. What an incredible timing hit by ZywOo. Oh,
and then he rounds it out with that. It's a wild way to finish off that timing push.
Here they come.
He's now dead down at lower. Bit of help from Regali into the ramp room. He's got to land some more clean scout shots. His job's not done after that second round. He's at least slowed them down in at ramp. Now the backstab arriving. Bomb hangs around to try and fight this. Mezzi decides eventually to run away. Rob's able to withstand it for a moment. Leaves this now just on Netic. 1v2 laid out ahead of him. Toughest opponents yet for the guy. And a big ask.
Ooh.
Gets past ZywOo. Now just Mezzi left to beat. This would be a nice way for Netic to open this second map, but he can't get past Mezzi.
That's rough.
The Force by Wars pick up as this one goes back and forth.
Yeah, the logic behind the cross is, hey, no one's throwing any smokes outside, so Regali starts. I don't know where he was looking. He was like back CT red. Maybe he was assisting on A at the beginning. ZywOo just hits that immaculate timing. And I'm surprised after he gets down lower, the FlyQuest aren't ready for the ramp crunch. They know they're against pistols, but they like pull off of ramp at the worst time. So relatively simple round for Vitality, but with a clean entry and all that control down lower, makes it look easy. Repushing Secret as Apex departs. He tried to fake it. Now FlyQuest know. Knowing's half the battle, Harry. The other half is the battle. Oh. Done pretty well.
He's content with just the knowing. Or re-smoked at the door. That's annoying if you're Vitality, and now you've been blocked. ZywOo stopped them all from going through. Change plans. Taking a leaf out of Dexter's book. Down towards ramp they go, and right into these SMGs. Liaz getting chased down, but it's still a lot of damage. Here's Regali, supposed to be able to keep them reeled in. Can't find anything. Instead, it's just that one dink. Flames taking a bit of space on this MAC-10, plays up close in at the ramp, but couldn't make up his mind, didn't know where to look.
I don't think he was ready for them to just run at him there. He was looking to his teammates to figure out, what nades they had, maybe make it cool. Just thought he'd get a bit of respect. But FlyQuest, I love the chase there. They keep the pressure on the entire round. Always pushing, and I think that's just, you've got to make Vitality uncomfortable. If you're ever going to win this game or make it interesting, you can't play the most standard, safe, passive CS. You have to catch them off guard.
Let's go!
That's a great example of that happening. Vitality kind of in the washing machine right now, just getting banged around. Head on metal. Forcing back and forth. But keeping it interesting still. 5 pistols make it down Secret. And only info play for Vexite. So let's see what the protocol here is for FlyQuest when they see this push. Oh, they're going to chase him.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Just a blanket of bodies absorbed the shots off that MP9. Still, the pistols doing a lot of work right now for Vitality. This shouldn't have been close.
Whoa.
Oh, another one out of Flames. His Deagle delivers. This was a 5-on-3 for FlyQuest. Up against just pistols. Now left hanging in the balance. Apex getting aggressive on this M4. Can't find his footing. The Flames' aim's been true. Got them into this post plant. Can he keep the good times rolling in for Vitality? He's got Rops left alongside him in the site. Playing the long game. Flames low on health. Feels like he has to make a move.
Perfect.
Good timing on this push for Flames. Takes that space off of FlyQuest. Rops gets one more. Netic, desperate times, calling for desperate measures. Tap on the smoke, but the clock decides it. He can't win this. Vitality pull up with just the pistols, and they walk away with the round.
It's really even hard to blame FlyQuest there for taking those fights. They just get obliterated by Deagles at long range. 5v3, sure, but those kills came so quickly. Vexite did so much. Look at that! Like, what? Vexite did so much damage.
Mustachioed villain Flames with the Deagle as well.
Yeah. Nice try. But not meant to be, and it's a horrible round to lose. At least Netic is playing well right now. We're seeing some good individual moments. 8-2. Maybe there's something brewing here. It's very early game. Vitality still don't exactly have the money. Look at this. 3 MAC-10s, they go storming on that top site. Oh dear.
Don't want to lose track of this.
The chaos in these rounds.
Every single round has felt like it. The chaos just keeps coming, and thriving in it is FlyQuest.
Apex out round.
Get this down to a 2v2. Mezzi going to try link up with Apex. Who is all the way in hell.
Wild reset for Regali. Look at his roots.
He's looking for him. He's looking. As it's all gone quiet, feels a little too good to be true. That is one hell of a mystery pieced together by Regali, and Vexite's read this one. He's already down at lower.
Let's go.
Back and forth we go. This pendulum to start the second map continues swinging.
It's little moments like that where you realize, God, Regali's got a great understanding of high-level CS, right? We've seen him trained in the European online scene. Like the awareness to not just leave heaven, but to be aware that we haven't seen one player all round. Where could he be? He's walked ramp to hell back outside to flank main. That's such an insane route for Apex, and Regali's ready for it. Okay, I did not expect FlyQuest to win back that force
so
buy.
mad because both teams are very much earning these force buy round
absolutely.
wins.
Like that's Netic dying with the AK first in heaven. Vitality get 2 entries upper, and then FlyQuest send it right back. It's a very hard round to win. On a top site hit as well.
Let's go!
Zaiwu, Hero, AK, pistols for everyone else. And once again, just like what was required from Vitality to win the last force, Zaiwu's going to take that AK out into the yard. This time, not looking across with it. He's got the rest of the team in tow. They want to scrap, they want to skirmish and fight out in the yard. Maybe they could look to get a gun from this as well. But Mezzi falls early, Ins never re-swing. Zaiwu doesn't get his chance to strike on the AK yet. Oh, there it is!
This guy's a freak of nature. I don't know how he does it. I really don't know. I like the death POVs, though. Really puts it in perspective. Oh, God. Rops is lurking out. He's just going to take his timing. No? Okay. Tucked in. Liaz dropping lower. So Robs doesn't have...
Come on, Robs, you haven't been watching lobby. You know there's a gap here. You know there's a gap, and there's no yard control for FlyQuest. You know that they might do that. They take lobby away, and Robs gets shot in the side of the head. And that's a big problem for Vitality. They know that with lobby control taken for FlyQuest, they're likely walking into numbers actually in the site down at B.
Is this it? Is this the first 2 rounds in a row of the game in round 7? Is it FlyQuest getting back-to-back?
I mean, Flames' Deagle still going. Apex looked pretty sharp with the pistols. You got a hero gun for Zaiwu. Vexite doesn't have his. And another important thing to remember, didn't turn around. Shot in the side. They find Apex at least. Here's a plant for Vitality. Zaiwu's got to provide cover. It's very cramped, very claustrophobic. But the Flames D keeps on thriving.
There we go.
Flash in for Flamesy.
Yeah.
Double flash at that. Deagle strikes. Goodbye. It's just Regali. And in amidst the madness, Vitality carve out another round for themselves.
Oh, this is entertainment. This is what we come here for. This is what we want. Unbelievable match of Counter-Strike on your screens right now. A heartbreak for everyone involved. The pendulum swinging back and forth. And the money on the line in every single round. That's a 3v4, 1 out. I mean, at this point, there's no point looking at mistakes and little details.
No, I mean, there's a lot of chaos in these rounds, and both teams have been the benefactors and the ones getting screwed over by it, right?
Dude.
FlyQuest in some of these rounds in the chaos, they found some great success. In other times, it's all come up for Vitality. This one's on a knife's edge. It really is like a pendulum. There's witchcraft at play.
Yeah.
Vitality, they're now the ones with the chance to try and convert 2 in a row.
Surely it happens now, right? Because last time they had 3 Mac-10s. Now they actually have rifles. If Flames is Deagle, he should just play with Deagle only. He's been destroying them. But this should be Vitality. Back-to-back rounds. FlyQuest had their chance. Again, they make it down secret. Blocked very early. FlyQuest not playing around. They're going to go around the world. This is a recipe for success for Vitality. There's not the weaponry to stop this kind of play. That smoke makes it really claustrophobic, but breaking it confirms that FlyQuest weren't making a move. And okay, that one falls short, but Vitality get the space nonetheless, climbing up heaven.
This Regali Scout has been at the backbone of these Force by wins for FlyQuest. I'm worried he just dies with nothing. Oh, he heard the jump up. Oh my god, he's really heard it now, Mezzy.
Oh god.
Come on, bro.
In the smoke. Whoa, he hit it.
Oh, he did hit it. He did find Mezzy.
3v2.
They also let him have flames up in the heaven. They've spotted Rops on his silo. And then I'm going to face him on his milk crate throw, and he'll have to hop on down.
A lot of info for Vitality nonetheless. Time into the crossfire.
Too strong here. This is dangerous. This might be another Force by win. Vexite brings it down to a 1v1. Ins versus Rops. 15 seconds, and Rops has got the info. Smoke now deployed. He's calling Ins' bluff. He doesn't believe he's going to come through. Doesn't believe he'll be a threat here. And with him not flying straight up that ladder, closing the distance, instead, Rops has an open runway to finally win 2 in a row for Vitality. Both teams finding success on these 4 spies. And that success hinges on a 1-dig from Ins coming through. Rops just isn't giving him it. It's not giving him the fight, not giving him the chance. And so there's nothing for Ins to do here. It's not decided in the chaos. It's not decided in some tight fight. It comes down to time. Time decides it there for FlyQuest. Vitality take 2 straight.
The flex are just full reload off the tap, telling you, I know you're not on it. I have won this round. And it's always got to be Rops. I can't believe he even smokes the vent to let Ins go up. That's a player who's so confident he's going to win the post play. He's begging you to push up, knowing what that smoke will do is at least delay you swinging. You're not going to run through the smoke. You're going to try and play it smart. That lets Rops plant. It lets him pick a position. It lets him play his game. One of the world's best. And I got to give it to FlyQuest to be able to go back and forth, toe for toe, tit for tat in this game so far has not been easy. But now the Vitality have finally broken them. Actually, they're going to buy, aren't they?
And they should buy. They killed everyone. They got out with a gun.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, they're going to buy. Okay. I mean, it continues.
In a way,
it continues.
The Force by wars haven't actually stopped. It's not the usual win 2, win the Force buys.
We've never had a 4 buy round, by definition.
No.
Okay.
Oh, they're going fast. Into the ramp room. Think found, but space taken. That's what Vitality wanted here. There's still a lot of fear in this round for Vitality. That battle to break through the forces continues raging on, so they're going to group everyone up over here at ramp and hope that just through sheer numbers they're going to be able to brute force their way into B. Regali here. That's one of the 2 M4s in the round already down at lower. He's got Liaz to help him out close range on this SMG. Smokes will nullify the M4 for now. And Liaz gets deleted. This is good util, good pacing on the sight hit out of Vitality. We said that the Chaos has served both teams well. Vitality decide they don't want any more Chaos. It's put together with the util down. They have just knocked a hole in the door, which kind of screws Flames in this little cubby.
They smoked that hole. And FlyQuest save. For the best. So, I mean, that round comes down to Liaz in one of, like, the 2 positions he can be in, because they've mollied and smoked everything on B. And Mezzi just finds a hard entry.
Dude, this is so cooked. We're not going to have our first full buy, V full buy, till round 10 of the game.
Are you going to count this next one?
No.
No.
Because it's not.
Well, it is round 10, next one.
I meant round 11.
Yeah.
Round 11 of the game.
Okay. Technically true. Is this where, let's see, this is what I said a couple rounds ago. Like I was setting it up. Is this where Vitality just run over this map? That's the worry, right? Like FlyQuest have been, the pressure of this back and forth just gets broken. And then Vitality just pick up steam. Don't be surprised if 3 is all they get. That being said, we're seeing far better look at things from FlyQuest than Anubis. A lot more options available on Nuke. Okay, Netic. Oh, low on ammo. Or he would have had that second, it felt like. Apex gets tucked in. We got a lot of low players here for Vitality. Careful.
All a bit of posturing, it's fine. They're going down lower. And so this is the save out of FlyQuest. Liaz and Regali just too far away to capitalize on all that damage. So it's going to be 1 buy round in this game. In this half. In a whole half.
That's actually pretty crazy.
It is wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that buy round's coming up next. If FlyQuest don't win it, they can say,
hey, we never had a chance.
Yeah, we literally played 1 gun round. And I would say that fair, actually. I think that's astonishing, but it's true.
I mean, they
and
also
not even
had...
like through any fault of their own, really. I think every buy was fully understandable.
No, oh yeah, no one made mistakes in terms of economy in this game, but, you know, on the flip side, just to... I mean, yeah, like they had 3 advantage money rounds.
I mean, true.
So...
But I don't think you can say that.
I mean, I am going to say it, so...
I don't think you can or should.
Okay.
Both teams had that many rounds.
Yeah,
and
true,
in the end,
true.
Well, I mean, Vitality had 4.
Yeah, but round 2 is actually harder than the pistol. Don't know if you knew that. It's actually way harder. Pistol's random. Round 2's all skill. And these are all jokes. This T-side for Vitality, no funny business.
Here it is, our first buy round.
Wow.
In the second to last round of this first half.
Big.
Oh. That at least feels good, right? You get to don an AWP, the only one you're going to get to have, and you at least strike with it first. Nice opening pick for Regali.
Knife and bend. Love that for Vexite.
It's your first round 4 out of the game.
You're playing with a knife.
You're playing with a knife and bend.
It's actually a good play, though. It's actually the best play in that position. Good nade. 5v3. What could go wrong? Basically nothing. comes with a lot of info. But there's a late player.
He wants more than info.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, they know all three are lower. 3 on 4. What could go wrong?
Zawu and Mezzi, the two left up in this, rotate for FlyQuest. They bring everyone over towards the ramp.
Oh my God.
That's really crisp. Mezzi's going to have to do a couple more of them, though. 20 seconds left. He's going back for the bomb. Hoping the plant can give him some salvation here. Oh, you madman.
I love it.
And Merriman's going up the vents. Oh, now they realize they left their behinds open. And it's exposed them to the Heinz bean. Mezzi. 1 versus 3 rolled out in front of him, but he couldn't finish the job. Vitality have to let that one slip on by, and FlyQuest's first rifle round cooks up a storm.
Sharp shot from Netic. To put that to bed at least. It's something here for FlyQuest. And honestly, a 5-round CT side, not too bad if they can squeak it out. Oh, it's a flick. Oh no. And he didn't have a smoke.
Yeah.
That's unlucky. Good deep molly for FlyQuest gives him an advantage. Apex is making a play here. Regali. Tucked in. Wait, he's in secret. Excuse me. Apex gets all the way around. They have no idea. Inns almost finds out the hard way. Oh, that's crazy.
I think Apex is even feeling like this is weird. Eventually will get run through. The Regali Orb now makes its presence known. Locked in this fight onto Flames in main. Oh, Regali chases ahead of the flashbang. Inns will look to lock it down. It's just that guy. Annoying guy Zawu left to beat, and Liaz will walk over him. That's 100% of the 4-buy rounds coming up in favor of FlyQuest to see them through to 5 on this CT side. in what was already a rough matchup here for FlyQuest. Things have had a weird turn here on map 2. FlyQuest actually put up one hell of a good fight. It's a great showing for the kind of next generation of the Aussie players in this squad, with Vexite and Netic topping the charts alongside Regali. Romanian powerhouse in FlyQuest. And they won 100% of the gun rounds. But they're still trailing behind, Hugo.
Yeah, the maths doesn't quite make sense, but neither did those first 8 rounds. So let's just take it as we go. Apex with a smoke shot. One makes it down the vent, but the bomb is stuck in upper. The bomb got lost in the middle of the A site. Diaz kills the ramp flank. That's something, but there's more where that came from. And this is all a recovery mission. Good patience for Vexite onto Apex. And a 3v3 ensues.
Not to be confused with Vapex.
Or Excite. I'll take the door back into A.
Sounds like 3D Max players. Here we are, Flames with the backstab.
Of course.
Oh, that one's free.
What a reposition. You're not clearing that. No one's clearing that. Flames drops back in. And wouldn't you know it, down under. Next side. Ouch. There's just no getting past these guys.
Kill one blind, Yink one. They didn't know what they're doing.
Apex is flexing. And we have I was going to say Felico, but do they buy to keep up with the tradition? Probably shouldn't.
Heaven, side, and maybe round.
Heaven is good. Nice, nice.
It's sad that they don't force.
No, but they
it's
actually
fair.
want to play some rifle rounds, so that's understandable.
Apex, now's your time. You've been kind of riding in the sidecar in this game. But there's his chance to stat pad a little bit.
And this is, yeah, the game's on this, really. It feels like gotta start strong on your gun rounds.
The Apex influence is rubbing off on Flames.
Which part?
I just noticed, he's growing the mustache now.
A lot of facial hair.
Could have a similar haircut if he just slicked it back.
Okay.
I think he wants to be Dan. Something to think about.
Yeah. I'm thinking. Can FlyQuest think their way out of this hole? They might have to shoot their way. Really late smoke, and for Flames to still be here is unexpected. Let's see how Netic clears this, moving outside on a fake. Meanwhile, his team preparing ramp. Flash to clear close secret. I like the combo here for FlyQuest. It gets a man down. Just got to worry about this late play for Flames on the backstab. Meanwhile, Rops meets him on ramp. He's committing. He doesn't need to because Zywoo's got 2. There's Rops on the follow-up. And in the meantime, In's back of the lobby, gone in an instant. Netic also got found by Flames on that flank, so not much to talk about here for FlyQuest. Team vitality built different. What's he shouting?
I heard that. What did he say? What are they yelling? Also, feel bad for Rops here. It's always the way.
He got his one.
When they.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Sleepy man. Getting a bit too easy for him right now. He is so creative. I'm just so shocked that no one can match him. No one's...
It's not even close either.
No, like who's the second best flamer, you know, in the world, in Counter-Strike? Who's the second best? I can't... No one even comes to mind. Cadian called the Mongols noobs, but we didn't like that, did we? We didn't like that.
No, I mean, fair enough. It was extremely unprofessional.
Yeah, they're trying their best,
pocket,
man.
And they are trying their best.
This is a sweep on the eco, and I like the fly quest. Get one more full buy, Harry. Just like the first half. 2 gun rounds in the game.
Carrigan said some good lines.
Oh,
just in
Carrigan,
terms of
yeah.
like, the one that really stood out to me was when he was playing big, and so he started yelling at them in German.
Ah, yeah.
And like, props for that.
Oh my god.
Oh, straight out they go. Flame's only good for one. There needs to be a bit of support here in the top side. Players making it down the vent. Robs will stop it. Oh, Apex wasn't ready for the timing. Regali double opener. But Robs has the bomb in the vents.
Oh my.
That's a big problem. And with 14 HP split between Inns and Regali, Liaz is probably the one feeling the pressure to make the play to get this bomb back. What do you do? Robs has it in his cave down here at lower.
This is the right answer. They're not risking it on a vent drop. They're just going to trade out. That's the goal.
You got to go into Robs' house. You got to go into Robs' domain. Rops runs these streets down at lower. He even lets them make a play pass to go and get the bomb. Liaz needed that, and he will pick it up. Crisis averted. FlyQuest in this for one more round. As they will stick the landing in there. Return to the guns here on this T side.
Reassuring. Getting very scared in that position that Robs is about to do it all. As FlyQuest tried to put up a fight on the T side. Oh my, peeking before the smokes, and Netic got that on a fadeaway. I think he was running.
I think this game could actually end up tightening up a bit as well, right? Like that last round, that felt like a quintessential Robs clutch round. It felt like it was laid out ahead of him.
That's it.
But FlyQuest didn't crumble, and now, you know, these 3 individuals from earlier are still looking real sharp. Netic sends us a poignant reminder of that with this 3K down in lower.
He shifted into that 3rd kill. That was not a kill. Like he wasn't ready for that fight. He walked into it. 6 shots for Netic. I really want to see that first on Zywoo. It looked like he just did a fadeaway running shot, but the other 2 were very impressive. Down B they go. No one here, no one home. Vitality should be looking to save. They've got money on a couple of players. A full buy in the next. Keep the pressure on. And yeah, hey, it's closing up.
It feels dumb to read into a failed 1v3, right? We agree on that. Just in principle.
but don't do it. Just there's got to be another angle.
I'm gonna. Let me build the angle. Okay. But the 1v3 is a part of it. I just think that was a really nice time for Vitality to have put a bow on this game. Robs is in a powerful position. He's the clutch factor for this team.
Yeah.
Kind of his whole thing. And it didn't come through. But that's fine. It was like the first, and not the one you're supposed to win. But now you've also taken a dominant L in this follow-up rifle round where one guy decided the outcome of everything. And it weren't one of your guys, it was one of their guys. Netic with that beautiful 3-piece down into lower. And this was already a fairly tightly contested game, what with the force buy wars till 11 rounds deep in the first half. That means this scoreline is already fairly close. Vitality are on this CT half where money starts to become a problem the longer this drags on. And so I'm worried that so quickly this can feel like it closes up for Vitality. And you shouldn't be getting worried. For some reason I am. FlyQuest have just been hitting really hard here on Nuke. And they're playing with real composure on this T side.
I mean, that's an unbelievable round for Netic, so they stay composed if he can keep hitting shots.
Jury's still out. They could win this force buy right now, but if they don't, they're eco.
Anything's possible. Fast upper hit and a random timing because there's no flash, there's no warning for Vitality. They'll find out by eating bullets. 3-on-3. Far from a done deal. Apex creeps up the vent. Waits for his time to strike. Missed Molotov in the heaven. Allows Vitality to play on a faster timing. Liaz needed to stay alive there, or Apex's path to resistance is back up. He does get found, but gets a dink off in the process. 2v2 now. Got to get on that bomb. There is no kit right now. Can they find one in the site? There's no time.
10-second stick with Rops covering. Is that really the best option here? Tap on the bomb. Rops rewarded for that first. Inns can't get past him.
Oh, I think they thought he was on it.
It's a defuse grabbed, round robbed.
Oh,
it's close, but Vitality have still got this comfortably. 12-7 and 5 chances to walk this one over the line. It's a shame for FlyQuest because they feel like they did the hard part, right? They got through the A-hold. They got that bomb planted fairly cleanly. They had Vitality on the ropes for a moment. All those, pushes and prods getting traded cleanly for FlyQuest as well, right? Never letting a good deed go unpunished, but it's Rops with the cover that makes all the difference. Zywoo also smartly, not getting on that bomb, giving it a tap, knowing that they didn't have a route to get out through the hut, so they have to swing wide and clear that from the door. And so now they run it back. Another top site hit. This time, though, Vitality are ready. They're not caught off guard at the pace of this round. They don't know about Vexite. The Mezzi's killing everyone else. And Vexite's missed his golden opportunity. He doesn't have that element of surprise anymore. It's this same duo, Zywoo and Rops, in another retake for Vitality.
And this time they've got a kit. Time is not the problem. Rops on the reset, so Zywoo's going to run around. It's going to look like lobby main. Rops is playing super late. Zywoo has the kit. He's the one who needs to get on this bomb. Rops needs to kill ASAP. Zywoo making noise, and that's a kit lost in no man's land. Rops goes quick, gets one from the top, but he's headshot by Vexite, and this game stays alive. I thought FlyQuest threw that away when they played before Vexite. He got out back sight. No one knew. And then his team start running out upper, but I guess he said he was blind at the end there. Couldn't really call it himself. But FlyQuest just about stay in this map. Oh, some frustration here. Not out of the woods yet. 4 chances, but these rounds can be the most lethal. Contact on ramp, and not really the gun for Robs. He's got a FAMAS, sure, but headshot angle. That molly does nothing. They jump out. Robs gets 2 kills. That is more than he bargained for.
No, that was a disastrous molly. If anything, it did them a bunch of wrongs because they weren't checking the angle that Robs was in. They thought it was clear. They thought the molly would have displaced him and pushed him out into the open. It didn't. So he gets away with the double kill. And now just sits back and hopes that the rest of his teammates can walk this one over the line.
They fake and they're going back upper. Are you serious? This is a ballsy move for FlyQuest. I don't know if Vitality will be ready for it, but Apex is looking very curious right now with that AK pickup. They deliver him the bomb. Netic with a trade. 2v3 now, but the penny's dropped. Vitality know what's up. Zywoo can win this map.
Yeah, with him locking that in, this might be all over, all said and done. It's a damn good try from FlyQuest, but it might die here. Up against this low buy round, Flame seals the deal, a clean 2-0 for the top dogs of Vitality. They're the ones coming into Melbourne, chasing that Grand Slam. They play like it, playing like favorites throughout. They don't break a sweat. For FlyQuest, sure, they field an L here, but I think in a way, this was a win. They pushed Vitality to their limits here on Nuke. It was a far closer game than you might have expected on the offset, especially with how the series started. There's some promising signs in here for this new look FlyQuest squad.
Yeah, definitely some good moments individually as well. Fnatic was exciting to see him play the best team in the world and get off with some nice rounds in there. It was never meant to be for FlyQuest, but maybe a lower bracket has something in store for the hometown heroes trying to make playoffs here at IEM Melbourne for Vitality. There's no denying that this team is ready to take that Grand Slam. Who's going to stand in their way? 17-match winning streak for Team Vitality.
17, just one number right after 16. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Vitality on an absolute tear. It was a 13-2 on FlyQuest's map pick there in the first of the series on Anubis. Didn't quite get started. Almost a failure to launch over there in Anubis. We went to Nuke. Things were a little bit tighter, but however, they are just too hot to stop at this point. It's Team Vitality 13-8 there on Nuke. And ultimately coming up, that's right, Saw versus the Falcons. So I will see you on the other side, and I guarantee you want to watch for that one.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Final game of the day on the A stream side of things will be Saw taking on Falcons. I've got Golden for a few words ahead of the series. First of all, just obviously, unfortunately, want to be reflecting upon the MRQ. You guys lost out versus Ents there. What were the biggest takeaways from that? Now you've had a little bit of time to reflect.
Yeah, we had some time to reflect. And just from the matches, we fell short in a lot of, like, you would say, maybe count them as the easy rounds or a round where it's we have the better buy, like the anti-force buys, the some advantages. Just the crucial rounds, we were not good enough in those.
How is it dealing with, missing out on a major as a coach versus as a player? Because I imagine, a lot of the players probably look to you for a little bit of, that energy, remotivation, kind of resetting mentally. How have you been dealing with it?
It's been hard not to be in the same room and not be able to stand behind them. So that was very stressful for me, but also you kind of have to work in a different way. You have to kind of prevent stuff from happening, or at least make some plans. If X happens, then we have to do Y, and those kind of stuff. Yeah, that's basically how it's been during the MRQ.
Final question. Obviously, you get to face Falcons with m0NESY just joining the roster as well. What do you think about them, picking up m0NESY and finally having that Nico m0NESY reunion as well?
I think it's going to be a really good, fun match to watch. They come off from a win in PGL, and now they're united. I feel like they have a lot of momentum coming into the match. And yeah, I mean, they got m0NESY now as well, so they have a really strong team.
And how confident are you feeling going up against them?
I mean, I always say this, any match we play or any match I've played is always going to the mindset that you will win. If you don't, I don't think you will even have the chance.
Very much looking forward to seeing it go down. Thank you so much for your time, Golden, and good luck.
Thank you.
Bucharest, PGL Bucharest. Bro, you were dead on. The tournament started pretty horrifically for you guys. Like, the vibes didn't look 10 out of 10. You were raging in some of the camera shots, bro. We all saw it, you know? And then suddenly, you go on this insane redemption arc journey across that tournament. You were 0-2 down, right? Like 1 BO3 away from elimination. Turn it around, run into the playoffs. Bro, I mean, I know there was the whole change happening and whatnot regardless, but does that do a lot for, like, you guys individually to know that you can bounce back from such a rough start and go on to lift a trophy in a tournament you didn't feel like the favorites to win anything in, bro, and then you end up walking away with first place?
Yeah, I mean, this, as I said, the way we won the event, the way we came back, it's just super important for this team. Like, we are still a young team, and to have this mentality and the fighting spirit we had is just super important for going forward with this team. So, I mean, it took a lot of effort from everyone on the team. It was a truly team effort that we managed to come back, and everyone was... Like, we kept fighting no matter what we tried to, even though when we were like down, we were losing, like we still tried to find a solution. You know, we were like down 0-2, but we lost the first map as well in that last best of 3 that before the elimination. So like we kept fighting, we kept addressing the mistakes. Like we were hoping we were gonna click at one point. You know, it would be very embarrassing to go out of the event 0-3. So it was a really team effort, and then he also helped us a lot with his experience and putting us on the same page. So yeah, it was just a crazy event. It's just unfortunate that it wasn't in front of the crowd in the playoffs, but yeah, to top it all off, just winning against G2 in the final as well is just like...
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
Okay, we get to a really fun part of the evening, one featuring that of Saw and Falcons, a fresh look Falcons, and even a fresh look Saw in some regards. I want to go ahead and welcome you out prim and proper over here to the Intel Extreme Masters, live from Melbourne here in 2025. I've got Josh over here. You might know him from many places. Used to rage a lot at the game, and now he's just over here raging with me. Josh?
I like how you said Melbourne there. It was
Melbourne.
Very authentically Australian of you.
Yeah, you know, this was the first city I ever got to come to in Australia. This one right here was with Cloud9. We came all the way over here to lose 2 best of 3s, and that was that. It was a pretty awesome experience. Neither the here nor now. Isn't that right, Josh? Thank you for smiling and smirking your way through that. Let's talk about what is the Falcons versus Saw in the game and here in an opener for Nico.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Falcons hot off of a win. They get to bring in Monazzi into the team. Obviously, used to play with Nico for a long time. Lots of success there. And they had a head-to-head even. Falcons versus G2, the grand finals, where Monazzi didn't really have a great game. So, you know, what were the circumstances, though? Well, Monazzi's team was kind of not that great at that moment. And Nico, I think, does a really phenomenal job on the CT side, calling and the mid-round rotations and everything. I think this is going to be a pretty good pickup. And Falcons is going to look a lot better now.
Yeah, and you know, for Dexter, you know, kind of gets that MVP, they get that trophy, yada yada yada. Monazzi's coming in. You know that Monazzi's coming in. If you're Dexter, you want that billboard event. You want to keep your name up there. Obviously, you want to keep your name on the block and for consideration with other teams. For a guy like Monazzi, though, Monazzi coming into the Falcons, let's talk about some of that storyline and reuniting the two of Nico and Monazzi.
Yeah, I mean, they've been together for a while. There was a big thing about, I mean, there's so many discussions going on about how, you know, G2, they could have kept both players, Nico and Monazzi, but then once they let go of Nico, there's no way that Monazzi is going to stay. And we're kind of seeing how that plays out. You know, Dexter did a phenomenal job, and I think from the get-go, he probably knew that his time on the team was going to be limited. So, yeah, why not go out with a bang? He did a really good job, got himself the MVP, had a really good all event. But looking at kind of a player like Dexter versus Monazzi, Dexter took a lot of risky plays. He got punished for it, and over a bigger sample size, he wasn't as consistent. Monesi, though, you look to him for reliability, consistency, and that high-level output just time after time after time.
Yeah, and a pure example of activation would be that of the Monesi Nico project. While they were playing together in G2, the G2 thing for Monesi on his way out, okay, yeah, G2's also got their own problems. They don't need to catch a stray today, Josh.
Sorry. It's just so easy, though, the low-hanging fruit. Yeah. We all go for them. I've been at the receiving end of that, so why not give it to the G2 as well?
Yeah, let's why not do that as well. For the side of Falcons, you look at how much firepower and how much, dare I say, potential almost to a degree, but I don't know that potential is the right word anymore. It feels like some of that's coming to fruition.
It's all kind of like take it day by day because we've seen Falcons. I thought that they were going to play a lot better earlier on, and then somehow they just fumbled it, and then they come around, they're starting Bucharest 0-2, and then they turn it around and win the whole thing. It's like, whoa, where did this come from? So now the question mark is, are they going to continue that form? Is that kind of their peak? But where's their floor at, and does that change with this roster addition? And is Saw going to be a team that pokes a hole into that, and can we see them, is Falcons going to stumble?
Josh, let's just clear up some of the fake news that you spread here earlier today. I think now it's time for you to really see the way of your error and tell us why Saw is the fourth in line to come here.
So, Saw, basically, they were extended an invite. I thought it was flag. Look, made some mistakes, did a little bit of fake news. What happened was they go to G2. G2's like, no, we're going to have issues with maybe getting visa in time. Maybe they knew the Monesi situation was going to be happening ahead of time. They decline. Astralis Furia, they say, no, we can't go, don't want to go, whatever the situation is. So it falls down to Saw. And basically they have this event. They have an event next week in Mongolia. And then that's it. They are on like a 2-month break because they lost the RMQ, which means that there's no major on the table for these guys, which means that once, next week is over, they don't play another match basically for a couple months until the player break's over with. So they need to go swinging here.
Yeah, and that's not exactly how you're going to get your points if you're not in the server, right? I think that also needs to be stated. That's also very important. Not so much as just, yes, your team's going to need practice, there's going to need to be preparation and sort of keeping the train moving in the right direction, but these VRS points aren't going to make themselves.
The VRS points are a really big deal. I mean, obviously at the start of the year, we saw Imperial Valkyries making it to tournaments, and if you fall out of the VRS, it's going to be very difficult to get yourself back into that. You need to go really big at some specific events. Maybe next week they're able to crawl their way back because it's all based on like prize pool and everything. But it's a real prospect for some of these teams that are going out in last place. They will get delisted almost. It's like if you don't get even make it to the quarterfinal or something like that, you can easily be replaced.
Okay, so do this for me then, Josh, because if we're talking about some of the Saw results there from Pro League, is there anything to detract from that? Yes, they had played a lot of Counter-Strike here. They had a lot of roster motion, so to say, in that moment. So what do we get from them at Pro League?
They bring in 2 new players. They go to Pro League. They have a phenomenal Stage 1. I think they go 3-0. They plow through it. They're going into Stage 2. They get Na'Vi matchup in the first round. They win that series. They're thinking, oh, wow, maybe this roster changeup is looking really good for these guys. And then what happens immediately after that? They lose to Spirit. They get G2. They lose to Gamer Legion. And then that's it for Pro League for them. So what's next for them? Well, they have the RMQ. And then it starts BO1s online. They fall down into like the 1 and 2 bracket. They get Gamer Legion a rematch. They knock Gamer Legion out. They get that revenge, but then they lose to ENCE. ENCE doesn't even make it to the major. They lose in that next stage. So didn't qualify. And, they're on their kind of like last chances here going in. So even though they look so promising at that debut, it's just loss after loss after loss for these guys. And, maybe you want to chalk some of the online BO1 results to unlucky, but I mean, they need to do something. Otherwise, they're going to fall out for a really long time.
Bit of a curveball here, too, because we obviously had that privilege to talk to or hear from Golden, rather. We'll fly the Vetos on screen. This guy in Golden, okay, he's got a tenured past in the game. We're talking about some of the events that he's won from Malma, the DreamHack side of things. You've got different sort of things that make him a champion. So I'm thinking that he's got a bigger picture idea. Is that a normal approach for a coach to have?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be optimistic and you want to have this big, grand, long-term plan, but honestly, it doesn't work out. Sometimes a dream's just a dream, and, you know, Shia LaBeouf said, don't let your dreams be dreams or whatever, but I think...
don't let your memes be memes.
Yeah, I think for the sake of Saw and Golden, I think it's going to be just a dream for these guys, and we're going to see the Veto flying up here, and this is... I think par for the course. I think Saw chooses between Train and Nuke usually, and then one of their worst maps is Dust 2, and their permaban is Mirage. So the punish pick from Falcons, they usually go Nuke or Train, but it's like, oh, if you guys are going to pick it into us, we're just going to pick Dust 2. So I think this should be a pretty easy wipe for Falcons, showing that this is the debut with Monesi, showing keeping the form up from the last event. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I do see where you're going with that, Josh, but ultimately we're going into the game. So thank you very much for your time there. We have Nuke, Dust 2, Inferno, we have Falcons, we have Saw. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is Monesi over there in that Falcons jersey. Take it away, gentlemen. I think you have a special guest. Is that right?
Yes, we do. We do have a special guest. I mean, we figured for a matchup like this, Nico and Monesi reunited, why don't we bring out a big Nico fan?
Well, actually, Harry, I know how much glazing you do of Monesi and Nico. I saw the lobby, right?
Yeah.
So someone had to come here to balance the scale. Someone has to be here and criticize the Falcons, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, you're right. No one's doing that these days, Yanko.
No one's really
criticizing the Falcons. That's all the people want. Let's give it to them. But yeah, debut for Monesi and Falcons. How long, Yanko, till this is the best team in the world?
Oof, could be a while. I mean, but the way they played in Bucharest, albeit after the first 2 days, and especially in the playoffs, you know, they play like a team that can be a contender. And sure, the field of teams might have been different, but I mean, more in the way they set up their game and they approach it, right? On the T side, it's a lot of defaults, good momentum changing calls, right? Set calls to change the pace. CT side, they were much better. You know, you go back to that grand final against G2, it felt like every post-plan situation almost, you know, Falcons came out on top, whether it was a retake or them defending the bomb. And those are usually good signs for a team.
Well, here we go. Debut of the new Falcons roster versus a Saw that actually surprised and impressed in Stockholm. We're going to see if they can keep it up here on LAN in Melbourne. A late invitation here to Intel Extreme Masters. Saw on the T side of Nuke sending it.
Straight out into the top site hit. Nico, full blind. Monesi's made quick work of this A play. They managed to get the bomb down through the vents. Nico's heard this. And so rotate should be taking shape for the Falcons. Tess says, Nosy is the other two trapped in right here at ramp, and so divide and conquer for the Falcons. They keep Saw apart. And their strength is together. 5 alive at the end of this for the Falcons, with 2 from Monesi to open in his first round in the Falcons jersey.
Hashtag worth.
Yeah.
Plus 600k.
Yeah.
Plus 2.5 mil.
What was the buyout?
I don't know, you tell me.
2.5?
I mean, rumors
Couple
are
mil.
rumors.
So right now it's 1.25 mil per kill.
Those kills about to get cheap, I guess, pretty quick.
That would be a nice calculation at the end of the year.
Yeah.
You know, to see how
that's actually
how many is he going to rack up.
Start tracking it right now.
Just divide the prize winnings, I think.
Interesting to see Saw not go for a force buy despite the plant.
But they do get a scout. Story going to get given anything? It doesn't look like it, unless Nico comes up secret. Might poke his head out here. Story's just dropped off. Man down the vent. They know about it, but Nico unbothered. Just able to clean up outside. Ooh, P250 instead. Glock on B. Hello.
Don't know why this is feeling so stressful, but it is.
No armor, no nades.
Still get weird. Story certainly had a chance there, but departs the angle right as Monesi crept on in. Second chance at him. I know he's out here somewhere. They've dispatched Mutiris to try and find him.
This isn't going anywhere fast. That bomb is on Silo right now. 20 seconds. Ooh.
There it is.
Easy.
Already down a $500,000 per kill. He's getting cheaper by the second in a way.
I think this is such a brutal game to draw as your first of the event for Saw, right? Knowing how tricky those lower bracket runs are in this format. Going against, well, not just Monacy, but Nico as well, reunited in a team that just came off of a trophy. The stakes do not get more difficult for Saw.
And I was curious to see what they have planned for the first gun round, seeing how they didn't force even with the plant. But the Falcons with the aggressive play on ramp sort of put a spanner in the works, and seems like after the smoke they're still just going to go ramp. Nico has good nades.
I mean, they even hastily constructed the boost just to take it one step further. This ramp room turns into a killing field. And Monacy's the one still left standing. Mutiris has grabbed the bomb, but now is to embark on a 1v3, and he doesn't have lobby either. Slowly but surely he's getting pincered. And they're both on him now on this backstab. Monacy still on a flawless game. As he eludes capture, Kixan chases down the final kill, and that rifle round is kicked aside with no issues from the Falcons. And just a lot of nice, proactive moves in that first rifle round from them, right? They came through with this little aggressive move, as you said, Yanko, and then even throwing like a low HP Tessez up onto the boost. Just getting one more kill of value out of him before he's done in the round.
And they were so ready. 3-4 in ramp, right? Tessez, Monacy, and Nico at Hell.
I think it was unfortunate for Saw that no one was yard, right? Like they just wanted to throw outside smokes, keep, let's say, Nico and Monacy focused on that, breaking the smokes while they popped ramp, but they lose the opening guy, and then, well, Nico is ramp as well from the get-go, and Monacy was just hanging around Heaven, helping A at the beginning of the round, so he's quick on the rotate, and they get all the trades, all the information, all the frags. So not the best of starts for Saw. Couple of, well, one Mac-10, some Tech 9, some nades. Is this going to be some sort of a rush or an A pop? Let's see.
If it is that A rush, Falcons are ready for it. 4 strong in the top side to open. Fast rotate for Monacy. Gonna have to link up with Tessez in at the ramp room.
Oh no.
Not here in time, so Tessez got to drop on down. Getting hounded, getting chased. No time to get a fresh mag in. Hacker will find him. Nico already here, but takes one of the domes straight away. Doesn't even feel like a fair fight for Nico there.
Oh,
living on borrowed time.
He pulled nades.
Oh, Azuu, that's awkward.
It's a very weird,
very vulnerable position when they don't have control over that decon door. Earlier damage on an Nico might never get capitalized on either. 3 kills deep in the round.
That really feels like a round of what could have been. Agile pulling nades, Azuu planting for Nico. Very strange. And that was after they were gifted the entry onto Tessez, who's jumping in the open down ramp. Mutiris, though, on the B side of New Carry. Seen this one before, but not to be. Nico with 4 kills, despite being dinked before he saw a single player.
Just like Brolin dreamed of being an IGL, Azuu always dreamed of setting up Nico. And in a way, he did. 4-0 right now for the Falcons.
Yeah, it felt like the smoke was going to protect him, but the sound cue was just too easy for Nico to find them in that smoke. This is always like, this is like the coaches, Tessez doesn't have to hide. If he knows what the buy is going to be, he can just fall back immediately and play for time, use his utility to block them a little bit more. Granted, he did use the molly and the smoke, but Could have gotten dicey. Luckily for Falcons, it didn't. So now Story has the AWP.
Full smokes, but gotta wait. There's always a break. Nade comes in for Nico. Saw cross after it. Sirius makes it down. Still 3 in the lobby. This might be a fake back to upper. Falcons not very concerned about this B-bomb side. Just leave kicks in there for info. I say that. Nico's dropped vent. Bombs coming back outside late in the round. So Materis can't die. They're in a world of trouble. Nico trying to make that happen. Does do it easily. Oh, with the shadow as well. He had every chance.
Yeah, I don't really, other than Kickstand walking forward yelling, "I'm here, I'm coming." There wasn't much more.
No, what?
The Story could have had going his way there.
Nice, Daniel!
Unfortunate for Saw that, you know, Story can't get that kill. Maybe the round gets a little bit interesting. But the problem is, you know, the way the first gun round goes for Saw, it's kind of easy for Falcons to know they'll try to do something outside. That's why Kicksan was down already. That's why Nico goes down as well on timing, you know, and they were going to re-push together. And once they can't find the kills, so I mean, the round falls apart completely, but that's the problem when you have to play from behind. Your playbook is a little bit more limited.
You see him trying to cross again out in the yard. They will manage to get past on Mutiris. m0NESY also bringing out his first AWP of the game. Let's see how that Falcons m0NESY AWP be hitting.
Solo ramp while Tessus reclears from B.
That's 1 for 3 for Tessus, and he just looks to put a bit of distance between himself and these pistols. We'll get run through regardless. Nico now arrives down at lower. He's got m0NESY nearby to lend a helping hand. Nico, oh, looking real clean with it in this game.
He's on fire.
You were excited about the Nico m0NESY duo linking back up, but Nico is throwing down the gauntlet. He wants to be the guy we're talking about here. 11 and 2, m0NESY with his first death. Story just wasn't ready for a third player in at the ramp.
Can't blame him for that one, really. 2 kills on ramp, insta-plant. Trying to take his timing, but dude, yeah. Nico, rather, looking unbelievably sharp. Was playing great. You know, just to lift the trophy in Romania, but this is something else. Has not missed a shot.
Yeah, and already a second timeout for Saw. The first one was a little bit surprising because it was after the first gun round and sort of you pre-plan those rounds, right? Like when you talk about the game, you say, okay, if you're down 0-3, this is what we're doing in the first gun round. If you're up 3-0, 2-0, whatever the economy situations are, you have those rounds set. So using a timeout that early was a little bit surprising. Now they have to do another one. And again, this is where it gets a little bit tough. You tried this sort of a surprise play on ramp, didn't work out. They disrupted you with an aggressive push. Then you try to play more defaulty, go yard, go down secret. That also didn't work out, so it does feel like you need to win a round by playing a little bit more default before you can change the pace.
m0NESY had taken that shot. That might have been a double. They lined up for him in the door, but m0NESY spammed out. They don't know about Magisk up here on the rafters. He's in a good position to try and steal that all the way, but it's teeing them up for Nico to make his move. It's considered, it's thought about, and Mutiris will deal with him. Finally Saw get on the board.
Or you just call a set play and see how it goes. But a couple of really good entries in this one, and Falcons were more focused on outside opening. I think it was only Magisk on A at the start of the round. But it's all about winning the consecutive ones. You can see the money has dried up pretty much for Falcons. Those were some costly anti-ecos. So if Saw can win this one, they're right back in it.
Honestly, staying mobile. It's Nico on lower. Tesses just covers the ramp. Seeing a lot of ramp control. Oh, Story picks Tesses. This could be a round for Monacy if they keep going on this pathing, wrapping around the world. Cancelling the Heaven reboost. Monacy knows that there is a timing for them to get to hell. He's got to be cautious. Agile stops that lobby push. There's one more where that came from. Agist does hold the line. Monacy's pushed in as well. Oh dear. Close player is the one he's got to worry about. He sees both. Misses the shot. 2 entries at the same time. Falcons crunch lobby. They're both denied. And Nico had a great game, but 12 and 4 stuck down this B site. So I'm going to avoid him entirely.
And that's the benefit of having the op on the T side, right? If you're going up against rifles. Oh, nice. No.
Oh my god, he saved it.
Yeah. You know, you have the advantage with all those fights, and I don't know if Monacy maybe thought they were going to switch it up, and that's why he went ramp. But yeah, that definitely hurt Falcons outside. Tessus gets picked off. They know they lost all the art control. Niku can't do much. He's mollied off in secret, and you know, they sort of go for the lobby push. Had 2 players on A, had Monacy on ramp. And this is where just your players need to step up. Agil did great punishing that lobby push. And Monacy couldn't find anything from ramp, and now Falcons are on an eco.
We've also now seen 3 AWPs from Monacy, yet to get a kill with it. Waiting for that Monacy AWP to get activated.
Just a waste of money, isn't he?
He was great with the rifle on anti-eco.
Well, funnily enough, if he went to rifling, I do know an AWPer they could pick up on Falcon.
MVP level AWPer, actually. Simple, he's coming back. Smokes constrict these pistols. Saw make it into main. And all, despite the pretty dominant first few rounds of the Falcons, Saw have absolutely broken in now. Clean anti-eco. 3 on the T side. Nico, classic position here. But come on. This ain't happening.
Almost.
It's a matter of time. All right, Falcons timeout.
And this little streak will start with that set piece call into the A site, but now they find a collection of rounds on the back of it. You can feel that like restricted playbook you were talking about, the idea that when you're kind of playing from the back, you feel more limited. Well, the plays now have opened up to Saw.
I think this is where the mind games come in a little bit when it comes to the timeouts, right? So Saw now could just do something explosive and fast to change the pace, also because Falcons took a timeout, you know, but someone like Zonic could also call something and say, but first and foremost, you know, let's worry about this A rush or A pop, something that they know that Saw has in their playbook. You know, there were times you have teams with those tendencies, and you know, you would just call a timeout to prompt them to do that, right? And that's all the timeout would do, and it could work out sometimes. So let's see what happens here.
Bomb fast outside. Saw have done a good job of avoiding the timings of these nades on smokes, right? Throwing fast walls, but never crossing with them, unless it's materials alone. Ooh. Nothing worse than tapping with the spam. You feel like it's so much ammo to hit you. Monacy, first AWP kill. Bomb comes back up. Meanwhile, Azubu gets a key entry out ramp. That's a nice shot onto Tesses. Bomb is not ending lower. It's going around the world.
Well, they know Monesi's secret. That's why it makes sense for them to try and wrap and put pressure there, right? They have the AKs, they have the advantage. Looks like they want to split A, but still a little bit disconnected, and Kixan can do some damage from hut.
Especially as it's Zuu low on health, looking to walk into him first. That kill comes for free. Kixan's MP9 continues that path of aggression and will get stopped. Monesi, they knew he was down in lower, able to get up the vents, but doesn't survive long. Story was waiting all round long for someone else to move in out in the yard, and so finally gets rewarded. Saw starts storming the board here. That's now 4 rounds in a row. Money broken again for Falcons.
Yeah, trying to split the half right now. Dare I say they've got a good chance. Been playing solid, control outside. If not for Nico, this feels like it would be Saw controlling the game, leading. Nico hasn't had a kill in a couple of rounds now, so we're seeing what Saw are up to. This is not much in this round either. Monesi saving for Orb, couple of upgrades. And that's an easy ramp entry to send Saw out. Ooh.
A hero M4 on Kixan. But yeah, that last round, I mean, the kill from Azubo on Tessus, that was huge, right? Because it opens up the map a little bit more. Falcons don't have as much control. It's tough for them to react as well, based off of just that one kill. And we didn't see it, but the duel between Seot and Magisk was huge, because that was a 1v1 fight. If Magisk can win that, he can probably hold the site, or at least buy some time. But nice recovery from Saw in this half. They just needed to warm up a little bit, you know?
Full bender.
Had to wait the whole day to play.
Yeah. I mean, Story sitting top of the charts for Saw as well, when you think about the early misses you saw from him. Someone who was an AWPer as well, like when Saw were kind of at their peak, he was looking real good, but then we saw hit like... It was weird, he was always kind of streaky. Saw then had their glow up, he got pretty consistent, and then went back to being kind of streaky. When he is switched on, Story can take control over these games. And thus far, he has had more output on the AWP than Monesi on the other side. Let's see if Saw can shoot for 6 in a row and match what Falcons brought to the table to open up Nuke. Util out in the yard. They're going to try and cross with these smokes. Story boosted up on his AWP. Flame smoke dropped in. This outside take, they have to clear all these angles over at red. You got to worry about players having crossed. Story gets boosted up. Looking for that incision, but nothing is offered.
Super passive outside. G2 gambling on the upper site.
Yeah, Falcons.
G2. I saw Monesi and I said G2. Oh my god. Well, old habits die hard.
Bound to happen a couple of times.
Story. He's done it again. Squeezed a shot into Nico in main. Saw with this unbreakable smoke. Can cross into that A site. Monesi's looking for them. Timing into garage. He's aware of it. Has not found Story. This is all over the place. They're going to meet ramp, and fair enough. They've been beating Tesses to the punch, but he's already dropping low, and knowing the time is low, doesn't need to commit to this position. Monesi takes it up. He's missed the timing, and Azuwu won't miss that shot. Straight into the B site, straight into Tesses and Kixan.
Yeah, there is still this double setup here to give Falcons something to fight for in this round, but that's an awkward whiff out of Tesses. Now they learn about the double setup. They were hoping that Story could keep the porch light on in this top side play. Doesn't happen. Instead, the AWP knocked out, and now everyone looking on at Azuwu in an impossible 1v3. Falcons break that 5-round streak that Saw were on and win out this first half. Falcons holding a lead right now on Nuke, but Saw have broken through in a big way. It was a 6-0 start for Falcons here to open up on their CT side. Saw then embarked on a 5-round streak of their own, but unable to match up the Falcons 6. That one extra round going to be enough to tip Falcons over the edge here as now they move into their T half. That just brings the util, everyone else gets the armor. And it's very limited in terms of the utility here, so something a bit more stripped back for the Falcons in this pistol. Tessez, living decoy.
Oh. Go on, Nasuwu! How's he done that? 3 kills, Agile's there to help out.
That's us, guys.
Smooth, dually shooting puts Saw on a pistol.
Yeah, tough luck contacting into double Berettas on ramp. Tessez insta-kill and he's just there to create space with the jumping around. Didn't get the early trade, and that's the pistol for Saw and the eco for Falcons, so probably looking at a 7-7 scoreline.
Considering the initial lead for Falcons, it's a damn good recovery.
They will get to secret undetected. Someone will have to go down from the side of Saw. Either Azul from ramp or one of the A players down vents.
No one's moving.
Which is strange because they did throw the smoke, so you know they're not garage or anything like that. Could either be lobby still or they're down secret. Problem is, like, if you get down too late, they can take a lot of ground. They can come up close ramp, someone will be holding the vents, and then it can get ugly and dangerous, so let's see.
Gonna have to ramp retake here. The more the merrier
Also
in this
no
position.
kit, by the way.
Oh dear.
So like maybe this gets weird. Finding the first kill alleviates a lot of the pressure. And there we go. They're going to start to collapse down on the lower site. They've got past Kicksan. They've got past everyone. Tessez will get finished off. And so Saw...
I'm surprised they get down vent so free, right? You'd hope someone's either getting the knife kill in there or getting a close pistol headshot.
You know, Falcons are thinking like, damn, wish we forced.
Yeah,
you know, some extra utility, a couple of extra pistols and armor, and they probably would have won that round. But could hear Magisk still happy with the plant, get that extra economy, and everyone has AKs now. It was important for Nico, who did invest into a Deagle, so now he can get some nades as well on top of that AK and armor.
If I had a fucking Tech 9 there, I would have won us the round.
Oh, there you go. You called it.
Yes, indeed. But you didn't, Magisk. Live with it.
They've set themselves up for their first full buy on this T side. Falcons. No AWP. Smokes do land outside. And no one's in a hurry.
God, Smoke's lobbed on in. Thrown from Nico up close. Just manages to get across in a secret, but Saw, you know, you're aware of this with how the smokes were thrown, with the fact that a lot of resources were put out into the yard. You're expecting someone here. So they've already got a man down in at lower. Mutira's even smoking Nico off just to slow his roll. The rest of the Falcons still waiting back in the yard in the lobby.
Marcy doing topside util, backside molly, double flash. They're just going to pop up a Nico come back through main.
They want to do an A split. Tessez is also outside with Nico and no more smokes to block doors. So they're just waiting for that last smoke before the execute comes in.
There's the util. That's the sign to go for the Falcons. Quick trade onto CJ. Odyssey and Tessez both find success in that downtime as well.
Ooh.
And they knew Mutiris was down at lower, so they're not worried about him in the kill feed. It's a clean round for the Falcons.
Yeah, rough game from Tesses, but that's a huge impact round, his biggest yet. Triple entry on upper. 5v5, they hit that top site. Gets every single one.
Yeah, that one was just a little bit slow, too slow from Saw on the reaction, right? When Mutiris uses his smoke, and it did feel like he maybe used it a little bit prematurely, that's buying you time for some sort of an information play, for some sort of a reaction, because they're really unsure whether Falcons are trying to go down secret, whether, you know, they're maybe trying to work outside to wrap, whether it's just one guy and they want to explode somewhere else. So you need to figure that out while you have that smoke, because if you don't, all of a sudden you need to worry about secret, you need to worry about someone wrapping, you need to worry about are they trying to split B through ramp and secret. Like, there's too many things. So they ended up not being strong anywhere except, you know, a little bit towards ramp was where they were at, but it was too late and Falcons were already splitting A. Great kills from Tessis and round over.
Now with a golden chance to break the money as well. This could be Falcons, you know, suddenly having that second wind in this T side if they win this one.
Look at Nico.
It is a lot of room for him to have. Just ran with the smoke straight away. Didn't anticipate Saw would bring the fight out in the yard.
They're definitely expecting Falcons now someone to be B because of how much pressure Nico put quickly, but they're going for the lobby crunch.
Magisk waiting for this. He gets out with the first. Tesses holding on a heart, but that leaves a bit of a gap over towards the door, and CJ collects one kill for free. There's the helping hand. Kicksan dropping off a T-roof. That frees up Falcons a hell of a lot.
Yeah,
Nico with all this room out in the yard.
They're walking the ramp smoke.
Yeah, they know where both players are, right? So Agil got a kill on the push and Azu as well. Nico heard them. So ramp was the proper reaction from Falcons in this situation. It feels like now with the bomb planted, the Saw players will just have to save. Important kill from Magisk on the hold. Kickson as well coming down the ladder to react. Nico going back up secret to help out, understanding that the reaction from Saw was going to be that lobby crunch. Could have gotten a little bit dicey, but they come out on top. And now it does feel that even with these saved guns, has to be a half buy slash eco for the remaining Saw players. And Falcon still only on 9 rounds. You still have rounds to play with.
Well, they want to make a bit of money here as well. Tess is running the MAC-10, maybe something faster with him at the front. I know these guns were saved out of the round, so still some resistance here. And yeah, Magisk beelining for the vent. Tessa's exploding, leading the charge into this ramp room. Story couldn't get far enough away, and with Magisk holding on for these rotates, there's not even a way for Saw to get players lower. Falcons have decided this one for you. You're saving. It's done.
Yeah, nice call for this round as well. Even though there are 2 guns, the way the economy is, for Saw, you know they're not really going to invest. Like, they have to eco on the remaining players. Even the players with guns are not going to invest all that much. So almost no utility in play, and that makes the vent dive a much safer prospect. So very clean round from Falcons. Let's see what the adjustment is from Saw, right? So both gun rounds, really Nico putting fast pressure Secret and running immediately. Secret is what was the main trigger for everything else that happened in those rounds. So does Saw try and do something aggressive on yards? Story does have a good spawn. So we'll see what the call is from them. Tess is still on that Mac 10.
Fast and loose. And
Starting
only two
to try the
helmets.
main pick. No, he's crossing red. He ran main at the start. Ollie went in, and so he decided not to even bother. Instead, takes a deep line outside on this AWP, and there is that hunt for Nico. Story even getting out, living to fight another day. That's a big win for Saw. Five v 3. Smoke's going to start to fade as well. So even doing anything with this control out in the yard is tenuous at best for Falcons. It's become a bit strung out here. The AWP slowing them down. Smoke's now having faded all these angles opening up. This one's going nowhere quickly. The limited util they've got. Kixan tries to put up some sort of buffer, but it won't be enough. Mutira's on the swing, out from Garage, keeps it clean.
Still got it.
Yeah, fix your mic.
2 rounds behind. This is still a very close game. Falcons had a heavy lead early on. They did the same to start this T side. Saw staying in it. Remember, this is still a team that came into Pro League and took a BO3 off of Na'Vi. Saw have a lot to prove this season, but they've shown us a strong start. A win here would be something else.
Falcons now anticipating that Story isn't going to make the same play twice. Working towards yard again in numbers. Mag is Kevin leaving lobby, but they got so much information with that ramp push. You can already see 2 players down vents. Story in windows.
They threw an extra smoke. They did the standard wall, and then they threw like the other Na'Vi smoke, and that allowed Nico to cross into Garage. And Saw, as far as they're concerned, they just threw standard smokes. They didn't realize. So Nico's got right behind enemy lines. Headshot into Story, climbing back up heaven from the outside. What a cool little gimmick for Falcons to get deep control. And sure, maybe you realize you lost Silo, you lost Lobby, but you got heaven, and you're about to win this A site. No one home.
That's the spot. They know that Azuwu is still floating around in the lobby. He's going to knock
shoot.
Tessez out on the cross. How much is that going to entice Saw to go for this? Mutiras adds another. Honestly catches CJ on the pathing up through the vent, but it's still Azuwu in the lobby, causing some issues. He's teeing up his teammates here with util as well, trying to help them out and springboard them into this retake. Nothing happens. Mutiras seen back in the lobby now. They know about him in this 1v2. And no one's keen to go fighting him. Why give him the chance? Why give him the opportunity? Mutira is just looking to hang around and stay alive. Get out with this rifle. Takes more to the grave with him. A punishing round, a costly round short. But a victory for Falcons nonetheless.
Yeah, getting all the kills is actually pretty valuable. Saw know they already had the money, so they're just trying to set Falcons up for failure. Either way, rather, Falcons 2 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick in this series. And I do love that little trick for Falcons to get Nico into Garage, walking through a smoke.
Him winning the second fight with 30 HP was huge. Really opened up the map for them. And yeah, a lot of it's just been yard, right? In the rounds where Nico was able to get secret or in this round, Rap, it forced either reactions from Saw or he was just able to find round-winning openings. And in rounds where Saw had information what's going on outside or was able to find entries of their own was where they were able to actually convert. Just the sole gun round for now. And you know, this is where again the mind games come in. Considering that, you'd think, okay, Saw will have to put a little bit more focus on yard, right? Like that's what's been hurting them. So this is where you maybe see Kixan call a pace changer. Or on the other hand, you know, Falcons just continue playing default, but strengthen their protocols on yard, right? Expecting some aggression, some sort of a play, and make sure that they can punish anything that comes their way.
Free smoke on that molly. Lets Monesi fight in front of the door Molotov. Doesn't see anyone in main though. Stories are starting secret. Against Nico, let's see if he can find just the cleanest headshot here. He's quietened down a little bit. Nico's still jiggling every conceivable angle, and he's so ready. You could just feel he was going to win that. An utter BS kill for Nico.
He's feeling very dialed in, isn't he?
Why is he taking the orb? Is the AK not enough? Gonna go check silo. Oh, fake molly. Azu hangs around. They think he's run away, but the cover is good. Even on the nade pull, Nico almost re-peeked that. Low health with the orb. Might stick on it now. They've made it down the vent. Falcons are all here. Sale, can he stop this? He is the only player in position to do so. And he's so preoccupied with Nico. Free plant. Nico just turned into a living decoy and might have bought enough time for Saw to not consider this round. They're going to kill him. But they're too far out.
And Saw is going to go for a save. Just very disappointing, right? Because that was the counter. Story going secret with the AWP was designed exactly to punish this type of a play from Nico. They get the correct read, but Nico still just out-duels them, finds the kill. They're able to get the kill on ramp as well, and a pretty straightforward round for Falcons. But at least for the side of Saw, they built up enough economy where they can have a pretty good buy.
He just knew it was an AWP, just the way he's peeking. He's not even like clearing everything. He's jiggling to make the AWP shoot.
I mean, you can imagine if you're Nico, if you know one thing about this game thus far, it's that you've been very annoying out in the yard. And like Yanko said, it's sort of a nice way to try and cancel him out, right, is to put the AWP there. Great read over the game from Nico in that previous round. And he'll go back to harassing the yard even more.
I think you can see the reason why they're not really trying to change the pace that much with set calls is they just feel, you know, you're the better team and you can sort of outplay them.
Creeping.
I mean, also, like, these yard smokes have been a big part of the mind game between the squads, right? It's 4 smokes going down in the yard in most of these rounds for Falcons. And so Saw are never really sure what that means. It's a lot of util to commit. Everyone's doing it now. But yeah,
crazy.
You know, you see 4 smokes land in the yard, 2 sets of the wall. A lot of the time you think that's enough to, yeah, let's drop lower. They're going to use that. Falcons did it so much. Saw never know what those smokes mean. They never know the true intention behind it. Might all end, though, not with Nico offering up heroics out in the yard. Instead, it's this fight for Magiskin at ramp that's opened up the B play. Kit is away from Saw. They didn't pick it up. And so they just don't have the time here. Caught scrambling. Falcons shut them down. Nico putting on a masterclass in what was meant to be a day for talking about Monesi in his debut game. The spotlight shines yet again on Nico and what he's able to do in the Falcons jersey. That's map 1 going their way. Saw now have to try and long this out over the rest of the series.
TP ramp, towards ramp.
Nothing ramp yet. Yeah,
They're pushing
secret.
That's secret one. I'm gonna leave. Just hold scout, okay, Emil?
Step back.
I think I can beam go main.
Pushing secret. It should be nothing ramp. I'm rotating to heaven.
They open the door, guys.
Op secret. Only one.
Heart is open, okay, Emil? I'm holding heart.
Two secret out. Two secret coming. A lot.
Nice.
One more up. Dead. Last
Love you,
one.
like. I have door.
Nice, boys!
Take the op. Ramp out. Two ramp with bomb.
Two down.
With me, guys.
Secret dead. I'm hiding top side. I will wait for you.
Sound.
Two ramp. I'm waiting now.
Stay like.
I pick on you. They saw me come. One dead.
Come Main dead. Come
Heaven.
He's sound. Going up heaven. You can pick on guys.
I pick on you.
Give me.
Nice!
Nice.
Important round, boys.
Fucking nice.
Let's go.
That's good shit.
Nice. Kill him. I will molly double. Break the windows. Break the windows. I will molly double. And I will do guard.
I'm only deacon, guys. I'm only dark, okay? Shoot molly, my chance. Shoot molly. I'm holding deacon, boys.
I'm gonna plant, okay? Do guard. I hold single. Windows.
Windows is good.
We need some space, boys.
Emil, can you flash
Guys,
double?
I can flash double. Yeah, call it.
Flash.
Flashing. Single. Deacon out.
One double. Single dead. One double.
I have deacon
Two
still.
double. One more double.
Ramp dead.
Double us.
Nice, boy.
This to reset for this tournament so quickly?
Well, it's hard, but we need to look forward because right now this is a very important tournament for us. We have another tournament in a row, so we can change the past, but we can change the future basically. So we're gonna try to do our best.
You guys have had up and down results this season, making playoffs at Cluj, right? So what do you think is key for you to be able to potentially make the playoffs here in Melbourne as well?
Well, I think that we need to try to find our A game or at least play decent. I don't have the right answer. So if I have, we will do it. So I don't know. It's just try to find a bit of consistency. I think that our team it's playing good on LAN. I don't know what is going to happen on this tournament, but we kind of feel more the energy and more comfortable. So yeah, I just hope that we can do a good tournament.
Your first game is going to be up against Falcons, who are coming off of a tournament win and also now adding Monesi to the lineup. How do you go about preparing for a team like that?
Well, it's always hard because you don't. Of course, they can change a lot of things, but they're gonna have new stuff, and with a new player, I think that Dexter and Monesi they are not the same at all. So in terms of preparation, we can't prepare so much. It's more about trying to find what we want to do and try our best. So, but yeah, they come with the right momentum, I would say, and we just need to try because, of course, we are the underdogs, but we need to have that will to win, and that's what we're gonna do.
We heard Seot say this is the best team atmosphere he's ever been a part of. Is it just that Portuguese charm, that you have going that just creates the good vibes?
Well. Maybe, I don't know. I think that our team, every team since I came to SAW, I think that we always had a good environment and everything. So we try to welcome everyone as a family, try to feel them good. So I think that's the key, and I'm glad to hear that they are very happy because we are trying to do that.
All right. Thanks, man. Good luck in your game.
Personally, I love the way that Yanko walks off, says good luck in your game with that. What I can hear is a smirk on his face. But, I guess it is a perfect time to remind you that the Falcons have secured the first map of that series. They do it 13-8. Nico is all over the place. And so far, so good in the driver's seat. Josh Nissan.
Yeah, I mean, Yanko is just a happy guy overall. And speaking of happy guy, I see a pillow is covering up a little bit on the front side. Are you excited?
Yes, I am excited. Even welcome back. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. Thank you for the tee up there. I do appreciate that. That's Josh. He'll be here for the whole event, and so will I. With the Falcons here, right? Are they riding a LAN high?
I think there's a couple things. They could be riding the LAN high, but I also think that we haven't really fully established where their ceiling and their floor is. So starting that last event 0-2 before they finally came back and won it, and even in the grand finals, 3-0 is the scoreline. But if you actually eye test it, it doesn't look super convincing. And I think we saw briefly in this game against Saw poking holes at the defenses of Falcons and seeing, hey, how low can they go?
So what you're saying is saw themselves. They sawed. Yeah.
They seesawed.
Yeah, well, I mean, not as much. What'd you get out of them on Nuke?
I think there were a few moments. I think it was like a 6-0 start for the side of Falcons, and then Saw win 5 rounds in a row on their T side to start bringing it back into the game. And you're thinking, oh, maybe they have a chance. And, you know, Falcons is a team that is going to, I mean, you hear Muteris talking about it as well. Muteris, sorry. And
wait, sorry for what?
Talking about how, you know, they have a new player, so they're going to be doing new things. I don't think that's actually the case. I think right now they're going to have the longer term outlook of, we got the major on the horizon. That's what we're actually preparing for. We got our win already in Bucharest. Now it's like we're going to slowly kind of just make the transition, get you involved in the team. We'll start adding stuff over time. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period, but the major is probably the next thing on in their sights.
The one thing that you really want to peak out, right? We had this similar conversation about Vitality and kind of peaking at certain times. How do you find that perfect time? How do you even get to define that in the first place? Kind of not something that's up to you as a team or a player. Nonetheless, for Saw here, kind of an expected result in the way so far that has panned out.
Hey, man, it's a BO3 for a reason, so always a chance to bounce back. But, I mean, you look at the map, you're giving Falcons a CT side of Nuke to start off the series. Like, what's going to happen there? But, I mean, the scary thing here is you're playing your worst map behind your permaban against Falcons right now in the map of Dust 2. So it's going to be very difficult for Saw to be able to do anything. But they're a team that has nothing to lose. They have this event, they have an event next week, and then they're done. So go out swinging.
Swinging on Dust 2? Because, you know, I mean, there's several instances of Dust 2 going well in the favor of maybe an Eco.
Yeah, well, look, if there's a map that Saw is going to do it on, Dust 2 is a great map for upsets, but Nico on Dust 2 is pretty gnarly. Monazi on Dust 2, Moneshi on Dust 2 is kind of gnarly. So right now you have to think Falcons is probably going to go and take the series 2-0. You saw for a brief moment, hey, wait a minute, something can happen on that Nuke game. So, you know, never want to just count it out entirely. But, I mean, we know probably how this is going to end, right?
We know probably maybe how. I mean, we don't know anything. Let's be fair. It is 2025, and vividly, I can tell you that we don't know as much as we think we know. Now, we're not here to get philosophical, but we are here to talk a little about Dust 2. So I guess within the current meta, what are you seeing out here? What's it look like on the forecast for Dust 2?
I mean, we're going to see a lot of these timing hits, right? Finding out, hey, are you guys long or are you guys somewhere else? Oh, you guys are long? Okay, we're going to exploit middle. Nico's going to walk out, do some funny things. Oh, you guys aren't playing long. Maybe they do a little bit of a fake. I see this Falcons team doing a lot of these kind of rocking the boat, right? Do a little bit of fake mid to B, fake A a little bit, get this like lurk going on. So we're going to see that. We're going to see Nico activated around that middle area. They're starting on that T side. Monazi's going to get that op going. I think they're starting on that T side. You would assume.
Yeah, you would think so, right? With it being the way the Veto pans out. I know you're a big fan of the Vetos.
I'm a big fan, though, of starting T-side on a lot of maps. I don't think it's caught on with a lot of teams.
Let's dive into that a little bit. Why would you say so?
Well, you saw earlier today, for example, people are starting to pick T-side on Anubis. You're maybe Inferno as well is another map people could go T-side for. But I think Mirage and Dust 2, depending on your team, obviously like the elite top teams aren't going to do that. They're going to play the advantage of the CT side. But teams that are, maybe not as good, they could use that as upset potential. Maybe they have more things to work with on that T side, working together as a team, than you would on CT side, where you're playing a little bit standard, but you're, head to head, each player can't really stack up against their opponent.
Very much the truth. Now, if I do tell you a little bit about where we are in the tournament, this is day one. We did just see Vitality pretty much crash out on top of FlyQuest there. That was pretty much the end of that.
Crash out?
Yeah, I mean, they like Crash Out Bandicoot. It was a game that we used to play. So Vitality netted themselves with Liquid, and now we're looking at the lower side of that same bracket of Group B. Nonetheless, we do have another map of Counter-Strike coming your way, and it's looking currently like the Falcons came here to play. We're going to see if they can continue that. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025.
is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
It's Saw, it's Falcons, and Dust 2 is where we're heading to now. It's the map pick of the Falcons, having already locked in Nuke. The Saw pick just moments ago. They're looking for a 2-0 to open up Melbourne, and they think Dust 2 can bring it to them. Nico was kind of the runaway success for Falcons in map 1. Want to see Monesi shining bright here on Dust 2 with that AWP.
I mean, this is already a great map for Falcons pre-Monesi, Yanko, so how much is it going to be elevated by this increase in AWPing firepower?
Yeah, it was pretty good, especially against tier 1 teams, although statistically they won like 3 out of their last 10, well 4 I think after the G2 game. But also one where it's easier to get Monesi up to speed, right? Not as complex in terms of the things you will have on your T side, so I think that might have played a part into Falcons picking the map. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, his AWPing prowess on this map. It's just crazy, his hit percentage on the mid jump, you know, for the CTs, feels like he gets a tag every single round.
Mid to B. And 3 here. Saw already.
This is what they're set up for, but it still gets awkward as the gap closes on the door and window. They get past the first few, but then things go awry. Hagel and Matira's quick work made over that B split.
Nice read, man. Let's go.
And he wasn't sure where to put himself, but I thought he did a great job. 2 kills out of Matira's.
I think he put it in a good place. Unfortunately for Falcons, couldn't get the trades on B, really. Actually, on Mutiris, who was just on default plan spot.
Nice, boys!
I didn't know where to put myself.
This was also the map when we saw play it at EPL. There was one game where the 3 Portuguese players got 9 kills and Seot got 37 and they won 13-10.
That was his pop-off game.
I don't know what happened in that game, but I'm going to keep my eyes on him.
If he anything less than that,
yeah, that's the
he
bar.
won't take it.
That's the bar now. The bare minimum. Honestly, somehow still alive. Should probably hand that bomb off before he gets hit by a flashbang.
Oh my god!
Right? Don't lose this. Though. You don't lose
my
this.
God,
they're both low.
Oh, okay. It's
fine.
It's okay, boys. Nice. Good job.
I want to just play a slow round. Let's do like
I think Falcons should probably play a slow round.
Nice one.
I have to wait a bit for the AWP to make its appearance, with Falcons going for the 3rd round bite. But guessing that they want to play a slower round anyway, they're fine with that. Double long take for Saw. Oh, and they didn't do like the long doors smoke that you lob over. They didn't flash, didn't throw 2 mollies. So, you know, usually you can pick up a lot just from the sound cues of the util over at long as to what the early setup looks like. Magisk wasn't gifted that because of how they took it.
Now they know one guy is long, they know one guy is stairs on catwalk. That's a meaty nade. They're piecing the round together, Falcons getting cat control, Nico taking some extra damage. Still one smoke on Muteris, one smoke on Agil on the B bomb site. It's looking like a A split. Coming in a little bit delayed from Falcons.
Zulu goes uncleared, still fires off early. Monesi, good for that trade, and that's an important trade kill to have picked up. It keeps the bomb out on this long side, ready to split into A once these short players can get involved. But the window on this is closing. Saw scramble bodies over. And through the smokes, they find success. It's only Nico left. First kill goes his way, but a lot further still to go, and no time to get it done, and he's got 10 seconds left. Nico can't win this. And so there's no choice but to just back off and let Saw continue racking up rounds.
And here I think just a little bit of a lack of patience from the Falcons side, right? The long players really need to wait before they peek, I feel like, towards the bomb site until that smoke clears on catwalk, right? Because Story doesn't have to worry about short. Here they're just double peeking towards long. Nico and Kixan couldn't really play because they were smoked off, so that impatience costs them the round. They don't get the bomb down. Nico has the saved AK, but that's all they have. And a couple of pistols. And that's really key in these A splits where you have 3 players coming from long.
Ooh. Bet on Nico in that fight. The AK is lost. They're trying to grab it through the smoke. Did it get moved? Maybe naded out? Someone's lost it. That is rather annoying for the Falcons. Magic's found it.
Short util, but they're looking like they want to get out in towards mid. They also still have this smoke on Magis. That's going to go down in CT. Give them the smoke screen to get across. Agil out the window.
Wow.
Lays it all to rest right there. With that 3K. You'd like to think this is safe for Saw. Well, Silence Tess says to seal the deal on that round. That is very well handled from Agil. Here's the guy feeling all the pressure. That mid to B's taking shape. The rest of Saw had fallen for it. And if anything short of that 3K, and the round was still fair game for Falcons.
Some things never change. I mean, that did feel like his fight. Falcon's going to up the pace. Quick long. Zulu here, he's been very sharp today. Hit some bangers back on Nuke. Oh, smoke shot. I don't know why CJ went back in. Felt like they were bailing, but gives them an entry.
Yeah, 2 of them were not going to be able to effectively fight for long, so sort of throwing his life away. Nico finds Agil as well. He's definitely going to push this now to see if there's anyone else in the bomb site. Get some information. The rest of the Saw players are on A, so this is most likely going to be just a save.
Well, the exits will go a long way.
I think they, at this point, Falcons shouldn't try to search for Saw players anymore. I think I always prefer it when you bulk up your economy before you try to pressure your opponents. you know, if Falcons lose the next round and don't plant the bomb, they still might have to just go for a half buy. If they had 5 players alive, I don't think that would have been the case.
Especially
and you know, this sort of a round, it looks like super boring and everything, but you know, Saw actually was kind of 4A, but you know, they're trying to simulate that they're going for long control, why they actually have players cat as well, because you know, the reaction from the T's might be, all right, we're gonna try to take, let's say, catwalk or short control without that much utility because they're not supposed to be there, they're fighting for long, right? But in trying to do that, a player dies. Nico was fast low. Ragel wasn't aware of that at all. Finds that kill. He was the sole B player and the round is over. And so won't mind that, but let's see in this round what the approach is. Same corner smoke comes in from Falcons. They're just repeating the call.
Fast down Nico. Monesi's dropping decoys in middle to try and get his cross shot, but it's Saw who use HEs to make it across safely. They know what they're up against. And with this long control, Falcons very committed. Nowhere else on the map. At least they had mid-control last time. This is going to force them to commit, and Saw are realizing that at this point. They have lower control. They've reblocked long.
Saw have been very smart in this as well, right? They kind of grouped and cleared mid just moments ago. CJ's now roamed down into lower tunnels as well, so they know that Falcons don't have control anywhere else. I know this has to be all in over at long. Flash to try and bring in one of these AWPs. They did displace Monesi for a second, but the shot just sailed on past him. Oof. Still though, this is far from comfortable. Smoke's down. Azuwu tries to play around it. Finds that opening and now disappears into this smoke. All of Saw up close in the sight, but they will get overran. It's only Story left. Jump shot. Won't attempt it. Instead goes fishing for Monesi. And lives to regret it.
Who was planting there? Someone just went for it when there's still a player in the site. That was...
Kixan, I think.
Yeah, chaotic. Comes out with 3 kills, though. I like that as well. Monesi was posted on plat, and they actually broke the smoke so he could pick the site play. Couldn't quite find it. Azuwu got his one.
A very frustrating round from Saw. I don't know if CJ maybe played a little bit too soon. Felt like he could have had a round from that flank. But he made noise. Monesi wasn't aware of and didn't expect him there. He only turned because of the sound cue, and he gets that kill. He can do a lot more damage. So felt like Saw had everything they needed to win that round, but couldn't really piece it together. And Falcons managed to break their economy finally. Nice little B execute. Bomb's gonna go down. And they managed to stabilize in this half, Falcons.
Classic anti-eco, just walk in B.
And Story still has enough money to buy an AWP next round. He even has Kevlar in this round, so just needs the gun. So we'll see now what the approach is from Saw, right? This is where, when you go up against a team like Falcons, you need to maybe be a little bit cheeky too, right? Like, do you just beef up your long take or long defense rather and make sure that you fight them now and don't give them long? Or do you enter the mind games and say, okay, they're not going to do the same thing again. They're going to try to do something else, expecting us to go long, and then you play for, maybe short or mid-control or something along those lines. I feel like that's what the timeout is for exactly, to discuss.
I also think like the long stack is a hard one to play without like telegraphing it too much as a CT, right? And you have a good understanding of kind of the protocols. Like if you're hearing bunch of flashes at long, maybe that smoke or the molly combo, like the double molly combo and the doors go off, that gives you a very good picture of, well, if they're strong here, they're going to be weak elsewhere, right? And then that's where you see some of these extremities players, maybe like a Nico on his lower tunnels lurks, look to come through and take space elsewhere very quickly in response to that. I think Falcons are actually in a pretty powerful position in this game now as a result.
And also they were fine in the previous round, right? Where they gave long. They just messed up a little bit in the final moments of the round. There he is.
Oh my God. You talked about it at the start of this. A terrifying consistency to hit those crossing players.
And stories like, Agil, just cross and tell me which side is he on. Is he left or... Oh, okay. I'm dead.
Smoke dome, in effect.
Bro, you can't smoke this dome. Like, Monacy will hit you through it.
Did they go B? 4 tunnel right now.
Certainly looks like it. They don't have to because of the time remaining. They have a lot of utility, but this is something that maybe comes from the preparation, the anti-strat, knowing that in these situations, Saw doesn't really stack the B-bomb side. And, you know, this is where it sucks for Saw yet again, but save is the correct option, right? Like, you just have to look at the big picture. The score is going to be 4-4. And also, more importantly, at this point, they lost 4 consecutive rounds, right? So their loss bonus goes up. So even if, let's say, you lose the following round and everyone dies, you will be able to buy. If you win the next round but then get reset, you will be able to buy. Like, that's the important thing here for Saw. The economy for Falcons is set. You're not going to be resetting them probably until the end of the game. So you're just focusing on, you know, trying to win a couple of more rounds. So it's only going to be guns versus guns, or you'll be the one with inferior weaponry.
Nice goal!
And it's a frustrating half to play for Saw, because some of the rounds revolved around long, and they played the one round correctly when they didn't have control, but in the end failed to hold the bomb site and then a bit too quick on the flank. And here, a guy dies trying to jump mid. You sort of make the wrong read in the 4v5 and you just have to save again.
Ah, sorry, man, I'm low. I've got to keep the AWP, man. I've been tagged. You know the rules.
I can see your HP, Nico. Give it back. All right. Relax. You just got here.
I own this
Who
team.
even are you, kid?
Didn't do much with it in the final last weekend.
Ooh. That actually would be a fire line.
Sick bird, yeah. Got him.
Just argue mid-game.
Yeah, please come back. I don't mean it.
Okay, all right. I'll just go mid, I guess. So now, you know, Saw is a little bit more timid, being like, guys, let's just try not to give an opening kill in the first 10 seconds and have long control. Now you have that. Let's see what the call is from Falcons. Only one incendiary on Mutiris. He's going to be using that once he sees some utility for Falcons come over. It might delay them just enough. Let's see.
Nico's played through the molly, getting ahead of it, but blinded on the cross. Out in the open, Story gets one for free. It's this late backstab of Magis, double lined up over at long. Story and Azuu's shot in the back. Jump making his play, but can't find his footing. Monacy's going to get rid of him, and Agil just left looking on at a round that disappeared in seconds for Saw. That backstab devastating this CT side. Even in rounds where long isn't the object of the desire for Falcons, it's still a problem for Saw. That was the one-man late take lurk from Magisk to stop that from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, I felt like maybe the focus dropped just a little bit. Magisk finds good timing. wins the duel against Azul, and then Story was low HP, just the spray transfer takes care of him.
And while very temporary, it was a 3v5.
Nice, Emil! Good shit, Hizo. Thank you, bro.
All the more important is that double kill out long. Falcons take the lead back. Want to see if looking for his mid pick once more. Oh, they're going to try it again, even with the break, or with the nade rather on the mid door cross. The Orb takes a peek. Did he see him? Yeah, Monesi ain't falling for that. Patience pays off. Nico picked it up a B. He got shot through the smoke.
Probably feels like just the frustration pent up for Story, you know, couldn't really activate himself in this half with the AWP so much, so he's really looking for that fight too much, so.
Worth noting that Nico had an AWP again in the upper B, peeking the B side. There are 2 AWPs going. It's like Monesi shoots his mid, then Nico, or vice versa. Oh, nice shot from Monesi. Brawl in middle. Whoa, kicks it. How'd he get that? Let's go! That third kill.
Tsunami, boys, stop doing tsunami for fuck's sake.
Stop doing tsunami?
Is that?
I guess that's what they have a call for it, you know. Probably to
just flooding
in a 4v5, just re-aggress mid. I think that's it, like trying to re-aggress mid the CT, and they punished him. They were expecting it. I think maybe, you know, if Nico fired off a shot, maybe that's why Monesi is just holding all the time, right? Because you hear an AWP on B, if you're Story, you're gonna try to find a kill on mid, right? Monesi is on B, but actually it's the real AWPer the whole time that's on B.
Show me these.
Kixon just got like 2 triple kills in this half, right? Yeah. Like in 2 gun rounds. I like Kixon is, if you're watching... Yeah, stop doing tsunami.
Yeah,
Hugo.
More people running at you, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's like waves coming.
Yeah,
waves,
yeah.
But I think Kixon is one of those IGLs that doesn't play like an IGL. He plays like he's a good player.
Yeah.
So he doesn't see him throw his life away for information really that much. And he's had some pop-off games, man, in this Bucharest run that they've had. Nico punishes the information play. See another 4v5, what the call is now from Saw. Story still has an AWP. He's over towards long. Heard Mutiris come back to A.
Oh, he missed him. This is a nightmare for Story. Can't even put his mouse in the right place.
Seemingly didn't know either that Magisk was that deep. Story kind of missing them on the cross. Mutira is desperate to hold on. But even in amongst this, Nico's making a move through the B site. Monesi holding down short. No route back into this for Saw. The only path forward for CJ is just battling through the catwalk. And even then, he's been smoked off as he rotates back. Nico lies in wait.
This was a 4-0 lead for Saw. They have just been knocked out.
I love that Nico, because I think it was him saying, like, I should have supported you guys there.
It's Monesi.
Oh, okay. But, yeah, bro, I don't know. I like how he played this. Kind of got that kill over towards long. He knows that they've been seeing him constantly in and around the tunnels. He instantly shifted back through T-spawn. Hey, there you go.
Finally.
It wasn't the Story AWP, it was the Mutiris scout that we should have been worried about.
Clearing lower, but these are force-bought guns. We've got Famises, we've got MP9s. Nico should have this fight. He's seen him. Clinical. 2 more on Cat, though. This could get weird. The Tsunami's back for more. Got waves up on short. They're flooding mid. Tesses taps him. Nico, well, not needed. Tesses with 2. And Bomb can join out long. Knife out. Kixon. Bit scary, but it's only a scout. And Team Falcons, 8 rounds in a row we're looking at.
And they're swinging this final kill. They want to fight him. They want to end this. Agil at range on the MP9.
Hey.
Will get dealt with. Nico's backstab puts a stop to it. That 4-0 start for Saw is a short-lived victory as the next 8 rounds come through for the Falcons consecutively. They're holding one hell of a lead, looking for that 2-0.
Another smoke here. Nice, boys!
Guys, good job.
Well, that's Falcons up in the lead, 8-4, looking for a swift 2-0 in this series. They've taken the last 8 rounds straight. Can they get a 9th? That would be the pistol picked up, and that would be like Dust 2 feeling as good as done.
In that first half, Falcons only got 1 more kill in the whole half over Saw. Saw also got, 9-3 in opening duels. As far as things go, numbers are pretty good for Saw, except the one at the top of your screen, 8-4. Falcons positionally better. In fairness, it went to B on a lot of anti-ecos. Just walked right in.
They'll be ready for this long hit as well.
Clean tap for Tesses to open, but his time is short-lived. Falcons have everyone here ready to retake, ready to go. Match has been spotted on that jump up.
So trapped. They have to fight from the site. Just falling in. Needed that second, and Nico helps him out for it. Just Story from afar. 1v3. And not really the gun for this either. Are they going to give him one? Does look like it. They're on the bomb. Cover needs to be good. Story's found a dink. One more shot. He can't connect. That's as close as it can get. Nico gets the stick. Falcons 9-round win streak.
I don't even know if that was necessarily a reaction from Falcons or just their pistol to sort of clear mid if they smoke it. Got the early info. We're in position to defend against that long push. And even though Tessus just finds one, Saw isn't able to gain any more ground to push up. Weren't able to find any more entries. And Falcons take care of it. Saw uses their final timeout on this round. For me, usually not a good sign because you should already know what you want to do if you force, right? So unless the plan was maybe... I was going to say not to force, but why wouldn't you if you planted the bomb, right? So maybe they want to change what they talked about in the halftime or before the game. I'm not so sure, but you know, you would have really liked to have that one in your pocket for later on in the game and for this to be just something that was predetermined. Let's see how this long take goes.
CJ first man in, flashes full.
Wow.
And wreck him on that long push. Rest of the gang was slowed down by the util. And so those attempted trades don't come till it's far too late in the round. That's really awkward. They get shut down hard on the long side. Burnt a pause to come up with this as well.
I love that they bail from long as well. They immediately take short control, re-clear middle as a pack. They just want to play it safe. They want to keep as many alive. Second sword across in. And that's perfect. Getting info from the smoke break. Monacy off for the ace right now. He's going for it. Get it. Not today. Oh, talk of an ace! Oh! Talk of an ace! One more bullet in that gun, and we'd be talking to stories. Blimey.
Could have gotten dicey.
Yeah, that's twice. Yeah, that's twice now. Story pistol round. One more bullet would have killed Monacy. Right there. One more bullet would have killed Nico. And he'd be in 1v1s.
With how exciting they've made some of these rounds, Falcons really are becoming more like G2. This is exciting. From the 2 HP defuse in the pistol.
Yeah, like, guys, don't throw this. I just killed 4. Monacy's fine. He's having fun. He's farming. Just don't give him the B plant, and we're good. Talking to you, Kixon.
Nice, we get money there with him tonight. I'm dropping in. Let's go, boys. Keep it up.
Is it going to be 13 rounds in a row?
The technical 13-0.
The delayed gratification 13-0.
Story is his AWP in mid. Monacy was taking the routing to try and peek from short fast on that AWP, and he's been blocked by the util. So for now, the AWPers won't clash. But someone's got to pay the price to figure out where the Monacy AWP lies. He falls on back and actually concedes his control. So short, or at least a bit of control over towards short, could get taken by Saw. He's not completely down and off the angle yet. It looks like actually Nico moves up to join him. He was waiting for that fight for a long time, and Mutir is apparently his kryptonite. They muscle their way in past Nico as well. That double stack on short unraveled. Now the bomb planted. Spot on Tesses on the long side. That nade just falling shy of finding CJ.
Wait.
Line up for Kicksan, maybe, might have to be. They're caught in this crossfire. It's only Agil left standing. Saw thought they had this round in the bag. A lot of time ticked off this bomb though. Kids coming in a little late from the catwalk, and Magisk has been found. There just isn't time for Tesses here. They needed that kit. They needed Magisk to win. A swing and a miss means there simply isn't time for Tesses to win this. And so Saw at least dodged that technical 13-0. But it's a drop in the bucket right now for Saw. One round. They need a bunch of them. That's going to be the start of a streak here for this Saw squad.
Yeah, Monesi won't be happy about that one. He's peeking on timing, expecting a flash to come in, not really thinking someone's going to dry peek that angle, but Muteris, in a way, pre-fires it and finds the entry kill on Monesi. Still gets dicey towards the end. Magisk just half a second too late on that flank. And Saw gets one on the board in the second half. You see there is enough money for Falcons to buy. That AWP gets dropped over to Monesi, obviously. And there isn't one on the side of Saw. I mean, their buy is really poor. I think almost if I'm, if I were the Falcons, I wouldn't take a timeout here because Saw is out of theirs. And this is a hard round for them to sort of figure out. But, just Zonic knows if they win this round, they probably won the game. And you want to get all your ducks in a row.
Don't slow the roll.
Take. Story bullied by the util, but he gets his revenge. Line up in the smoke. Story's double opener has started this one strong for Saw. Honestly, now takes a long sight line on this AWP. As the round slows down. Honestly, has three of them in a line. They're closing this distance. They're already up the ramp. He doesn't know. Monesi might just get shot in the back here. No, Kicksan spies it from far away. And now Monesi has this smoke to play around. This AWP is still a real threat. CJ could alleviate all this pressure right now, but nothing found with that smoke still down. They learn about him now. Spam misses its mark. Monesi given a bit more room. Finally shut down. And it falls to Magisk in this clutch. Great movement to get up short here from Magisk. Years of experience shining through. But can he read as well as he can move? Magisk out wide, deleted on the first turn. No clutch today. And the gap continues to close.
They didn't get the AWP at the end. They tried to grab it. It's going to be just about enough money to get everything right. A lot of casualties in these rounds for Saw.
Yeah, Saw didn't want to overcomplicate there, just went for the long finish. A little bit of a lazy call in that situation with the AWP in play, right? And them not having one to be able to punish any sort of aggressive peek from Monesi, but he misses a couple of shots and they're able to get into the site, get the trade, secure the round. We'll see now, Monesi, unless he finds a kill, he won't have enough money for an AWP in the next round. They've stacked the right bomb side, though.
Oh yeah, I think you're starting to get real suspicious. And that bomb is going to the other side of the map. They're going to group and try and chase down Mutiris. They've got this one kill out on an island in mid. Ding straight away. Zuu provides a much needed bit of levity there, catching them as they try to cross to grab the rifle. Magisk will get cleaned up, which is good. I don't need to see him do the short jump again. So he's done well to do a bit of damage there on the USPs. Still, Saw collect the round. Slowly but surely getting cleaner and cleaner as they go.
This is a little bit of a complicated round for Saw. No AWP on Monacy, right? So Saw has that advantage. I think they should just play probably default in this round. The pressure is on Falcons to do something because of the op disadvantage, so want to figure that out if you're Saw before you make any moves. So Story had the B spawn, so he went for the early pick, gets smoked off, doesn't do anything. It's going to stick around in B tunnels though and search after the smoke clears. They also have cat control already with 1 minute 30, so this is where it gets tricky for Falcons. They baited out the smoke from Nico on mid, from Monacy on slope. You can see Tessus kind of has to take this risk. Great push from him. They're going to block B. This is a good block as well to buy time for him on the flank. This duel is going to be really important.
And there it is, the classic. You knew it was going to happen. He holds it literally all round. And the second he looks away, that's when Tessus moves in. Still finding kills as Saw, and they've at least got Mutiras across here on a far-flung corner. Out towards short. Story adds another to the tally. Agil's up on the board now as well. Tessus can't catch his bearings. And this one gets pulled out from under the feet of Falcons. It felt like they'd done enough. But their feathers are getting ruffled here. This scoreline continues to close up. Saw are on one hell of a back foot here, right? It was 11 rounds straight for the Falcons. Now Saw have gotten 4 in a row. That was exactly how they started this second map.
Yeah, patience from Story pays off in this round. Mag is quick on the rotate. Story was holding mid the entire time with the AWP. Finds him. Then doesn't go cat, jumps down mid. Catches Nico as well. Some good shooting from Mutiras and Agil. From elbow as well. Find the kills on Monacy and Tessus, who are the A defenders, and even though they were in a 5v3, it was a little bit of a tricky round for Falcons. And it's one of those games where it looks like, you know, okay, we've won. You know, it's just a matter of time, and all of a sudden it might be 11-9 soon enough. See if Monacy can do something with that scout.
There's Kexon sending it top middle. I didn't clear the left properly. If he did, might have been a 5-on-4 instead. And M4 lost up top mid. Scout will finish the job. But Falcons winning this is unrealistic.
Tessus feels like he just mag dumped a guy and he didn't die. Catching CJ through the lip of the wall on short.
And this half is interesting from a macro aspect, right? I feel like if I'm Saw, I'm just going to continue to play default. Sure, if Story has a good spawn, he can peek long, he can peek B, something along those lines, but Magisk almost wins that fight. But because if you look at it, they didn't really put a lot of pressure towards B or do any B splits, Saw, right? So that's something that Falcons might think the switch up is going to come, right? If we end up in a 5v5 scenario. So even though they're behind in terms of the scoreline, Saw are ahead in this half, and the playbook is still wide open for them. You can see Monacy opens up towards that B bomb site, so that's the change up from the Falcon side.
He was just shy of spotting Agil creeping in. to the far right-hand side of the tunnels. The rest of SOAR have taken mid-control as well. And because of the kind of long focus start from the Falcons, and Monacy playing in that B site and not middle, they don't have the info as to how deep SOAR have got here on short. They have to be considering it.
Nico's in trouble. He's trying to set up nades, but they're already up and past this. Kicks and bails him out. Monacy's held down the B bomb site. That leaves lots of players on A for Falcons, and Kixon has somehow stayed alive in that Molotov. Will go back in for the swing. Tessa's by his side. And somehow, some way, Falcons may have been caught off guard, but they have absolutely recovered. 3-on-1. Story, he's had a lot of close clutches. He's going to need to complete one this time. Fate comes out, and no one's biting.
He had Tessez jumping up, but the spam comes through from Tessez. Great awareness there.
And it feels like Aigil had the drop on Monacy because Monacy is left on 10 HP but just couldn't connect on the kill. That's actually the first kill in the round. And Saw finding space but then fumbling a little bit on the speed up and get punished by Nico and Kixan.
First actual long take of this T side, and it's gone pretty poorly. Actually, no, sorry, same as last time. Monacy hits his flashes. The pop saw very late. Gonna walk out through the mid to B smoke. Magix is still looking aware this could happen, but it's only one man. And he's good for the job. CJ selling this fake. They go climbing up catwalk. Look at everyone biting down. Everyone is falling for this. CJ putting on more pressure. They cross through the smoke. They're pulling nades. Is that how it ends? Is that really how it ends? Maybe not. Agile 1v2.
It's a wild sequence to open up in this 1v4 clutch attempt from Agil. Getting full nades on Monacy as they creep up together through this spawn side. It's this duo of Nico and Monacy reunited in Falcons jerseys that have to close this out and stop the Agil clutch in its tracks. They manage it. Nico and Monacy reunited, and they find success straight away, striking while the iron's hot here in Melbourne for a 2-0 to open up their tournament run. And it is that duo, Nico and Monacy, finishing up top of the board alongside Kixan in this series. For SOAR, it's a close second map, a question about what could have been if that first half they'd converted some of those man advantage rounds. This one actually could have been real close. It's a damn good try, but not to be. This is Falcons with a point to prove that Monacy was their man, and that the 2.5 cool million they dropped on him was more than worth it.
Agree, Harry. I have to buy right into that program. Makes absolute sense, of course, getting the band back together. I think that's historically gone well for everybody. Josh, thoughts?
Look, when you have a winning recipe, why change it up?
Yeah, true. Like, if something's not broken, why try to fix it, right?
Yeah, we've seen that happen countless of times in esports and Counter-Strike specifically. And, if you got something that works, try to get the band back together. Obviously, with contracts and everything, things get a little bit tricky, but they found a way to get on the same team together.
And luckily, they found their way here, it seems, which is nice. Hello, gentlemen, and welcome. Wait, hold on. Try that one more time.
Trying that one more time.
Yeah, there we go. What's up, guys? How we feeling? The band's back together or what?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. Starting with a win. Wasn't pretty, but a win is a win.
Better to start than the last tournament you were at that you actually won. So, yeah, I mean, are things going? You guys are probably like eyes set on the major as like the long-term goal to kind of get everything smooth and operational, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this event especially is just like for us, it's just getting practice in. We had like 1 day of practice with him, so it's really not that much. So yeah, I mean, the reason why we got him before the major is to be as ready as possible for that one. And I'm still not sure even with with this if you're going to be fully ready for the major, because there's not really much practice days that we're going to have. But we'll do our best, that's for sure.
And I know that this kind of announcement came out in the middle of the last event, but I'm going to try to pull this out of you. How long were you planning on getting this band back together?
I'm not really sure. Like obviously, I wanted to play with him. Like as soon as we tried to obviously get him as well. Like when I also left the Falcons, but after that, I had no talks with him or whatsoever. Like about joining as well. Like I was focused on this project we had before, and he was focused on the one in G2. So I also got surprised by. Getting him this early, especially middle of the season. So it was not really like huge plannings, to be honest. It was just obviously I wanted to play with him, and I'm just happy that we got the chance to play again together.
Ilya, you get this smile about you sometimes, bud. Like sometimes you've got that sort of smirk, like this man. Yeah, like he's about to say something. He's about to drop a knowledge bomb on us. What is your side of this story, other than not wanting to kind of waste away at G2?
Of course, I mean, at the beginning of the year, I was like very focused to just continue playing without Nikola. I mean, I didn't know I'm going to join him, to be honest. But yeah, I was just trying to do my best in G2 when we got heavy gut, and but things were not working, and yeah.
Speaking of things not working, were there any? I guess I'm going to bring this out. Kind of like the choices to go for the coach and the in-game leader decisions, getting Taz, getting snacks, all that stuff we've been hearing things about. Maybe the org went against players' wishes or against recommendations. Is there anything you can talk about that?
I don't care.
You don't care? Okay. Fair.
I don't care. Just let me play CS.
Yeah, if only it were that easy. We could take a look at some of today's results. We're going to close the show with you guys. I know you have such a good time up here. So I thought that's what we do. So Nico, tell me a little bit about today. You coming into today, playing alongside Ilya again. Kind of like when you guys got back into the server for the first time for Prague. What was that like? Was it kind of like haha, hee hee, or what?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm very excited to play with him. When you play with him, it's just the life is easier. Like when you play, it's just everything it's just going with the flow. And this is why he's one of the best players in the world, and this is why I'm excited to play with him again. And even as soon as we started practicing, we could just feel that. Okay, now we are talking. Like now we can talk about lifting trophies. Like it's such an upgrade for us that is it's crazy, honestly. And when it comes to today's game, it was. There were nerves, there were pressure. Like we want to do good, but we still came at the top, which is the most important thing. But there's obviously a lot of work for us to be done throughout this event if you want to make a deep run. So just super excited to have this guy by my side.
The most important we won today.
Yeah.
If it wasn't pretty, the most important bit we won, and I'm also very excited.
This is what the day kind of looked out as group stage day one does come to a conclusion. You guys 2-0ing Saw there. FlyQuest continues to have a good time. And then, Mao's big. Well, I'm just saying it is what it is, right? So Mao's big, 2-1 out of there. The Mongols and Complexity. You guys have any thoughts on any of the teams on the screen other than yourselves?
I mean, I'm happy to see Complexity still playing good after the Bucharest.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had a chance to beat Mongols in this game, but unfortunately they lost. I think last map went into overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm happy to see them play good, and I think they can be a very dangerous team to go up against nowadays. And I mean, when it comes to other matchups, I think it just went kind of as expected. Maybe Mouse got a bit tricky there after the first map, but they had it under control afterwards. So I think all the favorites won in the end, and not much excitement today, I guess.
Yeah, well, there were some slow moments today. No lie, there were some slow moments. Ilya, looking at Group A, see anything cool sticking out off the page?
No.
All right, fair enough.
No, not really.
Gamer Legion still winning games?
Is Navi still playing?
No, they're gonna play now, I think. Yeah.
Map 3?
Map 3.
Oh, yeah.
Map 3,
No way.
Yeah, it's true. They are going to Map 3. They had to, I guess, battle back there in the second one, no doubt.
Yeah, I think the first one didn't go their way, and then the second one, I think they had a decent lead, but I guess they closed it out going to Map 3. We were talking about lifting trophies earlier. You guys went head-to-head in the Grand Finals recently. how much of that was like you knowing each other and like mind games of just knowing how Ilya was going to play certain opportunities, and just I saw you guys avoid him so often, like nuke T side. Oh, he's going to have an op. Okay, we're going to just do wall smokes and go lower, avoid him entirely.
No, actually, no, we didn't really have any prep against Ilya specifically. We just looked at them as a team. I mean, yes, I played in G2, but then it's been already like 4 months, so I think they also changed a lot of the things. I've mostly focused on how Jano is calling, and then like just me moving around with it. I think this is the only thing that helped me, but I also try to not focus too much the time playing against my ex-team, so I don't get too much in my head and like thinking what are they going to do next and like what they have and stuff like this. So I just try to focus more on myself, and then if I see something along the way, then I would say, you know, like watch out this, watch out that. But other than that, we just honestly played our game, and I think we were just straight a better team in that final, and yeah.
So was it a kind of a situation, this will be the last thing and then we'll get you guys out of here, obviously kind of a late night. When you say no specific preparation for any one player, tell me about targeting Snax' sites.
I mean, this was not the preparation against the Snax. This was just the philosophy that I know that he has, and I just kind of follow this. It's not like I prepare for him before the match. It's just like I see what is happening on the map, and then I try to remind myself how he's going to think in this situation. So there were a couple of rounds where I exactly knew what he's going to do, and unfortunately he didn't really change, and I don't know why. But other than that, it was not a crazy prep, honestly.
I mean, you could feel it like when we played, and for example, we were crossing secret, and they were every time like 3 towards B, or like you go around like they're stacking there, you know, and you could just feel like maybe they were reading, but we just thought like maybe they had some like more information during the map, you know, but they were actually like reading us sometimes.
Yeah, you guys are interesting cats. On the up and up, these two up-and-coming Counter-Strike players over here, that being Nico and Monacy. Oh, Josh, too, I guess. He's unbanned, so throw him in the mix. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll get you out of here. That's the Falcons.
Thank you.
That's us out of here for the day. The B-Stream, I think, is still going on. It smelled a little bit like a Navi third map over there, so a little bit of a struggle street, perhaps. We'll find out. Yeah, you like that?
I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Wrapping out a library as well now, which is going to make it really awkward and uncomfortable. Emma and Alexi are going to find Lukowski safe. Oh, that's just complete decimation. What do you even do? You're exactly right, Mac. The Mac 10 is perfect for a map like Inferno, and they play around the world very, very nicely. Maybe they've watched Around the Twist before. But 1 alive, 5 still up for Na'Vi, and a complete return to form into this second round.
I just know I've never felt like this.
Strange things happen.
Yep. I feel like that's something we need to get going if Twist makes the stage. It would just make sense, wouldn't it?
Have you ever
felt
like this?
But strange things happen
when you're going
down the twist.
Up against Twists.
Sorry, guys.
I wasn't expecting that last bit.
I apologise.
That's okay. Don't apologise for being you, Mac. You're here for a reason, baby.
More of a baritone myself, usually.
Sound like Barry. Speaking like that.
Need to hydrate the chords. Now, okay. Is that Zarks or is that JNZ? Hey, who's doing that? It was one of them. I got one of them right. Let's go. Don't you shake your head at me. Don't you shake your camera at me.
They love us.
MIBR on the force back, though, could get interesting. Anyone in chat that isn't Australian is just so confused right now.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Hey, I gotta know my place. Us Australians are upside down. A little bit awkward here. Breno might have found a great bit of timing here onto Emma. Didn't hear him at all. No, and that looks like it got a little bit scrappy over towards the side of B as Insani's been taken as well. And the awkward thing here is Mac is Exit's got